Chapter 321, Death Not Unjust. One of them actually got beaten down. Who would have thought that someone could use a sniper rifle so smoothly? They were in a car traveling at over 100 per hour. Under such circumstances, he was able to hit the target twice in a row. This sniper technique was simply terrifying. At least, he had never heard of it before, let alone seen a player play the sniper rifle so well. Boom! Another gunshot came, and Mosin Nagin's voice spread around P-City. The driver's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at his condition subconsciously, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he is still full of health. Let me tell you, how could anyone shoot with such accuracy with a sniper rifle? This is normal. Those two shots just now were probably just a matter of bad luck. The player driving the car thought like this. But it started. Reduce the speed. He is getting ready to get out of the car to save others. Of course, you must seal off the cigarette before rescuing someone. However, at this moment, gunshots from P-City rang out again. The player driving the car thought that the gunfire was aimed at his teammates, and was still secretly worried about his teammates. However, the next second, holy crap! Why did I lose so much blood? At this time, the player who was driving realized that he had been shot. On the virtual battlefield, being shot also hurts, but the pain is not as strong as in reality. The player who was driving was just focusing on his teammates, but he didn't notice that he was actually shot. You are the sniper's target. After realizing this, where do driving players dare to stop? He stepped on the accelerator to the floor, and the speed that had just been reduced was increased again. I can't save you. The guy with the sniper rifle in P-City is too perverted and too accurate. The player driving the car explained to his teammates while turning the steering wheel. His teammates were definitely not willing to be betrayed like this. But he also knew that the man with the sniper rifle in P-City was too powerful. Once the car stopped, both of them might have to answer here. I understand. Please leave quickly. That guy is indeed perverted. The player who fell to the ground said. It's now time. If you can save one, it's one. The driving player, at this time, no longer bothered to comfort his teammates. He kept dialing the steering wheel, trying to avoid the bullets from P-City by moving in a snake shape. Boom! Another familiar voice sounded, and the player who was dialing the steering wheel felt that his helmet exploded instantly. Then, his low blood volume was instantly emptied, and his vision suddenly changed. Waiting for his reaction when we came here, we were already in a state of nothingness. You were killed by player Wang Hao using the sniper rifle Mosin Nagant. Looking at the system prompts, it took the player a while to react. Holy shit! What a pervert! How accurate! Why is he so slick with his sniper rifle? The sudden death was hard for him to accept, and he felt a little out of sorts. At the beginning, even if he knew that someone was attacking them, he didn't take it to heart. He didn't think that someone could shoot them out of the car with a sniper rifle. But now, what he thought was impossible has become a reality. His inner defense was broken. Today I understand what it means that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the world. The voice of a teammate came leisurely. The sniper rifle in our hands is no different from a fire stick, but in the hands of those who know how to use it, it is comparable to a magical weapon. We are careless and underestimate the strength of other players. There are tens of thousands of survivors, and there must be some geniuses among them. It is too short-sighted for us to judge other people based on our own knowledge. The words of his teammates made him break his defense. The players gradually calmed down. Yes, just because they can't use sniper rifles doesn't mean that others can't use them either. Just because they can't hit medium-moving targets with sniper rifles doesn't mean that other players can't. There are a lot of players in the virtual battlefield, and among them, there are some geniuses that they can't understand. Isn't this a normal thing? The two of them are not considered to be top players, so naturally they cannot estimate the true strength of top players. Today, they may encounter this unique genius player. We didn't die unjustly. Done! On the rooftop of P-City, Wang Hao put away his sniper rifle with a smile on his face. Wang Hao, is your sniper rifle so powerful? Zhuang Shuer said in surprise. Zhuang Shuer saw the whole battle just now. Although Wang Hao did not achieve perfect accuracy, his hit rate was still quite high. You must know that Wang Hao was shooting a moving target, and the target moved very fast. In this case, Wang Hao was able to kill the opponent's team. His sniping skills were definitely top-notch. The elite snipers in the army that Zhuang Shuer knew were not necessarily better than Wang Hao. When she first met Wang Hao, Zhuang Shuer saw Wang Hao use a sniper rifle, but it was only once. After that, she never saw Wang Hao use a sniper rifle. Therefore, she felt that Wang Hao's sniper skills should be average. So good for the first time. It may be more of luck. But today, she saw Wang Hao using a sniper again and killing 2 targets that were moving at high speed. So she was naturally quite surprised. It's not bad, Wang Hao said with a smile. You still have to practice. Even if there is an auxiliary function, it does not mean that Wang Hao does not need to practice shooting. In the situation just now, if his shooting skills were higher, there will be no surprises at all. Excessive modesty is pride, Zhuang Shuer said. Obviously, Zhuang Shuer felt that Wang Hao was being modest. Zhuang Shuer found that although she had known Wang Hao for a while, she still didn't understand Wang Hao. Wang Hao still brought surprises to her from time to time, refreshing her understanding of Wang Hao. Take today as an example. She saw Wang Hao's strength in sniper rifles and cold weapons. No matter which one, other people can call him a master. It is good for a player to be proficient in one. But Wang Hao is not. He is good at them all, which is simply beyond Zhuang Shuer's knowledge of masters. Zhuang Shuer became more and more curious about Wang Hao, wanting to see how many more surprises Wang Hao could bring. The game process went smoothly after that. Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer occupied the high point of Peace City and hunted the passing players. Peace City became the city of death on the island. Even the passing dogs had to be beaten twice. Shuttle. With the tacit cooperation of the two, they finally succeeded in winning the chicken. Wang Hao successfully passed the second promotion match and was not far away from another golden rank. However, the final airdrop box did not bring any surprise to the two of them, but it made them a little disappointed. Chapter 322, Form their own teams. When Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer returned to reality, other team members also came out of the virtual battlefield one after another. Everyone had smiles on their faces. Although they may not all succeed in winning the chicken, at least they all earn points. And the exchange point, the mood will naturally not be bad. Quick Knife Hand, Level 1. Upgrade requires 2,500 redemption points. Virtual battlefield effect. You can shoot 10 knives in a row in 1 second. Realistic effect. You can execute 10 swords in 1 second. While others were talking, Wang Hao was looking at the new auxiliary function he had just obtained. After a round of testing, Wang Hao was quite satisfied with the auxiliary function of Quick Knife Hand. Therefore, after successfully winning the chicken, Wang Hao spent 500 exchange points to retain this auxiliary function. The reality effect is the same as the virtual battlefield effect? Wang Hao muttered in his heart. He had encountered this kind of situation before, so it was not a surprise. Moreover, the auxiliary function of Quick Knife Hand is quite effective. 10 swords can be fired in 1 second, which is very powerful whether on the virtual battlefield or in reality. Especially on the virtual battlefield. Mainly if you have a chance to use your sword. You can basically kill someone in seconds. Of course, on the virtual battlefield, there are restrictions on the use of cold weapons. In most cases, cold weapons are not suitable. On the contrary, in reality, there are more opportunities to use cold weapons. This is why Wang Hao retains this a big reason for accessibility. 500 exchange points is not a huge number for Wang Hao now. And there is no pressure to retain this auxiliary function. Captain, how do our 4 platoons form a team? When Wang Hao was checking his new auxiliary functions, Luo Sun's voice came over. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong are still absent. The Qi Feng team only has 6 people who can fight, which is obviously not enough to form 2 teams. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, in this way, I, Luo Sun, and Brother Su will form a team of 3. And the remaining 3 people will form a team. We will all choose to randomly match 3 with 1. Even if the matched player is not so good, we will not be too seriously affected. Nowadays, the virtual battlefield encourages random matching and has cancelled the single-person 4-row, double-person 4-row, and 3-person 4-row modes. Wang Hao said so. Arrangement can ensure the strength of the team to the greatest extent. Even if the teammates randomly matched are of average level, the impact on the entire team will be limited. As long as the 3 members of their team work together, the team will still have combat effectiveness. Everyone nodded in agreement with Wang Hao's decision, although Zhuang Shuer wanted to be on the same team as Wang Hao. Since Wang Hao arranged it this way, she had no objection. Moreover, she also wanted to find an opportunity to chat with Qi Churen. After the discussion was finalized, Wang Hao and the other 6 entered the virtual battlefield again. Wang Hao and the others are matched with a woman in her 30s. This woman is relatively silent. As for her strength, it is not yet known. Zhuang Shuer and the others were matched with a middle-aged man. The man was shocked when he saw Zhuang Shuer and the others. Although in the apocalypse, beauties are not as sought after as they were in peaceful times, they are still unavoidable. Attractive eyes. Beauty. Let's add our contact information after the game is over. Let's play together later. 3 beauties. Where are you from? I am from Golden Light City. Our city has not been invaded by zombies and mutant beasts. I have a house in a civilian area. If you have no place to go, you can come to Golden Light City and join me. I will arrange a place for you to live in. My house is very big. 3 beauties. Are you friends in real life? Do you often play games together? The middle-aged man kept looking for topics to talk to Zhuang Shuer. The 3 of them struck up a conversation. But Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 ignored him. They had encountered this kind of conversation in real life, and they had long been used to it. And in this virtual battlefield, they had to deal with it. This kind of person is even simpler. Block. Sold. The 3 of them blocked it at the same time and decided not to go with each other later. However, Zhuang Shuer and the others still underestimated the thickness of this man's face. Although they had realized that Zhuang Shuer and the others had blocked him, and although they also found that Zhuang Shuer and the others were ready to leave him alone, he still shamelessly followed Zhuang Shuer. He will go wherever Zhuang Shuer and the others go, because he and Zhuang Shuer are teammates. He can clearly see the specific locations of Zhuang Shuer and Zhuang Shuer. It is not easy for people to leave him alone. Regarding this, Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 were helpless and had no choice against this man. Seeing the helplessness on the faces of Zhuang Shuer and the other 3, the man smiled proudly and kept talking to the 3 of them. Even though he knew that he was blocked, he had no intention of stopping. He seemed to want to use his sincerity, impress Zhuang Shuer and the other 3. However, in the hearts of Zhuang Shuer and the others, they only thought he was noisy. Finally, when the 3rd circle appeared, they met another team. There was no unnecessary nonsense from both sides, and they attacked each other almost simultaneously the moment they met. On Zhuang Shuer's side, the strength of the 3 women is not weak, but the middle-aged man's level is much worse than them. However, with Zhuang Shuer and the 3 of them here, the strength of this team is still very strong. Yes, even with a drag bottle, Zhuang Shuer and the 3 of them won this encounter. Holy crap! 3 beauties. Please help me. Help! I don't want to lose points. I want to earn redemption points. 3 beauties. I was wrong. Please help me. I won't talk nonsense anymore. Help! Holy crap! The battle was won. But during the battle, the middle-aged man was knocked down. Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 also discovered this situation at that time. But none of them went to save him. Firstly, because they were in the middle of a battle and had no time to care about the man. Secondly, the man had annoyed them so much along the way that they were too lazy to save him. The result was that a member of the other team's team drained the man's last trace of blood before he died. The man in the other team's team ended up with a smile on his face. For him, this was not a loss. He died on his own. But he also got a backer, and at least earned 1 exchange point. When the game system was evaluated in the end, his evaluation could be higher. This person was satisfied. But the man in Zhuang Shuer's team was depressed, and even broke his defense. Not only did he curse at the player who was trying to save him, but he also used all kinds of swear words and curses at Zhuang Shuer and the other 3. Zhuang Shuer and the 3 of them. But Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 have always blocked his voice. In addition, the man has become a state of nothingness, and the 3 women can't see his expression, and they don't know that he is now. How furious. Chapter 323, Puppet Reduction. Chi-Charan. Without the man in front of them, the 3 women felt a lot more comfortable instantly. What? Chi-Charan looked at Zhuang Shuer in confusion. I know your origins. Zhuang Shuer looked at Chi-Charan and said, I also know that you must have an ulterior motive for joining the team. At this time, the 3 of them were lying on the 2nd floor of a house in the Widow Village, which was relatively safe. The 3 girls don't have the see-through function like Wang Hao, and they don't dare to run around at will. Their style of play is to be safe. The environment was safe, and there was no rush to join the circle for the time being. So the 3 of them had time to chat. What is my purpose? Chi-Charan's face changed slightly, but he didn't want to admit it. You know what your purpose is, and you don't have to rush to deny it in front of us. Zhuang Shuer said calmly, it doesn't matter what purpose you have, but you have to remember that you are also a member of the team now. The interests of the team should come first. If one day you do something that is sorry for the team in Wang Hao, I will not let you go. You should know that I have this ability. This is the first time Zhuang Shuer has spoken out. She warned Qi Charan bluntly. When Qi Charan wanted to join the team, Zhuang Shuer knew that Qi Charan's purpose of joining the team was impure. However, at that time, she felt that Qi Charan would not be detrimental to the team, and Wang Hao should also have some thoughts in his heart. However, she didn't say much. But now, her sense of belonging to the team is getting stronger and stronger, and she is becoming more and more concerned about Wang Hao's affairs. She feels that she needs to warn Qi Charan. Of course, this is just a warning. Qi Charan's strength is quite good, as long as she doesn't do anything that harms the interests of the team or hurts Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer doesn't mind Qi Charan staying in the team, and would even welcome her, if she didn't recognize Qi Charan's strength. When he knew Qi Charan had ulterior motives, Zhuang Shuer had already tried his best to prevent her from joining. Qi Charan's face looked a little ugly. Zhuang Shuer knew her identity and background, and she also knew Zhuang Shuer's identity and background. Although Zhuang Shuer's words were unpleasant, they were true. Zhuang Shuer had the ability to retaliate against her. Although she was behind her back, he also had a background. But compared to Zhuang Shuer's background, it was much worse. Qi Charan, everyone is sensible, and Wang Hao is not a fool. Yu Qianing said, you know why you insist on joining the team, but as long as you do not harm the team's interests, everyone welcomes you to stay in the team. Here, Yu Qianing is naturally in the same camp as Zhuang Shuer, and she had a big prejudice against Qi Charan because of Zhuang Shuer. But in the previous battle, Qi Charan had saved her, and Qi Charan's strength was indeed good, and he had not done anything to damage the team during this period. Therefore, Yu Qianing's impression of Qi Charan gradually changed, and she still hoped Qi Charan can stay. Qi Charan looked at Zhuang Shuer, then at Yu Qianing, and said, I will not do anything that will harm the interests of the team. I joined the team just to get to know the captain better, and to understand this team better. Team, if it is possible, I certainly hope that the captain can cooperate with our Qi family. If it is not possible, I will not force it. Qi Charan told Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing the truth. This was indeed her motive for joining the team in the first place, which was similar to what Zhuang Shuer and the others had guessed before, because Qi Charan did not intend to harm Wang Hao or harm the interests of the team. So she did not hide it from the two women. Do you know Wang Hao? Zhuang Shuer smiled slightly. She also wanted to know Wang Hao. However, the more I get in touch with Wang Hao, the more mysterious I feel. It is definitely not easy to understand Wang Hao, and it cannot be done in a short time. I hope you can do what you say, Zhuang Shuer said to Qi Charan. She was just looking for an opportunity to warn Qi Charan today. Since Qi Charan didn't have any ill intentions, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. As long as Qi Charan doesn't do anything to harm the team, they will still be teammates. After the game ended, Zhuang Shuer and the other two returned to reality, and did not mention the conversation in the game to Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer didn't say anything, and Qi Charan didn't say anything either. Wang Hao naturally didn't know that the three women were in his absence. When I knew it, I had such a conversation. After the 3 games were over, everyone went back, except for Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, who were living in the station to recuperate. Everyone else returned to their own residences. Early the next morning, after Wang Hao got up, the first thing he did was check his exchange point. The result made him very satisfied. Overnight, the exchange points increased by 976, which was not far from 1,000. Holy crap! Why is one of my puppets missing? Just when Wang Hao was satisfied with the puppet's overnight work, he suddenly discovered that one of his puppets was missing. There were 3 first-level zombies, and now there are only 2 left. However, the number of the other 3 high-level zombies and mutant beasts has not decreased. Low-level zombies or mutated beasts are really unreliable. After understanding, Wang Hao muttered, obviously, this missing zombie must be dead, either killed by other zombies and mutant beasts, or died at the hands of survivors. The former is more likely. After all, Wang Hao had previously let these puppets left the city, and did not let them stay in the slums. There are relatively few survivors outside the city. A large number of survivors from other cities are still on their way to Yingguang City, and arrived at Yingguang City. There are only a small part of the city, and these survivors have no intention of staying in the wild now, let alone hunting mutant beasts and zombies at night. Therefore, this battle-damaged zombie most likely died at the hands of its own kind. Wang Hao had already expected that there would be battle losses. After all, these zombies and mutant beasts were not invincible. Especially the 3 latest zombies recruited were only level 1, which was too low. Once they encountered high level, it is normal for zombies and mutant beasts to suffer casualties if they encounter a relatively large number of zombies and mutant beasts. Most of these zombies and mutant beasts have no IQ and can only execute their own orders sluggishly and will not follow the instructions. Make better choices based on the on-site situation. So some mindless behavior is normal. However, although Wang Hao expected this situation to happen, he did not expect it to happen so early. Of the 6 puppets, there are now only 5 left. The reduction in number means that the speed at which they earn exchange points will be reduced, which naturally makes Wang Hao dissatisfied. However, this incident also reminded Wang Hao that when catching puppets, he must try to catch high-level zombies and mutant beasts. They are more powerful, smarter, and less prone to damage. Chapter 324, Preparing to buy a car. Hey, have you heard? Someone is illegally forming a team in a single queue match. I also heard about this morning. You also know? I heard that those players who formed an illegal team are very arrogant and blatantly illegal, teaming up to snipe other players. Why don't they have their accounts banned in virtual battlefield? Maybe it's not a group of people? Why did I hear our captain's name in these rumors? Hey, you heard about it too? I also heard the captain's name. It should be the same name. Can our captain form a team illegally? That's impossible. That's right. Our captain has not been banned. And he is also strong. Completely, there is no need to form a team illegally. Should I say it? Our captain's name is quite common. There are not even 100,000 but 80,000 people with this name in China. When Wang Hao arrived at the team, when they arrived at the station, the other members had already arrived, and several people were chatting quite lively, and many of them had gossipy looks on their faces. What are you talking about? Wang Hao walked over and asked casually, because it took some time to check the puppets. Otherwise, Wang Hao would have arrived at the team station long ago. We were talking about someone illegally forming a team in the virtual battlefield solo queue. Yu Qianing said, it's a coincidence that someone with the same name as you is involved. But I don't know if he has been banned. It should be banned. Luo Sun said. Many people said that they had encountered him illegally, and the impact was so great. How can they not be banned? Su Guangyuan said. Wang Hao felt guilty after hearing what some people said. Zhuang Shuer and the others all thought that Wang Hao was someone else with the same name, but they didn't know that it was Wang Hao himself. Wang Hao had previously teamed up with a puppet robot to chase down other players in a solo match. At that time, Wang Hao was a little too excited. He let the robot drive, while he sat in the car and swept the car. He was so excited to kill. But I forgot that this game has a kill prompt. Although there is no official website or customer service, the player who was killed cannot report him. But he will definitely talk to other people about it afterwards. 1 or 2 people said that it was okay. The person who said it as time went by. Naturally, this matter gradually spread. After all, gossip spreads quickly no matter what time it is. Especially when Wang Hao is so arrogant and illegally forms a team, which has not happened for a long time. It arouses the curiosity of others. You can't do this again in the future. Wang Hao secretly warned himself. Fortunately, the incident didn't get too big, and there was no official website or customer service. Otherwise, Wang Hao would have been reported countless times. Of course, Wang Hao is not afraid even if he is reported. After all, his team is the system's default. He just doesn't want the matter to get too big and let others know that he can cheat on the virtual battlefield, that's all. Although Wang Hao could no longer blatantly team up with puppets, he could still order them to coordinate in secret. Wang Hao would still be able to use these auxiliary functions when they should be used. Ahem. Don't talk about these gossips anymore. Wang Hao coughed twice and changed the subject. I said yesterday that I would use 5,000 exchange points to buy supplies. This batch of supplies belongs to the team. What do you think you should buy? Better? Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. Buy a gun. Buy some good guns. Preferably airdrop guns. I think we should buy more grenades. Grenades seem to be slowly becoming scarce now. Or armor. Preferably a bulletproof vest. And ordinary bulletproof vests do not conflict. You say something to everyone, and I express my opinion in one sentence. The Qingfeng team has always been relatively wealthy in terms of materials, and is not in very short supply of various materials. However, this wealth is not because of Wang Hao, but because of the members themselves. The members of the Qingfeng team have greater personal strength than ordinary survivors. In this way, They can earn more redemption points on the virtual battlefield. In this world, the purchasing power of redemption points is very strong. If you go to the exchange point, you can naturally buy most of the supplies. In addition, Zhuang Shui, Qi Charan, and Yu Qianing were born into extraordinary families and were not short of money. Naturally, their backpacks were rich in various supplies. Therefore, the Qifeng team is not actually short of supplies. However, the no shortage here actually refers to ordinary and common supplies. But some more precious supplies are still in short supply, such as ghillie suits, airdrop guns, medical kits, bulletproof vests, etc. These things include money may not be able to buy them. They are priceless but not marketable. Even Zhuang Shuer cannot provide these materials to the team in large quantities. These materials are also precious materials in the army and are in urgent need. You all have different opinions. Wang Hao said, our team has no shortage of ordinary supplies. The rarer supplies are very popular and difficult to appear on the market. We may not be able to buy them. The idea is to equip our team with some cars first. What do you think? Cars? Yes, Wang Hao said. Having a car will make traveling easier. Zhuang Shuer used to bring it. Cars. But those cars don't belong to our team after all. It's okay to use them once or twice, but it's not suitable to use them all the time. Moreover, I have recently studied modifications. If the team has its own car, I can go freely. It's been modified. Wang Hao has always had an idea to buy a car, and he just brought it up this time. Cars are a rare commodity in this world. Although there are taxes on the road, those cars are basically shabby cars with average performance. Except for the horn. Everything else sounds. It is difficult for a truly good car to appear. Those on the market are even less likely to be used as taxes. It is still difficult to buy a good car. Those cars are basically under the control of the military and major families, making it difficult for ordinary people to buy them. The truck that Sun Yinfeng used to transport supplies yesterday was not his own, but a rented one. Those trucks themselves were very valuable, and they were modified. They were not something that Sun Yinfeng could own now. With Zhuang Shuer here, Wang Hao should be able to get a car from the 4th Army, but he probably can only get one at most. And one car obviously cannot satisfy Wang Hao. Wang Hao now has the auxiliary function of repair. Even if it is a car that is about to be scrapped, he can repair it. In this way, it is not impossible to provide a car for the team. It's really convenient to have a car, Yu Jianzhong said. It's just that it's hard to buy a good car. Right. Others had similar thoughts. Of course, it is convenient to own a car, but the problem is how to buy a car that satisfies them. They do not like those shabby second-hand or even second-hand cars. Chapter 325 still need to recruit people? It's really hard to buy a good car, Wang Hao said with a smile, but we can buy inferior ones. Second-hand, third-hand, or even 10-hand. Cars in this world are basically from virtual. Those obtained in the battlefield are either redeemed from the Redemption Mall building. But the probability of a car appearing in the airdrop box in the virtual battlefield is not high. And even if a car is released, it may not be a good car. There may be some it's not necessarily damaged. Just like food can be released from airdrop boxes. But there is a difference between food and food. It may be a luxurious meal, but it may also be just a few steamed buns. The same is true for vehicles. Therefore, there are not many cars on the market now, and most of them are in average condition. Good cars are basically controlled by the government and big families. This is the accumulation of more than 100 years of human beings. Otherwise, with the extremely low probability of getting a car on battlefield, coupled with the high rank requirements for vehicle redemption in the exchange mall, there simply aren't many cars in the world now. The cars you mentioned are easy to buy, but why should we buy those cars? Feng Gaoyuan said, cars in average condition can still be bought. Of course, the price is not cheap, but the people in the Qifeng team are not very fond of that kind of car. Didn't I just say that I can modify it? Wang Hao said, as long as it can still run. I can modify them all to be like new cars, or even perform better than new cars. Really? Rosen said with some doubt. Others weren't too convinced either. There is no shortage of smart people among human survivors. It is impossible that no one has tried to modify vehicles in the past 100 years. But in fact, there are almost no successful ones. It is not that their modification technology is not good, but that these come from the virtual battlefield. The cars in the exchange mall building are almost impossible to modify. Ordinary repairs are okay, But modifications have basically never been successful. Of course it's true, Wang Hao said confidently. Wang Hao has also heard that vehicles in this world cannot be modified. If he were an ordinary survivor, he would not have much hope in this matter. After all, no one has been able to succeed in the past 100 years. He does not would be that exception. But he is different from other survivors. His vehicle modifications are not ordinary modifications. He relies on the auxiliary function of repair. Wang Hao has already verified how powerful this auxiliary function is many times. Therefore, Wang Hao has no doubts about his ability to modify. Since Wang Hao said so, I think it's okay. Zhuang Shuer believed in Wang Hao as always. Then let's buy a car first. Having a car will indeed be more convenient. Everyone nodded. This is for sure. China is such a big area, and every city has a large outdoor area. It is definitely inconvenient to not have a car. Since Wang Hao said that he can modify it, everyone naturally hopes that the team can equip the car. In that case, it will be more convenient for them to travel in the future. Since everyone has no objections, the matter is settled. Wang Hao said, I will contact Sun Yinfeng later. He should have connections. You can't buy a car just because you want to. You must have connections and go through the dealer. Naturally, there is no problem with Shuer's relationship. However, Wang Hao doesn't really want to use this relationship. He doesn't want to trouble Sun Jian for a trivial matter, which will give Sun Jian a bad impression. What's more, Sun Yinfeng has nothing to do with this matter. It can indeed help. After the matter was settled, Wang Hao discussed other matters. For the battle, should our team recruit a few more people? Luo Sun said, our team is now a 4th level team. We can recruit 40 people at full strength. We only have 8 people now, which is too few. I also think we should recruit more people. Recruit a few, Yu Jianzhong said. With more people, the team points can be earned faster, and the team can be upgraded in a shorter time. The higher the team level, the better the benefits. The Qingfeng team is now a 4th level team needs 5,000 points to upgrade to a 4th level team, which is equivalent to killing 5,000 first level zombies or mutant beasts. However, 10,000 points are needed to upgrade from 4th to 5th level, which is doubled. The requirements are still quite high. Even though Wang Hao and the others are not slow at hunting mutant beasts and zombies, they still cannot upgrade. Luo Sun and Yu Jianzhong suggested recruiting more people because of this factor. What about you? Wang Hao looked at the others. If there are suitable people, I think we should recruit more people. Zhuang Shuer said, if the team wants to develop, it can't always be just us. We must recruit people. And what Yu Jianzhong said makes sense. With one more team member, the team will be able to upgrade faster. Once the team level is higher, it will be beneficial to every member of the team. I also support the expansion of recruitment, Yu Qianing said. Su Guanyuan, Qi Charan, and Feng Gaoyuan also had the same view. Obviously, everyone feels that the team has too few members. The 8 members of the 4th level team are indeed a bit less. Wang Hao said, since everyone wants to expand the recruitment, then recruit them. But among the people I know, there are no suitable candidates for the time being. If you think there are suitable candidates, you can recommend them. The first requirement for our team to recruit people is their character. If their character is not good, no matter how strong their technical skills are, I don't want them. It is indeed time for the team to expand its recruitment. 8 people are too few. But who to recruit is a question. Strong strength is a must. Wang Hao doesn't want to recruit anyone into the team. He would rather lack than overwhelm. In addition, character is also very important. In fact, Wang Hao values character more than he cares about strength. He is very satisfied now. The atmosphere within the team is that they do not want to recruit people with questionable character to ruin the current atmosphere of the team. Moreover, after recruiting people with questionable character, they may destroy the team. This is necessary, Yu Qianing said. Everyone also agreed with Wang Hao's opinion. But no one seemed to have a good candidate to recommend to join the team. Actually, I think our team can refer to the army's practices. Zhuang Shuer suddenly said, although we are just a team, the team is actually a smaller version of the army. Some of the army's management methods can also be applied to the team. What do you mean? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer. In the army, there are regular troops and auxiliary troops. Our team can do the same. Zhuang Shuer said, we can first recruit a group of auxiliary troops, then conduct assessments and observations on them, and select outstanding talents from them to join the team, becoming a formal member of the team. This selection method can ensure the combat effectiveness of the team members. At the same time, if there is a problem with the person, there is a high probability that it will be discovered during the observation period, thus avoiding problems with the character of the person recruited into the team. Chapter 326 can't give it away for free. I think this method is feasible. As soon as Zhuang Shuer finished speaking, Chi Charan echoed. People can be recruited from slums and even civilian areas. Moreover, we currently have 6 cities in China occupied by mutant beasts, zombies and rebels. The survivors in these cities must find a new place to stay after escaping from the city. In the wild, after all, it is not safe. The remaining 3 big cities must be their first choice. Silver City will definitely welcome many survivors in the next period of time. As long as we pay some money, we will not worry about recruiting people. I think this is feasible. Yu Jianzhong said, our team is already at level 4. If I guess correctly, we should be the only level 4 team in Silverlight City. Just with this name, we are still very attractive. Yes, in the current environment, grouping together for warmth is the right way. Other survivors must also want to find a strong team. So as long as we are willing, we should be able to recruit people, especially people who have fled from slums and other cities. Survivors. Wang Hao nodded subconsciously. Zhuang Shuer's words are very reasonable. It is indeed meaningful to form an auxiliary army, and it is not impossible. Of course, there will be a price to pay for it, and these prices may be food, or China coins, or maybe an exchange point. In short, in this apocalyptic world, it is indeed not difficult to recruit people, and with your own auxiliary army, you can easily select team members from them. You don't have to be like now, when you want to expand the team, but don't have suitable players. Wang Hao glanced at the others and found that they were also very excited. So he smiled and said, this suggestion is very good. I think it can be adopted. Maybe one day, our team can also develop into an army. Wang Hao said this as a joke. But it is not impossible. After all, the difference between an army and a team is not very obvious except for the number of people. In this apocalyptic background, as long as Wang Hao is food, drink, and exchange points, if you don't have to worry about recruiting people, it may not be impossible to form an army. Of course, it is not difficult to form an army, but it is not easy to raise an army. Wang Hao has not thought that far yet. It would be good if he can support an elite team. There's one more thing. Zhuang Shuer continued. It's the problem of the team members' materials and equipment. We have gotten more or less good things from you before, when there are few people and few things. This is not a big problem. But after the team expands, there will be more and more team members. It would be unfair to you if you still give away materials and equipment in vain. I am the captain, Wang Hao said. It's true that you are the captain, but the captain does not have the obligation to provide supplies for all members of the entire team. Zhuang Shuer said. What Zhuang Shuer said makes sense. Luo Sun answered, we know that you are a nice person, Du Zhan, but this is really unfair to you. And to be honest, we are embarrassed to take your things for nothing. Not to mention, there will be more team members in the future. And now we are preparing to form a reserve team. If you continue to provide free supplies and equipment to everyone as before, it would be too unfair for you. That's the truth. Yu Jianzhong said. I suggest that our team set up a warehouse. Captain, if you have any good things, you can put them in the team warehouse. Team members can spend exchange points to buy them. Captain, if you feel embarrassed about making money from us, you can set the price slightly lower. This is a good suggestion, Yu Qianing said. In the long run, this is a must. Moreover, other members of the team can also put the things they have obtained or do not use into the team warehouse for other team members. Of course, because it is purchased by members of the supply team, everyone's price is set slightly cheaper. In this way, everyone can make money or exchange points, and others can also buy what they want at a not too high price. What you need, after the team level is high, there will be a team warehouse. Before we have that team warehouse, we can use the basement as a team warehouse. Chi Charan also agreed. Everyone added one word at a time. It can be seen that they all advised Wang Hao not to give away materials to the team members for free, but to sell them. This is considered from a long-term perspective. If the team only has such a few people, then Wang Hao's problem of giving away materials and equipment for free is not big. But the team can't always have so many members in the future. It would be too unfair to Wang Hao if Wang Hao were always asked to give away materials and equipment for free. Even now, everyone feels embarrassed to take Wang Hao's things for free. However, Wang Hao's things are of the highest quality, and they would be reluctant to part with them if they don't want them. It would be best if they paid for them or bought them at an exchange point. Everyone can use them with peace of mind, and Wang Hao will not suffer any loss. Everyone had similar thoughts before, but they were too embarrassed to tell Wang Hao. Now that Zhuang Shuer started, everyone naturally agreed one by one. I think it is necessary to set up this team warehouse. Zhuang Shuer finally said, moreover, the purchase threshold can be set based on the value of the materials. As for the threshold, I think it will be set based on team points. Team points can reflect a team member's contribution to the team will give him some privileges, and he can buy better things. This can also encourage everyone to hunt mutant beasts and zombies and contribute to the team. Yes, this threshold is necessary. Just like exchange. Just like the mall has a rank threshold. Our team warehouse also has a threshold. Others also agreed. Although they don't know how Wang Hao obtained those treasures. Wang Hao can always come up with some good things from time to time. These things, even for people like them, are precious and they want to have them. If everyone wants the same thing, there will naturally be some troubles. It is necessary to set a threshold at this time. Moreover, this threshold is only team points, which is proof of contribution to the team. I believe that future members of the team will nor will I object. You have all figured it out for me. Wang Hao said with a smile, in that case, then this matter is settled. Wang Hao had never thought about making money or exchanging points from the team members before. But Zhuang the words of Shuer, and the others also reminded Wang Hao that it is not appropriate to keep giving away materials to the team members for free. If it goes on in the long run, it will not only be a good thing, but also a bad thing. It will leave some hidden dangers and set a price for sale, which will make it more it's appropriate. This is the same reason that they couldn't give supplies to Uncle Zhao and the survivors in the air raid shelter before. The price can be low, but it cannot be without price, and it cannot be given away for free. Chapter 327 Modified M249 Light Machine Gun. When everyone saw Wang Hao agreeing, they all smiled. Captain, have you got anything good lately? Feng Gaoyuan asked with a smile. Everyone else also looked at Wang Hao expectantly. If they had asked this before, they would have been embarrassed to ask. After all, they had no confidence in taking things for free. And they were all people who wanted to save face. But it's different now. Now they are buying it instead of taking it for free. So naturally they have enough confidence. It's true. Wang Hao smiled and took out something from his backpack. M249 light machine gun? Everyone's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Now you can get redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. The more firepower you have, the easier and more efficient it will be to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The higher the level, the more redemption points you earn. Therefore, machine guns like the M249 are very popular because its firepower is much stronger than ordinary guns. However, this kind of machine gun is a treasure even in the army. It is very rare. It is extremely difficult for ordinary survivors to own even one. Even if they have money or even exchange points, they may not be able to buy it. Arrived. Everyone in the Qinfeng team knew that Wang Hao had obtained an M249 from the virtual battlefield. Everyone was envious of Wang Hao's luck. But they didn't know what Wang Hao was doing with this machine gun now. Could it be that Wang Hao wants to put this light machine gun in a team warehouse for everyone to buy? But he just sticks it out like this. And he doesn't need to use it? Captain, what does this machine gun mean? Rosen couldn't help but ask. Don't worry. Wang Hao smiled. Then, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Wang Hao took out 2 more M249s from the package next to him. The backpack obtained from the virtual battlefield, no matter what level it is, can only store 1 gun. Therefore, Wang Hao carried the other 2 guns with rifles on his back. And they are not light. 3 M249s? Everyone was so shocked that they even wondered if they were hallucinating. You know, even in a legion of tens of thousands of people, the number of M249s is less than 100. Some legions even only have a dozen or 20. However, Wang Hao was able to take out 3 M249 light machine guns at once. How could this not shock everyone? These 3 M249 light machine guns are what I plan to put in the team's warehouse. Wang Hao said to everyone. These 3 M249s were copied by Wang Hao using today's copy quota. He originally planned to bring them to the team members. But since everyone said that they would set up a team warehouse and pay for them or buy them at an exchange point, Wang Hao naturally followed suit, changed his words. Really? Everyone's eyes brightened. They didn't know where Wang Hao got 2 more M249s. However, by taking out 3 M249s at once. Each of them would have more opportunities. Moreover, Wang Hao could get 2 more M249s in such a short time. To 2. Maybe he can get a few more soon. Thinking that he will use this powerful light machine gun. How can everyone not be excited? It is no exaggeration to say that after equipping this machine gun, their hunting speed of zombies and mutant beasts can more than double. Of course it's true. Wang Hao said, moreover, this M249 is different from those on the market. I have modified them. Modification? Captain, can you even modify the gun? I understand a little. Everyone looked at Wang Hao with even more admiration and surprise. Firearms are the same as vehicles. As long as they are obtained from the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall building, survivors cannot modify them. However, Wang Hao can now not only modify vehicles, but also firearms. This ability is indeed somewhat unbelievable. Wang Hao felt slightly uncomfortable when he saw the looks in everyone's eyes, but he knew that he had to adapt. Because as he gained more and more skills from the virtual battlefield, he could not stand in front of the team members, unless he doesn't show any extraordinary performance in front of the team members, or doesn't give the team members any good things, and hides all the abilities and items obtained from the virtual battlefield. However, that is impossible. If Wang Hao could silently possess the benefits obtained from the virtual battlefield without showing it at all, Wang Hao would not be able to do it. Moreover, Wang Hao felt that since God allowed him to travel through time, he also gave himself such a gift. A special ability allows you to help and change the world. How can you keep it secret? Therefore, Wang Hao has never thought about hiding his secrets. He does not intend to reveal his secrets. But he will not stop using his income from the virtual battlefield to help the survivors of this world. Doing so will definitely attract some people's attention. So Wang Hao must be more careful and cautious. Ahem. Wang Hao coughed twice and diverted everyone's attention. The difference between this M249 and the ordinary M249 is that its ammunition capacity is 3 times that of the ordinary M249. And the damage per shot is twice that of the ordinary M249. At the same time, its durability is twice that of other M249s. Before coming to the team station in the morning, Wang Hao deliberately maintained the M249 he obtained yesterday. The effect of the first repair is that its durability is doubled. Wang Hao was naturally dissatisfied with this result, so he prepared to repair it again. Because he only had one M249, he could only continue to experiment on this machine gun. What surprised Wang Hao was that during the second repair, the effects of the first repair still existed, and the results of the 2 repairs could coexist. Of course, you can also choose to replace. But although the effect of the first repair is average, it is not a negative effect. Wang Hao naturally will not choose to replace, but choose to coexist. In this way, his M249 has 2 special effects. With this discovery, Wang Hao simply used the last maintenance opportunity of the day on this M249. Then, this light machine gun showed 3 special effects, which are the 3 special effects Wang Hao told everyone. With today's experiment, Wang Hao knows that as long as he has enough repairs, he can repair an ordinary item into a top-level existence, or even beyond the top level. This is somewhat similar to taking genetic medicine. However, after using genetic medicine for a certain number of times, its effect will be discounted. Therefore, constantly taking genetic medicine to turn yourself into a Superman is only a theoretical thing. If you want to achieve this effect in reality, almost impossible. Maintenance is different. The effects of repair can be accumulated and do not affect each other. Wang Hao can accumulate countless repair effects on one item and turn it into an artifact. Chapter 328 Super High Pricing. Of course, it's equally difficult to do this. First of all, the effect of maintenance is random. It does not mean that the effect of every repair is positive. It may be negative, or it may be a relatively useless effect. These are beyond the control of Wang Hao. Only if the number of repairs is enough, only if there are more, can the artifact be repaired. However, this involves another limitation, the number of repairs. Wang Hao's current maintenance auxiliary function has reached level 3. However, the level 3 repair auxiliary function can only repair 3 times a day. It is undoubtedly very difficult to rely on a large number of repairs to create an artifact. Wang Hao can only hope that after upgrading this skill, the number of repairs can be increased enough. In addition, there was another thing that surprised Wang Hao. That is, if you copy after repair, the copied items will have the performance after the repair, not before the repair. This also means that as long as Wang Hao successfully repairs one top-grade equipment, He can copy countless identical top-grade equipments without having to repair them one by one and gamble on luck. This is obviously good news. Wang Hao was thinking about the auxiliary functions, and Zhuang Shuer and others couldn't wait to inspect the goods. Holy crap. It actually has 450 rounds of ammunition. It's incredible. The ordinary M249 is powerful enough. Will this modified M249 let those zombies and mutant beasts live? They are already dead. The shooting stability is very high, and the single-shot damage is indeed improved. Captain, are you too awesome? I have never heard of anyone who can modify firearms. It's incredible. It's incredible. After everyone verified it, they were all amazed. It was not just the performance of these three M249s that impressed everyone, although the performance of these three guns was indeed very shocking. However, what shocked them even more was that Wang Hao actually had the ability to modify firearms. This is something they have never heard of before. Countless people have tried to modify the firearms obtained from the virtual battlefield, but they have all failed. After modification, they either remain the same or are damaged. No one has succeeded. In the past, survivors also thought that this was no one had any doubts about the mandatory settings of the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall building. But now that Wang Hao has successfully transformed these three M249s, how can everyone not be shocked? Wang Hao smiled, not too proud, and asked, what price do you think is more appropriate for these three M249s? For 1,000 exchange points. Rosen immediately said, 4,500 exchange points is no problem. Is it a little low? Ordinary M249 still costs more than 2,000 redemption points. And it is difficult to buy even if there are redemption points. These three M249s are modified and have better performance. And they can be sold for less than 5,000 redemption points. No matter how you look at it, I think it's a little low. Yu Jianzhong said. It seems a little low. Luo Sun said a little embarrassed. Based on its performance, it is no problem to sell for 3 times the price of the ordinary M249. Yu Qianing said, considering that light machine guns are in very short supply in the market, ordinary people cannot buy them at all. I think it will be more appropriate to set the price at 8,000 to 9,000 exchange points. Did you set the price too high? Wang Hao asked in surprise. Although Wang Hao was mentally prepared, he was also surprised by the price they said. Several people did not mention using Chinese coins to price these 3 M249s, because that is simply impossible. Only exchange points are worthy of its status. Wang Hao expected that the price would be based on exchange points. But in his opinion, these 3 M249s can be sold for 3,000 exchange points each, which is half higher than the market price. So they are worthy of his transformation. However, Yu Qianing and the others set the prices quite high one by one, which was far beyond Wang Hao's expectations. 10,000! Just when Wang Hao felt that the price was too high, Zhuang Shuer suddenly spoke and said a higher price. 10,000? Wang Hao looked at her in surprise. Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded and said, moreover, this 10,000 is the internal price of the team. If it is sold to external parties in the future, the price should be higher. Don't forget, this is the first modified firearm. Light machine guns are inherently precious. These 3 light machine guns are modified firearms, and their performance is even more superior. This is incomparable to other light machine guns. Just being the only modified firearm, its price cannot be low, and it is still modified. A light machine gun with a huge improvement in ammunition capacity. The price of such a light machine gun is lower than 10,000 redemption points, which is definitely an insult to it. Others also agreed, thinking Zhuang Shuer, what I said makes sense. The price is just right. Wang Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Only then did he realize that he still underestimated the value of firearms with superior performance. There is indeed no shortage of guns in this world. Every survivor can enter the virtual battlefield after reaching adulthood. They can earn exchange points and touch airdrop boxes. With exchange points, they can exchange for guns. After more than 100 years, the accumulated guns there are quite a few. Even if some are damaged, there are still many left. The number is absolutely huge, and any survivor can take out several guns. But these guns are just ordinary rifles, submachine guns, pistols, etc. Machine guns are extremely rare, and these guns cannot be modified. The gun Wang Hao took out now was not only an extremely rare machine gun, but also a modified machine gun. When combined, it was not extremely rare, but unprecedented. A gun like this is of immeasurable value. So, The prices of these three M249s were decided. I'll reserve one, Zhuang Shuer said. I want one too. I want the last one, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan said immediately. Have you three agreed upon this? Wang Hao looked at the three women. However, he did not doubt the purchasing power of the three women. 10,000 exchange points was an astronomical figure for ordinary people. But for them, it was definitely not impossible to get. There is no discussion, Zhuang Shuer said. As long as you don't suspect that we just set the price too low on purpose. 10,000 yuan is equivalent to a gun. The price is not low, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao naturally did not doubt Zhuang Shuer and the others. He himself felt that the price of 10,000 exchange points was on the high side. Even though Zhuang Shuer and the others bought 3 guns in an instant, other people in the team, but without their purchasing power. If others wanted to buy it, they would have to save up exchange points for a long time. But, having said that, such a gun is worth their money. Chapter 329 Go buy a car. You want to buy a car? Sun Yinfeng looked at Wang Hao in surprise. After Wang Hao discussed the matter with everyone, he contacted Sun Yinfeng. At the same time, he asked Su Guangyuan and Luo Sun to go to the civilian area to recruit reserve members for the team. Zhuang Shuer and others were studying the machine guns they had just obtained. Yes, Wang Hao said. Cars are not easy to buy. Sun Yinfeng said, this thing is a treasure. It is hard to come across in the market. Don't look at the taxes running on the road. Those taxes are owned by the government or big families, and the drivers only use them. It's just a rental car. It's very difficult for ordinary people to own a car. Having said this, Sun Yinfeng paused, and then continued, however. If I spend some time, and you are willing to pay a high price, I can get one. Sun Yinfeng's time was not in vain. Energy. What if I don't buy a good car? Can I get a few more? Wang Hao said. Don't you want a good car? Do you want a shabby car? Sun Yinfeng said, it's better not to have that kind of car. It will fail at the critical moment. Sun Yinfeng knew that Wang Hao bought the car for the team members. Such a car obviously cannot, it's a tattered car. Preferably a new car. Even if it's not a new car, the condition of the car shouldn't be too bad. And such a car is hard to buy. It's okay. I can fix it, Wang Hao said. Can you repair cars? Sun Yinfeng said. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. I didn't expect you to have this ability, Sun Yinfeng said. However, even if some cars are repaired, they will often break down, either here or there. The cars I repaired will not have this problem, Wang Hao said confidently. Obviously, the repair mentioned by Wang Hao and the repair mentioned by Sun Yinfeng are not the same concepts. The repair Sun Yinfeng said was just to fix the broken parts, while the repair Wang Hao said was to make the entire car the same as a new car, or even perform better than a new car. You are quite confident, Sun Yinfeng said with a smile. He didn't know Wang Hao's secret, but he just felt that Wang Hao was a little overconfident. If that's the case, I can get a few. I have 5,000 to redeem. Budget, Wang Hao said. 5,000 exchange points? Sun Yinfeng frowned slightly. Cars are not cheap. Even those cars with faults are not cheap. With 5,000 exchange points, I can probably buy 2 or 3 of them. Vehicles, the price has always been high. Even if it is a defective vehicle, the price is not low. It is not that Sun Yinfeng wants to be greedy and Wang Hao's exchange point. This is the truth. 2 or 3 vehicles are too few. Wang Hao shook his head and said, I need at least 5. If we only consider the present, those 2 or 3 vehicles are enough for the Qingfeng team. But Wang Hao has now decided to expand. As a result, 2 or 3 cars seem to be a bit stretched. 5? Sun Yinfeng shook his head. Impossible. It's impossible to buy 5 cars with 5,000 exchange points. Even just motorcycles. Then lower the standard further. Wang Hao said, buy those for scrap. Or it's okay for cars that are about to be scrapped. You want to buy those things? Sun Yinfeng was even more surprised. It's almost scrapped. Why would you buy it back? Don't worry about it, Wang Hao said. Sun Yinfeng looked at Wang Hao and said, I don't know what you are doing, but if the car is in this condition, there is no problem with 5,000 redemption points. If possible, I want to go with you, Wang Hao said. Why? You can't trust me? Sun Yinfeng asked. No, Wang Hao said. I have other plans. Sun Yinfeng did not doubt Wang Hao. He nodded and said, Okay, I'm curious about what you are planning to do. Based on Sun Yinfeng's understanding of Wang Hao, He knew that Wang Hao was not an aimless person. Nor was he a very suspicious person. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Half an hour later, Sun Yinfeng and Wang Hao appeared in a remote recycling bin. The area was large, and there were many cars piled around. However, most of these cars were rusty, and even missing many parts. The parts are obviously all scrapped. Zhao Lauer. Zhao Lauer. Sun Yinfeng shouted at the top of his lungs. Then 4 or 5 middle-aged people walked out of the house next to them. And Sun Lauer, whom Sun Yinfeng called out, was among them. However, Sun Lauer was obviously not the leader of these people, because he stood slightly behind. Sun Yinfeng also saw from his position that the person in front had a higher status than Zhao Lauer. Who are you? The middle-aged man at the front looked at Sun Yinfeng and Wang Hao, his voice a little indifferent. My name is Sun Yinfeng, and I am a businessman. Sun Yinfeng quickly introduced. This is my friend Wang Hao. What are you doing here? The man continued to ask. We want to buy a few cars. Sun Yinfeng said. Buying a car? Come here? The man's eyes narrowed. Yes. Sun Yinfeng said. I know that you here will disassemble some parts of scrapped vehicles and then assemble them into cars yourself. You have cars for sale here. You know a lot. The man finished. He turned and looked behind him. The person he was looking at was none other than Zhao Lauer. Zhao Lauer saw his gaze and quickly stood up and said, Boss, I don't know. I didn't say that. Are you Boss Kong? Sun Yinfeng looked at the man. The Zhao Lauer he knew was only the person in charge here. He knew that the boss here was named Kong, but he had never seen him before, so he didn't expect to meet him by such a coincidence today. Do you know me? Kong Shan looked at Sun Yinfeng and asked. I've heard of it. Sun Yinfeng said. Boss Kong, don't get me wrong. We don't have any ill intentions. We just want to buy a car. The car is not for sale. Kong Shan simply refused. They do assemble vehicles secretly here and then sell the vehicles. However, most of these cars are sold to the government or big families in the city, and a small number of them are sold to other people at high prices. But they wanted to buy their cars. You don't just have to be rich. You also have to be trustworthy. After all, in principle, their cars can only be sold to officials and big families. They are not allowed to be sold privately to other people, and ordinary people don't know about them. Cars are sold here, which is why he was a little angry when he heard what Sun Yinfeng said just now. We don't want those reassembled cars. At this time, Wang Hao said, what we want to buy are those cars that are about to be scrapped, or even completely scrapped cars. What do you want those cars for? Kong Shan looked at Wang Hao. Chapter 330. The deal is concluded. Of course we are useful. Wang Hao did not say it clearly. After all, he and Kong Shan were not familiar with each other, so naturally, he couldn't talk casually about being able to change the vehicle. Kong Shan said nothing, but looked at Wang Hao intently, as if he wanted to see through Wang Hao. Wang Hao is no longer the same person he was when he first traveled through time. Facing Kong Shan's gaze, he looked indifferent. We have a lot of scrap cars here. After a long time, Kong Shan said leisurely, as long as you pay. It doesn't matter if I sell them to you. Although Wang Hao didn't know the purpose of buying these cars, Kong Shan would not refuse to come. He said that he not only collects and processes scrap cars here, but also sells assembled cars. It can be said that the business is very comprehensive. However, his main business here is actually just to collect scrap cars, and then remove the parts from the scrap cars and sell them. As for selling cars, there are actually relatively few, because the cars that can be sent here are about to be scrapped or are about to be scrapped. Completely scrapped. Because vehicles are rare items. So unless the vehicle is completely unusable, it will generally not be scrapped. Therefore, most of the parts of the cars that can be sent here are actually it can no longer be used and can only be sold as scrap. If they can assemble a car in a month, it is considered good. Of course, because the price of vehicles has always been high, they can still make a profit if they can assemble a vehicle. This is actually not the first time that Kong Shan has encountered Wang Hao's situation of buying scrap cars. Some survivors cannot afford or cannot buy a good car, so they want to come to such a place to hunt for treasure in an attempt to make a fortune, buying a car that can be driven here. Of course, they will regret it in the end, because the car they bought soon fell apart and became completely undrivable. If the vehicle can be sold as a whole, the price will naturally be higher than the price after disassembly. Kong Shan is also happy to see these people buying these cars, so he will naturally not refuse Wang Hao's request. How do you sell the cars here? Wang Hao asked. 1,500 redemption points for a car. 1,200 redemption points for a Jeep. 1,000 redemption points for a bouncy car. 800 redemption points for a two-seater sports car. And 500 redemption points for both a motorcycle and a three-bouncer. Kong Shan quoted directly. Boss Kong. Is this price too high? Before Wang Hao could speak, Sun Yinfeng stood up first. The running cars on the market are only between 2,000 and 2,500. You are selling one here. Is 1,005 too high? Sun Yinfeng is a businessman after all, and he is relatively familiar with the prices of various vehicles on the market. The prices vary depending on the condition of the vehicle. Take a 4-passenger car as an example. The price of a brand new 4-passenger sedan is more than 10,000, and may even reach 20,000. The price of 80% new is around 10,000. The price of 50% new is around 8,000. And then, there are 5,000, 3,000, 2,000 grades. The price of 2,000 to 2,500 that Sun Yinfeng said is the cheapest 4-passenger car. Although this kind of car will not be scrapped. It is not too far away from being scrapped. You don't have to buy it if it's too expensive. Kong Shan's attitude was very strong. Vehicles are scarce items. Even if they are scrapped, there is still no shortage of market. Which is why Kong Shan's attitude is so strong. Wang Hao looked at Kong Shan and said, Boss Kong, we are here to buy cars sincerely, and I believe this will not be our last cooperation. Do you think this is okay? 2 Bangmen, 1 Jeep, and 2 cars. How about I pay 5,000? Kong Shan looked at Wang Hao, nodded, and said, okay. Kong Shan's straightforward attitude made Wang Hao wonder if his counteroffer was too little. However, he could introduce this price himself. So that was not the case. Very concerned. Actually, the price can be lower. Sun Yinfeng whispered to Wang Hao. It's okay. Wang Hao smiled. This is just the beginning. Sun Yinfeng looked at Wang Hao doubtfully. Kong Shan personally took Wang Hao to choose a car. When it comes to choosing a car, there is actually not much to choose from. These scrapped cars are basically all faulty and can be driven, but have many problems. Even if they are repaired, they will not last long. They basically need to be repaired every day. For such a car and such a price. Kong Shan was also a profiteer. But Wang Hao didn't care very much. Boss Kong, can these cars be delivered to your doorstep? I'm afraid I'll end up driving them halfway. Wang Hao said to Kong Shan after choosing the car. No problem. Kong Shan agreed readily. He can make a lot of money from this transaction. Although people often buy scrapped cars, the prices are actually not high. After all, other people are not fools and will not invest too much in these cars. Those who can buy scrapped cars, and they are not rich people. For them, exchange points are hard-earned, and naturally they cannot be wasted. Every buyer will argue with this party for a long time. This is the first time that Kong Shan has seen Wang Hao so happy, and the price sold to Wang Hao was also on the high side. Kong Shan was waiting for Wang Hao to make further counteroffers. Even if it was a 50% discount, he would be able to accept it. In the end, Wang Hao was just asking for more. It was just a Jeep. So Kong Shan was naturally very satisfied. Now Wang Hao asked for door-to-door delivery, and Kong Shan naturally agreed. He was actually afraid that these cars would have problems along the way. If there is a problem, it is not their problem. Boss Kong, do you have a good car here? Wang Hao and Kong Shan chatted while Kong Shan's employees were busy loading the car. Good car? Kong Shan was a little surprised. We have never received a good car here. They are all scrap cars. What? You have a good car? Then Kong Shan laughed again. If Wang Hao had a good car, why would he come to them to buy such a scrapped car? However, Wang Hao smiled and said, what if there is? Really? Kong Shan was slightly startled and asked quickly. Wang Hao nodded. What kind of car? How new is it? Is there any damage? Kong Shan asked one after another. Wang Hao glanced at the cars that were being loaded onto the trailer and said, it's a Jeep. 100% new. Without any damage. A 100% new Jeep. Kong Shan thought for a while and said, what if you yes? I'll offer you 10,000 yuan. Wang Hao smiled and looked at Kong Shan and said, Boss Kong, you are not sincere. If you pay 10,000 yuan for a 100% new Jeep, you are not doing business. You are robbing it. Wang Hao has just inquired with Sun Yinfeng. The market price of a 100% new Jeep is between 13,000 and 15,000. Kong Shan's price is 10,000, which is obviously too low. The price is not low anymore. Kong Shan said. Wang Hao didn't speak, but glanced at Sun Yinfeng next to him. His meaning was obvious. Don't think I don't know the market price. Chapter 331 Reserve Team Members. Kong Shan naturally saw Wang Hao's little move and understood the meaning of Wang Hao's move. 12,000. Kong Shan said, for a 100% new Jeep. I will pay you 12,000. Boss Kong is in the vehicle business, so he doesn't know the market price of vehicles. Wang Hao said, vehicles there is no shortage of market, especially for new vehicles, which are priceless. If my new Jeep comes to the market, it shouldn't be a big problem to sell it for 15,000 yuan. In theory. That's the case, Kong Shan said. Not in a hurry. He looked at Wang Hao and said, but you may not know that the vehicle market has long been monopolized by the government and major families. If you don't have any background, just take a new vehicle and sell it on the market. I'm afraid someone will come to the door soon, and their price may not be as high as mine. Kong Shan's words are not difficult to understand, but Wang Hao is not worried. He smiled and said, how do you know that I don't have any money? What's the background? Kong Shan paused for a moment, looking at Wang Hao suspiciously, as if he was trying to determine whether his words were true or false. 100% new Jeep. 15,000 redemption points. If Boss Kong wants to buy it, pick up the car from me tomorrow. After saying that, Wang Hao turned around and left. Kong Shan looked at Wang Hao's back with an uncertain expression. Do you really have a 100% new Jeep? Sun Yinfeng couldn't help but ask Wang Hao on the way. Why? Are you interested too? Wang Hao asked Sun Yinfeng with a smile. Of course I am interested, Sun Yinfeng said. However, I don't have the ability to do the vehicle business now, so I can only covet it. The vehicle business is equivalent to the arms business in the past, and the profits are huge. But without some identity and background, you can't do this, okay? Sun Yinfeng's development is not slow, but he cannot enter this industry for the time being. The official army and major families, who now monopolize the vehicle business, are the official army and major families. Even Kong Shan is just working for these people. Of course, it is normal to make some extra money by taking advantage of your status while working. I do have the car, Wang Hao said. I just don't know if Kong Shan will buy it. He will definitely buy it, Sun Yinfeng said. Why? Because it's profitable, Sun Yinfeng said. Even if you sell it for 15,000, he will still make some money. It's just a matter of making more or less. A 100% new Jeep is sold on the market for 15,000 yuan, between 13,000 and 15,000. But the prerequisite is that you have a car. However, due to the scarcity of vehicles, many vehicles are priced but not marketable. In other words, even if you pay 15,000, you may not be able to buy a 100% new Jeep. And Kong Shan has been running this industry for many years, so he naturally has his channels. As long as he has a car in hand, it is not impossible for him to sell it for a price higher than 15,000. Then I'm relieved. Wang Hao nodded. I'm curious. Since you have a 100% new Jeep, why did you buy that pile of junk? Sun Yinfeng asked. In Sun Yinfeng's eyes, those cars that were about to be scrapped were no different from junk. If Wang Hao didn't have a car and bought those junk cars, he would understand that even if he didn't have a car, those cars could be used as makeshift ones. But since Wang Hao had a car, why would he buy those junk cars? Sun Yinfeng couldn't figure it out. Of course, I bought them for my own reasons, Wang Hao said with a smile. Without all that junk, where would he get a new car? Of course, you can't tell Sun Yinfeng this. The address Wang Hao gave Kong Shan was where the team was stationed. After the tow truck delivered the 5 vehicles, Wang Hao drove them one by one into the underground air raid shelter. When this air raid shelter was first built, Wang Hao had envisioned that various vehicles would be placed there. Therefore, the door of the air raid shelter was very spacious, and several vehicles could drive in without any problems. Your air raid shelter is quite big. Sun Yinfeng looked at the air raid shelter and looked surprised. Sun Yinfeng had never seen an air raid shelter larger than this. But this was the first time he had seen a team own such a large air raid shelter. Yeah, Wang Hao responded casually. This air raid shelter is indeed quite large. Even if 5 vehicles parked and entered, there is still a large space. However, Wang Hao was still dissatisfied with the area of the air raid shelter and wanted to continue to expand it. After all, as his team expanded, there would be more and more team members, and more supplies would be stored. By the way, let's go to the slums again tomorrow, Sun Yinfeng said to Wang Hao. You raised another batch of supplies so quickly? Wang Hao was a little surprised. Sun Yinfeng was going to the slums. Naturally not to travel, but to sell supplies. Yeah. Sun Yinfeng nodded. Opportunities are rare. If you want to make money, you have to be quick. I can't wait to go there every day. Although you can earn exchange points by selling supplies in the future, it will definitely not be as profitable as it is now. It wasn't as easy as it is now. So Sun Yinfeng definitely wanted to seize this opportunity. Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse. Firstly, helping to escort can earn exchange points. And secondly, Wang Hao also plans to go to the slums to recruit reserve teams. Sun Yinfeng left quickly. At noon, Luo Sun and Su Guangyuan also came back. However, they did not bring back good news. In one morning, we recruited 5. Rosen said, many people are not satisfied with the treatment of our reserve team. In addition, there are so many internal teams in the city now, and they are basically recruiting people. Therefore, if you are willing to come to our reserve team, there are not many people in the team. Wang Hao and others discussed the treatment of the reserve team in the morning, and it is actually not bad. Even higher than that of many regular members of the team. However, being able to buy a house in a civilian area requires more or less skills. People with skills will naturally have high spirits, and it is normal to look down on the status of members of the reserve team. Moreover, now the civil war teams in the city are springing up like mushrooms after a rain, and many teams are in order to being able to recruit capable team members. The benefits offered are very good, regardless of whether these benefits can be obtained. At least they are very attractive, and have made many people have higher expectations. It's okay. It's good to have 5 of them, Wang Hao said. I'll go see them wherever they are. I'll tell them to come over, Su Guangyuan said. When those people arrived, Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 also came back, and all the members of the Qifeng team also arrived. From today on, you are members of the reserve team of our Qifeng team, Wang Hao said. The team will provide you with some bullets, medicines, and other supplies every day. If you feel that they are not enough, you can spend money to buy them from the team warehouse. As team members, you can enjoy internal prices, which are cheaper than those on the market. You can also put your unused equipment in the team warehouse. If other members buy it, whether it is Chinese currency or an exchange point, it will be yours. Chapter 332 Potential Conflict. Why are there so many teams in Silver Light City today? Why are all the major teams recruiting people? And almost all teams are fully staffed? Why do capable survivors wait for invitations from major teams? Because there are several new updates in the Exchange Mall building. One of which is, for survivors who join the team, the team leader can get a commission from the redemption points earned by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. As for the commission ratio, it is decided by the team leader himself. Wang Hao also just learned about this news. After knowing the news, he was not surprised why so many teams were recruiting people. With this updated content, there will definitely be a lot of teams. Who doesn't want to be the captain? However, not everyone can be the captain. Survivors will also think carefully before joining the team. If the team has no future, they will not join. Of course, the reserve team status is not permanent. Wang Hao continued to say to several people, as long as you perform well, you can become a formal member. The treatment of the formal members will naturally be better. And there are some good things that only the formal members can get. It can be purchased. Our Qifeng team is a 4th level team, and can recruit 40 people. Currently, there are only 8 official members. So there are many vacancies. The reserve team members are not official members of the team. As the team captain, Wang Hao has always been a member of the team. They don't get commissions. Only those places recognized by the system can provide bonuses to Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao didn't care, and was not in a hurry to expand the team. Now that he had puppets to help him, he was not slow to earn exchange points. So he was not in a hurry to earn exchange points in this way. Later, Wang Hao distributed the first batch of supplies to several people. However, everyone in the Qifeng team went to the slums together. Although Wang Hao bought 5 cars, those cars were close to being scrapped and obviously could not be put into use. Wang Hao had already used up the number of repairs today, so the ones he used today were still borrowed by Zhuang Shuer. Car. The major legions are ready to clear out the zombies and mutated beasts in the slums. On the way, Zhuang Shuer brought the latest news to Wang Hao. Are you going to take action? Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded. The zombies and mutant beasts in the civilian areas have been almost eliminated. And some schools have even resumed teaching. 6 cities in China have been destroyed or captured. As one of the surviving cities, Silver Light City will inevitably welcome many refugees from other cities. If the mutant beasts and zombies in the slums are not clear, it will be difficult for refugees from other cities to enter the city. Zhuang Shuer is naturally well informed. Yes, since she said that, the major legions in Silver Light City are probably really going to take action against the slums. In other words, there is not much time left for Wang Hao and the others to comfortably hunt mutant beasts and zombies in the slums. Of course, the slum area is not small, and the terrain is complex. There are many more zombies and mutant beasts here than in the previous civilian areas. Therefore, Wang Hao and the others can still hunt for a while. Once survivors from other cities arrive, the situation in Silver Light City will become complicated. Yu Qianing said. Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded. Among the refugees from other cities, there are many very powerful organizations and families. After they arrive in Silver Light City, they may not accept the change of becoming ordinary survivors. When the time comes, there may be some conflicts, and even the distribution of power in Silver Light City will change, Zhuang Shuer said, glancing at Qi Churen, who was silent next to him. The Qi family is one of the big families. The Qi family is also on their way to Silver Light City. If there weren't too many zombies and mutated beasts on the road, everyone in the Qi family would have arrived at Silver Light City long ago. But even so, they should not be able to reach Silver Light City for long. Light City. The Qi family was originally a big family. After arriving in Yingguang City, they became outsiders. The original forces in Yingguang City have divided their own territories and domains. If an outside force, like the Qi family, can be an ordinary person in peace and stability, survivors, that's okay. But once they are not satisfied with just becoming ordinary survivors, they will inevitably conflict with the original forces of Silver Light City, Qi family and other foreign forces. Are they willing to become just ordinary survivors? Not likely. Qi Churen felt the gazes of the other three people in the car. She said nothing. She also knew that those in her family would not be willing to just be ordinary survivors. If they wanted to compete for territory and interests, they would inevitably there was a conflict with the original forces in Silver Light City. Obviously, both Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing represent the original forces, but Wang Hao represents the emerging forces. In fact, there is not much difference between such forces and external forces, because he wants to expand his influence. If you strive for greater interests, you will also conflict with the original old forces. Thinking about it this way, it seems that Wang Hao still has the possibility to win over. Wang Hao didn't know what Qi Churen was thinking. He was also thinking about what Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing just said. This Silver Light City will never be too peaceful in the future. Even if all the mutant beasts and zombies in the city are killed, it will be difficult for Silver Light City to return to its previous peace. The arrival of external forces will have a profound impact on Silver Light City. Caused a big impact. Unless Silver Light City refuses the entry of those people. But this is almost impossible, because there are too many refugees from other cities. If they keep these refugees out of the city, they may cause riots. It is even not impossible for those refugees to attack Silver City. At the same time, inside the city, survivors with conscience will not be indifferent to this, and civil strife is very likely to occur by then. As long as Silver Light City opens its gates to accept survivors from other cities, they will not be able to eliminate organizations, families, teams, or even armies and other forces among them, because there are too many survivors, and it is impossible for them to identify them one by one. That is an arduous project, and an almost impossible one to complete. Therefore, it can be said that the arrival of other forces is almost certain. As for how to deal with this matter, it is not Wang Hao's turn to have a headache. It is a headache for the big bosses. Everyone quickly arrived at the slums. There were already many survivors here. However, most survivors only dared to stay on the periphery. There were relatively few zombies and mutant beasts here. Although the hunting efficiency was not high, it was better than safety. Of course, Wang Hao and the others would not be satisfied with just hunting mutant beasts and zombies here. Several cars kept driving in. Wang Hao used his clairvoyance ability to keep observing the surrounding situation. Chapter 333. The firepower is strong enough. Captain, is it not safe here? Luo Bing looked at the dense zombies and mutated beasts not far away with worry on his face. Luo Bing is one of the reserve team members who has just joined the Qifeng team. This is also the first time they have followed the official members of the team to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Originally, they thought Wang Hao would lead them to activities in the periphery. But who knew? But the entire convoy was quite deep, and they were almost surrounded by mutant beasts and zombies. which frightened Luo Bing and others. This is naturally not the first time Luo Bing and the others have faced zombies and mutant beasts. But in the past, they only dared to fight zombies and mutant beasts when they had the advantage in numbers. They would be willing to join the reserve team of the Qingfeng team. Their own strength is naturally not too strong. Otherwise, they would have gone to other teams to become official members instead of becoming non-staff members. Therefore, when they saw the dense zombies and mutant beasts, they would inevitably feel nervous. It's okay. Wang Hao smiled and said, "We have enough firepower." As he spoke, Wang Hao had already taken out the M249 from his backpack. This M249 was the mother body. Although Zhuang Shuer and the others bought 3 of them. But Wang Hao will naturally not sell this matrix. Seeing Wang Hao actually pulling out a light machine gun, Luo Bing and others were shocked. They naturally know how scarce light machine guns are in reality. At the same time, they also understand how powerful the firepower of light machine guns is. As a survivor, who doesn't want to own a light machine gun? However, light machine guns are extremely rare on the market. And they are not cheap. They are definitely not something ordinary survivors can own. They did not expect that Wang Hao actually had one. What shocked Luo Bing and the others even more was that Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, and Qi Charan also took out M249s one after another. A team of 8 official members actually has 4 light machine guns. This firepower is even more powerful than many official divisions. In addition, although Rosen and others did not take out M249s, they also took out airdrop guns like Gouda, which made Luo Bing and others jealous. What kind of fairy team did you join? Not only are there rare light machine guns, but there are also airdrop guns. This kind of firepower configuration is definitely better than most teams. When each team recruits people, they will promote their team's advantages to the survivors. Weapon configuration is a very important point. It is very rare for a team to have an airdrop gun, and it is worth showing off. But the Qingfeng team actually has not only light machine guns, but also airdrop guns. This configuration is too luxurious. When Luo Sun and Su Guangyuan went to recruit people, they did not publicize the weapon configuration of their team, or even the level of the team. It was not that they had forgotten, but that they felt that there was no need to deliberately publicize these. It's good to recruit people, and it doesn't matter if they can't recruit people. They are not in a hurry when it comes to recruiting people. They can take their time, and they don't want others to come for the team configuration and level. This is also the king's priority. Hao means. In fact, Wang Hao prefers to recruit people from the slums. There is a difference in mentality between the residents of the slums and the residents of the urban areas. At the same time, because of the harsh living environment of the slums, the survivors who come out of the slums are more able to endure hardships and are even less afraid. Die! Therefore, Wang Hao didn't care too much about how many people could be recruited from civilian areas. His goal was to place them in slums. Captain, your weapons. Luo Bing and others couldn't hide the shock on their faces. I told you. Our team has very strong firepower. Wang Hao said with a smile. When you become a formal member of the team in the future, you can also spend exchange points to purchase these weapons from the team warehouse. And the price will be lower than on the market. Can we also use these guns? Zhao Heng was very excited. He is also one of the reserve team members recruited this time. He is 31 years old this year. But the highest rank on the virtual battlefield is only Silver 1. It can be said that his strength is quite average. For becoming a virtual battlefield, as a member of the reserve team of the Qingfeng team, he doesn't feel any shame. After all, with his rank, even if he goes to the official army, he can only be an auxiliary army, which is not much different from being a member of the reserve team of the Qingfeng team. The difference. Zhao Heng's guns are very ordinary. A Scar A and an UMP-45. He dreams of owning an airdrop gun. However, he knows that with his strength and ability to earn redemption points, it is impossible to own an airdrop gun. Only in dreams. However, Wang Hao's words now ignited his hope. As long as you become an official member of the team, you can purchase airdrop guns and light machine guns. The price is cheaper than what's on the market. Of course. Wang Hao said. Then how can we become regular? Luo Bing asked. Of course, it depends on your performance. Wang Hao said, strength is one part. And combat literacy is also another aspect. I don't want anyone to disobey orders during the battle, whether on the virtual battlefield. In reality, it is very important to obey orders. On the virtual battlefield, failure to obey orders may lead to the destruction of the team. But in reality, failure to obey orders may result in casualties in the team. No matter what the situation is, Wang Hao is not willing to see it. So it is important to obey the command. We will definitely obey the command. Luo Bing and others promised again and again. If they were only looking at strength, they wouldn't have much confidence. But if they were to follow orders, then of course there would be no problem. Okay. We'll talk about these things later. Wang Hao glanced at the zombies and mutant beasts coming this way. Let's get down to business first. Yes. Kill these beasts first. Feng Gaoyuan said on his side, loading and eager to try. In fact, his injury was not completely healed. But seeing everyone hunting mutant beasts and zombies, he couldn't sit still. So he followed him. And Yu Jianzhong also came. Fortunately, although the injuries of the two men have not healed, it does not affect the shooting. During the battle, the two of them will not become a burden. Otherwise the two of them would not follow. Wang Hao made the arrangements himself. He, Luo's son, and Su Guangyuan were at the front. Zhuang Shuer, Qi Charan, Yu Qianing, and Luo Bing were on both sides, forming a crossfire. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong led the remaining 4 reserves. The members were behind Wang Hao and the others, providing fire support. Their positions were slightly higher than those of Wang Hao and the others. Seeing the zombies and mutated beasts getting closer and closer, Wang Hao and the others were not nervous at all, but more expecting. Facing these low-level zombies, they no longer felt nervous at first. In their eyes, these were not zombies and mutated beasts, but a walking exchange point. Chapter 334. So easy. It turns out that hunting zombies and mutant beasts can be so easy. After the initial tension, Luo Bing and others had completely relaxed. At the beginning, even after seeing Wang Hao and the others' luxurious weapons and equipment, Luo Bing and others couldn't help but feel a little nervous, even scared, because there were so many zombies and mutant beasts around them, so densely packed that they were overwhelming. Number. How had they ever faced so many zombies and mutated beasts at the same time? When they hunted zombies and mutant beasts in the past, they would only dare to attack when the number of zombies and mutant beasts was smaller than their number. Otherwise, they would just turn around and run away. This was the first time they faced so many zombies and mutant beasts. Mutated beast. Therefore, they are understandably nervous. But after the battle started, they realized that their worries were completely unnecessary. Not only were Wang Hao and the others well equipped with weapons, they also had better shooting skills. Zombies and mutant beasts couldn't even get within 20 meters of them before they were all killed and fell to the ground. There were more and more corpses of zombies and mutant beasts in front of them. And all they have to do is shoot. Shoot. And shoot again. There was no need to worry about their own safety at all. They only needed to follow Wang Hao and the others and shoot at the zombies and mutant beasts. Then, the exchange points increased one by one. Although the speed at which they earn exchange points cannot be compared with Wang Hao and others, compared to the past, they are already quite satisfied. They had never thought that earning redemption points could be so easy. At this time, they were all very grateful for their previous choice. If they had not joined the Qifeng team, how could they earn redemption points so easily? Wang Hao and others didn't know what Luo Bing and others were thinking. At this time, their attention was focused on the zombies and mutant beasts around them. Wang Hao also used a light machine gun for the first time to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. The efficiency was really good. It is more than improved several times. The firepower of a light machine gun is inherently stronger than that of a rifle. What's more, Wang Hao and the others are using a modified light machine gun. Both its power and ammunition capacity have been improved, so its firepower is naturally stronger. There is a saying, all fear comes from lack of firepower. When the firepower is strong enough, fear ceases to exist. Such is the current situation. With the strength of Wang Hao and his team, it is not difficult to hunt down low-level zombies and mutant beasts. But without the modified M249 and those airdrop guns, their hunting efficiency would not be so high. It would be impossible to eliminate zombies and mutant beasts. It won't be that fast either. It's cool. It's so cool. Feng Gaoyuan laughed. These past few days have been frustrating him, seeing his comrades constantly earning exchange points. He can only recuperate in the team station. Forget about the urgency in his heart. Today, he can finally come. He earned redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies, and he felt instantly relieved. Half of Wang Hao's thoughts were not here at this time. He has been observing the surrounding situation, trying to find high-level zombies and mutant beasts, and then control them. However, this is not going well. There are many mutant beasts and zombies in front of them, But they are all low-level zombies, and the highest mutant beast is only level 2. And none is above level 2. As for why Wang Hao can know the levels of these zombies and mutant beasts so accurately, this is also related to the recent update of the Exchange Mall. In the updated content, in addition to the addition of team captains, who can obtain team member commissions, there are other content. One of them is that all survivors will be able to clearly see the levels of zombies and mutant beasts in the future. This may be why the Exchange Mall wants everyone to do what they can. It is precisely because of this update that Wang Hao can accurately know the levels of these zombies and mutant beasts. Wang Hao naturally did not want to waste his precious quota on these low-level zombies and mutant beasts. But he had not yet discovered the existence of high-level ones. At the same time, Wang Hao's puppets are also helping him earn redemption points. Unfortunately, although they can help Wang Hao earn redemption points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies, they cannot increase points for the team. This is really a pity. It wasn't until evening that Wang Hao and the others returned. In the process, each of them gained a lot. Wang Hao felt a little regretful in his heart, because until the end, he did not find higher-level zombies and mutant beasts. In the end, he could only secretly control 2 second-level zombies and 1 first-level mutant beast. However, the first-level mutant beasts are flying mutant beasts. Flying mutant beasts are usually more powerful and more practical than the mutant beasts on land. Therefore, this first-level mutant beast makes Wang Hao a little satisfied. Captain, are we coming back tomorrow? On the way back, Luo Bing asked Wang Hao expectantly. What they gained in this half-day afternoon was almost equivalent to what they had earned in the past month. It was usually too difficult for them to earn exchange points. Now that they could earn exchange points so easily, they were naturally looking forward to it. Come! Wang Hao calmed down and said with a smile. However, we have other things to do tomorrow. Hunting mutant beasts and zombies is just a side trip. What is it? Escorting supplies. Wang Hao probably told Luo Bing about this matter. They said, everyone who participates in the escort will be allocated redemption points. Really? Luo Bing and others were greatly surprised. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Great. Luo Bing and others were excited. They also didn't expect that after joining the Qifeng team, earning exchange points would be so much easier than before. This was definitely beyond their imagination. By the way, the team competition will start tomorrow night. Although we don't know the specific rules yet, everyone should be careful during the day tomorrow and don't get injured, so as not to affect your performance on the virtual battlefield. Wang Hao said to everyone. The team competition only happens once a month, and Wang Hao still attaches great importance to it. However, there are currently no detailed rules for the team competition. However, Wang Hao guesses that it should be similar to the team competitions he watched before time travel. And the final reward is? Wang Hao guessed that in addition to redemption points, there may also be rewards related to the team. After all, both the Redemption Mall and the virtual battlefield are now encouraging the formation of teams, so there will naturally be no shortage of support for the team. This competition should be one of them. This is the first team competition. Wang Hao still has high expectations and hopes that the members of his team can perform well in the competition. Chapter 335, Meetings in the City Lord's Mansion. Everyone nodded to show their understanding. Everyone is also looking forward to this competition. After all, it is a new model. Everyone also wants to know what this team competition will be like. When Wang Hao and the others returned to the wealthy area, many high-level and powerful figures in Silver Light City gathered together in the City Lord's Palace. The number of mutant beasts and zombies in the slums exceeds expectations. Moreover, there are relatively many high-level zombies and mutant beasts there. It will take some time to completely eliminate them. Su Biao, commander of the 1st Legion of Silver Light City, said. Several legions from Silver Light City have marched into the slums. But the process is not as smooth as everyone expected. For a long time, these big guys in Silver Light City have lacked concern for the slums. Of course, they are not the only ones like this. In fact, this is the case in all major cities. The status of the residents in the slums is very low in the entire city. Therefore, the people in power in major cities don't care much about the residents of slums and the environment there. They even turn a blind eye to the conflicts that occur there, as long as they don't cause too much trouble. If it goes too far, official personnel will not intervene in management. Therefore, the slums are very dirty and messy. The roads are in bad condition, and the buildings are dilapidated. This time, they were destroyed by zombies and mutant beasts. It was not known whether there were mutant beasts and zombies hidden there. Therefore, the major legions were not advancing very fast, and the process of fighting zombies and mutant beasts was not as smooth as expected. After all, none of them had the see-through ability like Wang Hao. We were too optimistic before. Wu Haomu said, the situation in the slums is more complicated than we thought. However, nowadays, zombies, mutant beasts, and even those rebels are occupying the cities. Our Silver City, it is no longer their focus. So although there are many zombies and mutant beasts in the slums, it is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. Everyone nodded. Wu Haomu's analysis is very reasonable. 6 major cities in China have been breached or occupied by zombies, mutant beasts, and rebels. Those zombies and mutant beasts with intelligence naturally know how to choose and how to deal with the zombies in Silver Light City. Although there are still many mutant beasts, without unified command, the threat of these zombies and mutant beasts is greatly reduced, and it is only a matter of time before they are eliminated. There are now many internal troops in the city. Compared with the past, ordinary survivors dare to, or even take the initiative to fight zombies and mutant beasts. Wang Nai smiled and said, because of the updates to the exchange mall and the virtual battlefield, these batches of zombies and mutant beasts have become exchange points for walking. Once these zombies and mutant beasts are eliminated in the city, our overall strength of Silver Light City will rise to a higher level. Even if zombies and mutant beasts attack the city again next time, we will, yes. Zhuang Jian said, in fact, we can encourage the teams in the city to be more proactive. Because of the existence of the virtual battlefield, they have the strength to fight zombies and mutant beasts. Accumulating more experience will also help them fight against zombies and mutant beasts in the future. Commander Zhuang is right. Wu Haomu nodded and said, this time the zombies and mutant beasts will attack the city. A reminder to all of us that their threats have never disappeared. And with the emergence of intelligent creatures among them, their threats are constantly increasing. This time, they conquered and occupied 6 cities. And no one could we know when their next attack will come. And now many survivors have rebelled and joined the zombie and mutant beast camp. Once they attack the city again, they will be a greater threat than this time. As a city lord, Wu Haomu naturally has more things to consider and is more long-term. He has been keeping in touch with other city lords to understand the situation in other cities. There are 2 words to sum up the situation in China: terrible, very bad. Overnight, 2/3 of the big cities were conquered and occupied. This was absolutely a bolt from the blue for the human survivors. The more cities the human survivors occupied, the greater their room for maneuver. Now, 3/3 the second big city was conquered and occupied, leaving them with a lot less room for maneuver. What made them even more annoyed was that many human survivors couldn't figure out the stakes and actually chose to cooperate with zombies and mutant beasts. This is a betrayal of their humanity, and a major blow to these human survivors who are still persisting. Moreover, although they have eliminated a lot of zombies and mutant beasts in the past few days, to the group of zombies and mutant beasts, this number is nothing at all. Not even a fraction. The zombies and mutated beasts have not been severely damaged. Their main force is still there. With the experience of this siege, their next siege will be more experienced. This is comfortable for human survivors like them. Not a good thing. Therefore, the strength of the human survivors must also be improved. Only with sufficient strength can these human survivors be able to fight the next time zombies and mutant beasts attack the city on a large scale. In this context, we cannot just improve the strength of the army. After all, no matter how strong the army is, its number is limited. There are only hundreds of thousands of troops in each city. There are more ordinary survivors among humans. Only by improving the strength of these ordinary survivors can the overall strength of mankind be improved. Now is the perfect opportunity to improve these ordinary human survivors. There are many zombies and mutant beasts inside and outside Silver Light City. The situation outside the city is unknown for the time being. But inside the city, Wu Haomu and others have decided that the leader of the zombies and mutant beasts has left. Even if there are still high-level zombies and mutant beasts, they also have no intelligence. As long as these zombies and mutant beasts do not have unified command, then their threat will be much smaller, which can just give ordinary survivors a chance to practice their skills. Now fighting these zombies and mutant beasts can not only improve the combat experience of ordinary survivors, but also gain additional redemption points. With the redemption points, you can arm yourself and strengthen yourself, which can also improve your strength. Therefore, Wu Haomu is also preparing to issue a notice to encourage civilian teams to take the initiative to hunt mutant beasts and zombies to increase the overall strength of their Silver Light City to cope with the next attack of mutant beasts and zombies. Each time their strength increases, points, their success rate in defending the city would be 10% higher. Chapter 336. Do you want to accept it? The threat of zombies and mutant beasts is indeed great, but they should not attack our Silver Light City in a short time. Ningtai said, what we should consider most, and the most difficult thing now, is the reconstruction of the city, and how to resettle it. Survivors who fled from other cities. Lao Ning is right, Lin Yu said. These two issues are the most difficult ones at the moment. Especially the second one. We should make a decision as soon as possible. Lin Yu is the commander of the 7th Legion of Silver Light City, and has always had a good relationship with Ningtai. Everyone nodded. At present, in Silver Light City, the zombies, mutant beasts and rebels in the rich and civilian areas have been cleared away, and the cleanup of mutant beasts and zombies in the slums has also been put on the agenda. However, mutant beasts and zombies are easy to remove, but the damage they cause is not so easy to recover. The situation in the rich area is pretty good. It has not suffered too much damage from mutant beasts and zombies. Only the rebels have caused some damage, and recovery is relatively simple. But the situation in civilian areas is not so optimistic. Mutated beasts and zombies have been entrenched in civilian areas for several days. During these days, they have caused varying degrees of damage to various buildings. Nowadays, zombies and mutants in civilian areas, although the beast has been cleaned up, it is still in a mess, and a large number of buildings have been damaged. It will take a lot of energy and financial resources to rebuild and restore. And the situation in the slums is even worse. There are still a lot of zombies and mutant beasts there. The destructive power of zombies is relatively small, but some mutant beasts, especially the large mutant beasts, are quite destructive at all. A large number of buildings have been destroyed. Even roads, bridges, and rivers have been damaged to varying degrees. Nowadays, Silver Light City's army is advancing very slowly in the slums, which is also related to the large amount of damage there. These facilities are easy to destroy, but not easy to build. I suggest that after the zombies and mutated beasts in the slums are eliminated, a notice should be issued in the name of the city lord's palace to summon folk craftsmen, and the government can arrange the reconstruction plan. At the same time, some migrant workers can be called in to assist. The government can give them a certain amount of support. Remuneration, Gao Liangjun said. This unified arrangement can improve the efficiency of reconstruction and avoid disrupting the market. This suggestion is feasible. The market will not be chaotic if the government makes unified arrangements. Otherwise, repairs will have to be done here and there, and the construction site will be sold out for a price, which will affect the construction efficiency. In this way, if the officials make unified arrangements, this situation will not happen. The official can give them remuneration. Of course, the owners who build the houses must also pay. Generally speaking, the official will not subsidize too much in the end, and it will not even cost too much money in exchange. Point. We should focus on discussing how to deal with refugees from other cities. Lin Yu said. At present, survivors from other cities have arrived at the outskirts of our Silver City. Just because the 4 cities of Silver City, the doors are occupied by zombies and mutant beasts. They cannot enter for the time being. But soon a large number of refugees will arrive. By that time, zombies and mutant beasts will not be a threat. Do you want to accept them? How to arrange the city after that? These are all questions. This is indeed a problem. In fact, these people present have been thinking about this matter for the past few days. But until now, they have not come to a conclusion. Accept those who fled? Morally speaking, they should indeed do this. But truly accepting them will cause a series of problems. These refugees are not just ordinary survivors. They also include many members of large families, and even the military. Senior commanders? How to place them is a question that must be considered. This matter is nothing to consider. Yan Lai said, these refugees are also survivors and our compatriots. We have no reason to deny them entry into the city. I think so too. Lu Yuan continued, although there are many survivors in our Silver Light City, the strength of mutant beasts and zombies is increasing now. And there are also intelligent creatures among them. With the current strength of our Silver Light City, we may not be able to withstand their next attack. Therefore, it is necessary to accumulate strength. Those refugees are our compatriots and our natural allies. If we keep them out of the city, not only will they lose their lives, but we will also be harmed. We have made our Yingguang city's defense weak. Yan Lai and Lu Yuan's words made sense, and were recognized by some people at the scene. However, not everyone agreed with their views. What you two said makes sense, Su Biao said, but you only talked about the good parts, and you didn't mention the bad parts. Our current order in Silver Light City is very stable. This is the result of more than 100 years of accumulation. Those who came down will now suddenly have to accept hundreds of thousands, or even millions or tens of millions of survivors. This will have an impact on the order we have formed. Those foreign survivors will affect our original survivors in Silver Light City. Their interests may even conflict. Everyone's expressions changed slightly when they heard Su Biao's words. Even Yan Lai and Lu Yuan did not immediately refute. In addition, Su Biao continued, we all know that there are still a large number of troops among these survivors. After they enter the city, how do we place them and treat them as ordinary survivors? Or list them as a formal army? If we just treat them as ordinary survivors, we have no problem. The question is whether they can accept it. If we treat them as a formal army, the treatment issue also needs to be carefully considered. Moreover, the senior officers among them, should we discuss it carefully first? Su Biao's words made the expressions of everyone at the scene change even more obviously. Although what Su Biao said didn't sound so nice, it was the truth. Accepting ordinary survivors will have a certain impact on their resources. However, due to the existence of the virtual battlefield, this impact can be minimized. However, when the army enters the city, it is not so easy to place them. The combined strength of these armies may not be weaker than their current military strength in Silver Light City. If the soldiers of those armies are dissatisfied with the arrangements of their Silver Light City and rebel, it will definitely be a disaster for their Silver Light City. Therefore, whether to accept those survivors and how to arrange those survivors are all issues that need to be considered. Chapter 337 Wu Haomu's decision. You mean to keep them out of the city? Yan Lai looked at Su Biao with a slightly aggressive tone. That's not what I meant, Su Biao said. What I mean is that this matter must be considered carefully. Otherwise, once a large number of survivors pour into our Yingguang city, it may impact and destroy our existing Yingguang city. Everyone must understand that the survivors who come to our Silver Light City this time are not one or two, but hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions. If arrangements are not made for so many foreign survivors, it's easy to cause some negative effects. There's nothing to consider about this matter. Yan Lai then said, they are our compatriots, not zombies and mutant beasts. Outside the city, that is pushing them into danger. Now mutant beasts and zombies are becoming more and more difficult to deal with. It is the time when we human survivors need to unite. At this time, we should accumulate more strength instead of sending allies push out of the city. Commander Yang's words are reasonable, but Commander Su's worries are not unnecessary. As soon as Yan Lai finished speaking, Lin Yu continued, our current situation in Silver Light City is very stable. When a large number of survivors come in, there will inevitably be some impact. How to deal with these impacts is something we must consider clearly in advance. Moreover, we all know that rebels have appeared in various cities, and these rebels have betrayed themselves. Their souls are associating with mutant beasts and zombies. Their harm is no less than mutant beasts and zombies. Who can guarantee that the survivors who enter the city are all from our camp? And there will be no rebels if the rebels also sneak in. If we enter the city and cause destruction everywhere in the city, the stable situation that we have finally achieved in Silver Light City will be destroyed. Even the next time zombies and mutant beasts attack the city, these rebels may cooperating with them inside, and outside will definitely be a big blow to our Silver City. Although we defended the city this time, there is also an element of luck in it. No one can guarantee that if there are rebels who cooperate inside and outside, our next time we can still defend the city. Lin Yu's words made Yan Lai silent, although he still had an unconvinced look on his face. He had to admit that Lin Yu's worries were not unnecessary, because there were rebels among the human survivors, and they simply can't tell who is still in the human camp and who has become a rebel. If the rebels are really let in, the potential threats will be much greater. Then we won't let them enter the city? Lu Yuan said, there are now zombies and mutant beasts outside the city. After these few days of fighting, we have discovered that the strength of zombies and mutant beasts is stronger than before the Exchange Mall update. If refugees from other cities are kept out of the city, they will be in danger. Everyone at the scene obviously had different opinions. Wu Haomu sat at the head and listened to everyone explain their opinions before he said, everyone just said, I have heard everything you said. It can be said that what everyone said makes sense. We cannot ignore the refugees from other cities. They are our compatriots and our allies. Even if we do not think about them, we must think about ourselves. Think about it. If other survivors have suffered too many losses, our existing 3 cities alone will definitely not be able to withstand the attacks of zombies and mutant beasts. It will be a matter of time before they are breached. By then, we humans will have completely disappeared. Having said this, Wu Haomu paused, and then continued, but it is not appropriate to let them in rashly. It is likely to destroy the existing stability of our Silver City, if there are rebels among these survivors. If it exists, our Silver Light City is even in danger of being breached. Wu Haomu expressed his affirmation of both sides' views. After all, what both sides said was reasonable and similar to what he thought. So, I have decided, Wu Haomu said solemnly. The Exchange Mall building will be open to survivors arriving from other cities, allowing them to enter the city to exchange supplies. However, after dark, they must leave the city and cannot stay overnight in the city. We can temporarily place them outside the city. There must be craftsmen among these refugees. They can use the exchange materials to build a station or even a city outside our Silver Light City. Not only do they have a foothold, but they can also act as horns with us in Silver Light City. We can support each other when facing attacks from zombies and mutant beasts. In this way, we can also better protect Silver Light City. Build a city outside the city? Everyone was a little surprised. But if they thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. In fact, they don't necessarily need to build a city. They can just build a garrison. Building a garrison is not difficult when there are resources and craftsmen. Once they have a garrison, they have a place to stay, and they can continue to work in the future, improve the settlement, and even build it into a city. These refugees have settled outside Silver Light City, which can also protect Silver Light City. If they fight mutant beasts and zombies again, the two sides can also support each other. This is feasible. But can they agree? Su Biao said worriedly. There is definitely no security outside the city, especially before the garrison is built. Even if the garrison is built, the defense of the garrison cannot be compared with that of the city. Therefore, refugees from other cities may not be willing to stay outside the city honestly. It's not up to them. Wu Haomu said with a cold face. We will not save them until they die. But if they don't know what to do, we can't blame us for being cold-blooded. We are the leaders of Silver Light City, and we must do it for them. The survivors in this city are responsible. If they don't agree, then we will close the Exchange Mall. In short, all decisions we make must first consider Silver Light City and the survivors in our city, Wu Haomu said. Although a little ruthless, everyone felt that there was nothing wrong. Wu Haomu is the city lord of Silver Light City. They are the leaders of the major legions in Silver Light City. Naturally, they must first be responsible for Silver Light City, and then they can consider survivors in other cities. Of course, only they themselves know if there is any selfishness in this. After all, the entry of survivors from other cities into the city will also have an impact on their existing power and status, and they will also be affected. Therefore, everyone supported Wu Haomu's decision. In this way, he not only helped the survivors in other cities, but also protected everyone in their Silver Light City. Chapter 338 The Must-Win Team Match. Then this matter is settled. Seeing that no one had any objections, Wu Haomu made the decision directly. After this matter was confirmed, everyone's worries were slightly relieved. What do you think of the team match tomorrow night? Huang Nai said while looking at everyone with a smile. Regarding the team competition, not only the private teams are paying attention, but the official teams are also paying attention. The currently known information is that team competitions can be rewarded with team points, and team points can improve the team level. The higher the team level, the more privileges it has. Those privileges, even for people like Wu Haomu and others, very greedy. Therefore, when private teams have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain recently, Wu Haomu and the others are also forming official teams. Each legion has expanded a lot of directly affiliated teams, and even the legions are gradually being divided into various teams. Perhaps in the near future these legions will appear in the form of team alliances. Our 5th Legion will definitely win this team competition, Yang Lai said confidently. The 5th Legion is a team with very high combat effectiveness among the many teams in Silver Light City. The soldiers in it are brave and experienced in combat. Real-life combat experience can be brought into the virtual battlefield. Therefore, the 5th Legion, the soldiers in the 5th Legion have always performed very well on the virtual battlefield. The average rank of the soldiers in this legion is also the highest among all the legions in the entire Silver Light City. For this first team competition, Yang Lai is bound to win. Yang Lai had already completed some reforms in the army before, and mobilized elite soldiers and generals in the army to form several elite teams. These teams performed well in the battles of hunting mutant beasts and zombies in the past few days. The team points have increased rapidly, and the team level has reached level 3, and is not far from level 4. Therefore, Yan Lai is full of confidence in this team competition. He was confident that the elite teams formed by his 5th Legion could be proud of all legions in the world. As for the civilian legions, Yan Lai did not take them seriously. Although there were experts among the civilians, their training could not be compared with the regular army. So, it couldn't be compared with the elites in the military. He believed that his teams were stronger than the civilian teams. Lao Yang, don't talk too much. Lu Yuan said with a smile, the teams under my 6th army may not be worse than yours. The final championship belongs to our 6th army. I admit it. The soldiers of your 2 legions usually fight bravely. But this competition is not about fighting bravely. Su Biao said with a smile, the soldiers of my 1st legion are the most average in strength among all the legions. And they are also the best equipped. In the team competition, our 1st legion must come out on top. Your legion's equipment is good. But the real equipment cannot be brought into the virtual battlefield. Ningtai said, those equipment will not harm you. How will it help in the competition? Everyone is very confident in this competition. Wu Haomu said with a smile, however, this competition is nationwide. And its mode should be different from the camp competition. Yes, everyone in the camp competition was assigned to different battlefields. And each battlefield had a winner. But in this team competition, I guess there will be a selection process. And the final selected masters will gather on the same battlefield to compete on the same stage. So your opponents are not just each other, but all the survivors in the country. It is not easy to win the championship. What's more, everyone should not forget that since ancient times, there have been masters among the people. And the final championship may be taken away by a private team. I'm not afraid of competing on the same stage across the country. Yang Lai said confidently. As for the private teams, it's not that I look down on them, but they have too little experience. Before this update, the number of private teams was very small. Although there are many teams now, most of them have just been formed, have relatively low levels, and do not have much tacit understanding with each other. Lao Yang is right. Lu Yuan continued. It is true that there are experts among the private sector, but this kind of competition, once you hear it, you will know that it tests the ability of team fighting. In this regard, our official team still has a great advantage. Many teams have been established for a long time. Even just recently. In those teams formed, the team members are all comrades. And they usually train together and fight together. So there is no big problem with coordination. Several other Legion commanders also expressed their thoughts. Basically, everyone's thoughts were the same. Similar to Yang Lai and Li Yuan. Everyone only regarded the official teams as their opponents. As for the private teams, they did not think they would pose much of a threat to them. I'm afraid that you guys will capsize in the gutter. Wu Haomu said with a smile, by the way, I remembered a special team. The team formed by Wang Hao. I remember that this team was affiliated with the 4th Army. Right. Speaking of which, they are also a semi-official and semi-private team. Commander Zhuang, what is the current situation of their team? Wu Haomu still has a deep impression of Wang Hao. He is also quite optimistic about Wang Hao. At first, he thought what wanted Wang Hao to enter the Legion and then let him enter the elite team was that he didn't expect that Wang Hao would actually form a team of his own and affiliated to the 4th Legion. Because they are just affiliated, Wang Hao's team can only be regarded as semi-official and semi-civilian. The 4th Army should not assign any combat missions to them. Of course, in contrast, they cannot get too much from the 4th Army. Resource support. Therefore, Wu Haomu is actually not very optimistic about Wang Hao's team. I don't know the specific situation, Zhuang Jian said, because they are just affiliated and rarely come to the Legion station. So I don't know much about the internal situation of their team. However, I heard from Shuer that the development of their team is very good. Wang Hao has recruited a few strong masters. Zhuang Jian actually didn't pay much attention to the Qingfeng team. He just asked Wang Hao to name the team under his own legion for the sake of his daughter's face. He is actually not very optimistic about such an affiliated team. In addition, he is the commander of the Legion. There are so many people in the entire Legion, and there are so many things to worry about every day. How can he be too attached to a team that is just affiliated? Heart. Zhuang Jian only needs to know that his daughter is safe in the team. As for whether the team can develop, he doesn't really care. However, Zhuang Jian was quite optimistic about Wang Hao before, so he considered that after a while, he would integrate Wang Hao's team and make it a team directly under the 4th Army. In the future, it can legitimately focus on training Wang Hao. And before the recruitment, He didn't want to give too much resources to the Qingfeng team. Chapter 339 New Regulations. He even hired a master? Wu Haomu was a little surprised. He has some skills. After all, Wang Hao's team was only affiliated to the 4th Army, and was not an official team. Therefore, they did not have much fame, and know what a prestigious title. Wang Hao himself has great potential, but his current rank is not high. In this case, it is not difficult for Wang Hao to recruit people, but it is not so easy to recruit experts. I heard from Shu'er that most of the people in their team are students from University A. Zhuang Jian said. I guess the experts she mentioned are also students from University A. Zhuang Jian. Occasionally I can chat with my daughter, so I know a little bit about the situation of the Qingfeng team. A student from University A? Wu Haomu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. He is very good at using resources. Students from University A are not bad in qualifications, and have high potential. But their current ranks are not low. It would be too high. But for his team, it is very good to be able to recruit students from a university. This should also be the best player he can recruit within his ability. A university is Silver Light. The best university in the city is also an important institution for recruiting students for the major legions in Silver Light City. Every year, the major legions in Silver Light City go to University A to recruit students. It can be said that among the various legions in Silver Light City, there are quite a lot of college students. Naturally, the major legions are recruiting this year. However, because the legions have rank requirements for recruitment, the major legions generally do not recruit freshmen, but start recruiting from sophomores. After all, freshmen are recruited. The freshmen in the first class are all newcomers who have not been in the virtual battlefield for a long time. Their talents may not be inferior to the seniors and seniors in the upper grades, but due to time constraints, their ranks are usually not very high. After all, Wang Hao entered a university as the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination. Moreover, he was a record-breaking #1 in the college entrance examination. This title is very dazzling, even in a university where there are many geniuses. Wang Hao is one of the most dazzling people. With this identity, Wang Hao must have attracted much attention in University A. Moreover, he also has a certain degree of appeal. It is not very difficult for him to use this identity to recruit team members. Strangeness. What a pity for Wang Hao. Yang Wei said with a slap in the face. If he had joined our 5th Legion, he would definitely be able to win the team championship with the team this time. With this championship title, his future development will be very good. It will be worse. And you can also get more resources. Lao Yang. You are talking as if your 5th army will definitely win the championship. Lu Yuan said unconvinced. If you want to win the championship, you have to beat us. This level. The topic turned back to the team competition. Wang Hao is a team, and he will definitely participate in the team competition this time. But no one at the scene is optimistic about Wang Hao. After all, Wang Hao himself is not a high level. Most of the team members are students, and the team was not established for a long time. After all, in this situation, it is almost impossible for Wang Hao's team to achieve good results. Among the people present, there were still many people who wanted to recruit Wang Hao, especially after the virtual battlefield and the exchange mall encouraged the formation of a team. Their thoughts became more determined. Of course, although they want to recruit Wang Hao, they have no intention of forming a team around Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao's talent is not bad. After all, he has only entered the virtual battlefield not long ago, and his rank is not high. So naturally everyone is not. They would make him the captain, or at most arrange for him to join an elite team. At this time, Wang Hao didn't know that everyone in the City Lord's palace had accidentally mentioned him again. Since he formed his team, Wang Hao has not been in contact with the big shots in the city. Naturally, he never expected that those people would talk about him again. After all, those are the big shots in Silver Light City. There are a lot of things going on in Silver Light City right now, and those people have a lot to worry about. How can they care about a little guy like him? After returning to the station, everyone dispersed one after another. Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong had been living in the team station because they were not feeling well these days. Now that they can move around, they followed Luo Sun back to school. By the way, now that the mutated beasts and zombies in the wealthy area have been cleared away, normal teaching at University A will resume soon, and Wang Hao and the others have to go back to class again. Wang Hao was not in a hurry to leave. He planned to go back at night, and his excuse for staying was to repair the car. Su Guangyuan offered to stay and help Wang Hao, but Wang Hao refused. He smiled and said that his car repair skills were a secret and could not be passed on to others. In fact, his secret could not be exposed. At least it cannot be exposed for the time being. And naturally it cannot leave other people behind. The reason why Wang Hao stayed was indeed because of those cars. Everyone would gather at the station tomorrow morning. Some people came very early. Wang Hao couldn't repair the cars in front of everyone. Right? Therefore, he planned to stay until 12 o'clock at night. And once the maintenance quota came down tomorrow, he would repair the vehicle. The reason why everyone dispersed so early today is also related to the recent update of the virtual battlefield. The virtual battlefield has recently been updated with a lot of new content, adding several new vehicles, including horses, dragons, etc. However, these new vehicles will only appear in special scenes, and will not appear until the player enters the virtual battlefield sometimes. You will randomly enter the classic mode or the special mode. The classic mode is what everyone usually plays, and the special mode is the new content released after the update. In the special mode, there are special props and special scenes. As for what they are specifically, in this way, relatively few people know about it for now, because entering the classic mode or special mode is completely random, and the probability of entering the classic mode is higher. In addition, the virtual battlefield has only been updated not long ago, so now there are relatively few players who have entered the special mode. At least no one from Wang Hao's team has entered the special mode. In addition to adding vehicles and special modes, this update also adds several new firearms. At the same time, there is also a very important update, 2-row and 4-row modes. Teams will not be allowed to enter the game in the future. In other words, all players will no longer have regular teammates. This update has a great impact on many people. After all, double rows and 4 rows can enter in teams. This rule has lasted for more than 100 years. Many people will choose their own regular teammates, especially those who are qualified survivors. They will also find experts to be their regular teammates. Almost all schools will also focus on teaching in this area. After all, there are 2-row and 4-row modes in the college entrance examination. If you don't practice more and don't determine your fixed teammates in advance, you will suffer a loss during the college entrance examination. However, this rule is now gone. Chapter 340 More updates. To be honest, this update also has an impact on the Qi Feng team. Wang Hao can use technology. He originally wanted to use this special ability to lead his teammates to eat more chickens. In this way, not only can he improve the points and ranks of his teammates, but he can also increase the number of times he touches the airdrop box and touch the treasure. The probability is also higher. The more team members have resources, the stronger the overall strength of the team will naturally be. But now, the virtual battlefield does not allow team formation in advance. Everyone who enters the virtual battlefield is randomly matched with teammates. As for whether the matched teammates are strong or weak, it depends on their luck. Wang Hao himself doesn't think it has much impact. It's just a pity that he can no longer lead the team to win. If he wants to improve the ranking points of double row and 4th row, he can only rely on the players themselves. It is precisely because of this update that everyone dispersed after returning to the rich area, instead of dispersing after 3 games as usual. Of course, in addition to these updates, Virtual Battlefield has other updates. In short, the current Virtual Battlefield has changed a lot compared to when Wang Hao first traveled through time. The survivors of this world also need to get familiar with and understand the current Virtual Battlefield again. The same is naturally true for Wang Hao. However, compared to others, Wang Hao is undoubtedly much more relaxed. What he is most worried about is that after the Virtual Battlefield update, he can no longer activate technology, or even choose to retain the auxiliary functions. Fortunately, although the Virtual Battlefield has been updated twice, adding a lot of new content and changing many original rules, but he can still choose the auxiliary function at the beginning of the game, and can also continue to use the auxiliary function on the Virtual Battlefield. As long as he can continue to use the auxiliary functions, Wang Hao doesn't have much to worry about. After withdrawing his thoughts, Wang Hao did not immediately enter the Virtual Battlefield but came to the underground air raid shelter, where 5 recently purchased junk cars were parked quietly. In addition to these 5 vehicles, there are also some supplies piled up in the air raid shelter, such as bread, biscuits, mineral water, bullets, etc. These supplies were purchased by Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan before. They were originally intended to be given to Uncle Zhao. But after some analysis by Feng Gaoyuan and Sun Yanfeng, Wang Hao changed his mind and changed the free gift to low-price sales. Most of the goods shipped to the slums last time were purchased by Sun Yinfeng, but a small part of them were purchased by Wang Hao and Su Guangyuan. The two of them bought it, and the ones now in the air raid shelter are left over from the last sale. Tomorrow, the Qingfeng team will transport supplies to the slums again with Sun Yinfeng. This time, Wang Hao will still bring a cart of supplies. Moreover, this time, in addition to Wang Hao, Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong, and Luo Sun also bought a truckload of supplies and planned to transport them to the slums tomorrow to take this opportunity to make some extra money. Wang Hao didn't have any objections to this. They were all members of his own team, and it was just a cart of supplies, so it had little impact. Naturally, Sun Yinfeng had no objections either. As for Zhuang Shuer's 3 daughters, they have no such idea, and they don't lack the money. After checking the supplies, Wang Hao simply sat in the jeep without leaving the air raid shelter, and then entered the virtual battlefield. In the first game, Wang Hao still played solo. This game is not much different from the past. Wang Hao has not been able to enter the special mode. It is still the classic mode, and he is already very familiar with this map, and he is becoming more and more comfortable with the application of auxiliary functions. With teammates, Wang Hao couldn't play too easily. After successfully eating the chicken, Wang Hao touched the airdrop box with some anticipation. Unfortunately, the airdrop box didn't bring him any surprises. It just gave him a box of steak. The texture of this steak is good. The quality should be high, Wang Hao said to himself as he looked at the steak in the box. The quality of steaks ranges from high to low, and the prices naturally vary. The price difference is very large. Of course, the taste is also very different. Wang Hao himself doesn't have much research on steak, and can only make simple judgments based on the texture, because of the existence of the virtual battlefield. Survivors in the apocalypse do not actually lack food. But there is also a difference between food and food. The survivors at the bottom can only eat cheap synthetic ointments, while the leaders at the top there is no shortage of red wine, steak, seafood, etc. Wang Hao actually doesn't have much need for food, but he is quite resistant to synthetic ointments. The stuff is really unpalatable, and Wang Hao will not eat it unless he cannot survive. After putting away the steaks, Wang Hao was ready to start today's double steak. This was Wang Hao's first time playing in a double queue after the virtual battlefield update. Sure enough, he tried to form a team in advance, but it didn't work anymore. He could only enter the virtual battlefield by forming a random team. After entering the virtual battlefield, Wang Hao first took a look at the map mode and saw that it was the classic mode again. Wang Hao was a little disappointed. He was still looking forward to the new mode. He also looked forward to the new vehicles and new firearms. Want to try it? It's a pity that the special mode is entered randomly. Even if Wang Hao thinks about it again, it will be useless without luck. After looking at the map, Wang Hao looked at his teammate, a young man in his 20s. This guy had yellow hair and had tattoos on his arms. He looked like a social youth. Wang Hao. When Wang Hao was sizing up his teammates, the young man was also sizing him up, because they were in a team. They both knew each other's names. And Wang Hao also knew that this young man's name was Song Kong. You don't look older than me. Or are you still a student? Song Kong looked at Wang Hao and asked. Well, I'm a freshman this year. Only a freshman? Song Kong seemed a little disappointed. So, it hasn't been long since you entered this virtual battlefield? Less than half a year. So short? Song Kong said with a face his disappointed expression was even more obvious. And he said to himself, it's over. Don't try to score too many points in this game. Obviously, Song Kong was not optimistic about Wang Hao. And at the same time, he didn't have much confidence in himself. Wang Hao smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true? Song Kong curled his lips and said, how high can you, a newcomer, be? As for me, although I have some strength, but with you're such a burden, it's probably hard for you to do anything. Wang Hao was already used to Song Kang's contempt. As long as he wasn't familiar with him, and knew that he had just entered the virtual battlefield, he would definitely not hold a candle to him. How much expectation there is. This is not for Wang Hao personally, but based on everyone's past experience. Newcomers like Wang Hao and others who have just entered the virtual battlefield are not even familiar with the map. So naturally they cannot be counted on. What a great play. Chapter 341 The same idea. We'll settle the matter later. Song Kong made a decision quickly. He couldn't be strict about points. He didn't have much confidence in himself or Wang Hao. He didn't want to lose a lot of points. Okay. Wang Hao had no objection. Nowadays, Wang Hao no longer looks down upon these exchange points on the virtual battlefield. Killing more people and less people does not make much difference to him. He is now the main way to earn exchange points. They are hunting zombies and mutated beasts. Plus they have secrets that cannot be exposed. In this kind of double row match, they are matched with unfamiliar teammates. So it is not a good choice to be close to each other. Song Kong clicked on the mini-map, seemingly looking for a suitable scoring point. Wang Hao's attention at this time was on the 3 auxiliary functions randomly selected in this game. Especially the second one. When the second auxiliary function came on, everyone became excited. Teleport, level 1 every 2 minutes. You can teleport anywhere within 5 meters. Teleport. This hook. Before Wang Hao traveled through time, he often saw it in the live broadcast rooms of anchors who like to use technology. He really cares about this technology because if it is used well, it can save his life. This life-saving not only refers to the virtual battlefield, but also includes reality. Without hesitation, Wang Hao chose the auxiliary function of teleportation. Let's go to the wild area next to G-Town. What do you think? Song Kong asked Wang Hao's opinion on the plane. Okay, Wang Hao said casually. Wang Hao has no special requirements for where to go. His current thoughts are on this auxiliary function, and he doesn't particularly care about the game itself. However, the point chosen by Song Kong is really quite remote. It is located in the far west of the map, and few people usually come here. There is absolutely no problem with this place. Song Kong vowed. Judging from his appearance, he had actually made up his mind to go to the west of G-Town. As for asking Wang Hao for his opinion, it was more like a formality. After all, in his mind, Wang Hao was just a newbie. He was not familiar with the virtual battlefield and could not provide any constructive suggestions. Song Kong had been watching the route, and after confirming the jumping point, he jumped off the plane. While Wang Hao stayed close to him, an unexpected scene appeared. In addition to Wang Hao and Song Kong, there were actually 2 other people flying in this direction. When Wang Hao told Song Kong about this situation, the guest was shocked. Holy crap! Isn't there usually no one coming to this shitty place? What's going on? Is this a coincidence? Or is it aimed at us? Song Kong seemed a little angry and a little panicked. With this burden, he was not sure he could defeat those 2 people. What should I do? Do you want to change the landing point? Wang Hao was very relaxed. Although he might have to fight face to face, and there was a risk of falling into a box, he was not too panicked. The more auxiliary functions there are, the more confident Wang Hao is now. Song Kong obviously hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "No. Let's still dance here. The fact that they can come here means that they are here to compete, and they must not have confidence in their own strength. They jumped when they saw someone here. We'll definitely change the location." Okay. Wang Hao naturally had no objection. Song Kong was obviously playing psychological warfare with his opponent. Those who came to a place like this were naturally not just new gun players. They were all here to argue with each other. Seeing the danger of a face-to-face fight, they would most likely choose to avoid it. It would be funny if they thought so too. Wang Hao muttered in his heart. When Wang Hao and Song Kong were communicating, the 2 people next to them were also communicating in the team channel. They obviously also discovered Wang Hao and Song Kong. What should I do? Do you want to change the placement point? Chengtu asked. Huifeng looked at Wang Hao and Song Kong, who were not far away, gritted his teeth and said, "No. These 2 people must be here to feud with each other. They don't dare to talk to us." That makes sense, Chengtu replied. Both sides feared that the other would not fight on the ground, and neither chose to change their landing point. However, as the ground came closer, both sides became tense. Damn it. Why don't they change directions? What are they doing? Are they trying to fight each other? Aren't they divided? They saw someone jumping in the same place, but didn't run away. Or, they didn't even look at it. Come to us? Song Kong and the other team members were getting more and more nervous. They were waiting for the other party to change their placement. But they were surprised to find that the other party had no intention of changing their placement. However, at this time, they were already very close to the ground, and the parachute had even opened on its own. At this time, it was too late to change the landing point, because this was a wild area, and there were only a few buildings in this area. The place is flat with an unobstructed view. If you change the landing point at this time and do not jump into the jumping room area, you can only land on the flat ground outside. There are no buildings, no resources, and even no bunkers. Once the opponent enters the house and finds the gun, you will be dead. One piece. Therefore, both parties can only jump within the area of these buildings. And do not dare to change landings at this time. We have no choice but to fight on the ground. Song Kong gritted his teeth and said, "Those two people didn't change their landing points. What are you doing here with guns?" You're really speechless. Little did he know that Song Kong was complaining about those two people. At that time, the two people were also complaining about him and Wang Hao. Their thoughts were exactly the same as Song Kong. If you have the guts to fight face to face, why do you come to such a remote place? Isn't it good to go to Port G, Port N, or City P? Even going to school is more suitable for steel guns than here. However, complaints are complaints, and it is unintentional to think about these things now. Soon, the four people landed one after another. There were 4 buildings in this wild area, one for each person. It's over. I only have 1 troll and 1 pistol here. Song Kang's desperate voice soon came from the team channel. In the hands of a master, a troll is no different from a magical weapon. But for most people, a troll is no different from a fire stick. Obviously, Song Kong is one of these people. When he just picks up when it comes to trolling, everyone is in despair. Wang Hao, what do you have there? Song Kong asked with expectation. Same as you, troll, Wang Hao said casually. It was a consensus that the wilderness was poor. Therefore, it was normal for the two of them not to find even a rifle. It's over. Song Kang's eyes were full of despair. Troll, that's not the same as a fire stick. That thing is useless at all. Chapter 342, 1 second. It's not over. Wang Hao casually waved his machete in his house. In addition to the trolls, Wang Hao also picked up a machete. If it were before, this machete would be of no use to Wang Hao. But now, the power of this thing in his hand is no worse than an airdrop gun. Even the best equipped player cannot withstand his blow. 1 strike of 10 knives is enough to kill any player instantly. It's already here. Stop bragging. Song Kong said, I saw it. One of them picked up an M416. The other one hasn't seen it yet. Hack. Why isn't that M4 in my house? The game is over. Big points are going to be lost. Song Kong was lying on the 2nd floor of the house. Through the window, he just saw a player in the building next to him flash past. And what the other player was holding was exactly M416. As a veteran player of Virtual Battlefield, Song Kong will never mistake the firearm, because of its stability and considerable damage value. The M416 has always been the most favorite firearm of many players, and is the first choice of many people. It can be said that on the Virtual Battlefield, apart from airdrop guns, the M416 is definitely the most popular rifle among players. Song Kong is also one of them, because he would never mistake this gun. The probability of M416 appearing in the wild area is very low. Song Kong did not expect that M416 could be refreshed here, and it happened to be in the enemy player's house. When he saw the M416 in the other person's hand, Song Kong had already collapsed. This game is definitely a dead end. They only have 2 spray guns on their side, and they can't beat the opponent's M416 at all. While Song Kong was desperate, Chengtu and Huafeng were extremely excited. Chengtu landed and picked up M416. Huafeng landed and picked up OM45. Both are pretty good guns. Especially Chengtu's M416, which is his natal weapon and his favorite weapon. It's safe. Chengtu touched the familiar gun body of the M416 and said confidently, let's go and mess with them. Okay. Let's go together. Huafeng said, I just saw them. I only got 1 spray. And I don't know about the other one. But he's probably not as good as our gun. 2 against 2. We'll win for sure. As they talked, they prepared to join Wang Hao and Song Kong. They also knew that Wang Hao and Song Kong were in 2 houses respectively, and they were ready to defeat them one by one. However, just when Huafeng went downstairs and prepared to take the initiative to attack with Chengtu, he suddenly noticed an additional player next to him out of the corner of his eye. Bang bang! Before Huafeng could react, 2 dull voices sounded, it's S686. The first thought that came to Huafeng's mind was this. Immediately afterwards, he realized that he had been patched up and turned into a box. Holy crap! When are you going to come here? Huafeng said angrily in his state of nothingness. He is not deaf, nor is he blind. If someone touches him, he can hear footsteps and see people. However, just now, he neither heard footsteps nor saw people. But now, he is someone suddenly appeared next to me. How did he get here? Although after the Virtual Battlefield update, Footsteps and car shadows are no longer visible on the mini-map. The map is just a map and no longer has a reminder function. But the footsteps will not disappear. Even if they do not appear on the mini-map, the sound will still be there. It exists. Ears can hear it. And it is impossible for people to become invisible. But just now, he didn't notice anything. And he was suddenly approached by someone, which was hard for him to accept. Are you too careless? You didn't notice anyone approaching? Chengtu was a little dissatisfied. They haven't even fought yet. But one of their own has been reduced. The situation is not good for them. Although they have the advantage in weapons, they also have the disadvantage in numbers. What makes him most dissatisfied is that someone is getting close. Huafeng didn't notice it, which was too careless. Chengtu would not think that the other party suddenly appeared next to Huafeng. Huafeng must have felt that this wave was stable, and he felt contempt in his heart. He did not take the other party seriously at all. As a result, the other party was he didn't even know it touched him. I really don't know why he suddenly appeared next to me, Huafeng said with some confusion. You must be careless. Is it possible that he can teleport? Chengtu said, I won't tell you. He came over. This guy actually came over with a spray gun. I'm really surprised. Am I good at it? Chengtu was still in his building. He saw a figure flashing past the window with a spray gun. But the sound of footsteps became increasingly clear. Obviously, this man named Wang Hao did not lick the bag after making up for Huafeng, but came over directly with a troll. It was Wang Hao who just killed Huafeng. Holy crap. Wang Hao, you actually killed one? At this time, Song Kong, who was hiding in the building and shivering, was extremely shocked. When he saw the system prompt, his first reaction was that Wang Hao had been killed by the opponent. After seeing the prompt clearly, he was surprised to find that it was not Wang Hao who died, but a player from the other team. This shocked Song Kong. Can trolls kill people? Isn't that just a fire stick? Could it be that Wang Hao is still a troll? Or is it just luck? There is a saying that all beings are equal under trolls. Although trolls are difficult to play, they are quite powerful. As long as you are lucky enough to spray the opponent with one shot, you can knock him down. Wang Hao is lucky enough to hit the opponent with one shot. Not impossible. Yeah. Wang Hao responded lightly, but he was thinking in his heart, teleportation is really easy to use. Wang Hao just silently calculated the distance, and then teleported to the vicinity of Huafeng. Before the opponent could react, he had directly knocked down the opponent, and then easily made up for him. Wang Hao, what do you want to do? Song Kong asked in surprise. Of course I'm going to kill the remaining one, Wang Hao said calmly. Are you crazy? Song Kong said with urgency in his tone. He is M416. You are a troll. You take the initiative to attack the building? Use trolls to attack the building? Are you kidding? Come back soon. Song Kong still felt that Wang Hao was able to kill Huafeng instantly just now, mostly due to luck. Now Wang Hao actually used spray to attack the building. He was simply looking for death. Even those who are masters of trolling don't dare to do this. It's too late, Wang Hao replied lightly. He had already entered the house. Under see-through, he could clearly see Chengtu's position. This guy was waiting for him at the top of the stairs. Even if he was holding an M416. Even if he was facing a player with a troll. Chengtu did not take the initiative to attack, but carefully used the advantage of the geographical location to fight Wang Hao. It has to be said that Chengtu is really cautious. If he meets other people, he might win this round. Unfortunately, he meets Wang Hao who has many auxiliary functions. Chapter 343. Someone comes again. Bump. Two dull voices sounded, and a prompt message also appeared. Your teammate Wang Hao used the shotgun S686 to kill the player Chengtu. Song Kong opened his mouth in surprise when he saw the prompt message, his face full of disbelief. Actually won? S686 faced M416 and actually won? Attacking the building with trolls actually succeeded? Incredible. Equally unbelievable is Chengtu. He only saw the silhouette of a person flashing, and then he became a box. He didn't even have a chance to shoot, and the person had become a state of nothingness. I used M416 to guard the building, but I was beaten to death by someone using S686? How can this be? Is this guy cheating? Chengtu muttered to himself. I hope he is really cheating. Teammate Huafeng added, it would be too embarrassing to tell someone about destroying the team with trolls. If you die at the hands of technology, you can save some face. Two of them, one with a rifle and the other with a submachine gun, ended up dying at the hands of trolls. This was too speechless. Aren't trolls burning fire sticks? That thing can also kill people? In normal times, they would laugh at each other when they heard who died at the hands of trolls. But now, they both died at the hands of trolls. And they no longer knew what to say. As for cheating, that is naturally impossible. Chengtu only said this subconsciously because his death was too sudden. Cheating is impossible on the virtual battlefield. This is the consensus. Such a strong player actually wants to get points like this? Chengtu said speechlessly after reacting. There are many survivors. So there is no shortage of masters on the virtual battlefield. Chengtu and Huafeng have obviously classified Wang Hao as a master at this time. What left the two of them speechless, and even unacceptable, was that such a master would actually come to such a resource-poor wild area. Aren't all the masters going to places like G-Port and N-Port because of their landing steel guns? There are many players there. Why would Wang Hao come to this wild area? Who knows? Huafeng said. We are unlucky to meet such a master. Chengtu was also a little helpless. At this point, what else can they do besides admitting they are unlucky? Nothing can be done. Damn it! Wang Hao. Are you such a good troll? Song Kong reacted and ran to Wang Hao's side with excitement. While licking his bag happily, he did not forget to praise Wang Hao. His praise was completely from the heart, even with gratitude and excitement. When Song Kong saw that there were only 2 trolls on his side, Song Kong was already desperate. But he did not expect that Wang Hao was actually a master at playing trolls. And he used a very ordinary troll to make a fool of himself. There are many masters who play rifles. And there are also many masters who use submachine guns. But there are definitely very few masters who use trolls. Even fewer than masters who play snipers. Song Kong did not expect that he would encounter such a master today. 1. I'm really lucky. It's not bad. Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao did not lick the bag. The M416 is good. But for Wang Hao now, there is not much difference between the troll and the M416. At close range, the troll is even easier to use than the M416. Who knows? How about allowing Wang Hao to self-aim? With the help of self-aiming, the sprayer is more practical than the M416. Song Kong really wanted to use the M416. And he wanted to pick it up. But after all, Wang Hao killed these 2 people. And even his life was saved by Wang Hao. Therefore, he naturally did not dare to grab the M416 from Wang Hao. And he also expected Wang Hao to help him gain more ranking points. Naturally, such a good gun should be given priority to Wang Hao. It was only after Wang Hao said that he didn't use the gun that Song Kong happily went to lick the gun. Where are we going now? Song Kong asked Wang Hao while happily touching his beloved M416. Unknowingly, he had regarded Wang Hao as the leader of this team. He didn't feel anything was wrong. And Wang Hao didn't feel anything was wrong either. Let's search the surrounding area first, Wang Hao said. Since I have already jumped here, I naturally search the surroundings first. And there is no need to rush into the circle. Okay. Song Kong had no objection to Wang Hao's decision. Boom boom boom. Just as the 2 were about to leave, the roar of the motor suddenly came. Wang Hao and Song Kong looked at each other with surprise on their faces. Someone is coming. They should have been attracted by the gunfire just now, Wang Hao said. Song Kong nodded. And then said incredulously, this is really evil. Dogs don't usually come here. Why are there so many people jumping here today? Counting the team that is coming now. There are actually 3 teams around here. For the other party to arrive so quickly, it was obvious that he should have been nearby just now. As the 2 of them talked, the sound of the motor became louder and louder. Although the car was no longer visible on the mini-map, the general direction of the car could be guessed from the sound of the motor. What should I do? Song Kong subconsciously asked Wang Hao for his opinion. People are knocking on your door. What else can you do? Just fight. Wang Hao said with a smile. You don't think your 2 legs can outrun those 4 wheels? Do you? Song Kong shook his head fiercely. Of course, he couldn't run away from the car. Since he couldn't run away, he had no choice but to fight. Now that he decided to fight, Song Kong turned around and prepared to go upstairs again, preparing to take advantage of the geographical advantage to meet the enemy. However, after he turned around and took 2 steps, he found that Wang Hao had not followed. Aren't you going upstairs? Song Kong asked. No need. Wang Hao shook his head. Not necessary? How could it be unnecessary? Upstairs and downstairs are 2 completely different situations. Upstairs has a geographical advantage, but downstairs is hard steel on the front. And there is no advantage at all. Song Kong was ready to persuade him. But he was shocked to find that not only did Wang Hao not want to go to the first floor, but he also didn't want to stay in the building. He actually walked out. Wang Hao, you are crazy. What are you doing out there? Wang Hao waved his hand. Time was running out, and he had no time to explain. Song Kong hesitated and did not follow Wang Hao out. Instead, he went up to the second floor and took advantage of the height to observe the surrounding situation. Finally, a two-seater coupe appeared in sight. This coupe rushed straight into the housing area with a fierce momentum. Duh. Looking at the car that was directly pushing against him, Song Kong couldn't help but shoot first. He had the advantage of height and vision, so there was no problem in shooting first. However, his shooting immediately revealed his position, and the sedan rushed over and stopped downstairs of the building where Song Kong was. Then, two people jumped out of the car. After getting out of the car, they prepared to climb through the window and enter the house. However, at this moment, two familiar gunshots rang out. Then, a prompt suddenly appeared. Chapter 344 Offensive and Defensive Transition. Your teammate Wang Hao used the shotgun S686 to knock down the player Fanqin. The sudden prompt startled several people. The difference was that Song Kong was surprised, while Fanqin and his teammates were horrified. There are people outside, Fanqin said in a panic on the team channel. His teammate Bing Feng was also surprised and panicked. Who would have thought there were people out there? The two of them drove here. It is impossible for the people here not to hear it. From their thinking, when they knew that someone was coming rashly, they must have stayed in the building, especially the second floor, to take advantage of the geographical advantage. It was more advantageous to fight this way. So the two of them rushed over without thinking that there was anyone outside. This is unreasonable. Shouldn't they all stay in the building? Why is there someone guarding outside? Is this the advantage of voluntarily giving up guarding the building? Is this guy out of his mind? Moreover, he actually used a shotgun. There's definitely something wrong with this guy's brain. Although he cursed Wang Hao countless times in his heart, it certainly couldn't change the current situation. The current situation was very unfavorable to Bing Feng. There must be one upstairs and one hidden outside. The opponent had a full formation, but he only had one. People. And he was surrounded with people above and below him. Originally, if Fanqin had survived and knew that there was only one person upstairs, the two of them could have easily knocked down the one upstairs, and then took advantage of the geographical advantage to kill the one outside. In this way, the two of them could easily destroy the team. But now, Fanqin has fallen, and Bing Feng is the only one. Even if he knows that there is only one person upstairs, he does not dare to attack easily. After all, the people upstairs have geographical advantages, and Wang Hao has taken advantage of them. After being knocked down, Bing Feng was already a little panicked. What to do? It was definitely too late to save people, whether they were upstairs or outside. It was impossible to give him time to save people. He would either storm the people upstairs or kill the people outside the building first. There was not much time left for Bing Feng, so he made a decision in a hurry. He climbed through the window of the next room on the first floor and ran away. He didn't storm upstairs or outside, but climbed through the window. Of course, Bing Feng didn't run too far. At this time, he couldn't run too far without looking. There were planes outside, so he couldn't run far. If he ran away, he would only hand Wang Hao and Song Kong his back. Bing Feng is still very clear. Therefore, Bing Feng did not run far, but ran to the next building, and then took advantage of the situation to go to the second floor, preparing to defend a wave with the advantage of the geographical location. If he played well, it was not impossible to win a one-on-two fight. What should we do? Song Kong came down from upstairs to kill Fanqin, who fell to the ground, and asked Wang Hao for his opinion. Song Kong also didn't expect that Bing Feng would leave so decisively. But he didn't leave completely. Now, it was Bing Feng who had the geographical advantage. There were no throwing objects on their side, so the only way to kill Bing Feng was to attack with force. Of course I'll kill you, Wang Hao said casually. Just follow me. Song Kong was still waiting to ask, but suddenly remembered that Wang Hao had also relied on a spray to kill Chengtu by force. The current situation is no different from before. Thinking of this, Song Kong was full of confidence in Wang Hao, nodded, and then asked Wang Hao, Bing Feng, be careful. They will definitely attack you. Fanqin, who was in a hypocritical state, reminded his teammates. Although he was betrayed by Bing Feng, Fanqin did not blame Bing Feng. Under the circumstances, Bing Feng would be dead if he stayed. And he could not save him at all. It was right for Bing Feng to leave. Yeah. I know. Bing Feng replied nervously. Wang Hao and the others had no throwing objects. And neither did Bing Feng. Although he had the advantage of geographical location, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. So he felt very nervous. It's okay. You can do it. Then Qin comforted his teammates. This team shouldn't be very strong. It's not a strong team that can come here to score points. I was careless just now. I didn't expect them outside, leaving one person behind. Their calculation also shows that they have no confidence in their own strength. As long as you keep calm and perform normally, you can definitely kill them. Obviously. Then Qin was still quite unconvinced that he was killed. The one who was attacked in a sneak attack was not killed in a head-on battle. This made him not convinced of Wang Hao's strength. But he was more confident in the strength of his teammates. Of course, this confidence came from the self-reported data before boarding the plane. Because now they could only be matched randomly. And the two of them didn't know each other before. But Bing Feng's elimination points and average damage per game were still good. This was also the reason why they came here proactively after hearing the gunshots. Unlike Song Kong, Hua Feng, and Chong Tu, then Qin and Bing Feng jumped here not because they were not confident in their own strength, but because they came here specifically to catch jungle players. They still have confidence in their own strength. Therefore, after hearing the gunfire and knowing that there was someone here, the two of them rushed over without any hesitation. They wanted to come over to break up the fight. But they did not expect that the battle here ended so quickly. When they arrived, the place was already here. Finished. Although it was a pity that two less people were eliminated. It was good to be able to eliminate a team. Therefore, the two of them had no intention of retreating, but continued to rush over. But they never thought that as soon as the car stopped and the people got off, they appeared. Attrition, however, because he was killed by a sneak attack. Fen Qin didn't think Wang Hao was very powerful. After Fen Qin comforted him, Bing Feng gradually calmed down and regained a lot of confidence. Yes, we are just facing two closely matched players. And we still have the advantage of a good location. Although there is one less player, the hope of winning is not small. Thinking of this, Bing Feng regained a lot of confidence. If Bing Feng and Fen Qin knew what happened here before, they wouldn't be as confident as they are now. Unfortunately, they came here in a rush and didn't pay much attention to the kill prompts. They didn't know what Wang Hao was using. The trolls didn't know that Wang Hao used trolls to kill two people in a row. And they didn't even know that Wang Hao used trolls to attack the building. And he even won. If they knew these words, they would never think this way. Soon, the sound of footsteps was heard. And Bing Feng tightened the gun in his hand, keeping the muzzle pointed in the direction of the stairs. What Bing Feng didn't know was that Wang Hao already knew his precise location. Therefore, Wang Hao, who was walking in front, did not rush forward rashly, but was seen by Bing Feng when his head was about to reach the ground on the second floor. At that moment, he suddenly jumped on the spot. And then, the spray gun in his hand opened fire. Bing Feng obviously did not expect this situation. He only heard the sound of the trolls firing. And then he turned into a box. He didn't even have time to fire. Chapter 345 Good Teammates. Holy shit! What's going on? Is his trolling so accurate? Bing Feng, who was in a state of nothingness, had an expression of disbelief on his face, and a frightened expression at the same time. Wang Hao's two shots just now were so sudden that he startled Bing Feng. What was even more unacceptable to him was that Wang Hao actually killed him in the air. In such a short period of time. He was sure that Wang Hao had not aimed at all. Time. You know, there is no small eyes function on the virtual battlefield now. It is getting closer and closer to reality. Therefore, it is impossible for Wang Hao to see the exact situation on the second floor without showing his head. It was impossible to know his precise location. And the space on the second floor was not small. Under such circumstances, Wang Hao was able to discover his location in such a short period of time and adjust the muzzle of the gun in time. This is simply incredible. How did he do this in such a short time? Is this person still human? This is simply God. Of course Wang Hao is not a god. Only then did Bing Feng and Fen Qin realize that they had met a master this time. This master named Wang Hao was much better than them. Wang Hao. No. Brother Wang. How did you do it? At this time, in the virtual battlefield, Song Kong was looking at Wang Hao with admiration. Song Kong had been following Wang Hao, so he could clearly see what Wang Hao had done just now. It was precisely because of this that he admired Wang Hao so much that he was willing to call Wang Hao brother. I shouldn't be older than you. Wang Hao walked up to the second floor and said with a smile. It's not important. Song Kong said, Brother Wang. How did you do it? This is too awesome. On the virtual battlefield, strength is respected. Song Kong does not feel that he calls Wang Hao brother Wang. What's wrong? He admires Wang Hao so much now. He knew before that Wang Hao used sprays to attack the building and succeeded. However, that time, he only saw the kill prompt and did not witness the process. But this time it was different. He witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. That in his eyes, the trolls were no different from fire sticks. But in Wang Hao's hands, they were like artifacts. Bing Feng, who was well prepared and had a geographical advantage, died from Wang Hao's gun without even reacting. Down. Song Kong didn't mean to ridicule or look down upon Bing Feng. If he were in Bing Feng's position, he didn't think he could do better. Everything happened too fast and too suddenly. In other words, no one would think he could do better. Can't even react. He just moved. Wang Hao said casually, although it was very subtle. I still heard it, and roughly judged his location. Really? Song Kong was a little confused. Why didn't I hear it? Now the mini-map no longer has the function of displaying footprints. Therefore, whether there are other players moving around cannot be observed through the mini-map. Wang Hao can only rely on his own hearing. Wang Hao said that Bing Feng missed a step and exposed his position. But Song Kong didn't hear anything just now. Your hearing still needs training. Wang Hao said seriously, now that there are no marks on the mini-map. Hearing is even more important. If your hearing is not good, you will suffer in the future. Yes, Brother Wang. You said so, yes. Song Kong nodded repeatedly after hearing Wang Hao's words, and did not doubt its authenticity. After all, everyone's hearing level is different. Just because Song Kong didn't hear it doesn't mean that Wang Hao didn't hear it. If Wang Hao didn't hear it, how could he know the other party's location accurately? Only Wang Hao's explanation can make this matter reasonable. Of course, hearing aside, Wang Hao's marksmanship is also very strong. If it were anyone else, even if he knew Bing Feng's location, he might not be able to kill him with one blow. In short, Song Kong is now very convinced of Wang Hao, and basically does whatever Wang Hao says. The two licked the bag and gained a lot. Bing Feng and Fen Qin were much richer than Chengtu and Hua. Song Kong was satisfied after finishing the bag. He really enjoyed playing games with Wang Hao. Not only is Wang Hao strong, he doesn't have many requirements when it comes to licking bags. Generally speaking, experts have the priority to lick bags in the team. Song Kong also thinks so. He just wants to drink some. Tang Tang Shui was enough. Unexpectedly, Wang Hao actually asked him to lick the bag first every time, which made Song Kong feel flattered. It would be great if we could form a team to compete. Song Kong couldn't help but think to himself. If he can play in a team, he can play with Wang Hao again. With Wang Hao as a big player, are he still afraid that he won't be able to climb up the points ranking? It's a pity that double rows and 4 rows are now randomly matched and cannot be entered as a team. There are so many survivors. After this game, the probability that Song Kong will meet Wang Hao again is almost 0. However, after thinking about it, there must be many people who want to hug a master like Wang Hao. Even if he can form a team to enter the virtual battlefield, it may not be his turn to team up with Song Kong and Wang Hao. Thinking about it this way, Song Kong didn't feel so regretful. After the two of them finished licking the bag, they left the area. This time, no one suddenly appeared again. In this game, Wang Hao and Song Kong had good lap luck. Although they were never in the lap, they were always on the edge of the lap, not far from the safe zone. Even if they didn't drive and just ran on 2 legs, they would still be able to run. Can get into the circle quickly. Since witnessing Wang Hao's strength, Song Kong has honestly started to work as a follower. He will fight wherever Wang Hao points him out. He knows that it is extremely rare to meet a master like Wang Hao. If he can meet him once, it will be a big deal. It was his destiny, so he naturally had to seize the opportunity. Under Wang Hao's deliberate concession and command, Song Kong killed 11 in this round. You know, Song Kang's previous highest kill count was only 5, including 3 man-machine kills. In this round, he actually killed 11, which was a record. It was also the first time he had eliminated in double figures. His face was red with excitement, and his whole body was trembling with excitement. Of course, Song Kong also knew that he was able to kill so many people because of Wang Hao. His performance only played a small role. Without Wang Hao, he would have died long ago. Even if he did not die, he would never have been able to kill so many people. Song Kong admired Wang Hao more and more. He has strength, is humble, easy to talk to, has no requirements for supplies, and can also take the initiative to kill people. This is simply the perfect teammate. Song Kong has been participating in the virtual battlefield for many years, and has met many team members. But none of these teammates can compare with Wang Hao. Even his previous regular teammates are dozens of miles away from Wang Hao. Can't be compared with Wang Hao. How great would it be if you could often team up with Wang Hao? Song Kong couldn't help but have such thoughts in his mind. Chapter 346 New Vehicle Bobo Ball. Brother Wang, can you add me as a friend? Song Kong asked Wang Hao with an expression of anxiety and expectation. This double Q game has ended. Wang Hao and Song Kong successfully played chicken. To be precise, Wang Hao took Song Kong to play chicken. Song Kong knew very well that he had the opportunity to touch the airdrop box because of Wang Hao. Wang Hao's strength is more than twice as strong as him. Being able to be friends with such a master, even if there is no chance to play games together in the future, it is very honorable to say it. Okay. Wang Hao nodded. Great. I'll add you, Song Kong said happily. He was quite worried that he would be rejected just now. After all, masters are more reserved and it is not easy to make friends. But he did not expect Wang Hao to agree so readily. After adding friends, Song Kong waved to Wang Hao. Brother Wang, goodbye. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Hao's response, the two of them had returned to reality. Wang Hao, who returned to reality, smiled and shook his head. Although Song Kang's level was average, he was still very obedient. Therefore, Wang Hao played more comfortably in this game, and didn't care about what happened during the game. A few eliminations for Song Kong were just insignificant to Wang Hao. But for Song Kong, they were quite a surprise. Although you can now get redemption points by killing mutant beasts and zombies, this does not mean that everyone can easily obtain redemption points. For most survivors, hunting mutant beasts and zombies is very dangerous. Even if you are facing only first-level zombies and mutant beasts, you are still in great danger. What's more, there are often high-level zombies and mutant beasts among or around these low-level zombies, which makes hunting difficult, more dangerous. This is why both the Exchange Mall and the virtual battlefield encourage survivors to form teams. But even if a team is formed, most teams still have low combat effectiveness due to their low level, small number of people, and lack of combat experience, and they still have difficulty facing zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, hunting mutant beasts and zombies is dangerous for most survivors. In contrast, earning redemption points in the virtual battlefield is not so dangerous. Death here is not real death. Therefore, for most survivors, the virtual battlefield is still a way for them to earn points. The best way to get redemption points. Therefore, Song Kong was able to obtain nearly 30 exchange points in this round, which was enough to keep him excited for a long time. Wang Hao was also very happy at this time. Naturally, he was happy not because of the more than 30 redemption points he had just obtained, but because of the thing he had just obtained, Bobo Ball. The shape of this vehicle is quite special. It is a round vehicle. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that this vehicle can jump and lift into the air, although it cannot stay in the air for a long time. This is something that ordinary vehicles cannot achieve. Good stuff. Really good stuff. In the team's air raid shelter, Wang Hao touched the Bobo Ball, which was as tall as a person, as if he couldn't put it down. This is the first time Wang Hao has drawn a vehicle. He did not expect it to be this special vehicle. Wang Hao has never heard of anyone getting a Bobo Ball before. Obviously, this is another unconventional reward. This accessibility function is working. Wang Hao took Bobo Ball to the outside of the air raid shelter, then opened the hatch and sat in. There were 2 positions inside. It was obviously a 2-person vehicle. After the hatch was closed, Wang Hao controlled the vehicle to move forward. It was already late at night, so Wang Hao didn't have to worry about being seen. Of course, it didn't matter even if he was seen. Although the appearance of this vehicle is quite special, its essence is still a vehicle. Therefore, the operation method is not much different from other vehicles. Wang Hao quickly got started after a little exploration. After a certain distance, Wang Hao controlled the ball to jump, and it could jump about 6 or 7 meters high. Soon, Wang Hao was surprised to find that when the ball hit an obstacle, it could use its force to fly into the air. The height of this kind of soaring with the help of force is higher than that of ordinary soaring, and can reach about 10 meters. After driving happily for a while, Wang Hao drove it back into the air raid shelter, parked it next to the 5 vehicles, then opened the hatch and walked out. Looking at this tall and round vehicle, Wang Hao's eyes were full of love. This thing is easier to operate than sports cars, sedans, jeeps and other vehicles. And it is easier to turn around, turn and even reverse than those cars because it is round. So it can drive 360 degrees. Change direction anytime and anywhere. What a good thing. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh again, which shows his love for this Bobo ball. Later, Wang Hao played another 4-row match. Like the 2-row team, these 4 rows were randomly matched with teammates. This time, Wang Hao's luck was average. The teammates he matched with were not only average in strength, but also did not obey orders. This kind of situation is actually relatively common in random teams, and the kind that completely obeys the command is rare. After all, no one has known each other before. Who would admit that he is worse than someone he just met? After all, everyone has the same chance of entering the virtual battlefield, and not many people will think that their strength is inferior to others. Therefore, the game in the 4th row did not go very smoothly. Although Wang Hao got a few eliminations, he was not able to make it to the finals. Although he had many auxiliary functions, he was not without weaknesses, such as the sniper rifle. This thing can kill the target from a long distance, even if Wang Hao can detect the opponent in advance. There is no guarantee that he will be able to avoid the sniper rifle. Some players specialize in sniper rifle training, and their sniper skills are very high. Yes, even when hitting a moving target, the hit rate is very high. Therefore, snipers are now one of the few things Wang Hao is afraid of. Without being able to eat chicken, there is naturally no chance to touch the airdrop box. Wang Hao doesn't care about the redemption points. He just wants to touch the airdrop box. After all, he now has the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards. Every time you touch the airdrop box, you have a high chance of getting something good. This chance is not comparable to other players. Although it was a pity, Wang Hao had nothing to do. The virtual battlefield now did not allow teams to play games. He would have to rely more on himself in the future. The 3 games were over, and it was not long before 12 o'clock. Wang Hao went to study the wave ball for a while, waiting for the passage of time. Finally, the time came to 12 o'clock. Wang Hao immediately came to the jeep that was about to be scrapped and said to himself, "Let's start with you first." After saying that, Wang Hao turned to the jeep that was about to be scrapped. Jeep, using the repair assist function. Chapter 347. It's not a simple repair. Holy crap. This car is like new. Is this really the Jeep from yesterday? And this car, it's exactly the same as new. What's going on with this bouncy car? Not only does it look brand new, it actually has additional a 3-person vehicle with 1 seat and 4 wheels. What is this round thing? Is it a vehicle? I see there are operating levers and pedals. The next day, when Wang Hao came to the team station, the first few team members were talking around the cars. "The captain is here," Yu Jianzhong shouted. And everyone looked at Wang Hao, who was approaching. "Captain, what's going on with these cars?" Rosen opened his mouth and asked. "I repaired it." Wang Hao smiled lightly and said, "Didn't I say before that I can repair cars?" "Captain, do you have any misunderstandings about repairing cars?" Chi Charan looked at the cars, and then he looked at Wang Hao and said, "Is this the level that simple repairs can achieve?" Yesterday, they were close to being scrapped. After one night, 3 of the cars were as good as new. This was simply unbelievable. Even if Wang Hao knew how to repair cars, it would be unbelievable. Most of them repair scrapped cars to the point where they can be driven. But it is basically impossible to achieve such a brand new look. In this world, there are very few people who can repair cars. After all, cars are completely high-end items here, and are by no means something ordinary survivors can own. Since vehicles are not common, there are naturally not many people who can repair cars. But Chi Charan had an unusual birth after all. Naturally, he knew some people who knew how to repair cars. He even saw a comparison of the cars before and after repairs. Although there were changes, they were definitely not as big as these 3 cars. Of course, it's not a simple repair. Wang Hao smiled and said, "My level of repairing cars is not something ordinary people can do. Don't pry. Don't spread the word." Of course, Wang Hao knew that this matter could not be hidden from the team members. After all, these 3 of the cars have changed a lot. Not only have their overall appearance been completely new, but their performance has also been improved. Moreover, the appearance of the sedan and bouncy car has also undergone quite obvious changes. Wang Hao's repair auxiliary function, after upgrading, can randomly generate certain functions for the repaired vehicles. And these 3 vehicles are no exception. The changes to the Jeep are relatively minor. In addition to becoming the same as a new car, its random function is to reduce fuel consumption by half. This effect is obviously not very good. After all, the world is short of cars. But it is not short of gasoline. Virtual Battlefield, the probability of getting a car from the airdrop box is very low. But the probability of getting oil is relatively high. Moreover, oil is not a very precious item. It is also available in the Exchange Mall building. And the floor is not high, and the price is low. Of course, these gasolines are specific gasolines that can only be used for vehicles. Because vehicles are scarce, the price of these oils cannot be too high. Therefore, if the fuel consumption is halved, this function is not considered good. As for the car, its random function is bulletproof. The skin, windows, and even tires on this car are completely different from before. Before, they were all of ordinary quality. But now, they are all bulletproof. The changes in the bouncing car are the most obvious. Originally, the bouncer could only seat 2 people and was a 2-person vehicle. However, after Wang Hao's repair, the bouncer actually had an extra space next to the rear seat out of thin air. This bouncer has changed from a 2-person vehicle to a 3-person vehicle. There are 3-person vehicles on the virtual battlefield, which are called 3 bouncers by players. However, the 3 bouncers only have 3 wheels and are very unstable when driving. It is common for ordinary players to overturn when driving this vehicle. Only experienced drivers can drive this kind of car. Wang Hao's bouncer is different. Although it has become a 3-person vehicle, it still has 4 wheels. It is much better than the 3-wheeler in terms of stability. And it also has better visibility and comfort. They are all stronger than Sanbengzi. An extra position was created out of thin air. And the entire shape and structure changed. The changes in this bouncing car were too obvious. So it was no wonder that Chi Charan was so greedy. Wang Hao, your ability to repair cars is amazing. Yu Qianing praised. Everyone nodded. This is indeed the case. Although they don't know how Wang Hao did it. 3 cars changed drastically overnight. Such car repair skills are definitely the best in this industry. None of them had thought of Wang Hao before. His car repair skills are so strong. Actually, I can not only repair cars, Wang Hao said with a smile, I can also repair clothes, armors, helmets, and even firearms. Now that he has shown his ability in this area, Wang Hao simply says more to avoid future problems. Everyone will be too surprised when they see it. So almighty? Feng Gaoyuan said. However, this time everyone was not as surprised as before. After all, armor, helmets, and firearms are very common in reality. If more people use them, there will naturally be more people who can repair them. Even Feng Gaoyuan and others can perform simple repairs. Of course, their repair and Wang Hao's repair were not the same thing. But Wang Hao didn't explain much. Wang Hao, what is this round thing? Is it also a vehicle? Zhuang Shuer asked, pointing to the Bobo ball. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. It's called Bobo ball. I got it from the airdrop box last night after I won the first place in the double row game. This is a 2-person vehicle. Its fastest speed is no slower than a car. And it can fly and jump. Wang Hao briefly explained some of the functions of the Bobo ball. Why am I not so lucky? Yu Jianzhong looked at Bobo ball with envy in his eyes. This vehicle is so awesome. It's more maneuverable than ordinary vehicles. Yes. Feng Gaoyuan nodded in agreement and said, Captain, you are so lucky. I have never heard of anyone getting this wave of balls before. Zhuang Shuer, Yu Qianing, and Chi Charan. The people nodded. They were more knowledgeable than the average person. But even they had never heard of anyone getting a vehicle like the Bobo ball before. Maybe this wave of balls is a vehicle that was just released after the virtual battlefield update. It's normal that no one has drawn it before. Wang Hao said. It's possible. Chi Charing quite agreed with Wang Hao's words, however. Even if you can draw a newly released vehicle, you are very lucky. The probability of a vehicle being released from an airdrop box is always relatively low. And even more besides, this wave of balls looks better than ordinary vehicles. And the probability of its appearance should be lower. That's for sure, Yu Qianing said. And this vehicle looks very cute. Wang Hao looked at Bobo Ball with a black line on his head. Is this thing cute? Chapter 348 Kong Shan is here. You also want this wave of balls? Wang Hao asked. That's for sure. Feng Gaoyuan answered. Who wouldn't want such a vehicle? Wang Hao looked at the other team members. And sure enough, Everyone's eyes were full of desire. Leave this matter to me, Wang Hao said confidently. I have always been lucky. In a few days, I will give you a car. Captain, I take this seriously. Luo Sun said, of course. If I really get it, I will spend the exchange points to buy it. Yes, if it happens, I will also spend the exchange points to buy it. Yu Jianzhong answered. Except for Su Guangyuan. Everyone else also meant this. Of course Su Guangyuan also wanted such a vehicle. But compared with others, he was much poorer. Wang Hao also took him. He had only recently accumulated some exchange points. However, because the time was relatively short, he has accumulated relatively few exchange points. And the price of vehicles has never been cheap. Since this wave of balls is so special, the price is naturally higher, which he cannot afford. Wang Hao smiled. He was quite confident about assigning a Bobo ball to each person. Of course, he did not rely on drawing. Even with the auxiliary function of unconventional rewards, he would not dare to ensure that you can draw another wave ball and draw several in a row. You really need some incredible luck. The reason why Wang Hao is so confident is naturally because he copies the auxiliary function. With this thing, he can mass-produce any good thing. Is it time to upgrade the copy auxiliary function? Wang Hao muttered in his heart. In reality, the auxiliary functions he uses most are self-aiming, repair and copying. The value of the auxiliary function of copying is very high, especially when encountering items of high value. His current copy auxiliary function can copy objects in one day. Compared with before, the number has been greatly improved. However, the team is about to expand, and the number of team members will become more and more. As a result, copying 5 items in one day will be enough. It seems a bit stretched. Otherwise, Wang Hao wouldn't spend the exchange points to buy vehicles. He would just copy them. Although upgrading the auxiliary function of copy consumes a lot of redemption points. After upgrading, it can help Wang Hao save and even earn a lot of redemption points. In general, upgrading this skill is very important to Wang Hao. Cost-effective. In Wang Hao's mind, the 2 auxiliary functions of copy and repair rank very high. Although self-aiming is also very useful, the current level is sufficient for the time being. So Wang Hao is not in a hurry. Upgrade? Of course. This is mainly because each auxiliary function now requires a lot of redemption points to upgrade. And Wang Hao's redemption points are completely insufficient. Otherwise, there is no need to make such a choice. Just upgrade all the auxiliary functions directly. Wang Hao and others returned to the ground. There was a sound of brakes outside the door. And then Kong Shan walked in with someone. Seeing Kong Shan appear, Wang Hao showed a smile on his face. Welcome, Boss Kong. Wang Hao smiled. The corner of Kong Shan's mouth moved and he asked directly, where is the car? In the air raid shelter, Wang Hao said. He turned to look at Su Guangyuan. Brother Su, please drive the jeep out. Memory of the air raid shelter. What was put there was the team supplies. So Wang Hao naturally wouldn't let non-team members in. Okay. Su Guangyuan nodded. Kong Shan took a look at Wang Hao's station and said, I didn't know that, mister. Wang was the captain of the Qifeng team yesterday. I was rude. Just a team captain. Wang Hao said with a smile. There are countless teams in Silver Light City now. And a mere team captain is nothing at all. The titles of captains of other teams may not be anything. Kong Shan looked at it. Wang Hao said, however, Captain Wang is an extraordinary captain. Yesterday, after Wang Hao and Sun Yanfen left, Kong Shan sent people to investigate Wang Hao. Those who can do the vehicle business have connections and backers. Therefore, Kong Shan easily got information about Wang Hao and knew that Wang Hao was the captain of the Qifeng team. He also knew that the Qifeng team was affiliated with the 4th Army. And there was even a 4th Army member in the team. The daughter of Legion Commander Zhuang Jian. Nowadays, there are indeed countless battle teams in Silver Light City. If you just throw a brick on the street, you can hit several team captains. Therefore, the title of team captain is not a scary one. But it is obvious that Wang Hao, the captain of the team, is unusual. Although there are many teams in Silver Light City, there are very few that can bear the name of the Legion. The teams that can bear the title of Legion are all elites selected from the Legion. It is quite rare for a group of soldiers to be able to bear the name of a Legion as a civilian team. What's more, Zhuang Jian's daughter is also in the Qifeng team. Zhuang Jian can safely place his daughter in the Qifeng team, which is obviously very optimistic about this team. And he will definitely take more care of it. Therefore, Wang Hao said yesterday that he also had a background, which was not actually a lie to Kong Shan. After Kong Shan learned about Wang Hao's background, he decided to trade with Wang Hao. Firstly, they came to get to know Wang Hao. Businessmen like them. If they want to make money, they naturally need to get to know more people with energy and background. Wang Hao obviously meets this standard in Kong Shan. Secondly, Kong Shan can also make a profit by buying a 100% new Jeep with 15,000 exchange points. The vehicle is hard currency, and he has no worries about selling it at any time. Moreover, a new car like this, many times, the value is greater than itself. Kong Shan can definitely use these new cars to get to know more people, which money can't buy. Therefore, early this morning, Kong Shan came to Wang Hao's team station, and his attitude and tone towards Wang Hao also changed greatly. Wang Hao smiled and did not explain. Sometimes, it is necessary to act like a fox or a tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the roar of the motor came, and a brand new Jeep drove out of the underground air raid shelter and stopped in front of Wang Hao and Kong Shan. Kong Shan's eyes lit up when he looked at the brand new Jeep. He didn't say anything, but just nodded to the assistant next to him. The assistant understood what he meant and climbed into the car to start checking. Captain Wang, please forgive me, Kong Shan said to Wang Hao. Kong Shan is an old man in this industry. He once encountered someone who took a car that was about to be scrapped, slightly modified the body, and sold it as a new car. Although the vehicle was in hard currency, the price difference between the new car and the old car was huge. Whether this Jeep is a new car does not just look at the surface. The parts and internal conditions of the car need to be inspected. It's okay, Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao is very confident in his repair auxiliary function. Although the predecessor of this car was a car that was about to be scrapped, after being repaired by the repair auxiliary function, it has become no different from a new car, or even better than a new car. Ordinary new cars are even better. However, Wang Hao had confidence in the car, but his team members did not have much confidence. When they saw Kong Shan's people checking the condition of the car, they couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Chapter 349 Transaction Successful. Kong Shan had been secretly observing the expressions of Wang Hao and his teammates. Therefore, he took in the changes in the expressions of Wang Hao and his teammates. However, these expressions made Kong Shan a little confused. Is there anything wrong with this car? It stands to reason that Wang Hao must be the person who knows the condition of the car best. He asked someone to check it himself. If there is a problem with the car, Wang Hao's expression will not change, even if it is a very subtle change. Kong Shan is confident that he can detect it. But Wang Hao was very calm, without any panic on his face. This should be a sign of confidence in this Jeep. But many of his team members looked worried, which made Kong Shan confused. For a while, he couldn't tell whether there was something wrong with the car. We can only find out after our own people have checked it. Soon, Kong Shan's assistant insisted on checking the condition of the entire car and jumped out of the car. How is it? Kong Shan asked. Excellent, the assistant said excitedly. The condition of this car is very good. Even better than those new cars that just came out of the virtual battlefield. Moreover, according to my observation, the fuel consumption of this car is better than it is smaller than other Jeeps, and its performance has been adjusted to the best. In short, this is a perfect Jeep. The assistant not only inspected the car, but also watched the car circle around the yard. He became more familiar with the condition of the car, and the results of the inspection clearly made him very satisfied. Kong Shan was a little surprised by the assistant's words. This assistant has been with him for many years. He knows this assistant well. The level of this assistant is very high. Since he got this assistant, he has never been deceived again. He trusts him very much. However, Kong Shan has never seen his assistant so excited before. Since following him, the assistant has seen a lot of cars. Although most of them are cars that are about to be scrapped, there are also new cars among them. However, his assistants were not so excited even when they saw the new cars that had just come out of the virtual battlefield before. Kong Shan was naturally surprised by his current performance. Could it be that Wang Hao's car is really that good? But didn't this car come from the virtual battlefield? It's no different from the cars that came out of the virtual battlefield before. Why is there such a big difference in car condition? This friend is very capable, Wang Hao said with a smile. The fuel consumption of my car is indeed very small. About half of that of an ordinary Jeep. Boss Kong will definitely not lose money if he buys it. Kong Shan nodded. He cares about half of the fuel consumption, but is satisfied with the condition of the car. After all, new cars are very scarce now. There is no problem with the condition of Wang Hao's car. It is a 100% new car. This is what he values most. Of course, half the fuel consumption can also be used as a selling point when he sells it to others. It can be effective to some extent. Captain Wang is so talented. He can get a car like this. Kong Shan said to Wang Hao. I bought the 15,000 exchange points. Boss Kong is very generous. Wang Hao said with a smile. Kong Shan transferred 15,000 redemption points to Wang Hao without saying a word. As a result, Wang Hao not only did not spend a single redemption point to buy a car this time, but also made a lot of money. Moreover, he also ended up with 4 cars. 1 for each car. Once again, he made a lot of money from this transaction. Captain Wang, remember to contact me if you have such a good car in the future. Kong Shan said to Wang Hao, the exchange point is not a problem. I will charge you as much as you have. There is no need to worry about selling the vehicle. Not to mention that it is in very good condition. So it is even more delicious. No matter how many there are. Kong Shan will never have too many. No problem. Wang Hao agreed happily. After Kong Shan got the Jeep, he didn't stay much longer. He exchanged a few words with Wang Hao and left with the others. Of course, the Jeep was also taken away at the same time. Not long after Kong Shan left, Sun Yanfeng came in. Is that Kong Shan who just left? Sun Yanfeng asked. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Is he here to buy a car? Sun Yanfeng asked. Yes. You really have a 100% new Jeep? Sun Yanfeng said in surprise. Although Wang Hao was very confident in what he said yesterday, Sun Yanfeng didn't really believe it. He had known Wang Hao for a while, and was quite familiar with Wang Hao's situation. He even supplied many supplies to the Qifeng team. Wang Hao if Haoru has a Jeep, he should know about it. What's more, if Wang Hao really had a 100% new Jeep, why would he buy a bunch of junk? Therefore, Sun Yanfeng didn't really believe that Wang Hao could have a 100% new Jeep. But he didn't expect that Wang Hao actually had one. Do I need to lie about this? Wang Hao said with a smile. Boss Kong is quite happy. I plan to develop him into a long-term partner. With the auxiliary function of copy, Wang Hao wants to conjure up. It is not difficult to obtain vehicles. In addition to being used by team members, these copied vehicles naturally have to be sold. Vehicles are hard currency, and are scarce goods. You can earn a lot of exchange points by selling them. With the exchange points, Wang Hao can not only replenish supplies, but also upgrade auxiliary functions. Selling vehicles is not a simple matter. The vehicle market in major cities is basically monopolized by the government and major families. If Wang Hao does not have some strength and background, not only will these vehicles not be available to him, bringing benefits can also cause trouble. Now that he has initially established contact with Kong Shan relying on his vague background in the 4th Army, Wang Hao will naturally not destroy this relationship. If you want to do the vehicle business, you still need to be careful. Sun Yanfeng reminded, vehicles are different from others. This is a strategic material. Even the government attaches great importance to it. It has always been monopolized by the government and major families. It may not be a big problem if you sell a few cars. But if the number is too large, it will attract some people's attention and may even cause trouble. Sun Yanfeng is very optimistic about Wang Hao. And he does not want Wang Hao to appear. What an accident. So I got this kind reminder. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Wang Hao naturally understood this matter. Selling less would not be a big problem. Selling too much would only cause Zhuang Jian, who was considered his backer, to have his thoughts. After all, the vehicle was very important supplies. Even for the entire 4th Army, the number of vehicles that can be used on the battlefield is limited. And the taxes on the street are basically very old cars. And the value of new cars is quite high. Wang Hao knows very well that to make iron, you need to be strong yourself. It is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Therefore, he is quite concerned about developing and growing the team. Only when his own strength is strong enough can he be able to protect himself. At that time, even if others people know they have good things and dare not act rashly. Chapter 350 Strengthening. Sun Yanfeng didn't say much. He knew that Wang Hao was a man of his own opinions. As long as Wang Hao was aware of this matter, it would be fine. With the successful experience last time, Sun Yanfeng transported more supplies this time than before. This guy is obviously ready to seize this opportunity and give more exchange points. The sharing ratio will still be the same as last time. Sun Yanfeng said, the last time's incident has been spread. There should not be many people who dare to have ideas for the team this time. The last time the incident was quite big. Wang Hao and the others killed. He captured a group of people and captured another group, which greatly shocked other survivors. Now many survivors have heard of the name of the Qingfeng team and dare not easily take the idea of the Qingfeng team. If they really want to come, either prepare to die here, or prepare a large ransom. It was precisely because he knew this situation that Sun Yinfeng transported more supplies this time. However, Wang Hao is not as optimistic as Sun Yinfeng. He said, the so-called money moves people's hearts. In the face of huge benefits, many people will overcome the fear of death. The so-called man-made money dies for food. With such a large amount of redemption points in front of you, how could no one be tempted? Wang Hao just hopes that this time there won't be as many people as last time, and it will be okay. Although a lot of exchange points were extorted last time, there were also great risks involved. Moreover, after what happened last time, if other survivors come to rob the convoy again, they will definitely arrange it more carefully, and they will naturally have more pressure. Sun Yinfeng smiled and said, with you here, I can rest assured. Wang Hao also smiled. In addition to some trucks full of goods, Sun Yinfeng also brought 2 empty trucks this time. This was prepared for the Qingfeng team. The people of the Qingfeng team also planned to take this opportunity to transport a batch of supplies to the slums. Make some extra money. After the 2 trucks were loaded, everyone set off. This time, the Qingfeng team has more people than last time. There are not only 2 official members, Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong, but also 5 reserve team members. A total of 13 people. In addition to the increase in the number of people, weapons, equipment, and vehicles have also been enhanced. The entire Qingfeng team, 8 official members, are all equipped with dog smashers. This is a scarce airdrop gun. Even in the official army, this gun is a scarce material. But the 8 official members of the Qingfeng team are man-made. A handful is simply a luxury. In addition to the 8 dogs, the 8 official members also have 4 M249s. Moreover, these 4 M249s have been modified and have stronger firepower than ordinary M249s. With these 4 M249s, the Qingfeng team's firepower more than doubled. When Sun Yinfeng saw Wang Hao and others mounting 4 M249s on 4 vehicles, his eyes almost popped out of his head. He is a businessman, and the business involved is quite complicated. He knows very well how scarce firearms, like M249, are in the market. This thing is a treasure in any team or even any legion. He has never done it before. I have never heard of any team that can be equipped with machine guns like the M249. But Wang Hao's Qingfeng team is actually equipped with 4. This was simply beyond his knowledge. At that time, he was almost drooling with envy. In addition to strengthening their weapons, the Qingfeng team has also strengthened their vehicles. This time, Wang Hao brought out 2 vehicles. One was the Bobo ball he had just obtained, and the other was a 4-passenger car that he had modified. The reason why he only brought 2 vehicles was because the Bobo ball was maneuverable. It has strong resistance and can work wonders in some special circumstances. And the 4-passenger car has bulletproof properties. Driving such a car can give people a great sense of security. With the help of these 2 cars, Wang Hao's Qingfeng team has greatly improved its strength. Of course, Sun Yinfeng didn't know that the 4-passenger car was bulletproof. But he was surprised that Wang Hao actually had a 100% new car. Wang Hao had already given him a 100% new Jeep before. He was very surprised. He didn't expect that Wang Hao actually had a new car. And it was a 4-passenger car that was better than a Jeep. Looking at the 4 M249s that gave people a great sense of oppression, Sun Yinfeng secretly sighed in his heart that Wang Hao's Qingfeng team was too rich in supplies. As for the Bobo ball, even though Sun Yinfeng had a lot of experience, he didn't know it. After hearing Wang Hao's introduction, he was very envious of Wang Hao's luck. Although he was not in the vehicle business, he could still see it. In his opinion, the value of this wave of balls is higher than that of all ground vehicles, which is lower than that of airplanes. If Wang Hao sells it on the market, it will definitely cause a stir. Robbery. Of course, he knew that Wang Hao would not be able to sell it. Wang Hao was not stupid and could not see the value of this wave of balls. After the convoy set off, Wang Hao drove the Bobo ball and walked at the front of the team. With the see-through auxiliary function, he was the best candidate for the scout. Sitting in the passenger seat of Bobo Chiu was Zhuang Juer. The interior of the Bobo ball is a closed space. The space is not particularly large. The 2 people sitting in the car can almost feel each other's breath, which makes them somewhat uncomfortable. Zhuang Juer's face is even a little red. She could only relieve her embarrassment by constantly looking at the environment in the car. Wang Hao was also very embarrassed at this time. So he had to find topics to alleviate the embarrassment. How is the official army's advance in the slums? Wang Hao asked. Hearing Wang Hao talk about business, most of Zhuang Shuer's awkward emotions dissipated instantly. It didn't go well. Zhuang Shuer said, the slums were already dilapidated. And this time, they were attacked by a large number of zombies and mutant beasts. Even the rebels destroyed the slums before they evacuated. Therefore, the slums are now in ruins. A large number of buildings were destroyed. And roads, bridges and other facilities were also not spared, which greatly affected the speed of the army. In addition, the complex environment in the slums also increased the danger of hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Therefore, the official army the advance in the slums is very cautious and not too fast. Zhuang Shuer's face turned a little gloomy when he said this information. This is obviously not good news for the survivors. If the mutant beasts and zombies in the city cannot be completely eliminated, reconstruction work will not be possible. Moreover, because the slums have been severely damaged, subsequent reconstruction work will be more difficult. This is obviously not a good thing for the survivors of Silver Light City. Wang Hao was a little surprised when he heard this. But after thinking about it carefully, he can understand. He has the see-through auxiliary function, which can naturally eliminate most dangers. But others do not have this auxiliary function. They can be in the slums at any time. It is possible to be attacked by hiding mutant beasts and zombies. The complex environment of the slums provides a large number of hiding places for these mutant beasts and zombies. This is indeed not a good thing for human survivors. Chapter 351 Not too optimistic. Although Wang Hao has auxiliary functions to help, he is alone after all, and the scope of his influence is limited. The official members of his team are very strong, and he also provides weapons and equipment support to a few people as much as possible. As a result, the strength of the entire Qingfeng team has been significantly improved. But no matter how powerful the Qingfeng team is, it is just a team, compared with the huge number of zombies and mutant beasts in the slums. The Qingfeng team is too insignificant. Even if they insist on hunting zombies and mutants every day beast, every harvest is not small, and it cannot play a decisive role. In short, hunting mutant beasts and zombies is a long-term project. It cannot be rushed, and it is useless to rush. Besides, I heard from my dad about Uncle Wu's attitude towards foreign refugees. Zhuang Shuer continued. What's your attitude? Wang Hao asked curiously. This is definitely no small matter. 6 large cities in China have been conquered or occupied, and only 3 cities are owned by human survivors. As a result, most of the survivors from the other 6 cities must flee to these 3 surviving cities. For those who seek refuge, it is foreseeable that a large number of survivors will soon come to Silver Light City, facing a large number of refugees. The attitude of Wu Haomiao, the Lord of Silver Light City, is particularly important. Whether to accept or reject them depends on Wu Haomiao's decision. His decision is even related to the safety of Silver Light City. Wang Hao has always been very concerned about this matter. But in the eyes of Wu Haomiao and others, he is just a potential student. Naturally, it is impossible to discuss such important matters with him, or even to sue him. Of him. Fortunately, there is Zhuang Shuer in Wang Hao's team, and Zhuang Shuer is Wang Hao's source of information. Uncle Wu decided to open the exchange mall building to refugees from other cities, but they are not allowed to live in the city. Zhuang Shuer said, Uncle Wu suggested that they build a city outside Yingguan City. Build a city? Wang Hao he was greatly surprised by Zhuang Shuer's information. Building a city is no small matter. It is a huge and long-term project. Even in peaceful times, this project requires a lot of manpower, material and financial resources. Not to mention that in this apocalyptic world, survivors are always available and may be attacked by mutated beasts and zombies. So the speed of building the city will naturally be even slower. And will the survivors accept this advice? Wang Hao is not very optimistic. Those refugees all have their own cities, but their cities are now invaded or occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. Most of them probably just want to live temporarily in Silver City and other 3 cities to save money. They would then regain control of their city after gaining strength. Therefore, they should not have much interest in the suggestion of building a city. He obviously owns a city, and all he has to do is defeat the zombies, mutated beasts, or rebels in the city. So why should he spend a lot of manpower, material and financial resources to rebuild the city? More importantly, newly built cities may not have exchange mall buildings. It can even be said that it is basically impossible to have an exchange mall building. You must know that there were not only 9 cities in China before. China owned many cities, many of which were inhabited by survivors. But only 9 cities had exchange mall buildings, and other cities did not. The value of a city without an exchange mall building is much lower. In the eyes of many survivors, it is even worthless. Yeah. Zhuang Shuer nodded, indicating that what he said was true. I'm afraid there won't be too many refugees supporting this suggestion. Right? Wang Hao said. I don't know, Zhuang Shuer said. However, I heard from my dad that this decision was made jointly after everyone discussed it, and it was aimed at safeguarding the interests of the original residents of Yingguang City. Is this really the case? Wang Hao expressed doubts about Zhuang Shuer's words. Of course, it was not that he suspected that Zhuang Shuer was telling false news, but that the information itself was not that convincing. Perhaps Wu Haomiao and the others did make this decision out of consideration for the original residents of Silver Light City. But more importantly, they should consider their own interests. You must know that there are not only ordinary survivors among the refugees, but also armies and major families from other cities. Their arrival will inevitably affect the original forces of Silver Light City. Will Wu Haomiao and others be willing to see their rights and status affected? This is obviously impossible. However, it is obviously not appropriate to just keep them out of the city. After all, the number of refugees themselves may be greater than the number of original residents of Silver Light City. Once they are refused to enter the city, it is likely to arouse their dissatisfaction and cause trouble. At that time, their rule over Silver Light City will also be greatly threatened. Therefore, in the face of these refugees, Wu Haomiao and others cannot refuse, nor can they fully accept them. Thinking about it, it is easy to understand that Wu Haomiao and others support the refugees in building a city outside Silver Light City. However, the refugees may not accept their suggestion, and conflicts may still break out. Of course, this is something that the people in power in Silver Light City should consider, and has nothing to do with Wang Hao. Wang Hao is just a squad leader now. There are countless such squad captains in Silver Light City, and no one cares about his thoughts. Just as Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer were talking, gunfire rang out. Even if he didn't look, Wang Hao knew that the gunshot rang out at this time was from the M249. Each gun has its own unique sound, and the gunshots emitted by different firearms, when fired, are also different. The gunshots ringing now are obviously unique to the M249. Sure enough, Wang Hao turned his head and saw an M249 spitting flames and pouring bullets on the roof of a truck behind him. Subsequently, other gunshots also rang out one after another. In front of Wang Hao, a group of zombies and mutated beasts were staggered by bullets, and some were directly shot in the head and became dead bodies. Even if Wang Hao has the see-through auxiliary function, it is impossible to completely avoid all mutant beasts and zombies. Nowadays, there are too many mutant beasts and zombies in this slum. It can be said that they are everywhere. In addition, many roads have been damaged, making it difficult for trucks to travel, and many times they have to take roads where zombies and mutant beasts gather. Therefore, even with Wang Hao leading the way, the convoy would inevitably encounter zombies and mutant beasts. However, encountering zombies and mutant beasts is not entirely a bad thing, as long as the number of zombies and mutant beasts is not too large. It will not be too dangerous for the convoy. On the contrary, everyone in the convoy can harvest a wave of exchange points. Chapter 352. Another convoy. Bobo Ball is great, but it's not without its flaws. The biggest disadvantage of the Bobo Ball is that people sitting in the Bobo Ball cannot shoot because the hatch is closed. If you want to shoot, you can only leave the Bobo Ball. I'll try to repair the Bobo Ball tomorrow to see if I can improve its performance. If I can shoot it in the cabin, that would be perfect. Wang Hao thought to himself. Repair can add a new function, but Wang Hao himself is not sure what function it will add. Encountering attacks from mutant beasts and zombies, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer naturally couldn't sit idly by and ignore them. What's more, they both had M249s. It would be a waste not to use such powerful firearms at this time. Wang Hao drove the Bobo Ball towards a building. There was a fence outside the building. Wang Hao drove the Bobo Ball straight into the fence. Then, with the help of the rebound force of the fence, Wang Hao controlled the Bobo Ball to fly into the air. During the process, the Bobo Ball can also move forward and backward, but the moving distance is limited. Wang Hao controlled the Bobo Ball, moved forward a little, and landed steadily on the roof of the building. After settling down, Wang Hao opened the hatch of the Bobo Ball. He and Zhuang Shuer walked out of the Bobo Ball. Then, They each took out the M249 and put it on the roof of the building. The two of them lay on the M249. From behind, the gun was pointed at the zombies and mutant beasts below. Duh. Gunshots rang out, and two M249 guns sprayed flames from their muzzles. Bullets flew out from the muzzles and headed straight for the mutant beasts and zombies below. Below, other members of the Qingfeng team and the guys from Sun Yinfeng's team have begun to attack crazily. Now Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai are cooperating from a high place, beating the mutated beasts and zombies below without the ability to fight back. Even if there were hundreds of them, they still couldn't get close to the convoy. For everyone, such a scene is not only not dangerous, but can also harvest a lot of exchange points. The battle ends quickly, and it must end as soon as possible, because the sound of gunfire and wailing will attract more zombies and mutant beasts. Even if the members of the Qingfeng team are very strong, if they are surrounded by a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, they will more bad luck than good. After killing the zombies and mutated beasts below, Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuai returned to the Bobo ball again. Wang Hao controlled the Bobo ball and jumped off the roof. The two people in the cabin did not feel any discomfort at all. Obviously, this wave ball is still very strong in terms of shock resistance. Wang Hao continued to explore the road ahead with his Bobo ball, and the team was still following him. After walking for about 10 minutes, Wang Hao discovered something unusual. There is a battle ahead. Wang Hao said in the team channel, "Let the convoy stop first and check the situation." Under Wang Hao's order, all the vehicles in the convoy slowly stopped and everyone entered a state of alert. Duh. At this time, everyone heard the gunfire even without Wang Hao stopping. What's going on? Sun Yinfeng came over and asked. This road is the only way they must pass. Other roads are either blocked or have been destroyed. If they want to reach their destination, they must take this road. Therefore, after learning about the situation on this road, Sun Yinfeng still felt that quite worrying. There is a team ahead. Wang Hao said to Sun Yinfeng, "It's a battle between survivors and zombies and mutant beasts. There are quite a few survivors." "A team that hunts zombies and mutant beasts?" Sun Yinfeng asked. Nowadays, in this slum, there are many teams coming to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. It is not surprising that they encounter such teams on the road. For the sake of efficiency and safety, many teams will join forces with other teams to hunt mutants, beasts and zombies. When several teams join together, this can naturally greatly increase the overall strength of the team. But it is not without its drawbacks. After all, everyone does not belong to the same team, and it is impossible to be united. If everything goes well, it is okay. Once something happens, what's the danger? It's not working together in the same boat, but abandoning each other, or even betraying each other. It should be. Wang Hao was not sure. His perspective could only see survivors, zombies, and mutant beasts in front of him. As for the specific situation at the scene, he didn't know. Wang Hao looked around and identified a big tree next to him. Then, he drove Sun Yinfeng up and jumped directly onto the branch of the tree. From here, they could see what was ahead. It's also a convoy. Sun Yinfeng said, slightly surprised when he saw the situation ahead. Wang Hao also saw the situation ahead at this time. More than 100 meters away from them, a quantity truck was parked. The truck was full of goods, although he didn't know what they were. It should be supplies and the like. Beside the truck, there were many survivors. The situation of these survivors was not very good at this time. Around them, they were densely surrounded by thousands of zombies and mutant beasts. These mutant beasts were moving towards the truck from all directions. They're coming. There are a lot of people in this convoy, but the firepower is very average. They basically use guns such as AK and SCAR. There are only a few M416s, let alone airdrop guns. At least from Wang Hao's perspective. I didn't see an airdrop gun, and I didn't hear the sound of an airdrop gun. Probably. Wang Hao smiled and said, "It seems that you are not the only one who is eyeing the slum business. I have known this for a long time, and I did not expect that I could take over the entire slum business by myself." Sun Yinfeng said, "Do you still remember what I said when I came to you before? Many businessmen are trying to do this in the slums, and some of them are faster than me. However, the bodyguards they hire are not strong enough, and they basically have no success. Yes, some people have been preparing for a long time and hired powerful thugs, but they have successfully sold the goods. However, this does not have much impact on us. The slums are too big, the area is large, and the population is large. I am alone. It is impossible to finish the business here. and other people coming in will not affect our business. The area of the slum is not the largest of the three major urban areas in Ingguang City. The largest area of the three major urban areas in the city is the civilian area. But the area of the slum is not the largest. The population is the largest, and the number of survivors here accounts for the majority. Therefore, Sun Yinfeng said that the market here is large and there is no problem. Sun Yinfeng is not the only smart person in the world. Sun Yinfeng can see the potential and market in the slums. Naturally, other businessmen can also see it. It is normal for someone to deliver supplies to the slums. However, now they actually encounter people on the road. Here we are. This is quite a coincidence. The problem facing Wang Hao and Sun Yinfeng now is what should they do? He stood back and watched, but still came to the rescue. This requires them to make a decision. Chapter 353 Helping. It's Luo Mu. Just as the two were hesitating whether to take action, Sun Yinfeng suddenly saw a familiar figure. Who is Luo Mu? I have a friend. He is a very good person. Sun Yifeng said a little anxiously. Wang Hao. If you ask someone to help you, he will definitely repay you afterwards. Wang Hao was not in a hurry. Instead of making a decision, he observed the situation at the scene and judged whether there was a chance of winning. With the help of the perspective auxiliary function, Wang Hao took in the surrounding situation. In addition to the thousands of mutant beasts and zombies that Luo Mu and the others faced, there were also many zombies and mutant beasts around. It was initially estimated that the number would not be less than 1,000. This also means that once they take action, they must be prepared to face 2,000 to 3,000 zombies and mutant beasts. Even if they are just low-level mutant beasts and zombies, this is a relatively dangerous thing. If there are also high-level zombies and mutant beasts are naturally more dangerous. Just give up and choose to sit on the sidelines? Wang Hao hesitated. Wang Hao still has empathy for the survivors. After all, he is also one of the survivors. Unless he is facing a survivor with evil intentions like last time. Otherwise, if he can save, Wang Hao is still willing to save. What's more, this is the first time Sun Yinfeng has asked him like this. So he has to give some face. Wang Hao looked at the surrounding environment and had an idea in his mind. Stay here and don't move. After saying that, Wang Hao drove the Bobo ball down the branch. Then, he came to Su Guangyuan, opened the hatch and said, Brother Su, come up. Su Guangyuan entered immediately without asking any questions. Got the ball. After Su Guangyuan came in, Wang Hao closed the hatch and drove the Bobo ball towards Luo Mu's motorcade. However, Wang Hao did not drive directly to the side of the convoy, but came to the side of the convoy. And then, using the force of the rebound from hitting the obstacle, he jumped onto a 3-story building next to it. This 3-story building is very dilapidated and full of a sense of age. At the same time, it must have been attacked by zombies and mutant beasts, and its surface is somewhat damaged. Wang Hao controlled the Bobo ball and got in through the gap in the wall's surface. Then he opened the hatch of the Bobo ball and let Su Guangyuan go down. Take this. Wang Hao handed his M249 to Su Guangyuan and said, just lie here and use it as a firepower point. Then what do you use? Su Guangyuan did not take the gun immediately, but asked instead Wang Hao. I have it. Wang Hao smiled and patted the Bobo ball. The Bobo ball can not only carry people, it can also hit other creatures. In fact, all vehicles can hit creatures. However, after hitting too many creatures, such as cars and jeeps, they can easily be stopped by resistance. Once that happens, the driver will be trapped. Danger. But the Bobo ball is much better in this aspect. Its maneuverability and flexibility are unmatched by other vehicles. Even if it is surrounded by zombies and mutant beasts, the Bobo ball can escape. In addition, Wang Hao has studied the Bobo ball. Its surface defense is much stronger than that of ordinary vehicles, even in terms of bulletproof. Although it is not as good as the modified car, it is still better than ordinary vehicles. Much stronger. Therefore, the Bobo ball can not only be used as a vehicle, but also as a special attack method. Su Guangyuan looked at Bobo ball and nodded. His understanding of Bobo ball is naturally not as good as Wang Hao's. Since Wang Hao said so, it certainly makes sense. Su Guangyuan has always trusted Wang Hao unconditionally. Wang Hao closed the hatch and jumped from a high place. Then, he returned to the place where everyone stayed and let Rosen get on the Bobo ball. After that, Wang Hao set Luo Sun to Su Guangyuan's side. The two of them in the same place could not only strengthen the firepower of the place, but also better ensure their own safety. After arranging Su Guangyuan and Luo Sun, Wang Hao followed suit and sent the remaining members of the team to various high points around Luo Mu's team one by one. Even Zhuang Shuer was sent out. After all, Zhuang Shuer had, however, there are modified M249s. It would be too wasteful if not used. After arranging the members of his team, Wang Hao returned to the team and said to the team members, "Get in the car now. Continue to drive forward. Drive the car next to the team in front. And then use the truck as a defense. Assist the team in front to defend. Remember, your task is to defend. Don't worry about anything else." The guys in the team looked at each other, and they made some moves. But they didn't execute them immediately. This is normal. After all, they are employed by Sun Yanfeng, not Wang Hao. Wang Hao can give orders to the members of his team, but these guys do not have to listen to his orders. Wang Hao also saw this, so he had to contact Sun Yanfeng and ask Sun Yanfeng to give them orders. After receiving Sun Yanfeng's order, those guys no longer hesitated. Everyone knew that the slums were very dangerous now. Since they could follow the convoy to the slums, they were mentally prepared. Therefore, although they knew that it would be very difficult to execute this order, it was dangerous, but they didn't hesitate at all. Thinking about it, Sun Yanfeng had already discussed these things with them before coming. After the motorcade started, Wang Hao returned to the Bobo Ball, and then drove the Bobo Ball along with the motorcade. The closer to Romu's convoy, the more intense the gunfire became. Wang Hao, who was in the Bobo Ball, even saw many wounded people in Romu's team. However, unless these wounded were seriously injured and unable to move, otherwise, even if they are injured, they still keep fighting. On the one hand, this is Romu's request, and on the other hand, it is also for their own consideration. After all, once the defense line is broken, all of them will be finished. Luo Mu was very anxious at this time. He, who had always been calm, also showed a rare panic and worry at this time. Like Sun Yanfeng, Luo Mu is also a businessman. He has been in business much longer than Sun Yanfeng, and his business talent is no worse than Sun Yanfeng. Therefore, his current net worth and industry are much greater than that of Sun Yanfeng. In this turmoil, not only Sun Yanfeng saw the crisis, but Luo Mu also saw the crisis. He was even more active than Sun Yanfeng in preparing supplies to be transported to the slums for sale. His first operation went quite smoothly. Although he encountered danger along the way, he successfully resolved it. With his first successful experience, Romu is full of confidence in his next actions. However, what he didn't expect was that this transportation would put him in great danger. Chapter 354. Reinforcements are passing by. Before transporting the supplies this time, Luo Mu also made preparations. As an experienced businessman, he could not just pack up the supplies and deliver them to the slums like a stupid young man. Like Sun Yanfeng, he also invited a team, and he even invited more than one team to ensure the safety of these supplies. However, what Romu didn't expect was that after delivering the supplies into the slums, two of the team suddenly changed their minds and demanded higher remuneration. In fact, although the proportion of remuneration Luo Mu gave them was not as high as what Sun Yanfeng gave to the Qingfeng team, it was still quite a lot. Even much more than what other businessmen gave their bodyguards. Luo Mu feels that he is a relatively generous person. However, he underestimated the greed of human nature. These two teams that suddenly changed their tune were both hired by Luo Mu with a lot of money. They were also the ones who escorted the first successful transaction. Therefore, when transporting supplies this time, Luo Mu first thought of them. However, the captains of these two teams followed Romu to deliver supplies last time, and saw the huge profits with their own eyes. They were jealous and their mentality was unbalanced. Originally, they were very satisfied with the remuneration given by Luo Mu. But after knowing the profit made by Luo Mu from a transaction, they felt that Luo Mu was too stingy, and they wanted more profits. They also thought about transporting supplies to sell in the slums. But the transaction seemed simple. But it was not easy to operate. They did not have the resources and connections in this area. So they set their sights on Romu. On their heads. After the convoy entered the slums, they found Romu and said that Romu must increase their remuneration. Otherwise, they would not continue to help deliver supplies. Luo Mu was naturally very angry about this. But the supplies had already entered the slum area and had been transported for a certain distance. They were about to arrive at their destination. Naturally, he didn't want this transaction to go stale. Once it went stale, not only would it be this means that he will earn a lot less exchange points, and his customers may also be robbed. Therefore, he chose to be patient and decided to increase his remuneration. At worst, he would not ask people from these two teams to escort him when delivering supplies in the future. Who would have known that the captains of these two teams had so much appetite that they actually asked for a fivefold increase in remuneration? If they really agreed to their request, Roma's profits will be greatly reduced this time, and he won't even be able to earn any exchange points. Perhaps, the captains of these two teams also thought clearly that this kind of thing was a one-shot deal. After this incident, it was impossible for Romu to ask them for help again. In this case, he simply raised his requirements higher. Luomu really didn't expect their appetite to be so big. He was immediately annoyed and started a quarrel with the captains of the two teams. Even if the captains of the two teams saw Romu getting angry, they did not panic at all. After all, without their protection, it would be difficult for Romu to reach the destination smoothly, even though the destination is not far away now. But now the slums were almost in danger, with mutated beasts and zombies everywhere. Even if Romu didn't move forward, it would be difficult for him to retreat. In short, they saw that Luomu was in a dilemma, so they dared to make such a request. And they also looked like they were determined to accept Luomu. Their behavior and attitude also completely angered Romu. Romu immediately rejected their request, dismissed them, and continued to move forward under the escort of the remaining team. Romu also knows that today's slums are very dangerous. But he has no other option now. He can only bite the bullet and move on. He can only keep praying in his heart that the trip will go smoothly. However, things backfired. And whatever you feared came to you. They had only been walking for 10 minutes when they were attacked by mutant beasts and zombies. Moreover, there were many mutant beasts and zombies besieging them. In this way, his convoy was protected by only one team. And this team was not as strong as the two teams that left before. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, they were in danger. If it were not for the protection of the truck as a bunker, I'm afraid they would have died under the siege of these mutant beasts and zombies. But even though he was not dead now, Luomu felt despair in his heart. They only have a small number of people now, and their combat effectiveness is not very strong. But they are killing more and more zombies and mutant beasts. These damn things are difficult to kill, and there are still so many of them. It is estimated that their defense line will be destroyed before long. Broke through. There are reinforcements. There are reinforcements coming. Just when Romu was despairing, the guys he hired suddenly cheered excitedly. Reinforcements? Luomu was stunned. Where are the reinforcements coming from at this time? Could it be that the two teams that left before came here? Luomu recalled the faces of the two captains and felt that this was unlikely. But if not them, then who? This is a slum. Nowadays, there is almost no law here. Even the survivors cannot completely trust each other. People who appear suddenly may not be reinforcements, but may also come to take advantage of the situation. Roma looked towards the direction where the sound came from, and saw a convoy similar to theirs. Someone on the convoy was shooting in this direction, and the targets of the shooting were naturally the mutant beasts and zombies. However, even so, Luomu didn't feel too excited, and was even a little disappointed. This is not reinforcements at all. This is the same team as them. Although this convoy is also attacking zombies and mutant beasts, it is just a pass here. They are clearing the way for themselves, not specifically to save themselves and others. Once they turn on the notification, they may not even be able to stop the car. It won't stop and will drive straight past. They were just passing by. Roma knows very well that in this Silver Light City, many people and businessmen have taken a fancy to the opportunities in the slums, and are preparing to seize this opportunity to earn exchange points. In a sense, they are mutual friends. Competitive relationship. In today's slum, even ordinary survivors may not help each other, let alone people with direct competition like them. They may want him to die here. In this case, there is one less competitor, and if given the opportunity, they can also loot the supplies left behind by their own fleet. Therefore, Luomu was full of disappointment at this time, even more desperate than before. However, to Romu's expectation, the convoy did not drive straight away, but stopped next to their convoy. They parked the truck around themselves and others, forming another line of defense. Seeing this scene, Luomu was shocked, and his face was filled with joy. Chapter 355 Romu's Surprise. They are actually reinforcements. Roma never thought that in this chaotic slum, there would be someone willing to help him at this time. Instead of adding insult to injury, this surprised him and made him happy. Thank you. Thank you. Luo Mu thanked the guys who got off the bus. Who do you belong to? Where is your boss? These people would be willing to save themselves. Naturally, it was not their spontaneous decision. It must be the team. Luo Mu wanted to express his gratitude to the boss in person for his decision. Our boss is in the back. One of the waiters said. Our boss is Sun Yinfeng. Sun Yinfeng? Luo Mu said in surprise. Immediately, he understood why these people came to help him. It turned out that the owner of this team was Sun Yinfeng. He and Sun Yinfeng are good friends. It can even be said that he brought Sun Yinfeng into this industry. Although he did not directly give Sun Yinfeng much help, he also gave a lot of pointers. The relationship between him and Sun Yinfeng can be said to be very good. Sun Yinfeng will it's normal to choose to save yourself. If other convoys pass by here, I'm afraid they wouldn't help him and would take advantage of him. Of course, if he encounters Sun Yinfeng in trouble, he will also help him. With the addition of members of Sun Yinfeng's team, the already shaky defense line instantly became much more stable. This also made Luo Mu feel a lot more relaxed instantly. Hey, what is that? Luo Mu pointed at a round spherical object and asked in surprise. At this time, the spherical object was rushing into the group of zombies and mutant beasts. Wherever it passed, mutant beasts and zombies were knocked away and knocked down. What surprised Romu even more was that the spherical object was knocking down large mutant beasts. When he was a beast, he was actually able to fly up. Luo Mu is quite experienced. But this is the first time he has seen such a round object. That's Bobo Ball. The teammate next to him said. I heard it's a new type of vehicle that's extremely flexible. Vehicle? Luo Mu looked at Bobo Ball in disbelief. Your boss. This is you are quite capable. Can you get such a vehicle? Vehicles have always been controlled by the government and major families. It is not easy for ordinary survivors to own vehicles. Once a new vehicle appears, they will be targeted. Officials and people from major families will use all kinds of coercion and inducement to force the survivors to sell the vehicles so that the vehicles are firmly in their hands. Businessmen like them, with backgrounds, can still if you get a dip in this field. You won't be able to get into it if you don't have a background. Vehicles like the Bobo Ball are beyond the reach of ordinary survivors. Even though he, Luo Mu, has been in business for many years, he is not qualified to touch such a novel vehicle. Therefore, he was so surprised when he learned that Sun Yinfeng actually had such a vehicle. This does not belong to our boss, the guy said. The person sitting in the car is our boss's friend and the team captain invited by our boss. Your boss's friend? The look of surprise on Luo Mu's face did not diminish. What's the name of this team? The guy nodded and said, Team Qingfeng. Luo Mu looked at the Bobo Ball running rampant among the zombies and mutant beasts, and secretly guessed the identity of Sun Yinfeng's friend. Being able to own a vehicle like Bobo Ball is obviously not an ordinary person. And ordinary people cannot afford such a vehicle. Romu has always been more concerned about things in Silver Light City. They are doing business, and it is important to be well informed. So, if any powerful master appears, he will be able to hear about it to some extent. During the recent period, teams in Silver Light City have sprung up like mushrooms after a spring rain. Roma also has some knowledge of these teams. This is also the reason why he was able to invite those two powerful teams before. However, he did not inquire before to the name of the Qingfeng team. However, it is normal to think about it carefully. There are too many teams in Silver Light City now. No matter how talented he is, Roma cannot understand all the teams. No one can do this. Therefore, it's normal to have never heard of the Qingfeng team. At this moment, fierce gunshots rang out from both sides of the road. Hearing the gunshots, Luo Mu was shocked at first. After seeing that the targets of these people's attacks were zombies and mutant beasts, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, and then his face showed a look of shock again. It was actually the sound of a dog smashing and an M249. Whether it is a dog smash or an M249, they are not ordinary guns, and they are extremely difficult for ordinary people to obtain. He's from the Qingfeng team. The guy next to Luo Mu seemed to have seen the change in Luo Mu's expression and took the initiative to speak. You mean, the people who are shooting now are all members of the Qingfeng team? Luo Mu asked in surprise. Yes. The guy said, there are only 8 official members of their team. But these 8 people are either airdrop guns or light machine guns. And their firepower is very fierce. This is not the first time that Wang Hao's Qingfeng team has escorted Sun Yinfeng. The guys from the Sun Yinfeng racing team also know the situation of the Qingfeng team quite well. The configuration is so good? Luo Mu's face became more shocked. He has also been in contact with many teams, especially when he was looking for bodyguards for his team. He had been in contact with many teams, understood their situations, and made the decision after some comparisons. Therefore, he knows the weapon configuration of many teams. In fact, this is not a secret. He can find out with a little inquiry. In the teams he knows, the entire team can have an airdrop gun or a light machine gun. They are all very few, let alone the Qingfeng team, where all members are equipped with airdrop guns and light machine guns. This kind of firepower configuration, Luomu is sure, is definitely the best among all teams in Silver Light City. Even those teams composed of the elite of the Legion cannot afford this level of luxury. What is the origin of this Qingfeng team? Why can it have such a high configuration? Luomu secretly decided in his heart that after the crisis was resolved, he would make a good friend of the captain of the Qingfeng team. A person like this was definitely worth making friends with. Not to mention that the Qingfeng team was still rescuing them. He should express his gratitude even more. Bang bang bang. At this time, Wang Hao didn't know what Luomu was thinking. He controlled the Bobo Ball and ran rampant among the zombies and mutant beasts. The huge impact force knocked the zombies and mutant beasts around, which was very violent. At the same time, Wang Hao also had an updated understanding of the defensive capabilities of the Bobo Ball. The defensive capabilities of this thing were stronger than he thought. Many zombies and mutant beasts besieged the Bobo Ball, but there was still nothing on the surface of the Bobo Ball. Damage. Smooth as new. Not even a trace. Chapter 356 The Mighty Lion. What a treasure. Wang Hao couldn't help but sigh again. Although he had already lamented it more than once, Wang Hao still couldn't help but feel it again. The Bobo Ball is really a good vehicle. Of course, at this time, it was not only functioning as a vehicle, it was also a useful weapon in Wang Hao's hands. Under Wang Hao's rampage, the surrounding zombies and mutant beasts were washed to pieces. Wang Hao's behavior also angered these zombies and mutant beasts, and they roared and surrounded the Bobo Ball. There are more and more zombies and mutant beasts around Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao was not panicked at all. This was exactly the effect he wanted. I saw Wang Hao controlling the Bobo Ball and hitting a squirrel in front of him that was more than 1 meter long. After the mutation, not only did the mouse's body become much longer, but its teeth and claws also became extremely long. It is sharp, but the hair on its body is messy, and in some places there is no hair at all, and the skin is completely exposed to the air. Seeing Wang Hao driving the Bobo Ball towards him, the squirrel's eyes showed a bloodthirsty light. It stood like a human and waved its 2 front paws to grab Wang Hao's Bobo Ball. Bump! The Bobo Ball came to the front of the squirrel, and the squirrel grabbed the Bobo Ball with its 2 front paws. Then, the smooth surface of the Bobo Ball made it unable to put any force on it, and its paws slid down the surface of the Bobo Ball. It increased its strength, as if it wanted to scratch the Bobo Ball. However, the toughness of the surface of the Bobo Ball was far beyond its expectation. In the past, its claws could easily break the tree trunk, but now it was completely useless to the Bobo Ball. It has no effect. There is no damage on the surface of the Bobo Ball. Not even a trace. When the squirrel caught the Bobo Ball, its entire body was carried away by the Bobo Ball. The huge impact made it difficult for it to stand still. Bang bang bang. Bobo Ball used the squirrel as a human shield and hit many zombies and mutant beasts. The surface of the squirrel's body also became damaged under the attacks of the zombies and mutant beasts. It made a sound from its mouth. A shrill cry. Bump! Wang Hao's Bobo Ball took the mutant squirrel and hit a mutant lion. The lion was more than twice the size of an ordinary lion and had thick hair all over its body. When the Bobo Ball hit it, it also waved. He hit the Bobo Ball with his claws. Bump! The Bobo Ball was slapped hard. But Wang Hao did not panic. With the help of this huge force, he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the entire Bobo Ball bounced up. Amidst the roars of the zombies and mutant beasts, the Bobo Ball bounced up. The wave ball rises higher and higher. Roar! The mutated lion looked up at the Bobo Ball and let out an angry roar. It bit the squirrel it had captured. The poor squirrel had just hit the zombies and the Bobo Ball. The mutated beast was attacked to the point of dying. At this time, it was bitten severely by the lion, and it wailed and lost its breath in an instant. At this time, Wang Hao, who was in midair, was not idle either. While controlling the direction of the Bobo Ball, he used the puppet auxiliary function on the mutated lion below. He took a fancy to this lion. Wang Hao's original intention was just to use the Bobo ball to attract hatred, thereby attracting the surrounding mutant beasts and zombies. Then, he used the mobility of the Bobo ball to firmly hold these zombies and mutant beasts, thereby fighting for the team members and the team time and reduce stress. Otherwise, the team and convoy would not be able to hold on when faced with attacks from thousands of zombies and mutant beasts. Wang Hao's Bobo ball has strong defense and mobility, and is fully qualified for this job. So far, Wang Hao has done well. Many zombies and mutant beasts have been attracted to him and roared to attack him. This is exactly what Wang Hao wants to see. The discovery of this mutated lion was an unexpected surprise. This is a level 5 mutant beast. After it mutated, its size has been enhanced. As its size has been enhanced, its strength has naturally increased. What's even more terrifying is that its agility has not weakened at all. Its speed is still very fast, and its feet are very flexible. The appearance of such a level 5 mutant beast is naturally not good news for the convoy and the team. If it is allowed to attack the convoy and team members, it will probably cause serious casualties. Fortunately, the lion was still on the outside and had not yet attacked the team or convoy members. At this time, its attention was also on Wang Hao's Bobo ball. We must not let it attack the convoy and team members. Wang Hao made a decision in his heart. Originally, he planned to drive away with the Bobo ball and take away some of the zombies and mutant beasts here. But at this time, he changed his mind. He was afraid that after he left, although he could take away many zombies and mutant beasts can't take away this lion. The combat power of such a lion can match hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, Wang Hao did not leave, but landed not far from the lion. His Bobo ball landed on the head of a zombie. The Bobo ball's own strength plus the force of the fall. The zombie was instantly crushed to the ground, and the Bobo ball bounced up again with the force. But this time the height in the air was not as high as before. The surface of the Bobo ball is tough, but it has great elasticity. Wang Hao is very curious about what kind of material this Bobo ball is made of, and it actually has such contradictory abilities. Ho ho ho! Seeing that the Bobo ball landed not far from him, the lion roared again, kicked its limbs fiercely, and actually crossed a distance of 6 or 7 meters in one leap. Snapped! The lion jumped next to the Bobo ball and slapped the Bobo ball hard. The huge force seemed to smash the Bobo ball into pieces. However, the hardness of the Bobo ball exceeded its expectations. Its powerful and heavy slap was not able to smash it into pieces. There was not even a crack on the surface. Instead, the huge force sent the Bobo ball flying. Got out. Although the Bobo ball was not damaged, Wang Hao, who was sitting in the Bobo ball, felt uncomfortable. The lion was really strong, and the huge force made Wang Hao dizzy and very uncomfortable. Fortunately, this slap was on the Bobo ball. If it had been slapped on me, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang Hao thought with lingering fear in his heart. While rejoicing, Wang Hao was also a little excited. Once such a powerful lion can be tamed, it will be a powerful help for him. With its addition, the strength of his puppet team will be upgraded to a higher level, and he will become more capable of hunting mutant beasts and zombies in the future. Easy. No matter what. You must conquer this lion. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao controlled the Bobo ball and rushed towards the lion again. Chapter 357 Worry-Free. He saw that round thing rushing towards him again. The mutant lion was completely angry. It knocked away a zombie in front of it, and then rushed towards the Bobo ball. It must smash this abominable thing. However, this time, the mutated lion missed the target with a slap. When the two sides were about to get close, the Bobo ball suddenly flew up and leaped in front of the mutated lion. Then, the lion reacted before coming over. It fell down very quickly and hit the lion squarely on the head. If the Bobo ball wants to fly, it does not necessarily need to use external force. As long as it is driving, it can jump up. However, without the help of external force, the height of its jump is relatively low. But even if no matter how low the height of the leap is, it will definitely exceed the height of the lion. Bump! Even though the Bobo ball is extremely elastic, it is not light in weight. When it was hit, even the lion with great strength could not withstand the pressure, and his body was bent down after being hit. Roar! The mutated lion let out a roar, and it was completely crazy. This damn ball not only provokes it repeatedly, but also dares to attack it. How can it endure this? Roaring, the mutated lion straightened up and pushed the Bobo ball away. Wang Hao used this force to control the Bobo ball to fly higher and higher. rising more than 10 meters before flying again. Whereabouts? In the process of falling, Wang Hao controlled the Bobo ball slightly away from the battlefield. He had completely angered the lion and believed that it would not let him go. Sure enough, when he saw the Bobo ball falling to the side, the mutant lion chased after it without hesitation, raising his head while running, waiting for the Bobo ball to fall. At the same time, some of the surrounding mutated beasts and zombies were also attracted. In this way, a lot of pressure is relieved for the members of the team and the team. Is he going to be okay? Looking at Bobo Chio far away from the battlefield, Luomu was a little worried. He is a smart man and can see Wang Hao's thoughts at a glance. Wang Hao's choice is undoubtedly very dangerous, but it is also very wise. It is the most beneficial decision for the scene. Only by attracting some zombies and mutant beasts. They are here only then can we deal with it calmly. However, in this way, Wang Hao himself will be in great danger. After all, whether it is the lion or the numerous zombies and mutant beasts, Wang Hao is now protected by the Bobo ball. For the time being, there is no danger yet. But with so many zombies and mutant beasts attacking, the Bobo ball may not be able to hold on. Once the Bobo ball is shattered, Wang Hao will be in danger. It should be okay. The guy hired by Sun Yanfeng next to him said with some uncertainty. After all, he didn't have much contact with Wang Hao. And he didn't know Wang Hao very well. He didn't know Wang Hao's abilities. Judging from the situation at the scene, Wang Hao was actually quite dangerous. The reason why he was okay now was entirely because of the wave of balls. It is strong. But no matter how powerful the vehicle is, it cannot withstand the attacks of zombies and mutant beasts. Once the surface of the wave ball is shattered, Wang Hao will be in danger. However, this guy often heard Sun Yanfeng praise Wang Hao, so he still had some confidence in Wang Hao. But his confidence was not very high. Everyone, work harder. Get rid of these damn zombies and mutated beasts quickly, Luomu said loudly to the people around him. What he can do now is to eliminate the mutant beasts and zombies around him as soon as possible. Only by eliminating them can they and others be able to help Wang Hao and get Wang Hao out of danger. At the same time, the members of the Qingfeng team also accelerated the attack rhythm. The firearms in their hands almost never stopped. The barrels were red and hot. They were all in high positions and were naturally concerned about the situation below. Seeing more clearly, although they have seen Wang Hao's extraordinary skills before, no matter how powerful they are, they can't withstand the attacks of so many zombies and mutant beasts. In addition, their defense ability and solidity against the Bobo ball are also limited. Without a clear understanding, they were all worried about Wang Hao. Everyone else was worried about Wang Hao's safety. But Wang Hao himself was not worried at all. After seeing that he had successfully attracted the lion and some mutant beasts and zombies away, Wang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. And then a smile appeared on his face. The goal was achieved. Of course he was happy. As for talking about his own safety, that is nothing at all. The defensive ability of this wave ball is extremely strong. The lion's powerful slap just now did not leave any trace on its surface, let alone smash it into pieces. The sturdiness of this wave of balls is definitely beyond everyone's imagination. Secondly, to take a step back, even if this wave of balls is broken, it does not necessarily mean that I will be in danger. After all, I still have other auxiliary functions. Clone, invisibility. These are all life-saving auxiliary functions. There are also equipment such as power boots and wormhole device makers, which can also help you get out of trouble in critical moments. In short, there are many means that Wang Hao can use to save his life, and there is no need to worry too much about his own safety. What he cares about most now is whether he can conquer this lion. I have to say that Wang Hao is really greedy for this lion. Its strength, speed, and even its IQ are all excellent. If he can own it, it will definitely be a great help to Wang Hao. However, from the moment he met this lion until now, Wang Hao has used the puppet auxiliary function on it many times, but he still has not been able to conquer it. The puppet auxiliary function has been upgraded to the 3rd level. The probability of conquering a 5th level mutant beast is actually so low. This upgrade is really lonely. Wang Hao continued to use the puppet auxiliary function on it, while thinking in his heart make complaints. Of course, complaints are complaints. Wang Hao is actually very satisfied with the auxiliary function of puppet, even if the probability of successfully conquering high-level zombies and mutant beasts is lower. It does not affect the value of this auxiliary function. If it doesn't work once, do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, do it 10 times. As long as there are enough times, You can succeed no matter how low the probability is. Bump! When Wang Hao was thinking this, the lion suddenly jumped up high, while its body was lifted into the air. Its front paws stretched out and slapped hard on the surface of the wave ball. The Bobo ball was shot straight away, and Wang Hao, who was sitting inside, once again experienced a feeling of dizziness. Holy shit! This lion has learned to play volleyball? Wang Hao complained in his mind while trying hard to control the direction. At the same time, he also checked the place where the Bobo ball was hit. Wang Hao was relieved when he saw that there was no trace there. But Bokia did not disappoint me. Chapter 358 Meeting. Captain, our fight here is almost done. You can lead those zombies and mutated beasts back, Yu Jianzhong said to Wang Hao in the team channel. Yes, Captain. Come back quickly with the zombies and mutant beasts. We will help you eliminate those beasts, Feng Gaoyuan also said. About 20 minutes later, the battle on the central battlefield came to an end. With the cooperation of the Qi Feng team and the members of the two convoys, a large number of zombies and mutant beasts were eliminated. Among them, the Qi Feng made the greatest contribution. Team. Although the Qi Feng team only has 8 official members, which is much smaller than the guys hired by Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu, their firepower and attack power are not less than them at all, and even exceed them 2 or 3 times more than. This is naturally because of their firepower configuration, especially the 3M249S modified by Wang Hao. They have become like gods of death on the battlefield, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of zombies and mutant beasts. The firepower brought by these 3M249S alone was greater than the firepower of the two convoys combined. In addition to these 3M249S, the airdrop guns in the hands of other team members also exerted considerable combat effectiveness. Compared with ordinary guns, airdrop guns are not only more stable, but also more lethal and more accurate. Therefore, the role they can play on the battlefield is not comparable to that of ordinary firearms. The last thing is the personal strength of the team members. The strength of the official members of the Qi Feng team, even among all the survivors, can be called a master, not to mention compared with these team members, who can be a master. Man, your own strength is naturally not enough. Otherwise, how could you be willing to do such a tiring and dangerous thing? Therefore, their personal strength is far inferior to the official members of the Qi Feng team. But compared with the members of the Qi Feng team's reserve team, they are not inferior. These reserve team members of the Qi Feng team, they were just ordinary survivors before. They had only been in the team for 2 days, and had no training. Even their firearms and equipment were similar to those of ordinary survivors. Therefore, their combat effectiveness was naturally incomparable to that of regular members. In any case, the members of the Qi Feng team, who made the greatest contribution to this battle were definitely the members. Of course, there is also their captain Wang Hao. Both Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu clearly know how much Wang Hao has contributed to attracting zombies and mutant beasts. If Wang Hao had not taken the risk, they would have faced more zombies and mutant beasts. Even if they in the end, these mutated beasts and zombies can be eliminated. But I am afraid that I will also suffer heavy casualties. It was precisely because of Wang Hao's self-risk that they were able to eliminate the zombies and mutated beasts in front of them without any casualties. Now that the zombies and mutant beasts in front of them have been eliminated, they can naturally free up their hands to destroy the mutant beasts and zombies around Wang Hao. Okay, I'll take them back right now, Wang Hao said with a smile in the team channel. I'm taking them shopping. Shopping? Everyone was surprised. But when they thought that Wang Hao was walking around with those mutated beasts and zombies, it wasn't just shopping. Brother Luo, are you okay? At this time, Sun Yanfeng also came to the side of the motorcade and met Luo Mu. Previously, because the scene was too dangerous, Wang Hao was afraid that something might happen to Sun Yanfeng, so he asked Sun Yanfeng to stay behind. Now, the battle here is basically over, and Sun Yanfeng couldn't hold back and came over on his own initiative. It can be seen from the title that Sun Yanfeng respects Mu very much. This comes from the heart. Sun Yanfeng still remembers that when he first entered the industry, Luo Mu gave him a lot of advice and guidance. Without Luo Mu, he would not have been so successful in this industry. I am afraid he would have to take a lot of detours. It can be said that Luo Mu is his leader, so he respects Luo Mu very much in his heart. This is why he immediately asked Wang Hao for help after recognizing Luo Mu's identity. I'm fine. Luo Mu shook his head and said, Brother Sun, thanks to your people for helping me this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd have to be blamed here today. Brother Luo, How could I possibly stand by and watch? Sun Yanfeng said. Brother Luo, how come you are surrounded by so many zombies and mutant beasts? This is a long story. We will talk about it in detail when we are out of danger. Okay. Sun Yanfeng nodded. Sun Yanfeng knew that there must be a hidden secret. He knew Luo Mu very well, and knew his abilities. Luo Mu was a very cautious person. Since he decided to transport supplies to the slums for sale, he must have made sufficient preparations in advance. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be such a big danger. However, Sun Yanfeng also knew that this was not the time to discuss the matter in detail. So he did not ask further questions. By the way, how did you find the Qingfeng team? Luo Mu looked at the members of the Qingfeng team, who were still fighting, and said with admiration, they are very strong. The whole team is very strong. Hee hee. It's a long story. I've known their captain for a while. And we have a pretty good relationship. Sun Yanfeng smiled proudly when he heard Luo Mu mentioning the Qingfeng team. Being able to get to know the Qingfeng team is indeed a matter of pride and joy for Sun Yanfeng. During this period, Sun Yanfeng was not the only one who wanted to transport supplies to the slums for sale. But most of these convoys ended in failure. Well, there was only one reason. And that was that the force protecting the convoys was not strong enough, resulting in the convoys not being captured. The mutated beasts and zombies were destroyed by being robbed by other survivors. And there were very few convoys that could successfully complete the transaction. And his Sun Yanfeng team can successfully trade. Moreover, more supplies are being transported every time. Earn more and more every time. This is all due to the strong protection ability and the strength of the Qingfeng team. It was with the protection of the Qingfeng team that his team was able to sell the supplies smoothly without any casualties, which was a miracle for other teams. How could this make Sun Yanfeng so unhappy? Their captain, is he very strong? Romu asked. So far, Luo Mu has not met Wang Hao and does not know Wang Hao's specific strength. However, he has seen the performance of the Qingfeng team members, which really made his eyes shine, regardless of their firepower configuration or personal performance. In terms of strength, the Qingfeng team must surpass other teams, which made him even more curious about the captain of this team. Chapter 359. The lion is gone. To be honest, I don't know his specific strength. Sun Yanfeng said, his rank is not too high, but his strength should be good. Many people have accepted the reward missions issued by the Lord of Silver Light City before, but he didn't finish it. And he was able to recruit so many masters in his team. Thinking about it, his strength is definitely not weak. Although Sun Yanfeng has known Wang Hao for a while, he still has a strong understanding of Wang Hao. Wang Hao's specific strength is really unclear. Of course, this can't be blamed on him not caring about Wang Hao's strength, but because he has no way of knowing. There are usually two ways to observe a person's strength. One is to form a team and enter the virtual battlefield to see how he performs on the virtual battlefield. If he performs well on the virtual battlefield, then his performance in reality will be the performance is not bad either. The second is to observe in reality, which is more intuitive. After all, reality is more cruel than the virtual battlefield. Some people do not perform well in the virtual battlefield, but in reality, they have the hard work that others do not have. And they are even very ruthless. Jean, that should not be underestimated. Sun Yanfeng and Wang Hao have never entered a virtual battlefield together. In reality, they have not seen much of Wang Hao's performance. Naturally, they do not know enough about Wang Hao's strength. Even in the last delivery of supplies, Wang Hao was more brilliant, focusing on command and intuition of danger. His performance in real battles was not particularly outstanding compared to those of the other team members. Therefore, it is normal for Sun Yanfeng not to know Wang Hao's specific strength. What you said makes sense. Luo Mu nodded and looked forward. There, Wang Hao's special vehicle appeared in sight. And behind him, there were dense zombies and mutant beasts chasing it. Just now, Wang Hao took away a lot of zombies and mutant beasts. Almost more than 1/3 of the total. This allowed them to easily deal with the rest, especially the one that looked very ferocious. The big lion was taken away, which made Luo Mu and others relieved. Nowadays, they can all see the levels of zombies and mutant beasts. Therefore, Luo Mu and others know that the big mutant lion is a 5th level mutant beast. They all know how terrifying the 5th level mutant beast is. Hey, where's that lion? Thinking of the powerful mutant lion, Luo Mu's heart tightened. Although there were not as many zombies and mutant beasts left as before, there was such a high-level mutant beast. They will still be dangerous. And once it hits the defense, Romu has no certainty that it will be able to hold it. However, just when he was worried that the big mutant lion would kill Wanli, he suddenly discovered that the big lion did not exist in the group of mutant beasts and zombies following Wang Hao. This surprised Romu. It seems that I really didn't see it. Sun Yanfeng looked carefully at the zombies and mutant beasts behind Wang Hao, but did not find the big mutant lion. Did he kill him? Sun Yanfeng said subconsciously. Impossible. Luo Mu shook his head. The defensive performance of his vehicle is indeed very strong. It can also knock zombies and mutant beasts away, and can even crush low-level zombies and mutant beasts. But that lion is a level 5 mutant beast. How could such a high-level mutant beast be killed? As for shooting, I think it is even less likely. There are many zombies and mutant beasts around him. And even the 5-level mutant beast, a super mutant lion. Once he gets out of the car, he will probably die from the siege of those mutant beasts and zombies soon. How many opportunities are there for shooting? That's right. Sun Yanfeng nodded. What about the lion? You can't just find out that you can't kill Wang Hao and get angry. Right? Luo Mu's analysis is indeed reasonable. There are too many zombies and mutant beasts around Wang Hao. There is no chance to get out of the car and shoot. Even if he is at a high place, he is still in danger. Among these mutant beasts, there are some with good jumping ability, coupled with a big lion that is very fast. Wang Hao is indeed not much opportunity to shoot. Leaving that vehicle, Wang Hao is looking for death. Moreover, a 5th-level mutant beast cannot be easily killed by just one survivor. Even an elite team of mutant beasts of this level has little chance of winning, let alone Wang Hao alone. But if the lion was not killed by Wang Hao, where did it go? You can't just get angry and leave. Right? This is definitely impossible. In the state the lion was in just now, it wanted to eat Wang Hao alive. So how could he let Wang Hao go? I don't know, Luo Mu said. I'm afraid only he knows the answer. That's right, Sun Yanfeng said. We can ask after the battle is over. However, the fact that the lion is gone is a good thing for us. That's right. Indeed, Luo Mu smiled, and the worried expression on his face had disappeared. That big guy looks very scary and very powerful. If he really attacks arbitrarily, there will probably be a lot of casualties on our side. Now he's gone. It's the best. Ta-ta-ta! The gunfire that had just become sparse became intense again. Wang Hao brought back hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts. Although the number was not as large as before, it was still quite a lot. The battle that had just been about to stop was now it gets intense again, with the team and convoy members taking over. Wang Hao no longer has to drive the Bobo Ball to run rampant among zombies and mutant beasts. He uses the Bobo Ball to bounce to a high point, then opens the hatch and walks out of the Bobo Ball. Out. It's time to earn exchange points. During this period, although Wang Hao also used the Bobo Ball to kill several zombies and mutant beasts, his main task was to lure them away. Therefore, he did not kill many zombies and mutant beasts, and there were no exchange points. No matter how much he earns, now that he has the opportunity, he will naturally not waste it. The M249 was lent to Su Guangyuan. However, Wang Hao also had a dog smasher. The firepower of this thing was also very fierce. Although it was not as good as the M249, it was still much stronger than ordinary firearms. What's more, Wang Hao also with the auxiliary function of self-aiming. The speed of killing mutant beasts and zombies is not slow at all. Gunshots, roars, and wails became the main theme of the scene. The fighting became more and more intense. Because the crisis had been basically resolved, everyone at the scene was relatively relaxed. At this time, there was no need to worry about shooting. Let go and hack hard. And with the addition of a master like Wang Hao, everyone at the scene was able to eliminate zombies and mutant beasts a little faster than before. About 10 minutes later, as the last zombie fell to the ground wailing, the battle ended completely, and the scene gradually became quiet. Chapter 360, Be Generous. Bump! The Bobo Ball fell steadily, and Wang Hao caught the last player from the height. The Bobo Ball was steady, and Wang Hao opened the hatch. In the distance, Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu came over. When Wang Hao came out of the Bobo Ball, the two of them were already in front of Wang Hao. Wang Hao, this is Brother Luo Moyo I mentioned to you before. Sun Yanfeng said to Wang Hao, Brother Luo is my leader. Without Brother Luo, there would be no me today. Brother Luo, this is Wang Hao. He is the captain of the Qifeng team. Even though he is young, he is very powerful and has a group of expert players under his command. In time, He will definitely have a place in Silver Light City. Brother Sun, you think too highly of me, Wang Hao said with a smile. I'm not exaggerating at all, Sun Yinfeng said. Captain Wang is humble. Luo Mu also said, I have just witnessed the strength of your team with my own eyes. I have traveled all over the country for many years and have come into contact with many teams, including some elite teams. But the Qifeng team is definitely the best I have ever seen. The strongest team he has ever had, bar none. Luo Mu's evaluation of the Qifeng team is not low. But this is his true words. The Qifeng team is indeed the strongest among all the teams he has come into contact with. There is no one team, even the two teams that suddenly opened their mouths before, can't compare with the Qifeng team. By the way, where is the muted lion? Sun Yinfeng asked curiously. We were still worried that the lion would kill us. It is a level 5 mutant beast. It is difficult for us to stop it when it goes crazy. Stay. Yes. Luo Mu also said, we all know how lethal the 5th level mutant beast is. Its threat is definitely no worse than hundreds of low-level mutant beasts. Or even greater. Why did it suddenly disappear? Another wave of survivors just attacked it. And it went after that group of survivors. Wang Hao said casually. Of course this is an excuse. In fact, the mutated lion has become Wang Hao's puppet, in the process of seduce those zombies and mutant beasts. Wang Hao never gave up using the puppet auxiliary function on the big lion. After many failures, he finally succeeded in subduing the big lion and let it become a member of its own army of puppets. It has to be said that with the 3rd level puppet auxiliary function, the probability of successfully conquering high-level mutant beasts and zombies is indeed much higher than before. Otherwise, Wang Hao may not have succeeded until now. So that's it. Neither Sun Yinfeng nor Luo Mu had any doubts about Wang Hao's explanation. Nowadays, this slum is full of survivors who come to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Although everyone knows that high-level zombies and mutant beasts are dangerous, high risk means high reward. If you can kill a high-level zombie, mutated beasts can not only obtain a large number of exchange points, but also obtain its materials. In addition, it can also greatly enhance the reputation of the team. When the team expands its recruitment in the future, it can also attract more experts to join. In short, although hunting high-level zombies and mutant beasts is dangerous, there are people doing it all the time. Some teams are even deliberately looking for high-level zombies and mutant beasts to hunt. As for the chance of successful hunting, that depends on another matter. Explain? No matter what, there are always brave or courageous people, and it is not impossible for other survivors to take the initiative to attack the level 5 mutant lion. The two of them no longer struggled with the mutated lion, which was a good thing for them. As for the safety of the survivors who had attracted the big lion, that was not their concern. Captain Wang, thanks to your help this time, Luo Mu said gratefully to Wang Hao. Let's add a friend, and I will transfer 2,000 exchange points to you to express my gratitude. In addition, your team members have just all the supplies consumed can be replenished from my trucks. The supplies transported by Romu's trucks are also weapons and ammunition, medicine, food and water. Nowadays, these are the most popular items in the slums. The most profitable. Mr. Luo is too polite, Wang Hao said. 2,000 redemption points is by no means a small amount. Regardless of Wang Hao's team, they can earn a lot of exchange points every time they come to the slums. But that is based on their own strength and weapons and equipment that surpass those of ordinary survivors. Even so, team members every time it's quite a lot to be able to earn hundreds of redemption points at a time. As for other ordinary survivors, it would be good if they could earn dozens of exchange points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies in one day. After all, their strength is limited and their weapons and equipment are average. It is okay to face small groups of zombies and mutant beasts. Once they face a large group of zombies and mutant beasts, they are in danger. Therefore, they can only carefully avoid large groups of zombies and mutant beasts and look for small groups of zombies and mutant beasts. This is not an easy task. If you are not careful, you may encounter great danger. Now, Luo Mu's price is 2,000 exchange points. This is definitely not a small number, which shows Luo Mu's generosity. That's right, Luo Mu said. Captain Wang, you saved me and the entire convoy. Compared with these, 2,000 exchange points are nothing. Just don't mind if it's too little. Luo Mu took action. He was so generous. First, he was not a stingy person. Wang Hao and the others saved him. The team members and a large amount of supplies this time. In comparison, The 2,000 exchange points were indeed not many. Secondly, he also wanted to take this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Wang Hao. Sun Yinfeng could see that Wang Hao was not a thing in the pool. And he, Luo Mu, could naturally see that in this apocalypse, everything else is fake, and strength is the real thing. Only when you have the strength to speak and do things can you have the confidence. If you are not strong, then you should make more friends with strong people. This is the principle that Luo Mu has always adhered to. Since he saw that Wang Hao has the potential to become a strong person, he will naturally not miss it. This opportunity. Wang Hao, don't be polite to Brother Luo. Sun Yinfeng said with a smile. This exchange point is nothing to Brother Luo. If you don't accept it, I will accept it for you. Sun Yinfeng and Luo Mu, they had known each other for a long time, and he knew Luo Mu relatively well. Therefore, he could see Luo Mu's thoughts at a glance. This was actually nothing. For businessmen like them, it was necessary to get to know more masters. For example, Sun Yinfeng. If he hadn't met Wang Hao, how would he have the courage to deliver supplies to the slums so blatantly? It is normal for Luo Mu to want to make friends with Wang Hao now. Wang Hao looked at Sun Yinfeng, then smiled at Luo Mu and said, "Then I'll be disrespectful." "That's right," Luo Mu said with a smile. Chapter 361 Merge into one place. Luo Mu is very good at being a person. Or he is very good at winning people's hearts. After paying the Qifeng team, he also gave rewards to the people he brought as well as the team members brought by Sun Yinfeng. It can be said that there are a lot of rewards. Spreading money. However, the effect is obvious. The team members, and the remaining team members, who protect his team are all very grateful to Roma. They were hired with money, and it was their duty to protect supplies on the road. Luo Mu did not need to give extra rewards, but Luo Mu did, and everyone was naturally very grateful to him. The same goes for Sun Yinfeng's people. Sun Yinfeng also spent money. During the transportation process, they had to obey Sun Yinfeng's arrangements. This road was also the only way for them to pass. There were a large number of zombies and mutant beasts. So for them, it is also a threat. So it is appropriate to take action. Even if Luo Mu does not give any reward, no one will say anything. Now that he gives it, it will naturally surprise them. I heard my dad mention this Luo Mu by chance. On the side of the Qifeng team, Yu Qianing glanced at Luo Mu not far away and whispered to Wang Hao and others. "Oh, what did your dad say about him?" Wang Hao asked. Wang Hao has never inquired about Yu Qianing's specific family background. He only knows that she is also a rich and well-rounded person. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her and Zhuang Shuer to be best friends for many years. She usually has no regard for money and money. There was an overly enthusiastic pursuit of the exchange point. But Yu Qianing didn't say what the specific background was. And Wang Hao didn't ask. When Wang Hao recruits players, he first looks at his strength and secondly his attitude towards the team. As long as he has the strength and has no evil intentions towards the team, that is enough. As for his family background, it is not the focus of his attention. A smart man is also an ambitious man. Yu Qianing said, "My dad said that he is very smart and good at business. I heard that his business is quite big and he knows a lot of people. But I didn't expect that. He actually took the risk to escort the car himself." Wang Hao looked at Luo Mu with some curiosity. Since Ro Mu is the big boss, why bother escorting the car himself? Nowadays, this slum is not a safe place. Whether it is mutant beasts, zombies, or other survivors, there is great danger. Even if Romu is interested in the market here, it is not impossible to send his people to deliver supplies. Why bother to come in person? Maybe he attaches great importance to the slum market, so he escorted it personally, Rosen said. Maybe, Wang Hao said non-committally, however. This has little to do with us. Our task is to escort Sun Yinfeng supplies. As for other things, we don't need to pay too much attention. Not necessarily. Zhuang Shuer said with a smile, I see that he is very enthusiastic about you. Perhaps, he is seeking to cooperate with you. You mean, he might hire our Qifeng team to provide protection for his caravan? Wang Hao said. It's possible, Zhuang Shuer said. Wang Hao glanced at Luo Mu, who was not far away, and said, that's okay. There is money to be made, and there is no need for us to refuse. If he really invites our Qifeng team to protect him, then the next step is to have one more partner. Our team is not a bad thing. Wang Hao doesn't care what kind of person Luo Mu is. For him, it doesn't matter what kind of person Luo Mu is. They just meet by chance, and may not meet in the future. even if Luo Mu really invites them for protection. It's just a business deal. You can talk about it as you want. And it has nothing to do with what kind of person Luo Mu is, as long as he pays the commission. While talking, Luo Mu and Sun Yanfeng walked over together. Luo Mu came over and said to Wang Hao, "Captain Wang, I want to hire your Qifeng team as the security team of our convoy to be responsible for escorting our next trip. But my escort mission is not over yet," Wang Hao said. Wang Hao didn't expect that Luo Mu would actually ask him for escort. And also so quickly. "It doesn't matter," Luo Mu said with a smile. "I just discussed it with Brother Sunday. Our two fleets will merge into one place and send my supplies first. My destination is relatively close to here. After sending my supplies, and send Brother Sun some supplies." Wang Hao looked at Sun Yanfeng. Sun Yanfeng nodded and said, "This is the best choice. I can't waste much time. This slum is in crisis. Luo Ji's convoy now lacks protection. Without you to provide protection, they may be in danger again. Since Brother Sun has no objection, then there is no problem," Wang Hao said. "That's great," Luo Mu said. "As for the reward, 2,000 exchange points. What do you think?" "Okay," Wang Hao nodded. "When he cooperates with Sun Yanfeng, he will charge half of the profit. This is not a trick to Sun Yanfeng, but he has the capital he wants. Since he wants such a price, he will definitely protect Sun Yanfeng's motorcade to reach the slum smoothly." As for Luo Mu, Wang Hao didn't ask for much, because they were not familiar with each other. And this was halfway, not too far from Luo Mu's destination. So Wang Hao couldn't ask for more. If there would be cooperation in the future, then but it's time to have a good talk. Of course. 2,000 exchange points is actually not a small amount. It is estimated that Romo has never offered such a price. When hiring other teams, Luo Mu was very happy. When Wang Hao agreed, he directly transferred the 2,000 exchange points to Wang Hao. In this way, Wang Hao earned 4,000 exchange points from Luo Mu. Naturally, Wang Hao cannot have the exclusive use of these 4,000 exchange points. This is a collective action. So of course all team members will share in it. Of the 4,000 redemption points, Wang Hao alone has 600 redemption points. The other 7 full members each have 400 redemption points. And the 5 reserve team members have 120 redemption points each. This distribution plan was not decided by Wang Hao himself, but was decided upon by 8 formal members. Previously, Wang Hao and the other 7 official members shared the remuneration equally. But as the team prepares to expand, there will be more and more people, and some things should be set down. And it can no longer be as casual as before. As the captain of the team, Wang Hao naturally enjoys certain privileges, and should be paid more. Secondly, there should also be a distinction between formal members and reserve team members. Only in this way can the reserve team members be encouraged to work hard and strive for an early start. Become an official team member. It is precisely because of such deliberations that the current distribution method can be achieved. Everyone cleaned up the scene. And then, the motorcade set off on the road again. The two teams merged together, and the formation of the entire team was much larger than before. So it naturally attracted attention. Chapter 362 attacked again. Another convoy is coming. Which convoy is this? There are so many cars. Damn. I'm so excited. I really want to snatch it. You don't need to think about such a convoy. The escort must be very strong. Go, it's just a matter of death. You'll starve the brave to death. You'll never make a fortune by making a fuss. I don't think there are many guards in this convoy. Maybe they are hiding. On the way, Wang Hao and the others passed by. They would meet some survivors from time to time. These survivors were all attracted by the convoy. There was no way. Mainly because the current convoy was too large. The long queue of trucks was very eye-catching. And the supplies on the trucks made many survivors drool. And many people were ready to move. However, most people are not stupid. They know that such a convoy must have many guards. And it is not easy to snatch supplies. But this is just the majority of people. Faced with so much material, many people are still tempted. How about it? Do you want to do it? Isn't it too dangerous? They must have a lot of guards. We also have a lot of people. As long as the robbery is successful, we will make a lot of money. Do it. I'm afraid. Go. They have guns. And so do we. To be honest, I'm also excited. Those who can afford so many supplies are definitely not ordinary people. If we are in the convoy, we can also rob. I'm even more excited when you say that. About a minute away from Wang Hao and the others, a group of people gathered together to discuss things. What they were discussing was whether to rob Wang Hao's huge fleet. In the end, they made a unanimous decision: go ahead. After making the decision, everyone immediately dispersed and deployed firepower around them. This group of people consists of 7 or 8 teams, with a total number of more than 100. They have teamed up to hunt zombies and mutant beasts in the past few days. Although this may cause a situation of few monsters and many people, it is relatively safe. There are quite a few. And if they encounter high-level zombies and mutant beasts, they will be able to fight them. Of course, this is what they think. In fact, they have not encountered zombies or mutant beasts above level 3 in the past few days. The highest level mutant beast they have encountered is a level 3 mutant cat. That's it. A cat made them miserable at the time. But the result was good. They successfully killed the mutant cat and gained a lot of exchange points. And the cat's hair and claws were both good things. It actually made them a small fortune. Now, they targeted the convoy guarded by Wang Hao. In their opinion, they can kill level 3 mutant cats, and there is no problem in hunting a convoy. Moreover, they did it intentionally or unintentionally, and set up an ambush in advance, so that they can catch the convoy off guard. In this battle, they did not reason to lose. If it were an ordinary convoy, if they ambush in advance, they might be able to successfully rob them. Unfortunately, what they encountered was a convoy guarded by Wang Hao. Where did Captain Wang go? In the car. Luo Mu didn't see Wang Hao in the team, and couldn't help but curiously ask Sun Yanfeng. He should have gone to explore the road. Sun Yanfeng said, he has a different intuition for danger than ordinary people. The 2 times I transported goods, he was the one in front of the convoy to explore the road. So that's it. Luo Mu hearing this, he felt thoughtful. Hey, everyone from the Qifeng team is out. What's going on? Sun Yanfeng suddenly saw 8 official members of the Qifeng team suddenly leaving the convoy, and couldn't help but be a little confused. Sun Yanfeng immediately contacted Wang Hao to inquire about the situation. There are some situations ahead. Wang Hao replied, I don't know if they are coming for us. Let me take precautions first. You can just drive normally. Okay. After hanging up the communication, Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu they looked at each other. We may be in trouble, Sun Yanfeng said. Although Wang Hao was not very sure, Sun Yanfeng had an intuition that the abnormal situation discovered by Wang Hao was probably directed at them. As expected, there was not much worry on Luo Mu's face. And there was even a smile. Our team is so conspicuous. It would be strange if no one cares about it. That's right. Sun Yanfeng nodded. The 2 of them would be noticed if they were transporting alone. Now that the 2 fleets are merged together, it is more conspicuous. So it is not surprising that they will be noticed. I just don't know if Captain Wang can help us solve this problem, Luo Mu said. It's definitely no problem, Sun Yanfeng said with certainty. Do you believe him so much? Luo Mu asked. You don't even know what trouble we are about to face. No matter what trouble it is, I believe Wang Hao can solve it, Sun Yanfeng said. From the time he met Wang Hao until now, Sun Yanfeng has never seen Wang Hao stumped by any difficulties. And this time will definitely be no exception. Luo Mu didn't know Wang Hao very well, so he said non-committally, then let's wait and see. The motorcade continued to drive. Although Sun Yanfeng did not give any special reminder, the guys in the team were very vigilant, knowing how dangerous this slum is now. No amount of vigilance is too high here. Suddenly, several black spots flew towards them. No, it's a grenade. There's an ambush. The truck at the front suddenly braked, and then grenades fell one after another around the convoy. Explosions sounded one after another. The surrounding area was covered in gray, and grenade fragments flew everywhere. Many flew towards the truck. Fortunately, these trucks have been treated and have strong surface defense properties. Although the grenade fragments also caused some damage to the trucks, they were not destroyed. Some people sitting in the trucks were injured, but no one died. Defense? All defense. Use trucks as fortifications and defend in place, Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu ordered almost simultaneously. This was not the first time that these 2 convoys had been attacked. Therefore, they had already experienced this situation. Everyone did not show too much panic. Under the arrangements of Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu, they stood still. Formation defense, relying on trucks as fortifications, to resist the attacks of ambushers. We are really in trouble. Luo Mu looked at the grenades that were still flying, his face serious, but not afraid. I don't know what the situation is in the Qifeng team now. Since Wang Hao discovered it in advance, it's dangerous. I think we can definitely deal with these people. Sun Yanfeng said in a deep voice as he looked ahead. Duh. The sound of gunshots was accompanied by the explosion of grenades, and the scene became more lively and intense. Chapter 363 solved quickly. Wang Hao indeed discovered them in advance. With the help of the see-through function, Wang Hao's ability to detect danger is unparalleled. Although those people were well hidden, and no one in the convoy noticed them, they could not escape Wang Hao's eyes. However, Wang Hao was not sure at that time whether they were coming for the convoy. After all, the slums are very chaotic now, and there are many convoys transporting supplies. Maybe these people have evil intentions, but they are only targeting other convoys. If in that case, Wang Hao didn't want to meddle in others' affairs or create extraneous matters. However, now it seems that this is not the case. This group of people is coming for them. Shoot, Wang Hao said calmly. After discovering these people, Wang Hao transferred the members of the Qifeng team, then used the road to go around the back of this group of people, and used the Bobo ball to transport them to several high points in excellent locations. Now, seeing the group of people shooting at the convoy, Wang Hao naturally gave the order to attack. Boom boom boom. The members of the Qifeng team had been waiting for Wang Hao's order for a long time. After receiving the order, they immediately drew out their thunder to greet those who were ambushing them. Those people did not even think that there were people behind them, and their attention was on the front. The team members were caught off guard by the members of the Qifeng team. This time, Wang Hao also transferred the members of the reserve team, including him. There were 13 people in total. 13 grenades exploded in the crowd. Their power was quite powerful. Almost at the moment of the explosion, the grenades exploded. Nearly 1/3 of the people in the ambush were killed or injured. Then, intensive gunfire rang out. The members of the Qifeng team had already pointed their guns at the group of people below. After throwing the grenades, they immediately shot below. After the previous battle, Luomu had already replenished supplies for the Qifeng team. Therefore, Wang Hao and the others now had abundant supplies, and there was no need to skimp on bullets. The Qifeng team opened fire. Bullets flew downwards, like raindrops. The official members of the Qifeng team already possess superb shooting skills, and now that they are in a favorable position, the fight will not be too easy. Ah! I've been shot! Someone come and save me! Behind! There's someone behind us! What's going on? Why is there someone behind us? Didn't we just check? When did they pass by? Help! I don't want to fight. Please come and save me! Wails and screams were heard one after another in the crowd below. How happy they were playing before, but how miserable they are now. A round of grenade bombing reduced their number by 1/3. After another attack, they reduced their number by about 1/3 again. Now there are only 30 or 40 people who can continue to fight. This number cannot give them any sense of security. Many people had collapsed. They threw away their guns, lay on the ground shivering with their heads in their hands, and kept begging for mercy and calling for help. Soon, the gunfire below subsided, and this time it didn't even last more than 3 minutes. When Luomu and Sun Yanfeng brought the team members to the scene, Wang Hao was picking up the team members from the height. The Qifeng team is not simple. Luomu looked at everyone in the Qifeng team, especially Wang Hao, who had just walked out of the wave ball. This Captain Wang is not simple. Sun Yanfeng nodded in agreement. Both of them had great confidence in the Qifeng team. However, even so, they did not expect that the battle here could end so quickly. In 3 minutes, Wang Hao's team defeated more than 100 people. This combat power is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary teams. Not even the elite teams in the military. Seeing Wang Hao walking towards him, Luomu admired him even more and began to want to win over him. Are all your people okay? Wang Hao came over and asked. Wang Hao was not sure whether those people would attack the convoy before, so he allowed the convoy to move forward. The existence of the convoy also attracted the attention of the ambushers, which allowed him to successfully transport all the team members to the appropriate location. 2 unlucky guys were shot, Sun Yanfeng said, but it's nothing serious, and neither of them is life-threatening. Fortunately, you acted fast enough. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. Although there is a truck as protection, if there is no Wang Hao and the others attack from behind, it was easy for the ambushers to break through this line of defense. Once that happened, they would not just injure 2 people. Captain Wang, you saved us again. Luomu smiled. This is our job, Wang Hao said. Now that he has accepted the task, Wang Hao will naturally do his own thing well. The 3 men then looked at the scene. Among them more than 100 ambushers. More than 20 were killed, and only about 20 were intact. The others were injured, and their injuries varied in severity. How to deal with them? Wang Hao asked. These people took the initiative to ambush the convoy. So even if they were killed, Wang Hao and the others would not feel any guilt at all, nor would they have any responsibility afterwards. It's just that during the battle, he was able to do it. But now that the battle is over, and he is asked to kill the prisoners, he can't do it. Captain Wang, you make the decision, Luo Mu said. You captured these people. It's up to you to decide whether to kill or release them. Yes. Sun Yanfeng nodded in agreement. Wang Hao didn't refuse. He looked at the people next to him, then asked them to come over and pay the ransom and leave. However, these people were obviously not as wealthy as the previous group of people, and they couldn't get 1,000 exchange points per person. In the end, Wang Hao changed it to 500 exchange points per person. In this way, Wang Hao can be regarded as making a small fortune. Of course, Wang Hao cannot monopolize this exchange point. The team members must share it, and even the members of the team must also share it. After all, they also have credit for this combat effectiveness. After dividing it like this, Wang Hao himself couldn't lose too much. However, after all, this was an unexpected windfall. No matter how much it was all in vain. So Wang Hao had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Captain, let's just rob here, Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. It's so fast to redeem points through robberies. It's faster than hunting mutant beasts and zombies. What you think is quite beautiful. Wang Hao he smiled and said, they attacked us first. We are reasonable, and they have to pay the ransom. But if we rob here, it will definitely annoy the other survivors here. It is not impossible for them to unite to encircle and suppress us. Moreover, the official side is unlikely to let us go. Do we want to go back to the rich area? I'm just talking, Feng Gaoyuan said with a smile. Chapter 364 Recruitment. Although both ransoms were large, Wang Hao did not have any evil thoughts because of this. Robbery is indeed fast, and with the strength of their Qingfeng team, the probability of a successful robbery is quite high. However, these are only temporary. If they really rob here, they will definitely be resented by other survivors. Once or twice is okay, but more times will inevitably lead to a joint encirclement and suppression by other survivors. In addition, the official will never let them go. They were ambushed and asked for ransom after winning. This is reasonable, and the official will not say anything. But if they become robbers, the official will never let them go easily. For the officials, stability and order are very important. How could they allow such a team to rob here? Of course, Wang Hao could also see that Feng Gaoyuan was joking. Feng Gaoyuan, Yu Jianzhong and Luo Sun. Although the three of them are not as wealthy as Zhuang Xuer and the three girls, they are quite powerful, and their horizons are naturally not that small. They all have great ambitions. Naturally, it is impossible because of the situation in front of them. If you make a small profit, you will go astray. After the prisoners left, Wang Hao and others replenished their supplies and set out again. Along the way, they encountered attacks from mutant beasts and zombies again. But the number was much smaller than before. With Wang Hao exploring the road ahead, they could always find the best route. Unless it was the kind of road that must be passed. Otherwise, Wang Hao will lead the convoy to avoid places where zombies and mutant beasts gather. If there was no convoy, Wang Hao would not avoid the zombies and mutant beasts at all. After all, these things meant exchange points for him and the team members. They came to the slums just to earn exchange points. However, because there were convoys and supplies, Wang Hao and the others could not concentrate on hunting these mutant beasts and zombies. Their first priority was to ensure the safety of the convoy and supplies. As for hunting mutant beasts and zombies, they could only slow down. There are a lot of zombies and mutant beasts in this slum. But Wang Hao and the others are not in a hurry. The reason why Wang Hao is willing to accept orders is not only because of the rewards from Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu, but also because he wants to get in touch with the survivors here and select suitable people from them to join his team. After about half an hour, the convoy stopped. This time not because they were attacked, but because they had reached their destination. Romu jumped out of the passenger seat of the truck, passed over the trucks, and came to the front of the convoy, where a group of people were waiting. It's the buyer. Sun Yanfeng did not follow Luo Mu, but came to Wang Hao's side. When he completes the transaction, we will continue to set off. Wang Hao nodded. Sun Yanfeng did not step forward to avoid suspicion. After all, although Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu had a good relationship, they were both doing the same business. Sun Yinfeng stepped forward at this time, and he was suspected of robbing customers. For a person as smart as Sun Yinfeng, he naturally wouldn't do such a thing. He could steal customers, but he would not steal Luo Mu's customers. Hey, what did your people do in the past? Sun Yinfeng suddenly noticed that Su Guangyuan and Yu Jianzhong were walking towards the survivors, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He didn't think that Wang Hao was competing with Luo Mu for customers, although Wang Hao also brought some supplies with him in the car. Wang Hao's current mind was not on selling things, so it was impossible for him to compete with Luo Mu for customers. Recruiting. Wang Hao didn't hide anything. In fact, there was nothing to hide. If the team wants to expand, it must recruit people. It's obviously not possible to rely on just the few of us. Sun Yinfeng looked at the Qingfeng team. A member of the team nodded and said, "It's true that your team is very strong, but the number of people is too small. Small numbers sometimes make you suffer. However, why do you recruit people in the slums? Why don't you recruit in the rich areas? At the worst, we should go to the civilian areas. Are there experts here in the slums?" Sun Yinfeng now admires the strength of the Qingfeng team. All the official members of this team are experts. It is impossible for Wang Hao to recruit people. Recruit some mediocre people. So it's not appropriate to recruit people in this slum. How could there be experts here? If there were experts, they would have used their skills to live in civilian areas or even wealthy areas. How could they stay in this slum? Sun Yinfeng couldn't understand Wang Hao's decision. "I plan to put the newly recruited team members into the reserve team first," Wang Hao said. "You also know how many teams there are in Silver Light City now. There are so many teams to choose from. Can those in the rich and civilian areas be willing to join the reserve team? I can only come to the slums to recruit people." "That's right. There are too many teams in the city now, and everyone is recruiting people," Sun Yinfeng said. "However, in the slums, if there are no experts, you will be disappointed if you come here to recruit people." In fact, Sun Yinfeng felt that if Wang Hao directly incorporated the new recruits into the official team members, the Qingfeng team would still be very popular in wealthy and civilian areas. In the market, although there are many recruiting teams now, there are very few truly strong teams, and the Qingfeng team is one of them. Let me ask, who doesn't want to join a powerful team? Given those candidates, they will also choose the Qingfeng team. But Wang Hao decided to only put the newcomers into the reserve team. This would naturally exclude many people with the status of a formal member, who would value the status of a reserve team member. Disappointed? Wang Hao smiled. Not necessarily. Why? Do you really want to recruit experts here? Sun Yinfeng asked. It doesn't matter whether you can recruit a master, Wang Hao said with a smile. Even if he is not a master, I can train him to be a master. Huh? You still have this ability? Sun Yinfeng said in surprise. He thought Wang Hao was joking, but Wang Hao looked serious, which surprised Sun Yinfeng. You must know that the virtual battlefield is the best training place. If a person cannot practice on the virtual battlefield, then he will not be able to become a master elsewhere. This is almost everyone's consensus. After all, virtual battlefield is the place closest to reality without having to worry about real death. Training there is the most suitable and effective. In reality, it is not that there are no training institutions. Even major legions will train soldiers. However, the effects of these trainings are incomparable with those of the virtual battlefield. They can rarely improve a person's strength. Even if they can, the improvement is limited. It is impossible to promote a person from a rookie to a master. What can Wang Hao do that no one else can do? Although Sun Yinfeng has always trusted Wang Hao, this time he was not optimistic. Chapter 365. The sale is in progress. Don't believe it? Wang Hao looked at Sun Yinfeng and asked with a smile. I don't believe it. Sun Yinfeng shook his head firmly. Then let's wait and see. Wang Hao returned his gaze to the survivors in front. Sun Yinfeng looked at Wang Hao curiously, wondering where Wang Hao got his confidence. He could tell that Wang Hao was not joking. He was serious. Sun Yinfeng was quite curious about this and looking forward to it. If Wang Hao can train these mediocre players in the slums into masters, it will definitely be a shocking thing. No one has been able to do this in the past. If Wang Hao can do it, it will definitely cause a huge sensation. However, although Sun Yinfeng is curious and expectant, he is still not optimistic about it. The Qingfeng team has many masters, but those masters have grown up based on their own talents and were not trained by Wang Hao. Wang Hao had previously never demonstrated ability in this area. Although Wang Hao did not look at Sun Yinfeng, he could feel Sun Yinfeng's eyes and know the meaning of those eyes. Wang Hao knew that Sun Yinfeng didn't believe it, and others wouldn't believe it either. But Wang Hao was not kidding. He really had such an idea and had the confidence and strength to do so. Whether a person is a master usually depends on two factors: equipment and personal strength. Especially the latter, which is more important. Equipment: Wang Hao has the auxiliary function of copy, so there is no problem at all. Wang Hao can equip everyone in the team with high-level equipment. The second is personal strength. This is the most difficult part of cultivating masters. Official legions and major families can also provide good equipment to their subordinates. They cannot cultivate masters because they cannot improve the personal strength of these people. However, this is not impossible for Wang Hao, because he has auxiliary functions. Especially the two auxiliary functions of unconventional rewards and copy. The former allows Wang Hao to obtain top-quality equipment and materials from the virtual battlefield, while the latter can produce these good things in batches. Of course, these good things are not just firearms, but also some uncommon things, such as gene potions, such as proficiency bonus cards, and so on. These two things are the basis for what Wang Hao just said. Gene potion can change a person's physical fitness and make him different from ordinary people, while proficiency bonus card allows the user to gain a large amount of proficiency, thereby improving the user's ability in certain aspects, such as marksmanship. Shinfa. In the future, Wang Hao will get more good things from the virtual battlefield. With these things, it is not impossible to cultivate masters. Of course, Wang Hao would not talk too much about these things to Sun Yanfeng, although the two had a good relationship. Sun Yanfeng was not a member of the team after all, so there was no need to talk to him in too much detail. Romu's transaction went relatively smoothly. The survivors in front of him should be representatives from several surrounding air raid shelters. Romu had been in contact with them before coming, and many things had been discussed before. After those people held on to supplies, they made a deal with Luomu. Captain Wang, I may need to trouble you to escort them for a while. Luomu came over and said to Wang Hao, several of them are representatives of other air raid shelters. We need to help them deliver supplies to the entrance of the air raid shelter. Everyone knows that slums are dangerous, and even a small stretch of road can be dangerous. So it is normal for those buyers to ask for door-to-door delivery. Okay. Wang Hao did not refuse. This was something that was promised. And Wang Hao also wanted to go to other air raid shelters to recruit people. Later, Wang Hao and others escorted the supplies to the entrances of each air raid shelter. During the handover of materials, members of the Qingfeng team would talk to the representatives and ask them if anyone in the air raid shelter was willing to join the team reserve team. Several air raid shelters were moved down, and Wang Hao and the others recruited 10 more reserve team members. Reserve team members are Wang Hao's own words. In fact, their joining also takes up the team member quota. In other words, the current Qingfeng team can only have a total of 40 formal members and reserve team members. Of course, Wang Hao can also not recruit them into the team, but just verbally give them the status of reserve team members. In that case, they will not occupy the quota. But when they hunt mutant beasts and zombies, the points they earn will not be counted against the team, although their hunting efficiency cannot be compared with that of the regular members. Mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Of course, Wang Hao will not mind adding more points to the team. However, these people will not occupy the quota forever. After entering the team, Wang Hao will definitely assess and observe them. Those who pass the test will become full members, while those who fail will be removed and the quota will be filled again. Others come in. When we first recruited people, there were far more than 10 people who signed up. However, some people seem to be kind people at first glance. Wang Hao would naturally not want these people. He would not recruit people who would destroy the atmosphere of the team. Come in. Okay. All my supplies have been traded. After sending away the last batch of buyers, the smile on Luomu's face became brighter. It's time to send Boss Sun's goods. Luomu had no plans. Let's leave now. After all, his convoy is also protected by his crew and team. Now that he has finished the transaction, these people are ready to escort Sun Yanfeng's supplies. By the way, Boss Wang, is your team recruiting? Luomu asked Wang Hao. Yeah. Wang Hao nodded. Su Guanyuan and the others were recruiting people right next to Luomu, and it was normal for Luomu to know. How do you choose to recruit people here? Luomu asked curiously. What masters can be found here? Obviously, Luomu and Sun Yanfeng had the same idea. There can't be experts in the slums, so it's not a wise move for the team to recruit people here. Not necessarily. Wang Hao smiled. Wang Hao didn't say much about Luomu. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other. Luomu saw that Wang Hao didn't mean to say more. so he didn't ask further questions. However, he was still curious in his heart as to why Wang Hao would do this. After a brief tidying up, Wang Hao and his team members continued to escort the supplies. Sun Yinfeng found a new customer this time, so the destination was different from last time. Wang Hao also admired Sun Yinfeng's business skills. The cooperation between the two could be considered a win-win situation. When he arrived at Sun Yinfeng's sales point, Wang Hao did not forget to continue recruiting people. After some screening, he recruited 5 new players. As a result, the Qifeng team's current 40 places have been used up more than half, and the remaining Wang Hao has no intention of keeping the quota. Chapter 366. So many people? Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry to trouble you about this matter, Wang Hao said to Uncle Zhao. The last destination of this trip is the air raid shelter where Uncle Zhao is. The last 2 trucks of supplies will be traded here. However, the object of the transaction is not Uncle Zhao, but other people in the air raid shelter. And these people are Uncle Zhao contacted me. Although they had only shipped supplies 2 days ago, those supplies were obviously not enough to last for a long time. The number of people in Uncle Zhao's air raid shelter had been increasing, and the corresponding demand for supplies was naturally increasing. After knowing this situation, Wang Hao and others naturally regarded this place as the sales point. After all, they were more familiar with it. What's the trouble? We should be the ones thanking you, Uncle Zhao said. Without your supplies, it would be difficult for us here to persevere. Moreover, the prices of the things you sell are lower than others. Everyone treats you very badly. I'm grateful. Uncle Zhao's words are indeed true. It seems that Wang Hao and others earn exchange points by selling supplies. In fact, he is also helping these people. They are hiding in air raid shelters and cannot survive without supplies, especially food, water and medicine. Moreover, Wang Hao sells the prices are also lower than those of other merchants, which makes these people even more grateful to Wang Hao and others. During this period, many businessmen came to the slums to sell supplies. Although these people in the slums were low in strength and did not dare to run around, communication was not interrupted. Therefore, they knew the situation in other air raid shelters in the slums. Therefore, they also all know that the prices of the supplies Wang Hao and the others sell are really low. As long as everyone doesn't call us profiteers, Wang Hao said with a smile. Although the price he sells is relatively low, it is still profitable, and his work cannot be in vain. It can also be seen from this how big the profits of other businessmen are. It is no wonder that everyone knows that today's slums are very dangerous, but they still have to transport supplies to the slums. The profits are really too great. That's impossible, Uncle Zhao said. Whoever dares to say that will definitely be reviled by everyone. We can still tell who is good and who is bad. Wang Hao nodded and said nothing more. By the way, I spread the news about what Guan Yuan said before. These people here are willing to join your team. Uncle Zhao pointed to the people behind him and said to Wang Hao. Before coming, Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan to contact Uncle Zhao and told him that their team needed to recruit new people to expand, and asked Uncle Zhao to ask him if anyone in the air raid shelter was willing to join the team. So many? Wang Hao looked at the group of people behind Uncle Zhao and said in surprise. At this time, there were more than 100 people standing behind Uncle Zhao, which was beyond Wang Hao's expectation. Wang Hao had thought that they were all here to help carry supplies, but he didn't expect that they all wanted to join the team. This is after my preliminary screening, Uncle Zhao said with a smile. After I spread the news, many people want to join your team, especially those who went out to escort the supplies with me last time. Almost all of them want to join your team. Everyone wants to join your team. I saw that there were too many people, so I screened them, Guan Yuan said. You recruit people based on their character first, and then whether they are willing to endure hardship. Those who have bad character and like to play tricks, all have been eliminated. In addition, these people are relatively stronger than others. The remaining people are basically fine. You can recruit as many people as you want and choose from them. This is why Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan to tell Uncle Zhao in advance. Before the turmoil broke out, Uncle Zhao had a certain degree of appeal and reputation in the area. Su Guangyuan also followed Uncle Zhao to find things to do. Therefore, Uncle Zhao knew the people in this area well. Through him, he could, after preliminary screening, the quality of the new people recruited by Wang Hao and the others will be higher. Of course, the high quality here mainly refers to the character and character. As for the strength, the people here are not much different. Excuse me, Uncle Zhao. Wang Hao thanked him. If he had known that there were so many people here in Uncle Zhao, Wang Hao would have stopped recruiting people from other places before, and could have filled them here directly. However, now that they have been recruited, Wang Hao cannot just fire those people for no reason. No trouble. Uncle Zhao said, you don't know how many people are eager to join your team. To be honest, even I am tempted. I know that your team will definitely not be able to recruit all these people. However, I hope that your team will be able to join your team in the future. After upgrading, if you recruit new people, you can give priority to the remaining people. They are all hard-working people. Their strength is a bit inferior, but there is absolutely no problem with their character. Why can Uncle Zhao have influence in this area? It's because he can think about everyone. What Wang Hao explained this time seemed to be asking Uncle Zhao for help. In fact, Uncle Zhao wished that this kind of thing would happen more often. After contacting Wang Hao and the others, Uncle Zhao knew that Wang Hao's team was extraordinary. Being able to join such a team was a great blessing for the people in the slums. It was too difficult for the survivors in the slums. They usually do a lot of things, but they get very little in return. Every slum resident wants to move out, but not many can actually leave the slum. Staying in the slums means suffering, and even life safety, but being able to get out of the slums means that your life has changed, and you will live a completely different life from now on. This is why so many people signed up after Uncle Zhao explained what Wang Hao meant. Who doesn't want to get out of the ghetto? It's just that there were too few opportunities to get out of the slums in the past. Their abilities and strength were not enough for them to gain a foothold in civilian areas and wealthy areas. Now that they have the opportunity to leave the slums, who wouldn't want it? How many people begged Uncle Zhao to give them this opportunity? But Uncle Zhao didn't have any selfish motives in this matter. Of course, he also wanted to help more people leave the slums. But he didn't want to harm Wang Hao. Wang Hao could leave this matter to him because of his trust in him. He couldn't live up to this trust. So his so-called preliminary screening was actually very strict. Many people who were dismissed had no problems themselves. But Uncle Zhao wanted the people who entered the team to leave a good impression on Wang Hao, so that when Wang Hao recruits people in the future, the first thing he thinks of is the people here. And he has to set the standards high. Just as Uncle Zhao said, there is no problem with the remaining people. Wang Hao can choose whatever he wants. Chapter 367. I can't figure it out. Uncle Zhao, don't worry. When the team expands its recruitment in the future, I will definitely give priority to the people here. Wang Hao said to Uncle Zhao. With your words, I feel relieved. Uncle Zhao smiled. Regardless of whether Wang Hao will remember this sentence in the future, it is already rare for Wang Hao to make such a promise face to face. And Uncle Zhao has nothing to ask for. Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan to select people to bring the total number of team members to 40. It can be clearly seen that the faces of those who were selected were full of joy, while the faces of those who were not selected were depressed. Wang Hao had nothing to do about this. After all, the team could only recruit 40 people, and the number of places was limited. He couldn't recruit all of them now. The selected person stood together with the people from the Qifeng team, looking at Wang Hao expectantly and nervously. They all know that Wang Hao is the captain of this team and their leader. Joining the team does not mean that they can stay in the team forever. They are still members of the reserve team. Whether they can successfully become regular players depends on their subsequent performance. Wang Hao glanced at everyone, and then walked towards Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu, who were chatting. Are you done? Sun Yanfeng asked. Yes. Wang Hao nodded. Everyone has been recruited. I will take them to practice with zombies and mutant beasts later, so I won't go back with you. It doesn't matter. Luo Mu said. Everything on the truck has been sold, and I believe there will be no survivors to cause trouble. As for zombies and mutant beasts, as long as we don't encounter too many, there will be no problem. At worst, we can return the same way. In fact, even if it is, after selling all the supplies, there is some danger in returning. After all, so many trucks are valuable in themselves, and by selling so many supplies, they must have earned a lot of exchange points. There is no guarantee that no one will robbery on the way. It's just that at this time, there will be relatively fewer people taking risks to rob, and the return trip will be relatively safer. As for zombies and mutant beasts, they don't pose much of a threat. The truck itself has a lot of momentum and can completely clear a path. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter too many mutant beasts and zombies. Otherwise, you will definitely be surrounded. However, Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu could go back the same way they came. There were basically not many zombies and mutated beasts on that road. At least not today. It's hard to say tomorrow. Because zombies and mutated beasts are not stationary. They are moving anytime and anywhere. If you are in danger, you can contact me. Wang Hao said to the two people, we will rush to support as soon as possible. With your words, we can rest assured, Sun Yanfeng said with a smile. After all, there is still some danger in the return trip. Wang Hao can make such a promise, which makes them feel relieved. If they really encounter danger, with the strength of their team, there is no problem in holding on for a while until Wang Hao comes to support. Later, Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu said goodbye to Wang Hao, and they returned with the team members. On the way, Luo Mu and Sun Yanfeng kept talking. The two were old acquaintances. This time they were transporting supplies together and going through danger together. Naturally, they had a lot in common. However, what the two talked about the most was Wang Hao and the Qingfeng team. Did you just notice that there are already 40 people in the Qingfeng team? So, they are already a level 4 team, Luo Mu said to Sun Yanfeng. When Wang Hao and the others were recruiting people, Luo Mu and Sun Yanfeng were not around. After all, this was the Qingfeng team's own business, and it was not suitable for them to appear. However, the two of them had been paying attention to the development of the matter. So, they also know the number of people in the Qingfeng team. I've also noticed this, Sun Yanfeng said, although these new recruits by Wang Hao are all members of the reserve team. According to what he means, he has incorporated these people into the team. Not just verbal promises. That is to say, they all occupy the team member quota. From this, their team level has indeed reached level 4. Oh, the level 4 team. This upgrade is really fast, Luo Mu said with emotion. As for teams having levels, this is still a recent thing. No matter when Wang Hao's team was established, his team was assigned a level together with other teams. In other words, everyone is on the same starting line. But now, Wang Hao's Qingfeng team has been promoted to level 4 in a short period of time. This speed is indeed quite fast. Luo Mu has come into contact with many teams, but the highest level is only level 3. Those who have reached level 4 he had never seen any of the team before. The Qingfeng team is the first. However, thinking about the performance of the Qingfeng team in previous battles, Luo Mu was not so surprised. With the strength shown by the Qingfeng team and their efficiency in hunting mutant beasts and zombies, it is reasonable for them to level up quickly. It's pretty fast, Sun Yanfeng said. I think it won't be long before Team Qingfeng will become the number 1 team in Silver Light City. The number 1 team Sun Yanfeng refers to here is naturally not just about level. Leading in terms of strength also includes leading in terms of strength. It is impossible for Sun Yanfeng to have contact with all the teams. And naturally, he does not know the level and strength of other teams. But in his opinion, the elite team in the official legion should be stronger than the Qingfeng team. After all, those soldiers they have been training for a long time. And those team members are also elites drawn from the legion. Their strength is naturally stronger than those of Wang Hao's Qingfeng team. However, the development momentum of the Qingfeng team is very strong. And Sun Yanfeng believes that they can surpass the official team in the future and become the strongest team in Silver Light City. It's possible, Roma said, however. He recruited so many new members in the slums today, which makes me a little confused. With the level of their team, if he is willing to give the new members official membership treatment, then you can recruit a lot of people in civilian areas and even wealthy areas. There is no need to recruit people in slums. Doesn't this reduce the overall strength of the team? This is something Luo Mu can't figure out. Compared with the Legion, the team has an obvious disadvantage. And that is the number of people. The number of people in a team cannot exceed that of a Legion. After all, the number of people in a team is limited by the level of the team, while the Legion has no such restrictions. Because of this disadvantage, if the team wants to develop, it can only adopt the route of elite soldiers. Judging from the strength of the few official members of the Qingfeng team, Wang Hao seems to have the same plan. But what Luo Mu can't figure out is that since he takes the route of elite soldiers, why did Wang Hao recruit people from the slums for the elite soldier route? Doesn't this go against the original intention? Chapter 368 Forming a Combat Team. Wang Hao said that he can improve the strength of his players and train masters himself. Sun Yanfeng said calmly. What? Cultivate masters by yourself? Luo Mu looked at Sun Yanfeng in shock, as if he wanted to confirm whether he heard correctly. Sun Yanfeng shrugged and said, That's what he said. Luo Mu had a thoughtful look on his face and said, If he can really train masters, then it really doesn't matter where he recruits them from. But how can this be? How many people have tried to cultivate masters on their own before, but they have not succeeded? The official legion and major families have invested a lot of energy and financial resources. But in the end they have failed. How can Wang Hao do it? I don't know. Sun Yanfeng said, to be honest. I doubt Wang Hao can do it. After all, no one has succeeded in this before. Luo Mu leaned on the back of the seat and said nothing. Frowning. He seemed to be thinking. On the other side, after Sun Yanfeng and Luo Mu's teams left, Wang Hao summoned all members of the team. Looking at the 39 members, Wang Hao felt somewhat excited. Not long ago, he was still a little transparent in the slums. But now, he has become the captain of a 4th-level team with nearly 40 players under his command. His strength and identity have changed dramatically. First of all, welcome to the Qingfeng team, Wang Hao said loudly to the new members. These new team members were basically recruited by his old team members. This was the first time Wang Hao had officially met them. I can say with certainty that your choice to join the Qingfeng team is definitely a wise decision. Our Qingfeng team will become the strongest team in Silver Light City in the near future, Wang Hao continued. Although Wang Hao is very satisfied with the strength of several veteran members of his team, and he also knows that his team's level is improving quickly, he does not know the situation of other teams, especially the official team. Therefore, Wang Hao dare not say that his team is now the strongest team in Silver Light City. In his opinion, there are so many survivors in Silver Light City, and there are experts among them. Although their Qingfeng team is good, it should not be the strongest team yet. However, although Wang Hao believes that his team is not the strongest now, he believes that in time, the Qingfeng team will definitely be the strongest team in Silver Light City. Bar none, Wang Hao has the strength and confidence. Of course, if you want to become the strongest team in Silver Light City, you need to work together. Wang Hao said, you are still only members of the reserve team. This status is obviously not safe. I will assess you next. And observation. Those who meet the requirements will be converted into official team members, and their various benefits will be improved. They can also purchase better materials in the team warehouse. Many materials you cannot buy on the market or even in the exchange mall. Of course, if you fail to meet the requirements, I will kick you out of the team mercilessly. Whether you stay in the team and become a regular member, or you are kicked out of the team, it all depends on your subsequent performance. I hope you will take care of yourself. The reserve team members had serious faces, and many even looked nervous, since they have chosen to join the Qingfeng team as reserve team members. Most of them still want to stay. Rather than having an indifferent attitude, there will be assessments, which is expected. After all, if you want to become a regular member, there are restrictions. What they are looking forward to now is that they can pass the assessment and observation and stay in the Qingfeng team. They have all seen the firearms used by the official members of the Qingfeng team, and they are envious from the bottom of their hearts. The better the firearms are, the more efficient they are in killing mutant beasts and zombies, and they will naturally be safer in this apocalyptic world. Therefore, everyone wants to have good weapons. But in this world, firearms are very common, but good guns are rare. They basically only have ordinary rifles and submachine guns. They can't even get an M416. How can they not envy the light machine guns and light machine guns of the official team members? What about the airdrop gun? As long as they become official team members, they can also own airdrop guns, light machine guns, and even other treasures like Shuangshuer and others. This temptation is still great. For the convenience of command, I will divide you into 8 teams, and each veteran team member will lead 4 reserve team members, Wang Hao said to everyone. Nowadays, the team has 8 veteran members and 32 reserve members, which can be divided into 8 squads, including Wang Hao. Each veteran member leads a squad, and is the squad leader of this squad. This squad leader, he has the task of guiding new team members. And at the same time, he also has the responsibility of assessment and inspection. It would be too time-consuming and energy-consuming to add 32 new team members at once, and let Wang Hao conduct assessments and observations one by one. Asking the other 7 veteran team members to help observe and assess can greatly improve efficiency. Wang Hao also told Zhuang Shuer and others about his idea, and received support from Zhuang Shuer and others. Later, Wang Hao broke up the reserve team members and divided them into 8 teams. Wang Hao himself also brought 4 new players. After the team cooperated well, everyone was ready to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. When Sun Yanfeng left, he left behind 2 trucks. With these 2 trucks, the transfer of the 40 members of the Qingfeng team would not be a big problem. With Wang Hao here, it would not be difficult for them to find zombies and mutant beasts. Not long after, Wang Hao led everyone to a gathering place of zombies and mutant beasts. Here, at least hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts gathered. And there were some zombies and mutant beasts wandering not far around. Other teams would probably not dare to hunt here. But Wang Hao chose this place. Don't worry. Wang Hao saw nervousness and even fear on the faces of many reserve team members, and comforted him with a smile. Although there are many zombies and mutant beasts, they are basically low-level existences. As long as you obey the command, there will be no danger. Simple comfort obviously cannot completely dispel the fear in everyone's heart. They basically come from the slums, and their strength can be imagined. If Wang Hao and the others were not there, they would probably see it. Seeing so many zombies and mutant beasts, they had already turned around and ran away. Wang Hao also knew this. It was obviously impossible for them to relax completely by just talking. Only after they got used to the battlefield would they gradually let go of the tension and fear in their hearts. Later, Wang Hao called 7 veteran team members over and assigned each of them a fighting location. 8 teams would attack from 8 directions at the same time, with each team responsible for an area. Only in this way can the team members be better assessed. New team members. Chapter 369 Observation. Captain, how do we fight? Renming asked. Renming is one of the 4 reserve team members that Wang Hao left with him. He was one of them introduced by Uncle Zhao. Wang Hao, like other old team members, also brought 4 newcomers with him. At this time, other old team members took their new team members to other areas. This area here belongs to Wang Hao's war zone. Fight as you like. Wang Hao smiled and said to Renming and others, I'm responsible for watching. If there is danger, I will take action. Renming and others looked at each other in surprise. But for Wang Hao, the decision was made without any rebuttal. The 4 people discussed for a while, and then stood apart, about 1 meter apart from each other. 2 in front and 2 in the back, standing crosswise. After they stood still, gunshots suddenly rang out. Wang Hao stood behind the 4 of them. He was not in a hurry to shoot, but was observing the 4 of them, including their shooting skills, their communication with each other, their actions in battle, etc. Wang Hao is still very satisfied with their position. It can cover the front area to the greatest extent. If the mutant beasts and zombies are fierce, the 2 in front can retreat to the rear, while the 2 in the back are responsible for covering. The 2 in front retreat to the back, behind the 2 people. In this way, a ladder position is formed again, which can ensure the maximum firepower and their own safety. This Renming does have some brains, Wang Hao thought to himself, when the 4 of them were discussing just now. Although Wang Hao didn't speak, he was listening the whole time. Therefore, he knew that this position was proposed by Renming. And Renming also made certain subdivisions in the attack direction and area. Although such subdivision is not very obvious, it can also improve hunting efficiency. Wang Hao naturally approved of this arrangement. While the 4 of them were fighting, he secretly looked at Renming. Renming was in his mid-20s, a few years older than Wang Hao. Perhaps because life in the slums was too hard, Renming's face had some traces of weather, and Wang Hao even saw his arms. There was a very conspicuous wound on it. Judging from the appearance of the wound, it should have been an injury suffered not long ago. Renming's arm muscles were very obvious, and he looked quite strong. The gun was held very steadily, and it did not shake much during the shooting process. As for the shooting skills, Wang Hao looked at the zombies and mutated beasts in front of him who were attracted by the gunfire, and shook his head slightly. Not only Renming, but also the other 3 people's marksmanship were average, because the Qifeng team was divided into 8 teams by Wang Hao. The 8 teams attacked from 8 directions at the same time. Therefore, the zombies and mutant beasts attracted by Renming and the others were only part of them, because of their small number. These zombies and mutant beasts naturally, they are not too dense. As a result, shooting zombies and mutant beasts requires some marksmanship. As for shooting the heads of zombies and mutant beasts, it is even more difficult. The marksmanship of Renming and others was limited, and they could not hit the target with their guns, and they often fired their guns. Fortunately, Wang Hao was mentally prepared for this, and he was not too disappointed. After all, the number of zombies and mutant beasts was not too large. After about 20 minutes, all the zombies and mutant beasts here were wiped out. Zhuang Shuer and others also returned here with their respective team members to join Wang Hao. You guys take a rest. We will continue in another place later, Wang Hao said to the new team members. Then, Wang Hao called the veteran team members to the side and asked, How is it? Did you find anything? The time is too short, so we can't see anything yet. Feng Gaoyuan said. However, their marksmanship is indeed average. Yes, the battle just now was too short. And we couldn't see much. In terms of performance, it was quite satisfactory. Yu Jianzhong said. Zhuang Shuer and the other 3 girls also nodded, saying they couldn't see much. This is normal. After all, there has only been one battle. The battle was not too fierce, and the time was not very long. It was completely expected that nothing could be seen. The reason why Wang Hao asked was just to take advantage of the rest of the others. Just asking casually, "Captain, I have discovered something." At this time, Su Guangyuan said hesitantly, "In public places." Su Guangyuan also called Wang Hao captain. "Oh, what did you find?" Wang Hao asked. "There is someone in my team who played very well just now." Su Guangyuan said, "I'm not sure if it's a coincidence or just luck, but he played really well just now." "What's a good idea?" Wang Hao suddenly said. I became interested and asked quickly. When he first started, his shooting skills were very poor. When he fired the first shot, he almost lost his grip on the gun. It looked like he was touching a gun for the first time. Su Guangyuan said. However, he soon got into the state. He held the gun very steadily, and his hit rate was also increasing. At the beginning, he basically couldn't hit a single shot, but later on, he almost hit the target. So magical? Wang Hao said in surprise. It's not acting. Right? Feng Gaoyuan said. I'm not very sure either. Su Guangyuan shook his head. I don't think he was acting. When he got to the back, his movements were very smooth, without any sluggishness. To be honest, I may not be better than him in those movements. Okay. Wang Hao thought for a moment and said, I'll change him to my team later, and see for myself. Su Guangyuan nodded. After resting for about 10 minutes, everyone set out again. With Wang Hao here, it was not difficult to find zombies and mutant beasts. What's more, there were too many zombies and mutant beasts in this slum now. So it took about 5 minutes to walk. After that, everyone went to another gathering place of zombies and mutant beasts. There were still hundreds of zombies and mutant beasts here. Wang Hao divided the entire team into 8 teams as before. Each team was responsible for one area. The difference is that there is a new face in Wang Hao's team. The person Su Guangyuan mentioned. At the same time, a new face in Wang Hao's team has also left, and he has been replaced by Su Guangyuan's team. The team still maintains the 5-person composition. As before, Wang Hao still let them choose their own positions and playing styles, while he held the battle from behind. Although Wang Hao had to earn less exchange points in this way, the current price was completely worth it. Yes, as long as qualified new players can be selected, the strength of the team can be greatly improved. In order to improve the overall strength of the team, Wang Hao does not care about this redemption point. This time, besides Renming, Wang Hao focused on one more person. It was the person named Duan Fei, who was exchanged from Su Guangyuan's team. To Wang Hao's expectation, she was still a girl. Chapter 370 Genius. Bang bang bang. Gunshots continued to sound, and zombies and mutant beasts roared in the distance and came towards us. However, these were only low-level zombies and mutant beasts. Their strength was average, and their speed was not fast. As they walked over, constantly suffering the baptism of bullets. Some unlucky guys were shot in the head by bullets before they took a few steps. Headshot? Wang Hao looked at Duan Fei in surprise. The zombie whose head was shot not far away is Duan Fei's masterpiece. Because Duan Fei is one of the key targets of Wang Hao's attention. Wang Hao is very sure that the zombie was indeed killed by Duan Fei. Moreover, he is very sure that from identifying the zombie as the target to exploding the zombie's head, Duan Fei used no more than 10 bullets. Wang Hao was thoughtful. He called Duan Fei over and said, You changed this gun. Wang Hao handed a 98K to Duan Fei. Duan Fei's eyes brightened when she saw 98K, and she took it without saying a word, then returned to her previous place, adjusted her posture slightly, and then aimed at the zombies and mutant beasts ahead. Bump! The dull sound of gunfire unique to 98K rang out, and a bullet shot out from the muzzle and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Snapped! The bullet hit the head of a zombie in the distance without any bias. The zombie's head exploded instantly like a watermelon falling to the ground, and the colorful liquid in the head jumped in all directions. Good marksmanship. Wang Hao couldn't help but praise. At this time, the 98K gunshot sounded again, and another zombie was headshot in the distance. This zombie was only 2 meters away from the previous one. Wang Hao's eyes brightened even more. He no longer looked at the zombies and mutant beasts, but looked at Duan Fei. His eyes filled with the joy of finding the treasure. You know, these zombies and mutant beasts are always moving. Although they are only low-level zombies and mutant beasts, their moving speed is not too fast. But they are definitely not fixed targets standing still. If you want to kill them with one shot, the head is also very difficult. However, Duan Fei was able to hit 2 of them with 2 shots and hit the head with each shot. This was not just a matter of good luck. Her marksmanship is amazing. Wang Hao did not disturb Duan Fei. He stood back and continued to observe. Not only Duan Fei's shooting skills, but also her as a person. Duan Fei should be one of the survivors Wang Hao recruited from other air raid shelters. Her face is covered with stains, and her appearance and age cannot be clearly seen. Her hair is withered and yellow, which may be caused by malnutrition. Her skin is not as good as Shuang Xuer's. The girl was so white and tender, but she was rougher than grown men like Wang Hao. There were even dry cracks in some places, and her clothes were in tatters. A survivor like this is at the lowest level even in a slum. Her previous living conditions were obviously very bad. It shouldn't be. Wang Hao had some doubts in his heart. Her marksmanship is so good. She is definitely not mediocre in the virtual battlefield. She definitely earns many more redemption points than the average person. How can she live in such an embarrassing situation? Poverty? Unless. Wang Hao thought of a possibility. But this still needs to be confirmed. And now is obviously not the time to ask. The battle has been going on, and Duan Fei's performance has been very stable. She can almost hit the target with one shot, and can often hit the head with one shot. Such low-level zombies and mutant beasts have almost no ability to resist in front of her. In addition to Duan Fei, Renming's performance is also very stable. His marksmanship is far inferior to Duan Fei's, but he is very calm and knows when to do things. Moreover, during the battle, he is proactive and friendly. Teammates communicate, which is a rare quality. In this apocalyptic context, only teamwork can go further. Therefore, it is important to know how to cooperate. But many people, especially those who come from the slums, do not like to cooperate with other people. To be precise, they do not believe in other people, only believe in themselves. This cannot be entirely blamed on them. It is their living environment that has affected them. In the slums, no one can be completely trusted. Even friends may betray you one day. In the slums, only survival is the most important thing. In order to survive, calm down. Many people have no principles and no bottom line. Therefore, it takes time to make people in the slums trust others. There are only a few people like Renming who can adapt so quickly and can proactively communicate and cooperate with others. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with Renming's performance. You can practice marksmanship, but some things cannot be practiced. And Renming obviously has such ability. In less than 20 minutes, the battle was over, and the other team members also came back. However, Wang Hao did not communicate with the other team members immediately, but pulled Duan Fei aside. Wang Hao looked at Duan Fei seriously and asked, "How old are you?" Duan Fei's eyes flashed for a moment, and then she replied sharply, 18. Lie. Wang Hao said without hesitation, "I hope you tell the truth. I won't leave anyone who likes to lie in my team. Let me ask you again. How old are you this year?" Wang Hao's words caused a flash of panic on Duan Fei's face. She, after hesitating for a moment, he hesitated and said, 17? Really 17? You didn't lie to me? Wang Hao asked. No, I'm really 17, Duan Fei said anxiously. This time, she was obviously more confident than when she said she was 18 years old before. Wang Hao nodded, and Duan Fei's answer proved his previous guess. Duan Fei is under 18 years old. Before, Wang Hao was still wondering why Duan Fei was so good at marksmanship, but still lived in such poverty. He thought of a possibility. That is, Duan Fei was under 18 years old. He could not enter the virtual battlefield under the age of 18. So naturally he could not. Using the virtual battlefield to earn exchange points. There was no such thing as earning exchange points by hunting mutant beasts and zombies before. So Duan Fei lived in such poverty. Have you ever practiced shooting before? Wang Hao continued to ask. Don't lie to me. Tell the truth. No. Duan Fei shook her head and said. This is my first time touching a gun. Really? Really? Wang Hao was shocked. He was able to master a gun so quickly and shoot so accurately for the first time. He was simply a genius. This also explains why Su Guangyuan said before that when Duan Fei first held the gun, her posture was wrong, and she couldn't even hold the gun. It was the first time she touched a gun, so naturally she was not familiar with guns. However, Xia's talent was so high that he quickly became familiar with the gun. Got started quickly, and his hit rate steadily improved. Wang Hao couldn't help but marvel. Sometimes hard work is really not worth mentioning in the face of talent. Chapter 371, Becoming a Regular Employee. Wang Hao's admiration soon turned into surprise, because this genius is in his team. Thinking of this, Wang Hao sent an invitation to Duan Fei. Are you willing to become an official member of the team? Ah? Duan Fei looked at Wang Hao in surprise. Obviously very surprised by Wang Hao's invitation. Before Wang Hao spoke, Duan Fei felt very uneasy. She was deeply afraid that Wang Hao would kick her out of the team. After all, she was not yet 18 years old, and was not qualified to enter the virtual battlefield. In this way, the effect is much smaller. You must know that team members not only help the team in reality, but also help the team on the virtual battlefield. Especially in the upcoming team competition. Duan Fei was too young to enter the virtual battlefield, which was a considerable disadvantage. Therefore, when Wang Hao asked her about her age, she did not dare to tell the truth at first because she was afraid of being kicked out of the team. What Duan Fei didn't expect was that instead of kicking her, Wang Hao actually invited her to become an official member of the team. This was so beyond her expectations that she didn't react for a while. What? You don't want to? Seeing Duan Fei looking straight at him and never expressing his position, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. A genius like Duan Fei is not something you can encounter casually, especially since the opponent is not yet 18 years old and has already shown a very high level before going through the training of the virtual battlefield. Even more rare. Such a talent, if placed outside, will definitely attract competition from other teams. And even the official legion will be tempted. If you can't join the team now, I'm afraid it will be snatched away by other teams. No. No. Duan Fei shook his head repeatedly after reacting and said, Of course, I would like to become an official team member. But Captain, didn't you say you want to be assessed and observed before? Why now? I have been assessed. Ah. Wang Hao said with a smile, You have passed the assessment, and you are naturally qualified to become a formal team member. Is it that easy? Duan Fei said in surprise. She didn't seem to do anything. She just fought mutant beasts and zombies twice, and somehow passed the test. Until now, Duan Fei didn't realize how terrifying her talent in shooting was. After all, she had never even touched a gun before, so naturally she didn't know what it meant to be a master. She only felt that fighting zombies and the mutant beast seems to be quite simple. Just aim and pull the trigger. It doesn't seem to be difficult. She was still worried about whether she could pass Wang Hao's assessment before, but she didn't expect to pass it so quickly and easily. For you, it's that simple, Wang Hao said. For such talented players, it is natural to open the door of convenience. Anyway, Wang Hao has not mentioned the specific assessment standards before. Moreover, he is the captain of the team, so naturally he will do whatever he says. Okay. Duan Fei nodded, then looked at Wang Hao expectantly and asked, Then after I become a formal member, can I eat enough for every meal? Can I no longer take synthetic ointment? Looking at Duan Fei's eyes were full of expectation, and Wang Hao suddenly felt a pain in his heart. For many slum residents, having enough to eat every meal and no longer taking synthetic ointments is a huge luxury. This desire is incomprehensible to residents in wealthy areas. Just like Duan Fei now. She is after becoming an official member of the team. What I cared about the most was whether I would no longer have to take synthetic ointments and whether I could fill my stomach. You don't need to take synthetic ointments anymore. Wang Hao looked at Duan Fei and said seriously, You can eat whatever you want from now on. Great. Duan Fei cheered, with a smile on her face. She did not doubt Wang Hao's words. In her heart, Wang Hao was a big shot, and what Wang Hao said would naturally be true. Seeing Duan Fei smiling all over her face, Wang Hao felt inexplicably happy. He asked casually, Where are your parents? When recruiting people before, Wang Hao did not know the family circumstances of these new team members in detail. Duan Fei, whose face was full of joy just now, suddenly darkened and said in a low voice, They are all dead. They were all killed by zombies and mutant beasts when they entered the city before. I am the only one who survived. Wang Hao heard this, sighed softly, and said, We are all in the same boat. My parents also died at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies. From now on, The team will be your home. And we are all your relatives. The previous turmoil in Silver Light City, although it was not breached, the losses were still considerable. Not only were many buildings destroyed, but many survivors died at the hands of mutant beasts and zombies. This situation is relatively rare in wealthy areas, but in civilian areas and slums it is more common, especially in slums. The buildings in the slums simply cannot withstand the impact of zombies and mutant beasts, and the survivors here are even lower in strength. Therefore, in this turmoil, there are still many casualties among the survivors in the slums. Duan Fei's parents are just two of them. Yeah. Duan Fei looked at Wang Hao and nodded heavily. Perhaps because the two had similar experiences. Duan Fei recognized Wang Hao very much and was even very close to her. This feeling was beyond words. She had never felt this way towards anyone other than her parents before. Be good? Wang Hao smiled and touched Duan Fei's head, treating him like a child. In fact, Wang Hao is only 1 year older than Duan Fei. To be precise, he is only a few months older. This gun is for you. Wang Hao pointed to the 98K in Duan Fei's hand and said, just think of it as a gift for you to become an official team member. Although sniper rifles are not as good as airdrop guns and light machine guns rare, but not very common, there are still relatively few on the market. However, this thing is relatively useless, because most of the time, zombies and mutant beasts appear in groups. The single-shot attribute of the sniper rifle makes it useful here. There are great restrictions in this situation, and zombies and mutant beasts are not stationary. There are many mutant beasts that move very fast. Most survivors may have good marksmanship, but their sniping skills are not high. Especially this is especially true when facing a moving target. Therefore, there are relatively few people using sniper rifles in reality. This sniper rifle was given to Wang Hao by Luomu before he left. Wang Hao originally planned to keep it for himself, but now, he transferred it to Duan Fei. At this stage, Duan Fei is more suitable to use this gun than him. Is it too expensive? Duan Fei was a little scared. She still likes this gun, but she can also see that this gun is not common. She has never seen anyone around her with this gun, and a rare gun is naturally more valuable. No. Wang Hao smiled and said, this is nothing to me. As long as you like it. Well, thank you, Captain. Duan Fei nodded heavily and held the 98K in his arms. Chapter 372. Gotta keep it. Everyone, I have something to announce. After talking to Duan Fei, Wang Hao brought her to the crowd. Everyone looked at Wang Hao and Duan Fei, wondering what Wang Hao was going to say. I announced that Duan Fei has passed the assessment. From now on, she will be the 9th official member of the Qingfeng team. Wang Hao said loudly to everyone. Duan Fei's face showed joy and pride, while the expressions on other people's faces were much more complicated. The faces of the old team members were all surprised. They looked at Wang Hao, and then at Duan Fei. They didn't know why Wang Hao passed Duan Fei's test so quickly. Among the old team members, Su Guangyuan was the only one who could guess. After all, he had seen Duan Fei's shooting skills. In his opinion, Duan Fei's transformation was inevitable. It was just a matter of time. But he did not expect Wang Hao to make the decision so quickly. The expressions of the new team members were even more complicated. They looked at Duan Fei with confusion, envy, and even jealousy. They didn't know why Duan Fei passed the test so quickly. The assessment is still going on, so you don't need to be anxious. Wang Hao said to the new team members, I will give you enough time to prove yourself. As long as your attitude is good, you will have the opportunity to become a regular member and become like Duan Fei, a formal member of the team. The new members were a little moved when they heard this, although they were envious or even jealous that Duan Fei could pass the assessment so quickly. Duan Fei's passing the assessment also gave them hope. They didn't know the assessment standards or the assessment time. They were worried that the assessment would be too difficult. Big. But now it seems that the assessment is not difficult. Otherwise, how could Duan Fei pass the assessment so quickly? Duan Fei can pass the test. Why can't they? Everyone came to the slums, and a few were even recruited from civilian areas. They would not think that they were inferior to Duan Fei. Wang Hao has been observing everyone's expressions. Doubts and envy are completely understandable. But if there is jealousy, it is somewhat abnormal. Of course, Wang Hao will not sentence him to death because of an expression. He will still give it these people have a chance. But he will focus on observing these people. Captain, is Duan Fei different? Feng Gaoyuan asked curiously when several old team members gathered together. Not only Feng Gaoyuan was curious, but several other people also had similar ideas. Yes. Wang Hao smiled and nodded. She is a rare shooting genius. Genius? Guess how old she is. She looks very thin. She must not be very old. I guess 18? I guess she's 19. Her living situation is obviously not good. She's actually older than she looks. You all guessed wrong. Wang Hao said with a smile. She's 17 years old? Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. You must know that for survivors in this world, 18 years old is a threshold. Before the age of 18, you are not allowed to enter the virtual battlefield, and you cannot train or earn redemption points. After the age of 18, with the qualification to enter the virtual battlefield and the opportunity for training, it will naturally be easier to improve the strength. Children of wealthy families can be trained from an early age and do not need to wait until they are 18 years old to enter the virtual battlefield before training. However, Duan Fei obviously cannot come from a wealthy family. In other words, she has not yet been able to enter the virtual battlefield. Virtual battlefield. There was naturally no relevant training before. Logically speaking, in a situation like hers, the strength would definitely not be too strong. But now it seems that the reality may not be the case. What's even more surprising is that this is the first time she touched a gun today. Wang Hao seemed to be satisfied with the shock on everyone's faces and said with a smile, at the beginning, she was not familiar with guns. But now, she has it can almost hit the target. And many times it can directly hit the head. Is that so exaggerated? Yu Jianzhong said in surprise. What Wang Hao said is too exaggerated. Who can do this on the first day they touch a gun? At least none of them could do it. And he had never heard of anyone doing it to this extent before. If this is the case, it can indeed be called a genius. It's such an exaggeration. Wang Hao said, otherwise, why do you think I would give her the status of an official team member so quickly? Such a genius is humble to say that he is only one in a million. He is definitely rare. If this is allowed, if he leaves, it will definitely be a big loss for our team. Everyone nodded. It is a great luck to meet such a master. If he is let go again, Wang Hao will probably regret it for a long time. If this is really the case, then she should be turned into a regular employee immediately. Zhuang Shuer said. Not only that, but we also need to use benefits to retain her. There are many teams in the city now. If other teams know her talent, they will all, even the official is no exception. Although Zhuang Shuer is Shuang Jian's daughter, she is considering the issue from the perspective of the Qifeng team. She is very concerned about this team, and is very concerned about it. She has a sense of belonging and naturally considers issues from the perspective of the team. If she had selfish motives, she would probably immediately notify her father to poach her. I know. Wang Hao nodded. Since she has joined the team, I naturally can't let her be poached. Wang Hao is confident that his Qifeng team is still very attractive. Whether it is the overall strength of the team or the unique material support he can provide is unmatched by other teams. Not even the official teams. Moreover, although Wang Hao and Duan Fei have not known each other for a long time, he can tell that Duan Fei is a passionate girl. And such a person will not betray easily. Everyone took a short rest and then continued to move forward. It was still early, so everyone was in no hurry to go back. In the following time, just like before, Wang Hao took everyone to the gathering points of zombies and mutant beasts one after another, and evaluated the newcomers by hunting these zombies and mutant beasts. Of course, the old team members could not just watch all the time. Everyone will also participate. Wang Hao's ability to select points is something that others cannot possess. Although there are many zombies and mutant beasts in the slums now, it seems that it is not difficult to find a place to hunt these mutant beasts and zombies. But this is not the case. Wang Hao and his team have a lot of newcomers, and their combat effectiveness is not very high. Therefore, if they encounter a large number of zombies and mutant beasts, the team may suffer attrition. That is what Wang Hao hopes to see. If they only find a small number of zombies and mutated beasts, which cannot achieve the purpose of the assessment, and are not even enough for everyone to kill. Therefore, this quantity must be controlled well. And this is Wang Hao's advantage. Others do not have any see-through function, so naturally they cannot select points as accurately as Wang Hao. Chapter 373 Transfer of Real Estate. Okay, that's it for today. Near evening, Wang Hao called everyone together again. Let's return to the civilian area now. I will rent you a house in the civilian area. You have enough exchange points, so you can if you buy a house in a civilian area or even a wealthy area. The survivors from other cities will soon arrive in Yingguang City. Even if not all of them come, it is still a large number. By that time, The housing prices in Yinguang City will rise. And even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. So if you want to buy a house, you must hurry up. Wang Hao learned from Zhuang Shuer about the official attitude toward survivors in other cities. People who are not from this city are not allowed to stay in the city at night. This will lead to many people trying their best to buy houses in the city. Only by buying a house can they become residents of Silver Light City and be able to stay in the city at night. It is definitely safer and more comfortable inside the city than outside the city. Although the government will definitely control this aspect, there will definitely still be many people who will buy houses through various methods. It is foreseeable that in the near future, the housing prices in Yinguang City will see a huge increase. And it will even be difficult to find a house by then. Most of Wang Hao's new recruits are slum residents. Today's slums have been almost completely destroyed. If you want to live here, you have to rebuild, which will definitely take time and money. Moreover, slums have never been safe. Therefore, Wang Hao planned to take them to the civilian area, which was relatively safer. And the houses in the civilian area were more affordable than those in the wealthy areas. Nowadays, many houses in civilian areas are damaged. And there are still people who want to sell their houses. This is the best time to buy a house. Wang Hao's words moved everyone a little. Although most of them are residents of slums, they are not penniless and have some savings. In addition, they hunted some mutant beasts and zombies this afternoon and earned some exchange points. If they are willing, if you spend all your money, some people can still buy a house. 40 people took 2 trucks and returned to the civilian area. With Zhuang Shuer's relationship, Wang Hao had no problem renting a house urgently. The house that Wang Hao rented was not small, but with more than 30 people in the fortress, it was still a bit crowded. But after all, they were just members of the reserve team and might not be able to stay. Wang Hao couldn't do too much to provide them with a place to stay. Already very good. You can walk around at night. And those who want to buy a house should hurry up. Before leaving, Wang Hao reminded everyone again. Afterwards, Wang Hao and other official members returned to the rich area. Except for Duan Fei, who has just become an official member. The other members have houses in wealthy areas. And Feng Gaoyuan and the other 3 can even live in a dormitory. Of course, Wang Hao can do it too. Which is why he took Duan Fei back to the rich area. Wang Hao is going to transfer the house he previously obtained to Duan Fei. And he could live in the house given by Zhuang Jian, which was where he used the team's residence. Or he could live back in the dormitory of University A. The team station could house team members before. Just like Feng Gaoyuan and Yu Jianzhong. They lived in the team station to recuperate from injuries, and did not go home or go back to school. But now, the official policy has been adopted. Team members can only stay in the camp. But they are not allowed to stay here overnight. Only Wang Hao, the owner of the house, can do it, and no one else can. This should be the official reason. Preparations were made to prevent survivors from other cities from staying in the city at night. Of course, team members can also secretly spend the night in the camp. Nothing will happen if they are not discovered. However, if they are discovered, they will face huge penalties and even have their house ownership confiscated. This is not against Wang Hao alone, targeting all survivors in this city. Therefore, Wang Hao did not dare to place the members of the reserve team here. Naturally, there would be no problem if he lived by himself. After returning to the wealthy area, Wang Hao took Duan Fei to go through the transfer procedures. Although it was already dark, with Zhuang Shuer around, there was no problem in opening a convenient door. Duan Fei was confused from beginning to end and didn't know what Wang Hao was doing. However, she quite trusted Wang Hao and didn't ask any questions. She did whatever Wang Hao asked her to do. We're here. Wang Hao took Duan Fei back to the place where he lived before. As for Zhuang Shuer and others, they went to the team station to wait for him. Where is this? Duan Fei looked at the environment in the house and asked curiously. What do you think of this place? Wang Hao asked. It's very good. Duan Fei said enviously. It's much better than the place I lived before. If I can live in a house like this one day, I'll probably wake up laughing in my dreams. Then I'll wake up smiling tomorrow. Yes. Wang Hao laughed. What do you mean? This place belongs to you from now on. Wang Hao looked at Duan Fei and said. When Duan Fei heard this, she opened her mouth in surprise, her face full of disbelief. This used to be my place. I've just gone through the transfer procedures. From now on, it belongs to you. And this will be your home from now on. Wang Hao said to Duan Fei, I usually don't pay much attention to the accommodation environment requirements, so the decoration of the house is very simple. You can check what is missing later, and buy it yourself. There is no curfew in the rich area at night. No. No. Duan Fei shook her head crazily and said, It's too expensive. I can't take it. I didn't know you were going through the transfer procedures just now. Duan Fei was so anxious that she almost cried. She was born in a slum and had no education at all. Therefore, she was illiterate. She just did whatever Wang Hao asked her to do. In fact, she had no idea what she had just done. Now that she heard that Wang Hao actually gave her such a house, it was a huge shock to her. For Duan Fei, who was born in a slum, if she can buy a house in a poor area one day, she will have no regrets in this life. This has always been the dream of her and her family. As for settling down in a wealthy area, she has never thought about it. Even if it was such a dream, her parents could not realize it until their death. The lonely Duan Fei naturally had no other extravagant hopes. She even felt that she would be trapped in the slums for the rest of her life. Now, Wang Hao suddenly wanted to give her a house in a wealthy area. She was really at a loss. She had never thought about such a situation before, and she did not dare to think about it. It's just a house. It's nothing valuable, Wang Hao said with a smile. Without a house, you can't stay or spend the night in a wealthy area. Do you still want to go back to the slums? Chapter 370 for the temptation of team competition. Back to the ghetto? Duan Fei naturally didn't want to. She thought about escaping from that place almost all the time. So how could she be willing to go back? I can go to the civilian area and share a house with everyone, Duan Fei said. Although it will definitely not be comfortable with so many people crowded together, it is definitely better than going back to the slums. There are too many people there, and it's inconvenient for you as a girl, Wang Hao said. The formalities have just been completed, and this place is already yours. It's okay if you don't want it. I'll transfer it back to you. You? Duan Fei said. I'm off work, Wang Hao said with a smile. Besides, I have other houses. Even if I keep this place, it's empty. It's such a waste. If you feel sorry for it, just contribute more to the team in the future. I'm very optimistic about you. I will do my best for the team. Duan Fei didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only express his determination through guarantees. That's okay, Wang Hao said with a smile. Don't have any psychological pressure. You have to know that you are much more important to me than this house. If I can use a house, I will keep you. I'm the one who makes the money. I won't leave if you don't give me the house, Duan Fei said, a little embarrassed. I know, Wang Hao smiled and said. However, since you are already an official member of the team, I have the obligation to solve some troubles for you. This house is really nothing, so you can live there with peace of mind. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. The team competition is about to start later, and I'm going to meet them, so I'll leave first. Wang Hao didn't give Duan Fei a chance to refuse again, and turned around and left. Tonight is the start of the first team competition. Several official members of the Qingfeng team are preparing to participate. As for Duan Fei, although she is also an official member of the team, due to her age, she cannot yet after entering the virtual battlefield. You are naturally not eligible to participate in the team competition. Watching Wang Hao's leaving figure, Duan Fei was in a daze. It took her a while to realize what she was doing. She closed the door and walked around the room, looking at all the places in the room. She didn't miss any corner, and her face was already wet. I don't know when I was filled with tears. Dad, Mom, you have seen that your daughter has lived in the rich area, and she will be a member of the rich area from now on. Duan Fei sat on the sofa and murmured to herself, my daughter has met a good person. A great person. I have taken my daughter away from the slums and out of the sea of misery. My daughter will get better and better in the future. You have always taught me that kindness must be repaid. He is my daughter's great benefactor. My daughter will follow him in this life and always obey his orders. My daughter will always be a member of the Qingfeng team. From this moment on, Duan Fei was 100% loyal to Wang Hao and the Qingfeng team. Even if many people wanted to poach her in the future, she would never waver. You're back? Zhuang Shuer looked at Wang Hao, who walked in, and joked with a smile. You are very touched. Little girl, did you cry? You did shed some tears, Wang Hao said with a smile. Using a house to retain a genius is not a bad deal, Qi Charan said. I gave her a house, not entirely out of utilitarianism. Wang Hao said, I think she is quite pitiful. She has no parents and is underage. She is wandering like this, which makes people uneasy. There are many people like this in the slums, and I have never seen you helping others. My ability is limited, so I can only help one by one, Wang Hao said. Wang Hao also knew that other people might think that he gave the house to Duan Fei in order to win over Duan Fei. Duan Fei's talent in shooting was worthy of Wang Hao's investment and win over, so no one objected. But only Wang Hao himself knew that he did have this intention. But he still felt pity for her. In fact, even if it were someone else, Wang Hao would definitely help her. Of course, there is no need to explain too much about these things. As long as Wang Hao knows it himself, it will be fine. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. How are you guys doing inquiring about the team competition? Wang Hao asked. The team competition is about to start, but they don't know much about the situation of the team competition. When Wang Hao took Duan Fei to go through the transfer procedures, other people in the team were not idle and went out to inquire about the situation of the team competition. I just don't know if there will be any results. It's almost done, Yu Qianing said. There is an announcement on the first floor of the Exchange Mall building, and there is also one in the virtual battlefield. The team competition is somewhat similar to the previous college entrance examination mode, except that during the college entrance examination, everyone you can form your own team. But for team competition, only people from the same team can form a team, Zhuang Shuer said. Survivors of all teams can sign up to participate, Rosen said, before participating. You must form a team. Everyone in the team must be from the same team. Otherwise the registration will be invalid. The team competition lasts for 5 days in total. After layers of screening to determine the final ranking, the top 10 teams will receive rewards. The rewards include team points, redemption points, treasure boxes, etc. In addition, both the Redemption Mall and the virtual battlefield have a team ranking. The team competition is over. After that, the top 10 teams will enter the list. Once they enter the list, until the start of the next team competition, members of these teams can receive additional team points and redemption points as long as they enter the virtual battlefield game every 10 days. You can also get an additional treasure chest, and the level of the treasure chest is determined by the ranking. The rewards are quite rich, Wang Hao said. There should be a lot of discussion about this competition. Definitely, Yu Jianzhong said. Now all the teams are gearing up to win the team competition. Normally, the rewards are so rich. Who wouldn't be excited? Wang Hao said with a smile. And if you can get into the top 10, even if you are ranked first, you will not only get generous rewards, but also gain huge fame. Who doesn't want this? In the past, because there were too many teams in the city, no one knew where their team ranked. Even if they said they were silver lights. The strongest team in the city is just nonsense when recruiting people. Who would believe it? But it's different now. Now the official list is given directly. It's clear which team is the strongest. For many ambitious teams, they will never let it go. Once they can be on the list, they will recruit people in the future. At any time, we can attract experts from all walks of life, which is very beneficial to the development of the team. What's more, in addition to fame, the teams on the list can also receive rewards every day, which is also very attractive. Therefore, this team competition is bound to attract a lot of attention. Chapter 375 Grouping. The specific rules of the team competition. There are 5 games every day, all on island maps. During the game, before the second circle is refreshed, each elimination will score 2 points. After the second circle appears, each elimination will earn 1 point. Except for eliminations. In addition to points, there are also ranking points. This rule is similar to the 4th row of the college entrance examination, which is why Zhuang Shuer and others said before that this game is similar to the college entrance examination. Except that the teammates in the 4th row must be from the same team and cannot find foreign aid. At the same time, in this team competition, each team will get corresponding team points according to how many points it scores. For this reason, it is impossible for the major teams to give up the opportunity to participate in the competition. After all, the higher the team level, the better the benefits. Currently, team points can only be obtained by hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Now there is an additional way, and this method is very safe. How can everyone give up? Captain, how do we group up? Feng Gaoyuan asked, still like before? Currently, the Qifeng team has a total of 40 people, including 9 official members. Among them, Duan Fei is unable to participate in the team competition due to his age. Therefore, there are 8 people who can participate in the official competition, which can be divided into 2 groups. But the problem now is that their Qifeng team still has 31 reserve team members, who can also participate in the competition. After all, they are only reserve team members recognized by Wang Hao and others. But for the virtual battlefield, they are members of the Qifeng team, and they occupy the team member quota, so they can also participate in the competition. This way, there are more possibilities for grouping. Wang Hao can divide the official members into 2 groups to participate in the competition as before, and the remaining reserve team members can form their own teams. Or he can do as he did in the afternoon assessment, with 1 old player leading 3 new players, and the last group with fewer people cannot participating. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, there are 2 groups of veteran players, and the reserve team members can form their own teams. This is the first team competition. Our first priority is to increase the popularity of the team. Secondly, we can get a lot of rewards by occupying the list. Forming a team can ensure the team's performance to the greatest extent. Our goal for this competition is to have at least 1 team enter the rankings. There are many benefits to a team's popularity. Wang Hao's team cannot always have so many people. He will definitely still be there. They will recruit more people. And a well-known team can also attract more experts. Secondly, if you stay on the list, you can get a lot of rewards, which is also very important for the development of the team. As for the members of the reserve team, their strength cannot be guaranteed because they have not yet been trained. If the old members lead the new members in the competition, it is very likely that all teams will not be able to achieve very good results. In that case, their team competition this time will be very difficult. Even if it fails, no one raised any objections to Wang Hao's decision. Later, Wang Hao went into the OK grouping. This time, he no longer took Zhuang Xuer and the 3 daughters as before, but chose to take Su Guangyuan, Yu Qianing and Feng Gaoyuan. The remaining 4 people form a team. The reason why Wang Hao made such an allocation is because of his own considerations. Among the several old team members, Su Guangyuan is undoubtedly the weakest. If it weren't for Wang Hao's relationship, Su Guangyuan might not even be able to become a formal team member. Of course, becoming a formal team member since then, Su Guangyuan has been training hard. His strength has improved a lot recently, but there is still a gap between him and others. Except for Su Guangyuan, the strength of Yu Qianing and Feng Gaoyuan is slightly inferior to that of the others. Of course, it is only a little bit worse. This gap is not very big. Therefore, Wang Hao's distribution is to the 3 weakest among the old team members were brought with him, and the remaining 4 were of equal strength. Wang Hao could use his auxiliary functions to make up for the slight weakness in the strength of these 3 team members. After the assignments were made, it was time to wait for the game to start. However, before the game started, Wang Hao also contacted the members of the reserve team and asked them to form their own teams to participate in the game. At 7 p.m., the team competition officially begins. Wang Hao and others were teleported into the virtual battlefield immediately. After appearing in the island square, everyone immediately looked at the people around them to see if there was anyone else from their own team or someone they knew. The team matching in the team competition is completely random. It is not impossible for different teams of the same team to be matched in the same game. Of course, this probability is very, very small. After all, there are too many teams participating in the game. The probability of people coming to your own team is too low. At the same time, the virtual battlefield should also do some avoidance. Dragon team, Charming women team, Macho man team. Wang Hao looked at the other players around him, but he didn't see anyone he knew. As for the people in his own team, he couldn't even see them. In the team competition, everyone's names have changed, and their names are floating above their heads. For example, the top of Wang Hao's head displays Qin Feng, Wang Hao, and the one above Su Guangyuan's head displays Qin Feng, Su Guangyuan. In this way, not only can the player be identified, but the team to which the player belongs can also be known. Have you heard of these teams before? Wang Hao asked Su Guangyuan and the others. All 3 of them shook their heads. This is also normal. There are hundreds of thousands of battle teams in Silver Light City alone, and there will definitely be many battle teams in other cities. Even the survivors of those captured cities will definitely form a battle team. Therefore, the number of battle teams in the entire China, there are millions of them. There are millions of teams. Who can recognize them all? No one has this ability. Of course, it is definitely not easy to stand out from millions of teams. This is just a team in China. If all the teams from around the world competed together, the scale would be even more terrifying. Yu Qianing said. This first team competition has geographical restrictions. For example, Wang Hao and others, The opponents they are matched with are all Chinese. And there are no foreigners. Similarly, this is also the case abroad. The countdown continues. There are still 20 seconds before boarding the plane. And at this time Wang Hao is making a choice. The team competition is also a virtual battlefield competition. So Wang Hao can also choose random auxiliary functions. In this game, 2 of the 3 randomly selected auxiliary functions are good. One is area damage, and the other is ground escape. One can increase the shooting hit rate, and the other can quietly approach other players. These 2 auxiliary functions are very useful in actual combat. Considering that this game was played in 4 rows with teammates present, Wang Hao still chose range damage. Chapter 376 Mini Teams. Area damage, level 1 when you launch an attack. The attack range is expanded to within 5 meters around the target. Wang Hao had encountered the auxiliary function of area damage before, but at that time, he did not retain it. It was not that he looked down upon this auxiliary function. In fact, this auxiliary function was still very useful. Wang Haoji, so he didn't reserve it because he didn't have enough exchange points. He was very poor at that time. Now, Wang Hao's exchange points are much richer than before, so it is not difficult to retain a handful of auxiliary functions. Wang Hao not only chose the auxiliary function of range damage in this game, he will also retain this auxiliary function after the game is over. Of course, the prerequisite for reservation is that he can successfully eat chicken. Wang Hao glanced at the other teams around him and felt a little unsure. Although Wang Hao has many auxiliary functions, this team match is different from ordinary games. Moreover, there is no rank limit for matching. The scope covers the entire China and hundreds of millions of survivors in the entire China. There must be masters among them. If it happens, even against a master, Wang Hao wouldn't dare to say that he would definitely win. As the countdown ended, Wang Hao and others left the island square and appeared on the plain. Compared to Island Plaza, it is undoubtedly much more lively on the plain. Team Fenglong is recruiting, and experts from all walks of life are welcome to join. In this team competition, we, Longming, will book first place. I am Li Bing from Team Qingqiao. Make a friend. On the plain there are all kinds of voices, including those that attract people, those that provoke, those that make friends. You name it. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to these voices. Quan Deng didn't hear them. Most of them would not advance to the next round. Although the team competition lasts for 5 days, not all teams and everyone can play for 5 days. In fact, most people only play for 1 day because the team competition is a knockout system. After the 5 games on the first day, ranking based on points, the lower ranked teams will be eliminated, and only the top 10% of the teams will be considered to advance to the next round. In other words, 90% of people can only play for 1 day, and the remaining 10% are eligible to play tomorrow's game. This elimination ratio is undoubtedly quite scary, but it is also necessary. Therefore, there are really too many teams that have signed up. If you want to determine the top 10 teams in the country within 5 days, it is obviously not possible if there are too few people eliminated every day. The first day of the competition is equivalent to the audition. Only through the audition can you enter the group stage. Only through the group stage can you advance to the knockout. And only through the knockout can you enter the finals. Only those who reach the finals are eligible to compete for the top 10 in the country. It can be said that if you want to get to the end, every game is crucial, and you may be eliminated if you make a slight mistake. Where should we dance? Feng Gaoyuan asked. Feng Gaoyuan is a very outgoing guy. He just started chatting with people from other teams on the plane on all channels. And the chat was so lively and inextricable that Wang Hao couldn't laugh or cry. The dormitory building. Wang Hao glanced at the small map and said, the other 3 people understood that there is no skydiving follow function now, and they need to skydive by themselves. Therefore, before skydiving, the entire team must first determine their landing point. Wang Hao usually chooses to go to P-City, but in this game, the route is a little far away from P-City, so Wang Hao did not forcefully fly over, but chose the Research Institute dormitory building in the center of the map. After jumping off the plane, I could hear the whistling wind in my ears. Sometimes Wang Hao also finds it very magical. Before he traveled through time, he had never skydived. As a result, after arriving in this world, he seemed to be no stranger to skydiving and was not afraid. Jumping from such a high altitude, he not only was there no fear at all, but he was still able to observe the surrounding situation. It's really amazing when you think about it. Holy crap! So many teams! Feng Gaoyuan exclaimed. Wang Hao understood why Feng Gaoyuan exclaimed. Because at this time, 4 teams appeared around them. Their destination is also the dormitory building of the Institute. In other words, a total of 5 teams chose the dormitory building of the Institute as their landing point. You know, there are only 25 teams in the entire game, and now 1/5 of them have chosen the same destination. What should we do? Should we change the landing point? Yu Qianing asked worriedly, even though she was confident in her own strength. Facing the current situation, Yu Qianing was still worried. If all 5 teams jump to the dormitory building of the Research Institute, there will definitely be a chaotic battle after landing. At this time, strength is very important. But what is more important is luck. If you are unlucky, you may not even pick up the gun when you land, but will be killed by other players. Luck is the most difficult thing to grasp. It doesn't mean that you have good luck because you are strong. Wang Hao thought for a while and said, if we don't change the landing point, let's jump to the blue second floor of the southernmost dormitory building and go downstairs. The 4 of us should not spread out. We will find weapons immediately after landing. Resources are limited. Each person will pick up a gun first. Don't pick up too many. Wang Hao did not choose to change the landing point. Leaving at this time may not be a good thing. Moreover, 2 points were eliminated in the first round. Although the dormitory building is very dangerous now, it also represents a great opportunity. If you can kill a few people, it will be more valuable than killing people later. Since Wang Hao decided not to change the landing point, the others naturally had no objections. However, several people's faces were very serious. It can be expected that there will be a fierce battle after landing. As the flight altitude became lower and lower, the dormitory building had clearly entered the field of vision of several people. At the same time, Wang Hao and the others also discovered that the other 4 teams had not changed their landing points, and they all adhered to their original positions. Choose. There must be a factor of double points in this. Although the dormitory building of this research institute is surrounded by dangers, it also represents a huge opportunity. There are a total of 7 houses in the dormitory building. There are 5 teams jumping here. Each team has enough points for 1 house. However, although they are both buildings, they have different heights and different levels of resource richness. The 2 buildings at the top have higher floors and are relatively rich in supplies, while the 2-story building Wang Hao chose has relatively ordinary supplies. However, rich resources also mean danger. Who doesn't want a building with richer resources? Therefore, when the 5 teams landed, it was not that there was a tacit understanding of 1 team and 1 building, but the 2 buildings at the top were occupied by 3 teams. Apart from them, no other team was interested in the building that Wang Hao and his team chose. Therefore, they had enough time to search for supplies in the early stage. Chapter 377, Opportunity to break up the fight. Wang Hao successfully landed on the roof of the 2-story building. His luck was pretty good, and there was a rifle when he landed. However, his luck was not so good, because the rifle was an M16A4. This rifle is generally rarely used by people. It can even be said that most players don't even look at it when there are other firearms to choose from, because it does not have a fully automatic shooting mode. At the same time, it is also very difficult to control. It is more difficult to get started than the M416 and is more suitable for veterans. However, even veterans will not use this gun if they have a choice. It performs better in burst shooting at medium and long distances. Good, but not very useful in close combat, and is often used as a marksman rifle. If possible, Wang Hao wouldn't like to use this gun, but right now, he has no other choice. With such a building, there won't be too many rifles to refresh. If 4 people jump here, the supplies will definitely not be too abundant. Wang Hao picked up the gun, along with 60 rounds of 556 bullets scattered nearby. In addition, Wang Hao also picked up 2 grenades not far away. When Wang Hao picked up the grenade, gunfire suddenly rang out from the tall building next to him. The battle has begun. 2 teams jumped in this building. It was inevitable for a battle to break out. However, Wang Hao did not expect it to break out so early. They probably encountered each other by chance when they were searching for supplies. They did not have any see-through auxiliary function. Naturally, it is impossible to avoid other players. You continue to search, Wang Hao said as he ran. After searching this building, you can also go to the 2-story building in the back. There is no one there. Don't go to the 2-3-story buildings in the back for now. While he was talking, Wang Hao had already run to the edge of the roof, and then jumped down without hesitation. It's only 2 stories high. This height is not dangerous to Wang Hao. Wang Hao, where are you going? Yu Qianing asked. I'm going to see if there's any chance to break up the fight. Wang Hao said in the team channel. You can come over after you search for supplies. Let's take this building. M16A4. But he also has auxiliary functions to help. So there is no problem in going to check it out. But Yu Qianing and the others are still not good enough. It is easy for them not to have enough material support. Even the masters cannot show much strength when they are short of materials. Captain, be careful. Feng Gaoyuan reminded. While talking, the three people search for supplies accelerated further. It was just a two-story building. The three people quickly finished the search. Their luck was not good. The three people only found 2 rifles and a spray gun. The other guns were not seen at all. And the headgear was only first level. Not even enough for 3 people. In desperation, the 3 of them had to postpone supporting Wang Hao, and instead went to the 2-story building behind to continue searching. Wang Hao did not rush the 3 of them. If the situation was really urgent, Yu Qianing and the other 3 could still fight given their current situation. After all, having guns means you can fight. However, the situation in this high-rise building is complicated now. Wang Hao didn't want Yu Qianing and the others to take risks without adequate equipment. Without his teammates around, Wang Hao used the stealth auxiliary function and quietly reached the 2nd floor. With the see-through auxiliary function, Wang Hao could clearly see the distribution of the other 2 teams in the building. Among them, there are 6 people on the 2nd floor, distributed in the north and south halves, and the other 2 are at the stairwells of the 2nd and 3rd floors. They should be in the same team as the 2 people on the back. Today's mini-map no longer displays footsteps. If you want to know if anyone is moving around, you can only listen with your ears. But there are 8 people in the building now, and there are too many footsteps. It is impossible for others to know that Wang Hao is there. Approaching quietly, Wang Hao was not in a hurry to take action. After taking a look at the situation upstairs, he retreated to the 1st floor. Now there were 8 people here. If he took action rashly, even if he had the upper hand, he could easily get burned. At that time, even if he has 3 lives, it may not be enough. Wang Hao is waiting for the opportunity, and this opportunity will come soon. The 4 people in the south room area on the 2nd floor seemed to have made a decision and rushed to the north. As they rushed, they used firepower to suppress the 2 players on the small platform between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 players also rushed forward. The melee started in the northern area of the 2nd floor. Wang Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately pulled out the grenade. He went up to the 2nd floor again, and then threw the grenade into the northern area. When he threw it out, he had already pulled out the 2nd grenade. The knockdown prompt was flashing on the screen. Because it was a melee, even if the players from the 2 teams knocked down each other, they had no time to make up for it. As a result, the battle was fierce and several people fell. But 1 person died. None. This battle is obviously a winner-takes-all battle. The winning side will get 4 kills. Unless something unexpected happens on our side, there won't be any casualties. At most, there will be some who fall to the ground. You can go after the battle. Save. If there is no third party involved, things should develop in this direction. However, Wang Hao's unexpected appearance increased the variables of this battle. Boom! In the melee, a grenade exploded, and then Wang Hao saw the system prompt, double kill with 1 thunder. The 2 sides in the melee didn't even notice that there was 1 more person outside, let alone that a grenade fell between them. The direct consequence was that 2 players who had fallen to the ground were killed, and the blood of 2 people was left. The volume has been reduced by 1/3. The 2 sides who were fighting were suddenly shocked. They have realized that a third party is involved, which is the last thing they want to see. They also knew that there were 5 teams dancing in the dormitory building of the institute, and it was normal for other people to show up. However, they did not expect that the other party would come so quickly. They were so eager to decide the winner, and they did not want a third party to participate. Come in, and the other party will reap the benefits. However, they were still a step too slow after all, and the third party still came. What's even worse is that they haven't seen the figure of the third party yet, and the 2 of them are already facing each other. It's impossible to stop at this time. They can only kill their opponents as soon as possible. That's the only way. Only then can you free up your hands to fight against the third party. There are grenades. At this time, a player who fell to the ground suddenly saw a dark thing flying in and landing not far from him. He was shocked and wanted to stay away in fear. But instead, he was very slow on the ground. And even with his hands and feet, he couldn't quickly escape the grenade explosion range. Chapter 378. The battle ends. Boom! Another explosion sounded. This grenade took away 2 people again. And at the same time, other players' health was damaged. Of the 2 teams of 8, Wang Hao actually killed 4 of them in a short period of time. Wang Hao's team scored 8 points in an instant. However, the battle is not over yet. After Wang Hao threw the 2 grenades, he did not continue to hide, but he did not rush in rashly. Instead, he suddenly jumped horizontally at the north-south connection on the 2nd floor. During the jump, the M16A4 in his hand had already fired. A wave of 3 consecutive shots knocked down one of the players, who was not satisfied with his health. At this time, after a melee and Wang Hao's sneak attack, there were still 2 players standing in the northern area hall. And these 2 people happened to belong to 2 different teams. Lu Ming, don't worry about so much. Just kill people and get points. One of the players who fell to the ground said loudly to his companion. The current situation is very delicate. There are 3 parties gathered in this small area, and there is exactly 1 person from each party. No one is sure that they can survive to the end. In comparison, Wang Hao's situation is the best, because until now, they haven't fully appeared yet. And their blood volume is still full. The situation of the other 2 people is a bit worse. They are opposite each other, very close to each other, and both of them are dissatisfied with their health. At this time, they are faced with a choice: continue to attack the opponent, or kill the person who has fallen to the ground. The player gets the elimination number in points, or the 2 sides stop and join forces to attack the player outside. The last possibility is almost impossible to happen, because the situation on the scene is changing rapidly, and there is no time left for both parties to discuss. Moreover, the battle between the 2 sides has just been fierce. At this time, even if someone wants to stop, the other party may not believe it. Therefore, they have only 2 options: either continue to attack players who are still fighting, or kill players who have fallen to the ground. Several people at the scene had different thoughts. After the young man named Lu Ming was reminded, he subconsciously turned his gun and pointed it at the player kneeling on the ground, hoping to kill him. However, his action was immediately met with strong counterattacks from the other 2 parties. The teammate of the player being attacked would naturally not just watch his teammate being eliminated. He would definitely stop it. And Wang Hao also wants to stop it, because he has regarded everyone in this house as his prey. And naturally, he does not want to see other players taking points away from him. However, after seeing another player with fighting ability fighting back, Wang Hao did not make the same move. He jumped horizontally again and flashed past the entrance of the hall. As he passed the entrance of the hall, the gun in his hand M16A4 once again fired a series of 3 consecutive shots. This time, his target was not the 2 people still standing, but the player who fell to the ground. You use the assault rifle M16A4 to eliminate the player Ziguang Jinping. A prompt appeared, and another player entered the box. The burst of the M16A4 is quite good. With the help of the auto-aim auxiliary function, the 3-shot burst accurately hit the player who fell to the ground. The person who was already dissatisfied with his health instantly became a risk-taker. Red light box. Auto-aim does not have a locking function. 2 players fell to the ground at the scene. The one Wang Hao eliminated was the one that another player also wanted to eliminate for points. The 2 attacked with the same target, but Wang Hao had better luck and got the last blow, and the elimination count was counted on his head. When Wang Hao was harvesting, the player who wanted to make up for the kill and score points was knocked out of his remaining health by another player who was still alive, because there were no other teammates. When his health was cleared, he also instantly became a box. At the same time, his teammates who fell to the ground were also boxed. At this point, there are still 2 people standing at the scene, and everyone else has become a box. Among the 2 people still standing, there is Wang Hao. Wang Hao ran away and ran into the small room next to him. Behind him, a bunch of bullets hit the wall. Wang Hao pressed against the wall to reload, and at the same time, his eyes never left the remaining player. The player was obviously in a violent state. He had just attacked another player to protect his teammates from being killed. However, he did not expect that the target of Wang Hao's attack was also his teammates. He could stop one, but he couldn't stop 2. He could only watch his teammates become boxes in front of him. You can imagine the annoyance in his heart. What annoys him and his teammates even more is that Wang Hao belongs to a third party and is here to take advantage. If Wang Hao hadn't appeared, they would have most likely defeated the team just now without any damage. With 8 points in hand, they would be very confident and have more expectations for this game. However, the appearance of Wang Hao ruined everything. This damn guy appeared out of nowhere. He took an M16A4 that everyone despised and dared to come alone to break up the fight. But he actually managed to break it off. This person who stole his team's elimination number and killed his teammates must die. Duh. Bullets were shooting at him like crazy. As soon as Wang Hao showed up, he would be hit by several bullets in an instant. However, Wang Hao is obviously not that stupid. This is not a drama. The magazine capacity of each gun is limited. As long as the opponent empties the magazine, it is time for him to fight back. Captain, we finished the search, and now we're here to help you. Su Guangyuan's voice came from the team channel. Perhaps because he heard the fierce gunfire and was worried about Wang Hao's safety. Su Guangyuan's voice was filled with urgency and worry. However, Wang Hao smiled and said, "No. There is one last one here. I can solve it." While speaking, the gunshots outside suddenly stopped, and the corners of Wang Hao's mouth turned up slightly. Muttering to himself, "It's my turn." As he spoke, Wang Hao jumped out of the small room next to him. The reason why he didn't walk out directly was because he was afraid that the other party would play tricks. So he deliberately left some bullets in the magazine. Such a sideways jump could make Wang Hao more powerful. Protect yourself well. Facts have proved that Wang Hao's worries were unnecessary. The angry player did not consider the magazine capacity at all. He pulled the trigger in his hand and did not stop until all the bullets in the magazine were used up. At this time, he also reacted until he was about to face the enemy. When Wang Hao counterattacked, he was so panicked that he turned around and ran away instead of changing the magazine. Therefore, when Wang Hao jumped out of the small room next door, he saw a panicked figure from behind. Duh. With a series of 3 consecutive shots, the player who was already dissatisfied with his health was instantly emptied of his health tank and turned directly into a box. The battle is over. Chapter 379. Score points. Damn. So many boxes? Feng Gaoyuan looked at the boxes on the floor, his eyes glowing green. Not long after the battle on Wang Hao's side, Feng Gaoyuan and 3 others rushed over. In fact, they didn't even finish searching the second 2-story building before they hurried over because they were afraid that something might happen to Wang Hao. After all, there were 2 teams in this tall building. If Wang Hao went there alone, he would definitely dangerous. However, they were still a step too late, and by the time they arrived, the battle was already over. This is mainly because the 2 previous teams know that there are several other teams in this dormitory building. They are eager to determine the winner and occupy this building. Otherwise, after the other teams have finished searching for supplies, someone will definitely come to break up the fight. At that time, the situation here will become complicated. Therefore, the 2 teams did not hesitate too much and did not push too much. After simply searching for supplies, they immediately started fighting. However, they did not expect that Wang Hao would come so quickly and decisively. However, Wang Hao had abilities that ordinary people did not have, which led to the current result. Feng Gaoyuan looked through several boxes one by one. Except for guns, there were almost no good things. After all, the 2 sides were in a hurry to fight, and did not take the time to search for supplies. They have almost not searched this building yet. Let's take a look, Wang Hao said. Okay. The 4 people had a clear division of labor. The training staff searched the building and collected some things, including bullets, medicine packs, and drinks. However, compared to the entire team, this amount of supplies was obviously still insufficient. Not enough. The dormitory building does have many buildings and rich resources, but generally speaking, there is no problem in such a place to support a full team. But now there are 3 teams here. Obviously, each team cannot be too nourishing. Should we wait for other teams to attack now, or take the initiative? After searching the entire building, the 4 people gathered together again. The dormitory building is very quiet now. However, everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. There will be battles here because there are still 3 teams in this area, since they all jumped here, and there are no vehicles around. The 3 teams must decide the winner before leaving here. In the end, only one team may be able to leave here alive. Of course, take the initiative, Wang Hao said. In the previous battle, he killed 6 and gained 12 points. Wang Hao was sure that their team now had the highest points among all the teams in this game. But this maximum may only be temporary. Other teams will definitely find ways to get points. Not to mention that there are ranking points in the end, so they can't stop getting points. Therefore, There are too many teams participating in the competition, and 1 point may lead to many rankings. Therefore, as long as there is an opportunity to score points, Wang Hao will not let it go. Yu Qianing nodded. She also agreed to take the initiative. Their team is still very strong, but it is only the first day of the team competition, which is equivalent to just auditions. At this stage, the strength of most teams is very average. Yu Qianing is confident that their team, when a team faces the vast majority of teams, their chances of winning are higher if they are not at a numerical disadvantage. Do you have any grenades? Give me the grenades, Wang Hao said to the 3 of them. In the battle just now, Wang Hao made a new discovery. Range damage also works against mines. Wang Hao previously thought that this auxiliary function only worked for firearms. But when he just used a grenade to steal people's heads in a sneak attack, he discovered that the explosion range of the grenade had also expanded. In other words, the auxiliary function of range damage is not only effective for firearms, but also applies to mines. This discovery made Wang Hao very happy. It also meant that the grenade in his hands would have a greater effect. Wang Hao's grenades originally had the perspective auxiliary function and were quite accurate. Now that they have the area damage auxiliary function, the power of his grenades has reached a new level. I didn't see the grenades. I have 2 grenades here. I have 1. The 3 of them picked up 3 grenades in total, plus the 2 grenades Wang Hao had just picked up, and he had them in his backpack. 5 grenades. With 5 grenades in hand, Wang Hao was more confident. Let's attack the tall building next door first, Wang Hao said to the 3 of them. When you were searching for supplies just now, I have been observing. They should all be on the 3rd floor now. And there are people at the stairs. I will open the way with a grenade later. Ning, you follow me. After blowing up people, you rush with me. Brother Su and Gao Yuan, you 2 will guard the stairs on the 1st and 2nd floors, leaving the players in the building below. Let's fight here. Get up. They are very likely to come to break up the fight. So hide yourself and don't let your steps or body slip. Yu Qianing and the other 2 nodded to express their understanding. After the arrangements were made, Wang Hao jumped out of the window first. The players in the next building didn't know whether it was due to lack of experience or because there were 2 teams here and they didn't know which one to guard against. In short, they were not approaching Wang Hao and the others. There was no one at the window here. So Wang Hao and the 4 of them were able to easily climb through the window from their own building into the building next door. There are footsteps. The people from the next building are coming. Holy shit. They are so brave. They are coming to attack the building now? Come here. What are you afraid of? There are 4 of them. And we are 4 too. We are still on the defensive side, so we have the advantage. Don't miss your steps. Keep an eye on the stairs. We'll shoot as soon as they appear. The 2 of us are on the reserve team. Wang Hao and the others are just here, entering the next building. The 4 people in the building had already discovered them. Although the footsteps were no longer displayed on the mini-map, the footsteps were real. No one was shooting to make noise. Therefore, there were no traces of footsteps in the building. Several people could clearly hear the running footsteps of Wang Hao and others. The 4 of them tightened their guns and waited for Wang Hao and others to rush forward. They had already arranged their formation and were waiting for the players from the other 2 teams to attack the building. They are very confident about their own formation. The 2 people blocking the stairs can carry out the first wave of attacks and catch the opponent by surprise. Even if the 2 people blocking the stairs are knocked down, the remaining 2 people upstairs can also provide fire support immediately, while maintaining firepower. They can also ensure that their teammates are not killed. Ding! At this moment, a crisp sound sounded, and the 4 people in the building were all familiar with this sound. This is the sound of pulling out thunder. Don't move. As long as we don't move, they won't know where we are. There are so many rooms in this building. They can't have so many grenades to explore them one by one. The team captain immediately reminded his teammates. Chapter 380 Cleaning. If they were meeting other players, this would undoubtedly be the right decision. After all, there are many rooms in this building. It is correct to use grenades to explore the points, but it is difficult to have enough grenades to explore all the rooms one by one. As long as they don't move, they will wait for the team that comes to attack the building to throw them. After all the grenades, they will not suffer any losses. However, what they met was Wang Hao. It's Wang Hao with auxiliary functions. Before entering this building, Wang Hao already knew the precise positions of everyone in the building through the perspective auxiliary function. Therefore, he did not need to use grenades to explore one by one. Wang Hao, who had grabbed a grenade, was walking at the front. He knew that there were 2 players on the small platform between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Their muzzles were pointed at the stairs. As long as anyone showed his head, he would be attacked. They attack relentlessly. Since Wang Hao knew their arrangement, he would not rush over stupidly. When he reached the 2nd floor, he stopped and counted silently in his mind. When the grenade was about to explode, he headed towards the 2nd floor. A grenade was thrown from the wall next to the stairs. After the grenade hit the wall, it did not explode, but rebounded to the platform between the 2nd and 3rd floors. What? Holy crap. It's a grenade. Boom. You used a frag grenade to blow down the player Xingyue Xiamen. You used a frag grenade to blow down the player Xingyue Wu Wan. For *2. Wang Hao's instant blast directly knocked down 2 people. The 2 players blocked on the small platform were blown down by Wang Hao before they even had time to make any evasive action. How do they know we're here? Captain. Help. They're coming up. Stop talking. Throw smoke bombs first. Hold. We have the advantage of location. We can hold it. The 2 players on the building were a little confused when faced with this situation. This was completely different from what they had expected. The 2 people who had ambushed and advanced were blown down without even firing their guns. The team that came to attack the building also did not when conducting any exploration on the 1st and 2nd floors. I rushed directly to them. However, when I rushed to them, I did not rush up rashly, but threw an instant blast mine. As a result, all their previous arrangements had no effect. But how did they reveal their location? Just now, the 4 of them clearly didn't move at all. How did the people attacking the building know that they were here? Several people couldn't figure it out. But it was obvious that they were not thinking about these things now. 2 people were knocked down at once, and their side was instantly at a numerical disadvantage. The other side would definitely seize this opportunity to attack the building. 2 smoke bombs were thrown out immediately. The 2 people upstairs obviously wanted to use this method to cover their 2 fallen teammates. However, there is Wang Hao downstairs. Wang Hao has the ability of see-through. In his eyes, the smoke bomb seems to not exist. The bullet still accurately hits the 2 players who fell to the ground, killing them immediately. The 2 people upstairs were extremely angry when they saw that their teammates had been killed, and they opened fire one after another. However, they did not have the ability to see through the smoke bombs. The smoke bombs blocked their sight. They did not know the positions of Wang Hao and Yu Qianing at all. On the contrary, Wang Hao and Yu Qianing used the cover of the smoke bombs to move up smoothly. Get back. The 2 people upstairs were very decisive. They knew it was not safe to stay here, so they retreated to the room at the back. Because Wang Hao had just killed 2 of them with a thunderbolt. This left them with lingering fears. Therefore, the 2 people who retreated to the room on the 3rd floor stood separately, one on the left and one on the right, to avoid being struck by thunder at the same time. The muzzles of both of them were also aimed at from the direction of the door. As long as Wang Hao and Yu Qianing show up, they will attack immediately. Wang Hao and Yu Qianing did not rush in immediately, but stopped outside. Wang Hao pulled out a grenade again and waited for the countdown to end. At this time, gunfire suddenly came from downstairs. Captain, the people from the next building are rushing over, Feng Gaoyuan said in the team channel. At the same time, the knockout prompt appeared. Su Guangyuan and Feng Gaoyuan each knocked down 1. The one Su Guangyuan knocked down was quickly replaced. The moment Feng Gaoyuan was knocked down, there was no elimination message. He should have crawled back. Wang Hao ignored the situation below. The first task for him and Yu Qianing was to take down the 2 people upstairs. Only by solving these 2 first could the 2 of them go downstairs to support Su Guangyuan and Feng Gaoyuan. Downstairs the 2 of them have the geographical advantage, and should be able to hold on for a while. What's more, the number of people on the opposite side has been reduced, and the pressure on Feng Gaoyuan and Su Guangyuan is much less. Seeing the countdown end, Wang Hao glanced at Yu Qianing, then jumped and threw the grenade. At the same time, Wang Hao put the gun back in his hand. Seeing Wang Hao appear, the players in the next room quickly opened fire. The shooting skills of the 2 were not bad, but Wang Hao just dodged past the door and was actually knocked out of a third of his health. However, Yu Qianing had already taken advantage of them to shoot, suddenly appeared at the door and shot at one of them. Boom! At this moment, the grenade thrown by Wang Hao exploded, and one of them was knocked down. Although the other person was farther away, he also lost some health, who allowed Wang Hao's grenade to undergo the range damage bonus. Its explosion range is unmatched by other grenades. Wang Hao immediately turned back to support Yu Qianning after landing, fighting 2 against 1. The opponent's blood volume was still not full, so the outcome did not seem to be in much suspense. This is also true. Although the last person still wanted to resist, he couldn't hold on for long, and his health was quickly emptied and turned into a box. So far, Wang Hao's team has scored 4 more eliminations and 8 points. Wang Hao and Yu Qianning were not idle, nor did they try to lick the bag. After dealing with the last person, they prepared to go to support. Let's go down from the window. Wang Hao grabbed Yu Qianning, who was about to go downstairs, and said. Yu Qianning looked at the window and understood what Wang Hao meant. The two came to the window and jumped down. There was a platform outside the second floor of the house. The two landed on the platform, then jumped off the platform and landed on the ground. At this time, the two of them had appeared outside the building. The gunshots in the house covered up the voices of the two people, and they immediately ran towards the door. When they ran to the door, they saw 3 players with their backs to them, focusing on the junction of the first and second floors. Obviously, they didn't realize that someone would suddenly appear behind them at this moment. When they thought about it, Wang Hao and the others should be upstairs, taking advantage of the geographical advantage to guard the building. Who would have thought that Wang Hao and Yu Qianning would choose to jump out of the window and appear behind them? Chapter 381: The Bereaved Dog. When Wang Hao and Yu Qianning appeared behind the 3 people, the battle was no longer suspense. In the end, Wang Hao and the others once again defeated a team without any damage. 28 points. At this time, Wang Hao and the others had eliminated a total of 14 people. At this time, the first circle had not even been refreshed. Each elimination had 2 points, which brought Wang Hao and the others' points to close to 30. You know, many teams still have 0 points at this time, and they are even still searching for supplies. But Wang Hao and the others have already obtained 28 points. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, at the end of this game, Wang Hao and his team will probably have the most points in this arena. Yu Qianning and the other 3 were also encouraged. Originally, when they saw 5 teams dancing in this dormitory building, a few people were a little nervous. In a 4-on-4 situation, they were not afraid of anyone. But with too many teams dancing here, there would inevitably be a melee. The melee adds a lot of uncertainty. There may be people around. If that happens, even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, it will be difficult to support them. Therefore, Yu Qianning and others are even ready to downsize. However, they never expected that after a battle, not only did they win 14 eliminations, but they themselves did not have any attrition. This is simply a miracle. You know, apart from them, there are only 4 teams with 16 people in total. They can actually get 14 eliminations, which is simply incredible. Of course, they all knew that Wang Hao played a decisive role in this. It was Wang Hao who decisively broke up the fight and was able to gain the upper hand in the early stage. It was also Wang Hao's smart command that allowed them to successfully defeat the remaining 2 teams. If Wang Hao had not been there, Yu Qianning would have lost 3 of them. Although a few people can be eliminated, the number will definitely not be high, and there will not be any attrition. Wang Hao's existence is really too important. This is why the members of the Qifeng team, all of whom are very capable, are convinced by Wang Hao, and no one has ever thought about leaving the team. Wang Hao's strength was enough to convince them. There is no one here for the time being. Wang Hao didn't notice the eyes of the other 3 people looking at him. He looked around and used the perspective auxiliary function to explore the surrounding environment. He was afraid that someone would take advantage of their fight and quietly sneak in. Touch it. Fortunately, no one came over. Now, they are the only team in this dormitory building. Search for supplies, Wang Hao said. Leave me a sniper rifle and mark it with a magnification scope. Wang Hao is now used to pairing a rifle with a sniper rifle and has self-aim and range damage. The sniper rifle is quite powerful in your hands. Okay. Yu Qianning and the others nodded. Wang Hao is the core of their team and the most important person. Therefore, in terms of materials, Wang Hao must be given priority. While the 3 of them were searching for supplies, Wang Hao came to the red 2-story building on the outermost edge of the dormitory building. Here, he could clearly see the situation of the teaching building of the institute. Although the dormitory building is quite rich in resources, it may not be able to fully meet the needs of the entire team. After searching the dormitory building, Wang Hao focused on the teaching building. Here he can monitor the situation in the teaching building, and at the same time, he can also check the situation around the dormitory building to ensure the safety of Yu Qianning and the others. While Wang Hao and the others were playing the game. Most of the other survivors were on the virtual battlefield, and the entire territory of China seemed to have become much emptier in an instant. At this time, in a small city 200 to 300 kilometers away from Silver Light City, Yu Long was hugging a scantily clad woman and squeezing her with his other hand. Although the woman was in pain, she did not dare to show it, and had to pick up the wine glass next to him with a smile and feed Yu Long wine. Yu Long's hands were very strong, and the area he needed quickly turned purple. However, he did not feel any distress or softness in his hands. There was lust and violence in his eyes, and the movements of his hands were more like he was venting his inner feelings. Resentment. At this time, Yu Long was indeed unhappy and annoyed. I think back then, he was a famous figure in University A. No one dared to mess with him when he was running rampant in University A. Even in the entire Yingguang city, he could run rampant without restraint. He could drive a luxury car that others could only dream of and throw away it. He could hold a beauty in his arms and play with her as much as he wanted. A beauty that ordinary people couldn't catch up with. But now, although there is a beautiful woman next to him, his situation is very different from before. There is no place for him in Silver Light City anymore. He was driven out of Silver Light City like a bereaved dog and fled in embarrassment. Even if he stopped temporarily in the city, he had no sense of security. Moreover, the city was dilapidated and incomparable to Silver Light City. He couldn't even find anything entertaining here. At this time, Yu Long missed the carefree days in Silver Light City. He thought he could follow his father further, but he did not expect that he would end up in this situation. What he couldn't accept even more was that Wang Hao was not dead. On the night of the turmoil, Yu Long sent people to assassinate Wang Hao. What he thought was a foolproof action turned out to be unexpected. The people sent to assassinate Wang Hao did not come back to report the news. At that time, Yu Long did not take it too seriously. After all, Silver City was in chaos at that time, and it was not impossible for those people to get separated or even die in the chaos. He didn't care about the life or death of those people. As long as they killed Wang Hao, they would live or die. Yu Long didn't care. But unfortunately, those few people did not succeed. After escaping from Silver Light City, Yu Long did not forget to inquire about Wang Hao's situation. So he learned that Wang Hao was not dead and was still alive and well in Silver Light City. This made Yu Long instantly furious, especially when he thought of his own embarrassment. It was unbearable that Wang Hao was showing off in Yingguang City at this time, which made Yu Long even more annoyed. Wang Hao, I will kill you sooner or later. I will torture you to death with my own hands. Yu Long muttered to himself viciously. Wang Hao and Yu Long brought back indelible memories. He has never been so embarrassed in his whole life. He can't swallow this breath. Ah! As Yu Long became fierce, he unconsciously increased the force on his hands. The beauty in his arms instantly turned pale and couldn't help shouting. What's your name? Get out of here! Yu Long pushed the beauty away and then kicked her down. The woman did not dare to refute. With a frightened expression on her face, she got up on her hands and knees, and then ran out in a panic. When the woman was leaving, a man walked in from the outside. This man was Yu Long's father, Yu Guang. Chapter 382 Angry Yu Guang. Compared with a few days ago, Yu Guang was obviously much older at this time. He looked very haggard, and his eyes were obviously bloodshot. Obviously, his condition was much worse than a few days ago. A few days ago, he was the deputy commander of the 9th Legion of Silver Light City. He was a figure with considerable say and status in the entire Silver Light City. At that time, he held a high position and was respected by everyone. But now, he is living in this dilapidated small city. Although he still has more than 10,000 soldiers and some gangsters under his command, he no longer has the complacency and high-spiritedness he once had. The current situation is very unfavorable to him. Before, he wanted to occupy Yingguang City in one fell swoop and become the new city lord of Yingguang City outside the city. As a result, Wu Haomu and others monitored him beyond his expectation, causing his operation to fail. After that, he was even more. He was forced to retreat from Yingguang City. This retreat lasted 200 to 300 kilometers. On the way back, many soldiers secretly left the team, obviously not intending to follow him anymore. Yu Guang was also helpless about this. After all, the parents and relatives of many soldiers in his army are still in Yingguang City, and it is normal that they are unwilling to leave Yingguang City with him. Therefore, along the way, Yu Guang has fewer and fewer people as he goes. Until now there are still more than 10,000 soldiers. In addition, when Yu Guang retreated from Silver Light City, His destination was not the current city. This city has been abandoned for a long time, and is not a big city. Not to mention the Exchange Mall building. Even the intact buildings are if there is not much. It cannot be used as a base for development. Moreover, this place is not too far from Silver Light City. Now the army in Silver Light City is busy clearing away zombies and mutant beasts. And they have no time to care about him for the time being. But as long as all the zombies and mutant beasts in Silver Light City are cleared, then those in Silver Light City will definitely send troops to capture him. After all, he rebelled from Silver Light City, and it is impossible for those in power in Silver Light City to let him go. In the city where he is now, there are only a few intact buildings, let alone city defenses. Once the Yiguang City army comes, he doesn't even have any defenses to rely on. And he is also at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. It would be impossible to block the attack of Silver Light City's army. It's not that Yiguang wants to stay in this city, but because there are too many zombies and mutant beasts in the wild, which seriously hinders his march. Although they got along well with zombies and mutant beasts on the night of the turmoil, and both parties worked together to create chaos in Silver Light City. After the turmoil ended, they were no longer allies. Or in other words, the people led by Yiguang and the zombies in the wild and mutant beasts are not much of an ally. Before Yiguang decided to rebel, he had met the intelligent zombie. It was also after seeing the zombie's ability to command and control other zombies and mutant beasts that Yiguang agreed to join the group. However, after the night of turmoil, Yiguang lost contact there, and after zombies and mutant beasts occupied several large cities, it seemed that he no longer had any thoughts about Silver Light City, which made Yiguang no longer around. He had the courage to continue resisting in Silver Light City, and then retreated from Silver Light City. However, he knew the zombie who was the commander, but not the other zombies. In the eyes of the zombies and mutant beasts, there was no difference between them and other survivors. They were all targets of their attack. Therefore, along the way, they were attacked by many zombies and mutant beasts, causing considerable losses. Because there is no exchange mall building, these people brought by Yiguang from Silver Light City cannot replenish supplies. Although they have officially formed a team, it is not easy to upgrade the team. Currently, no team has been promoted to level 5, and they cannot be separated. Therefore, along the way, their bullets, medicines, and even food became less and less, and their morale naturally became lower and lower. This is why there are always deserters appearing. Because of these things, Yiguang was so worried that he couldn't sleep well at night. Without enough weapons, ammunition, and medicine, it would be difficult for them to break through the siege of zombies and mutant beasts. So Yiguang had to stop temporarily in this dilapidated city. After garrisoning here, Yiguang has already sent people to contact the rebels in other cities, hoping to get supplies from them. If they cannot get supplies, their team will probably be doomed. After Yiguang, who had something on his mind, entered the house, he saw his son drinking heavily, and he suddenly became even more angry. Drink, drink, drink. You know how to drink all day long. Yiguang, angry, walked over and kicked over the table in front of Yulong, causing the drinks and dishes to scatter on the floor. Dad, what are you doing? Yulong looked at his father dissatisfied and asked, What am I doing? Yiguang went up and slapped his son. I've been worrying about the army and supplies all day long. What about you? What are you doing? Just drinking and playing with women all day long. Can you be a little bit outcome? Do you know the dilemma we are facing now? What can I do? Yulong said aggrievedly. I can't produce supplies. If you can't get supplies, worry about yourself. What's the use of a son venting his anger? You're a traitor. Yiguang glared at his son and said loudly. Also, everyone in the army knows that you are my son. As a result, you are still living and drinking all day long. What do you want the soldiers in the army to think? Now the morale is very low. Do you think it is not low enough? I am so angry. Why did I give birth to a son like you? Yiguang was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Before, he didn't know that his son didn't have much ability and liked to cause trouble. But at that time, he didn't take it to heart or care. After all, he was the deputy commander of the 9th Legion of Silver Light City and had a high position in Silver Light City. No one can do anything to his son about the weight, and he doesn't need his son to share it with him. But it's different now. Now that they have come out of Silver Light City, he no longer has the identity of deputy commander of the 9th Legion of Silver Light City. Now he is facing a dilemma. At this time, he urgently needs someone to help and share the burden. Therefore, How could Yu Guang not be angry when he saw his son failing to live up to expectations? He regretted not teaching his son well before. As a result, he has no ability except to cause trouble. He has no effect at critical moments and even hinders himself to some extent. Yu Long shrank his head and did not dare to refute. But he was quite convinced in his heart. What does it have to do with him that things have developed to this extent? All the decisions were made by his father. As a result, he was in a difficult situation now. But his father took it out on him. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. He even felt that it was his father who had harmed him. If his father hadn't made the wrong decision, he would be here now. You are still enjoying yourself in Silver Light City. How can you be like a bereaved dog nesting here? Chapter 383. Let's go back. Of course, even though Yu Long had a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart, he did not dare to refute. His face was still hurting. Dad, can we go back now? After a while, Yu Long asked tentatively after seeing that his father's anger had subsided. Yu Long still misses his previous extravagant and indulgent life. Compared with Yinguang City, this city is worse than a doghouse now. He has always thought about being able to return to Yinguang City and continue to make his own flowers. Young master. He drinks and plays with women every day. That's how people live. Go back? Where are you going? Yu Guang didn't understand what his son meant for a while. We were going back to Yinguang City at that time. Yu Long said, it doesn't matter what you want here. If we can go back to Yinguang City, we won't have to worry about supplies anymore. And we can eat well and sleep well. Here the environment is so bad that I can't stay here any longer. Get back to you. Snap! Just as Yu Long finished speaking, Yu Guang slapped him again. How did you grow your brain? What do you think about every day? Go back? You are actually talking about going back now? You think I died too late? Right. Yu Guang was going crazy. Although he always knew that his son was an ignorant person, he never thought that his son would be so stupid and naive. Returning to Silver Light City at this time? How to go back? Fight back or surrender? Fighting back? They didn't have that strength at all. There were more soldiers in the team before than now. Were they driven out of Silver Light City? Now that many people have fled, if they fight back, there is no chance of winning. As for surrender, that's even more impossible. Yu Guang has been the deputy commander of the army for many years. He knows Wu Haomu and the senior officials of other legions. If he goes back at this time, it is impossible for anyone to accept his surrender. He will only die if he goes back. If he goes back, he will be shot in public as a warning to others. Therefore, at this time, they must not go back. No matter how difficult the situation was, Yu Guang never thought of returning to Silver Light City. But he didn't expect that he didn't want to go back. But his son still wanted to go back to Silver Light City. As for why his son wanted to go back, he could think of it with his toes. Dad, I'm just a suggestion. After being slapped again, both of Yu Long's cheeks swelled up, and they looked symmetrical. Besides, you have been operating in Silver Light City for many years, and you have many friends. Yes, let them intercede with the City Lord for you. The City Lord may bypass you because of your dedication to Silver City over the years. Dad, why don't you try writing a letter first to see their attitude? Although he was slapped, Yu Long still had the courage to persuade him, because he really didn't want to stay in this place anymore. How could he, who had always been so proud and comfortable in the past, suffer like this? Now, he just wants to return to Silver Light City again and live out his old days of fun and debauchery. Seeing that his son was still so innocent, Yu Guang was so angry that he wanted to hit him. But the raised hand finally stopped. He sighed and took his hand back. It's useless to fight again. His son is really stupid. Friend? Intercede? Credit? It's all bullshit at this time. At this time, who dares to speak for him? Even if he had the courage, he would never do this. If he chose to betray Yinguang City before, he would endanger the interests of those senior leaders. Even among those people, some of them usually have a good relationship with him. In that case, after the incident, they would also disown him and even kill him with their own hands without catching him. As for credit, as the deputy commander of the 9th Legion, he has naturally contributed and made meritorious service to Silver Light City. But that little bit of credit is far from enough to offset his behavior this time. No one will let him go by the wayside just because of his little bit of credit. Yes, Wu Haomu can't do it, and neither can other army commanders. In fact, these truths are not difficult to understand. But now Yu Long's mind is full of wanting to live the unrestrained life in the past. and he will not think about it at all. Of course, based on Yulong's past performance, even if he calms down and thinks about it, he may not be able to think clearly. Yu Guang took a deep look at his son and sighed again. Why did he give birth to such a son? There is really no hope at all. From now on, rein in your behavior. Yu Guang did not explain any more. He said to his son with a cold face, what do the soldiers eat? What do you eat? Also, stop thinking about playing with women all day long. You forget it. Yu Guang actually wanted to say a lot, but thinking about his son's nature and ability, he only said 2 sentences in the end. As for the other words, it was useless. So it was better not to say anything. He no longer expects his son to help him. He just hopes that Yulong will stop causing trouble to him. After saying that, Yu Guang turned around and left. He still had many things to deal with, and had no time to waste here. Yulong looked at his father's leaving figure and touched his beaten face, feeling quite unconvinced. None of this was caused by him. What's wrong with him? He just made a suggestion. If it's not good, just don't adopt it. Why are you beating yourself up? In Yulong's memory, he was rarely beaten by his father, but he didn't expect that he was slapped twice in a short period of time, which made him quite unacceptable. However, the person who beat him was his father, and there was nothing he could do if he didn't accept it, thinking that he would have to eat the same food as those big-headed soldiers. Yulong felt desperate, which also intensified his longing for Silver Light City. When can I go back? How can I live such a miserable life? After saying that, Yulong took a deep drink. At this time, Yu Guang, who walked out of the room, finally received good news. The person who had been sent to contact the rebels in other cities came back and brought back news that made him both happy and disappointed. The rebels in other cities were willing to give him material support, but they were unable to send troops to meet Yu Guang's people for the time being. They suggested that Yu Guang set up camp in this city and settle here temporarily until they were done, discuss the matters at hand, and then deal with them. This news made Yulong both happy and disappointed. Fortunately, they finally have supplies. Unfortunately, they have not received support from reinforcements for the time being. They may need to stay here for a while. In fact, not only did Yulong not want to stay here, but Yulong also didn't want to stay here anymore. The place was dilapidated. Secondarily, and there were no available fortifications, which made him extremely insecure about it. Chapter 384 Can't hold on. Other rebel forces are willing to support, which is what Yu Guang expected. After all, they now belong to the same camp and are on the opposite side of the original survivor camp. Once the people in the original survivor camp are freed up, they will not let them go. Therefore, the people in the rebel camp can only unite together. It is possible to withstand the attacks and revenge of the original survivor camp. However, what Yu Guang wants is not just material support. He also needs personnel support. He didn't want to stay in this city anymore. But there were too many mutant beasts and zombies in the wild. It would be difficult for them to successfully walk to another city occupied by the rebels by themselves. If there was personnel support, it would be natural. It will be much smoother. However, the number of people in the rebel camp is relatively small to begin with. And now they have just occupied some cities and are in urgent need of stability. Therefore, it is normal that other rebels cannot send people to support them. If there are enough supplies, it's not necessarily impossible to reach another city smoothly. Yu Guang thought to himself. After all, Yu Guang was still unwilling to defend here. He was afraid that what he was waiting for was not reinforcements, but troops from Silver Light City. Therefore, he urgently wanted to leave the city. If there is sufficient material support, the more than 10,000 people under his command are still very effective when armed. Even if there are many zombies and mutant beasts in the wild, he can lead the team towards another city occupied by the rebels. Of course, there may be some casualties along the way, but as long as the large force arrives successfully, he will be considered successful. As for the attrition in the process, it is not that important. With the decision made and the supplies now in sight, Yu Guang finally felt much better. At this time, he thought about the team competition again. Although he left Yingguang City, his attention to Yingguang City has not diminished. Yu Guang knew that after the night of turmoil, the exchange mall and the virtual battlefield had undergone considerable changes, and many things had been added, which includes promotion and support for the team. When the update content came out, Yu Guang immediately realized the importance of the team. He immediately mobilized the elite of the army to form a team. Fortunately, the team can be formed through the exchange mall or through the virtual battlefield. Therefore, even if they have no way to redeem in the mall, they can still form a team through the virtual battlefield. Yu Guang also attaches great importance to this team competition. All the elite teams he formed participated in the competition in order to achieve good results in this team competition. In that case, not only can he obtain more materials, and redeeming point rewards can also improve their reputation and attract some people to join them. It is obviously impossible for Yu Guang to satisfy the current team size. After he stabilizes, he will definitely find ways to expand the team. Therefore, he needs a certain degree of popularity. Although the rebel forces are still relatively weak, Yu Guang believes that there must be many people in the original survivor camp who are dissatisfied with those in power, especially those survivors in the slums. These people are all his, although the targets for recruitment may be relatively weak. As long as they are large enough, they can still play a certain role. At the same time, most of the original residents in the 6 occupied large cities did not defect to the rebel camp. Instead, they rushed to the remaining 3 large cities and prepared to defect there. However, Yu Guang could fully expect that among them, there are many uncertainties. If the number of survivors who defected to the 3 big cities was not large, then it would not be a bad thing, as the 3 cities could absorb it. But now, most of the survivors in the 6 big cities have gone. The number must be tens of millions. It is definitely not an easy task for those 3 cities to digest such a large number of immigrants. It is easy to stimulate paradoxically. Once a contradiction arises, opportunities will come for those in the rebel camp. At that time, higher reputation will be more attractive. Therefore, Yu Guang has great expectations for this team competition, because the list can only record 10 teams. Therefore, his goal is to have at least one team enter the top 10. In this case, he can use the list to come and advertise yourself. However, he is still not sure whether he can achieve good results, and he is inevitably a little worried. Yu Guang is far from the only one who has expectations for this team competition. Many people have great expectations for this team competition. Ordinary survivors just hope that they can get more and better rewards, while those who are ambitious regard this competition as an opportunity. The team competition is different from the camp competition. The camp competition is when people from the same camp are in the same team, which includes too many people and is too mixed. However, the team competition only has people from the same team in the same team. Therefore, what kind of glory does this team get? It will all support this team, and will not be divided by anyone else. Therefore, many people hope to take this opportunity to make a name for their team and prepare for future expansion or other developments. Someone's coming. At this time, Wang Hao, who was lying on the roof of the tallest building, pointed the muzzle of his sniper rifle in the 95 direction, and a trampoline appeared in the camera. Wang Hao did not fire immediately, but moved the muzzle back, and soon 2 more cars appeared in his field of vision. This should be a team. There are 3 vehicles in total. Wang Hao said in the team channel, the bouncing vehicle in front should be for exploring the road. Leave this vehicle to me, and the 3 of you are responsible for sweeping the 2 behind. A car. Okay. Yu Qianing and the others agreed and moved their guns slightly to follow the 2 cars. Bump! A gunshot that belonged to 98K rang out. Within the field of vision, the player in the driver's seat of the bouncer suddenly lost blood, and his blood volume was reduced by more than 2/3. Duh. Wang Hao's gunshot sounded like an order. Yu Qianing and the other 2 fired almost simultaneously, and their target was the car that was following the bouncer. After being attacked, the 3 cars seemed to be trying to escape. Wang Hao clearly saw them dialing the steering wheel, preparing to stay away from the dormitory building of the institute and go around. However, their ideas are destined to fail. Another gunshot rang out, and the driver of the bouncing truck, who had less than 1/3 of his health left, turned into a box in an instant. Under the action of inertia, the bouncing truck drove forward another 10 meters, stopped slowly. At the same time, the car behind the bouncing car was already smoking. The driver seemed to want to take a gamble, and did not stop the car. Instead, he stepped on the accelerator, trying to escape from the shooting range of Yu Qianing and the others. Unfortunately, his wish came true. The car was quickly blown up. The 2 players in the car instantly fell from the car, and fell to their knees on the ground. Chapter 385. Wait before leaving. That man just ran away like that? Feng Gaoyuan and the others were a little surprised when they saw the last car running away without looking back. You know, the 3 teammates in the first 2 cars all knew that they would be knocked down, not killed. The people in the 3rd car had time and opportunity to save them. As a result, the 3rd car, the last person who got on, didn't even stop the car and ran away. This situation also made Feng Gaoyuan and others' original idea of defeating the opponent's group come to nothing. This is a wise choice, Wang Hao said with a smile as he fired to kill the 3 players. They should have realized that our firepower is very strong here. And they know that the last person left here will not only be unable to save others, but will also kill themselves. Instead of getting involved, it is better to leave directly. After all, there are ranking points in this game. If he can be a little bit more and get some ranking points in the end, it will be better than dying here now. That's true. Feng Gaoyuan Dao. He is really decisive, Yu Qianing said. Indeed, if the last person dares to stop the car, the 4 of them will definitely not give him a chance to save others under the fire. At that time, the last person will definitely die here. There was one less elimination, and several people were a little disappointed. But it was pretty good to get 3 more elimination points. It was already the second lap at this time, and there were no double points. There were only 3 points for 3 eliminations, which also allowed their points to successfully exceed 30 points and reach 31 points. This score is definitely far ahead of all other teams in this game. After killing the last person, Wang Hao put 98k aside and continued to observe the surrounding situation. After searching the dormitory building before, Wang Hao took the other 3 people to search the teaching building of the institute. The materials there were also very rich. Their team was equivalent to covering the teaching building and dormitory building. Naturally, there is no problem with the equipment at all. Although Wang Hao is the only one with level 3 equipment, and the other 3 are not fully equipped with level 3 equipment. Compared to other teams, it is already quite good. And Wang Hao also got the 98k he wanted. Now Wang Hao still prefers to play with sniper rifles. With the help of the auto-aim auxiliary function, Wang Hao can basically hit wherever he points, with 100% hit. What's more, he also has the range damage in this round. With the help of auxiliary functions, his 98k power is naturally greater. It will be even more fun once we have the auxiliary function of lock. Wang Hao thought secretly in his heart. Wang Hao had encountered the auxiliary function of headlock once before. Unfortunately, he did not have enough redemption points at that time, so he was not able to retain the auxiliary function of headlock. But now, he had enough exchange points, but he never got the lock randomly again, which disappointed Wang Hao, because they had been in the circle. Wang Hao and the others were not in a hurry to move. Instead, under Wang Hao's warning, Su Guangyuan and Feng Gaoyuan brought 2 cars back from nearby, ready to move at any time. The rules of this team competition are that in the first circle, each elimination will get double points. From the second circle onwards, each elimination will only have 1 point. Now that we have passed the first circle, there is no longer the temptation of double points. Wang Hao and the others were no longer in a hurry to find people, but chose a safe approach, using the dormitory building as a base to hunt other passing teams here. Obviously, Wang Hao is preparing to lead the 3 of them to strive for ranking points. The ranking points are not low either. The first place has 10 points. The second to 5th place have 8, 6, 4 and 2 points respectively. The 6th to 10th place has 1 point. Ranking points. Wang Hao's goal is naturally to be first. If he can get first place, not only will he get 10 extra points, but he will also be able to prevent other teams from getting this score. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Soon, the third circle was refreshed. Wang Hao was still in the circle, but now they had reached the edge of the circle, and the rear was no longer a safe zone. Hide the car, Wang Hao said. We are not in a hurry to move later. Someone may choose to resist the poison. Let's wait. Especially pay attention to the poison area in the rear. Okay. In the usual game, some players who are not confident in their own strength will choose to resist poison. In this way, although they cannot get elimination points, they can get the final survival points. In today's game, there are ranking points. In this case, some people will definitely choose to resist the poison. However, they are not sure from which direction the anti-poison players will enter the circle. After all, the perimeter of the safe zone is very wide. Although their dormitory building is also on the edge of the circle, anti-drug players may not pass by them. It depends on luck. Therefore, Wang Hao just said to take a look, and whether you can get it depends on luck. And their luck in this round was obviously good. When the 4th circle was refreshed, they were indeed no longer in the safe zone. Behind them was the poison zone. Wang Hao and the others did not need to resist the poison, nor did they rush to move, but waited silently. Captain, someone is really here. Just when a few people thought they might wait in vain, 2 cars suddenly drove up in the distance. And Feng Gaoyuan shouted in surprise. They probably don't know we are here. We are not in a hurry to take action. We will wait until they get closer before taking action. Wang Hao said with a smile. Wang Hao is also very satisfied with being able to wait for someone to come. After all, this thing is all about luck. After his clairvoyance was upgraded, although the distance it can work has become longer, it is not far enough to cover the entire island. Therefore, there are still many places that his perspective cannot reach for the time being. Therefore, he does not know whether there are people in the poisonous area or whether anti-drug people will pass by them. Fortunately, their luck is pretty good. The players in the two cars obviously didn't know that there were people in the dormitory building. In their opinion, the dormitory building was no longer a safe area. If there were people here before, they should have been moved in advance. After all, the poisonous circle was about to move. If we don't leave, the dormitory building will soon become a drug zone. Precisely because of this idea, they did not deliberately go around the dormitory building, but passed by the dormitory building openly. Hit! Ta-ta-ta! Just as the two cars passed by the dormitory building, Wang Hao gave an order, and gunfire suddenly rang out, and dense bullets swarmed towards the two cars. The players in the cars did not even react. Come over and someone is knocked to the ground. Go. Go quickly. There is someone here. The captain of the team ordered urgently. However, it is obviously too late to leave now. This is not a drug circle. When they first arrived here, they had already slowed down their speed and were ready to stop and take medicine to recover. Now if they want to increase the speed, it will be too short. It can be done within the time. Chapter 386 Target Drawing. 2 cars and 4 people were all killed by Wang Hao's team. Wang Hao and the other 4 scored another 4 points, bringing the score to 35. The 4 of them happily licked the bag, and after licking it, they drove the car towards the safe zone. At this time, the poisonous circle has also brushed over, and they are almost moving forward with the poisonous circle, always at the edge of the poisonous circle. When Wang Hao and others entered the safe zone, the poison circle had just been cleared, and the 5th safe zone appeared. Wang Hao and others simply did not stop, but continued driving towards the safe zone, because it was already the 5th circle. The area of this circle was not large. Wang Hao was at the front, and led a few people straight to the center of the circle. There were 2 two-story buildings here. Separately, Wang Hao stopped the car and said in the team channel, Brother Su and I are in the same building. And you two are in the same building. Remember to watch my markings. As he spoke, Wang Hao had already opened the door and went upstairs. Completely like others, he was not worried that there would be old 6 players lying around in the building, for people occupied 2 buildings. After Wang Hao went to the 2nd floor, he immediately marked the rest of the team. The 5th circle is not very large. Wang Hao's see-through function can cover almost the entire safe area. Every move of the players in this circle is under his surveillance. There are people here, here, and here. Wang Hao kept reminding the others in the team. Perhaps because they just created the circle. There is no one near Wang Hao's 2 buildings. This location is almost in the center of the circle. It can be said to be good or bad. The advantage is that the view here is more complete, and you can see in all directions. The disadvantage is that because it is in the center of the circle, many people may want to occupy it. After all, when it comes to the finals, a good spot is very important. If it is a 2-story building on the 2nd floor, in the end if you stay in the finals, the one who gets there first will have a huge advantage. Wang Hao was originally worried that other people would come to grab it. But through see-through, he discovered that there were no players from other teams near the 2 small buildings. Players from other teams were almost all on the edge of the circle, and did not want to go to the center of the circle. It means to move. Perhaps other players are also worried that they will be besieged by other players when they get here, so they don't dare to come here early. What's more, Wang Hao and the others parked their car next to these 2 buildings, telling everyone clearly that there were already people here. And they were probably full of people. Duh. Just then, gunfire rang out. This time, without Wang Hao's reminder, Yu Qianing and the other 3 also discovered the location of the battlefield. Direction 95. There, 2 teams were fighting, with 3 cars parked around them. Neither team was full. They were fighting around the 3 cars. There was smoke rising around them, and the scene looked very chaotic. The opportunity to draw a target has come, Wang Hao said with a smile. As he spoke, he had already taken out his sniper rifle, aimed at the smoke area, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As the gunfire sounded, the system prompt also appeared, A downed player hiding in the smoke was directly killed by Wang Hao. With self-aiming and range damage, Wang Hao does not need to deliberately aim accurately at all. He only needs to aim at a rough range. And the smoke area is definitely the safest place for the players of the two teams. When the blood volume is not enough, or after being knocked down, they will subconsciously hide in the smoke area. This can not only avoid being beaten by another team next to them, but also avoid being taken advantage of by teams in other directions. There is nothing wrong with their approach, and most players would do it as well. Unfortunately, they met Wang Hao. I met Wang Hao with auxiliary functions. Smoke bombs can block other people's vision, but they block Wang Hao. Wang Hao doesn't even need to look for their specific figures. He just needs to shoot at the smoke bombs. If Wang Hao's gun pressure skills were not top-notch, he wouldn't have used a sniper rifle. Instead, he would just shoot directly at the smoke area with his rifle. No one could escape his shooting. However, Wang Hao's marksmanship level has improved a lot compared to when he first traveled through time, but it has not yet reached the top level. Therefore, his first choice is still a sniper rifle. This thing is much more accurate than a rifle, especially for drawing. When it comes to hitting a target, it can be said that you can hit it accurately every time. At the same time as Wang Hao fired, Yu Qianing and the other three also fired. They have no auxiliary functions, so their first choice is naturally the rifle. Players who appear outside the smoke bomb area are their priority targets. Among the three, Su Guangyuan is relatively weak, while Yu Qianing and Feng Gaoyuan are not bad at shooting. Therefore, the members of the two teams in the distance were horrified to find that whether they were hiding outside or hiding in the smoke, they would after being hit. He could only use the car as a cover to avoid the attack from Wang Hao and the others. However, there is another team next to them. It is not completely safe to hide behind the car bunker. They need to kill the other team next to them to ensure their own safety. So, while avoiding the targets of Wang Hao and others, they fought fiercely with the teams around them. In less than 10 seconds, one team was completely wiped out, and there was only one team alive. There were only 2 players left in this team. They were hiding behind the car, breathing heavily, and their faces showed the joy of surviving the disaster. Both of them were not satisfied with their condition, so they were hiding behind the car to replenish their condition. We are still in a safe area here. We can stay for a while. One of the players said, the people who just hit us should be from that area. Now they don't have our sight. We are safe for the time being. As long as someone goes to attack those 2 buildings, let's seize the opportunity and move forward. Another player nodded in agreement. They are still on the edge of the circle, so they are safe for the time being. And there is a car as a cover to withstand attacks from the housing area. Of course, once the new circle is refreshed, they will most likely be kicked out, and they will have to enter the circle. Once they enter the circle, they will be attacked by the room area. Therefore, they can only expect that the people in the room area will be attacked by other players. It's so reckless, and those players don't know they're here. At the same time, they have to pick up more smoke bombs from the box next to them. Only in this way can they seize the opportunity that may arise and enter the circle. However, just as the 2 were planning when to move forward, there was another gunshot. This sound still comes from the housing area. Did someone else attack them? When the 2 heard the gunshots, their first reaction was that other players were attacking the team in the room area, and the players in the room area were fighting back. This made the 2 of them quite excited. However, the next second, one of the 2 surviving players fell to his knees on the ground without any preparation. Chapter 387 Fall First. You were knocked down by Wang Hao Qifeng. Wang Hao used a 98K sniper rifle. Pinta stared at the system prompts blankly, unable to react for a moment. Was he actually shot down? What's going on? He understood and hid behind the car without even missing his head. How could he be hit? This is unreasonable. What happened to you? Why were you knocked down? His teammates reacted first and asked anxiously and worriedly. As he spoke, he started to save Ponte. The 2 of them were together, so it was convenient to save him. I don't know either. At this time, Pente also reacted, but he still couldn't figure out how he was hit. I just did well, except for drinking the medicine. I didn't do anything else. Why were you knocked down? You must have missed the position, his teammates said with certainty. The bullet cannot penetrate the car behind him. If he hadn't missed his position, Pet would not have been knocked down. It's possible that Ponte moved accidentally and exposed a little bit of his body. As a result, the sniper in the opposite room was a master and just seized this opportunity and knocked Ponte down. The words of his teammates made Pent even more confused. Could it be that I accidentally missed my location? It seems that this is the only reason. Otherwise, there is no explanation for why he was knocked down. Bump! At this moment, there was another gunshot, and Pente and his teammates were subconsciously shocked. This gunshot was so familiar to them. It was that 98K again. Although they didn't want to admit it, both of them already had psychological shadows about the 98K. When they heard the gunshot, their hearts trembled. Then, before the two of them could say anything, they both turned into boxes. The two people in the state of nothingness were confused. Until they died, they didn't know how they were hit. Good marksmanship. In the room, the three people who saw the system prompts greatly admired Wang Hao's marksmanship. Captain, how did you hit them? Why didn't I see anything? Feng Gaoyuan asked. Hit the feet, Wang Hao said casually. Hit your feet? Feng Gaoyuan was a little confused. Did they show their feet just now? Hiding behind a car is not foolproof. All players actually know this, because the car's sight is not close to the ground. So from a distance, you can pass through the territory under the car and see the feet of the player hiding on the other side. Some masters can pass through the space under the car and hit the players hiding on the other side of the car with bullets. This is not something that should be too surprising to the masters. However, there was relatively lush grass where Pent and his two men parked their cars. Although the car's sight was higher than the ground, there were many weeds on the ground that blocked their feet. Therefore, it was difficult to see them from the housing area. Of the feet, at least Feng Gaoyuan and the other three didn't see it just now. So they had nothing to do against Pente and the other two who were hiding behind the car. But Wang Hao was able to cross the grass and hit Pent and the two, which was simply incredible. Yes, Wang Hao said. Maybe you didn't notice. It's possible, Yu Qianing said. They did not doubt Wang Hao's explanation. After all, only this explanation could explain why Wang Hao was able to hit Pent and the two. As for Punt and the other two people, they hid behind the car. Even if their feet were exposed, they would pass by in a flash. They had to be alert and aware enough to seize this fleeting moment. Yu Qianing and the others did not keep their eyes open all the time. Pay attention to the two Pents. So it is not impossible to not see the flash of feet. It has to be you, Captain. In such a short time and such a small opportunity, you actually seized it. You are so awesome, Feng Gaoyuan praised. Wang Hao smiled and said nothing. Naturally, he was able to hit both Punt and Pent not because they exposed their feet, but because of range damage. With the auxiliary function of range damage, Wang Hao does not need to hit Pente and Pente themselves. He only needs to hit the 5-meter range around them to hit Pente and Pente. Therefore, even if Pente and Pente are hidden, no matter how good you are, you can't escape Wang Hao's bullet. Naturally, Feng Gaoyuan and the others were unaware of this situation. At this time, they were so impressed by Wang Hao's marksmanship that they fell to the ground. During the gap between Wang Hao and the others, the situation on the field also changed a lot. Originally there were more than 20 people on the field, but now there were only 12 people. Among them, only Wang Hao and his team are in full formation, while other teams are incomplete. And there are even lone wolves. Wang Hao and others, who had occupied a favorable position, became obviously much more relaxed. They would hit anyone who approached or appeared within the field of vision. They occupied a favorable position in the center, constantly harvesting the lives of other players. This is mainly because this housing area is almost surrounded by plains, and the view is quite good. There are no rocks, no slopes, especially no slopes. If there is a slope, Wang Hao's range damage auxiliary function will be weakened. After all, the arc of the slope is hard to say, and the range is generally relatively large, so range damage may not be able to affect it. Without much cover, it is almost impossible for other players to get within Wang Hao's field of vision. Even if they prepare a lot of smoke bombs, it will have no effect. Wang Hao can still kill them easily, and even it will not be suspected. After all, many people have done this kind of thing, and there is a lot of luck in it. Players who are hit by smoke can only blame their own bad luck. Not you will suspect that the other party is cheating. Until the final round, Wang Hao and his team were still in the circle, relying on this room and Wang Hao's auxiliary functions. Their team finally succeeded in winning the first place. Got 10 points. There are 10 points as a reward for eating chicken. And Wang Hao and the others also scored a lot of elimination points, reaching 45 points. In other words, Wang Hao and the others scored 55 points in this game. while the team with the second highest score in this game only scored 16 points. This gap is really too big. Of course, at present, Wang Hao and the others only know their own scores and do not know the scores of other teams. Therefore, they know that they have got a lot of points. But to what extent they have no idea. Although it is a team competition. After the game, as a chicken team, Wang Hao and the others are also eligible to touch the airdrop box. However, Wang Hao's luck seemed to have run out. This time, he couldn't get anything good from the airdrop box. Only 10 bowls of fried rice. Looking at the fried rice in his hand, Wang Hao just smiled and didn't pay too much attention. After all, his goal today was to advance to the team competition. As for what he could get out of the airdrop box, he didn't push it too hard. Chapter 388 Both Promotions. This game was really fun. I think we can definitely advance with our points. Don't be careless. We only played one game today. And there are still 4 games left. I know. But it's just us. Points. Promotion is inevitable. After returning to reality, the excitement of Feng Gaoyuan and the others has not passed. They scored 55 points in one game. They are indeed happy. Although they only played one game. The next few games, as long as the game doesn't fall into boxes every time, promotion is almost certain. How are you doing? Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer and the other 4. Wang Hao is not too worried about his team. With him here, it would be outrageous if they still can't advance. The only uncertainty is how far they can reach in the end, and whether they can enter the top 10. Compared to his own team, Wang Hao was more worried about Zhuang Shuer's team. Although the 4 Zhuang Shuer are not weak in strength. This is a nationwide competition after all. There are at least hundreds of millions of people participating in the entire China. There must be masters among them. Wang Hao will not think that all the masters are in him. In the team, it is normal for other teams to have hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Not bad. I scored 21 points. Zhuang Shuer said. Not bad. Wang Hao nodded to express his satisfaction. Although this score cannot be compared with theirs. In fact, this score is definitely not low. Not everyone is as perverted as Wang Hao and can use technology in the virtual battlefield. Most teams can't do it after one game. Some killed less than 10 people. And some even killed 0 people. Therefore, being able to score 20 points in a game is already a pretty good result. As long as they maintain this state and the ability to score points, Zhuang Shuer and the others will have no problem advancing. There are 5 games a day, with a 5-minute interval between each 2 games. This is for the survivors to rest and go to the toilet. After the 5 minutes pass, everyone returns to the virtual battlefield again. Once a participating team is created, it cannot be changed later. For example, although Wang Hao's 2 teams belong to the same team, they cannot exchange each other. Wang Hao's teammates can only be Yu Qianing, Su Guangyuan and Feng Gaoyuan. His teammates cannot be changed before the end of the first team competition. However, although the team members cannot be changed, the opponents in the game are different. In each game, the teams are randomly matched. In other words, the team that Wang Hao and his team matched in the second game is the same as the one in the first game. They are different and need to be scrambled and matched again. Of course, it is not completely impossible to be matched together again, but the probability is very, very low. After all, there are too many participating teams. If 2 teams want to be matched in the same game continuously, the probability is so low that it can be ignored. Standing on the island square, Wang Hao looked around and did not see a familiar team. Obviously, they did not meet any familiar people in this game. And their opponents from the previous game were not present in this game. This is a new beginning. Wang Hao doesn't care much about this. For him, it's just about playing a few games. And there's not much pressure. After all, this is still in the audition stage. So there's not much pressure. This is also true. In the next 4 games, Wang Hao and the others were able to score more than 20 points in each game. In a total of 5 games, they had 4 chickens. And the only one they didn't eat was because they encountered a melee. They were shot to death randomly in the melee. And they died unjustly. It was also in that game that they scored the lowest score, 22 points. In addition, they all scored more than 30 points. At the end of 5 games, Wang Hao and his team's points reached 181 points. Wang Hao and others don't even need to wait for the official announcement of the final rankings to be sure that their team will advance. This is indeed the case. After the last game, Wang Hao and the others were not teleported out immediately, but were left on the virtual battlefield. The same was true for other teams. This was when the virtual battlefield announced the final promotion list. The team formed by Wang Hao and 4 people is impressive. Promoted? After the 4 people confirmed that they had advanced. They were all very happy. Although they had already guessed this result, they were still very happy when it was finally confirmed. The team competition has just begun. We have just passed the auditions. There are still 4 days of competition. Everyone, keep working hard. Wang Hao said to Yu Qianing and the others. It's necessary. Yu Qianing and the others responded confidently, teaming up with Wang Hao. They were confident, as if they could resolve all dangers as long as Wang Hao was by their side. Yu Qianing and the others have begun to imagine how they will finally appear on the top 10 list. Being able to appear on the final list will be an extremely honorable thing for the survivors on the list. After the promotion list was confirmed, Wang Hao and others were teleported back to reality. And Zhuang Shuer and 4 others appeared almost at the same time. How is it? Have you advanced? Wang Hao asked Zhuang Shuer and the others. Advanced? Zhuang Shuer said. What about you? Absolutely. Yu Qianing smiled and said. With the captain personally leading the team, how could it not be promoted? That's true. Yu Jianzhong said. Gao Yuan. How about we change? You think so? Feng Gao Yuan said. Don't say that the rules don't allow me to change. Just kidding. Why are you so excited? Yu Jianzhong said with a smile. We are all old teammates and recognize each other's strength. Although we may not be as good as Wang Hao, our strength is not weak. Yu Jianzhong is also very satisfied with the strength and performance of his team. Let's take a rest, and then go play the 3 games today. Wang Hao said. Today's team match is over. But they haven't played the single row, double row, and 4 row matches yet. It's time to take a break and play those 3 games. After all, it's almost 12 o'clock, and the time is already up. Running out. Because there are team games. We have tried our best to play the 3 games we arranged in the morning in the past few days, so as not to be delayed in the evening. Wang Hao said to several people. Everyone nodded in agreement. Playing those 3 games after the team match is indeed a bit too rushed. Arranging those 3 games in the morning will eliminate this problem. Moreover, now double row and 4 rows cannot form teams in advance. Therefore, everyone can enter the virtual battlefield to play games at home. And there is no need to gather together to enter the virtual battlefield again. When Wang Hao and the others entered the virtual battlefield again, the outside world was already going crazy. The first day of the team competition is over. It can be said that some are happy and some are sad. For most people, the first team competition is over. Even if they are unwilling to do anything, they can only work hard to improve their strength and strive to perform well in the next team competition. Chapter 389. The goal remains unchanged. Is it over? I haven't even found my form yet. It's too cruel. 90% of the people were eliminated on the first day. Isn't it too cruel? It's over. All the teams in our team we were eliminated. Before the game, our captain said that one of our teams was going to be in the top 10. But we were eliminated on the first day. Our team has already reached level 3. Didn't we all get eliminated? There is a lot of talk about the team competition from the outside world. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see the encouragement and support provided by the Redemption Mall and the virtual battlefield to the team. The rewards for the first team competition are also extremely generous. Many teams want to seize this opportunity. They had this opportunity to become famous. But at the end of the first day of competition, most of the teams were eliminated. How could everyone be willing to accept it? However, the rules of the competition were set by the virtual battlefield. And even though they were unwilling to do so, they had nothing to do with many teams being eliminated. Those teams that successfully advanced naturally attracted a lot of attention. Many previously unknown teams and survivors began to enter the public eye. Some teams that performed well in the first day of the team competition were criticized, much sought after by survivors. Of course, there was no live broadcast of the first day's competition, and no specific results were announced on the list. Which teams performed well was all the team's own promotion. These teams that promoted themselves naturally had ambitions to expand. However, most of the promoted teams are relatively quiet. It's not that they don't want to recruit experts, but because the team competition has only been 1 day, and there is still a long time before the end. If there are 4 days left in the competition, if you don't perform well, you will still be eliminated, only by advancing to the finals, or even entering the final top 10 list. Can you truly breathe a sigh of relief? For most teams with ideas, the most important thing now is not to promote their team, but to actively prepare for the competition and strive to perform well in the remaining few days. As long as the team achieves good results in the end. Is it still afraid of not being famous or not being able to recruit people? Impossible. At this time, Wang Hao had no intention of publicizing the team's results on the first day. His goal was not just to advance through the auditions. His goal was to be in the top 10 of the final list. If neither team can enter the top 10, then their Qifeng team will fail in this team competition. When it was about to reach midnight, Wang Hao and others came out of the virtual battlefield one after another, and the 3 games were all over. The time was a bit tight, but fortunately it ended before 12 o'clock, which was acceptable. After the game was over, everyone dispersed and went home. Only Wang Hao didn't leave. His own residence was given to Duan Fei, so he could only live in the team's camp. Fortunately, this property is also in his name, so there is no problem for him to live here. Another benefit of living at the team station, he can fix cars. He has only repaired 3 of the 5 cars he bought before, and there are still 2 that have not been repaired. It is not that he does not want to repair them all at once, but that the repair auxiliary function has a limit on the number of times it can be used per day. When we have enough redemption points, should we upgrade this auxiliary function? Wang Hao murmured in his heart. The auxiliary function of repair is quite useful. It can not only repair vehicles, turn scrap vehicles into new ones, earn a lot of exchange points, but also improve firearms. Either one of these 2 effects is quite useful. Early the next morning, Wang Hao woke up and entered the virtual battlefield, preparing to finish today's 3 games. Now, Wang Hao's single and double row ranks have reached the golden 5th, and are not far from the golden 4th, and his 4th rank is about to enter the promotion competition. If it weren't for the fact that he can't form a team to compete, I'm afraid Wang Hao's 4th row has long been able to play in the promotion round. Now they can't form a team in advance. The teammates they are matched with in each round are random, which greatly affects Wang Hao's point acquisition speed. Many times, he doesn't expect his teammates to provide much help to him. He just hopes that they will not drag him down. But even such low requirements are often not met. Are there more than hundreds of millions of survivors in the Huaxia district? When there are more people, there will naturally be all kinds of weird things. Wang Hao has encountered many of them. He has no other choice but to be helpless. At noon, everyone gathered at the team station again, and even the members of the reserve team rushed over. There is no need to transport supplies to the slums today, but they will still go to the slums. The purpose is of course to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. Zhuang Xuer, Yu Qianing and Qi Charan also brought the latest news they had obtained. The first is the situation in the team match yesterday. In yesterday's team competition, there were at least over 10 million teams participating, although 90% were eliminated in one day, with only 1/10 remaining. The number of teams was still huge, and there were still millions of remaining teams. A large number of teams have been eliminated, but the capable teams have basically advanced. After all, yesterday's game was just an audition. If you can't even pass this stage, you have no shame in saying that your team is capable. Wang Hao's goal remains the same. At least one team will enter the top 10. In the virtual battlefield, today's elimination rules have also been updated, and everyone who entered the virtual battlefield in the morning already knows about it. Today's elimination rule is still to eliminate 90% of the teams. In other words, after today's team competition ends, there will only be tens of thousands of remaining teams. This number is still a lot, but compared to the tens of millions of teams at the start of the competition, this number seems very small. In addition, starting from today, a battlefield champion will be selected in every game. The selection criteria is very simple, which is the player with the highest damage value in the game. Team heroes can receive additional redemption points and team points as rewards. Generally speaking, the rules of the team competition have basically not changed, except for the addition of a team champion selection, which is normal. After all, the game has already begun, and the virtual battlefield will not change the rules casually. Although the rules have not changed, today's game will definitely be more intense than yesterday, because most of the weak teams have been eliminated, and the remaining teams are more or less strong. If you want to stand out among these teams and successfully enter the next stage, the round must go through a brutal battle. Wang Hao is not under too much pressure. He is relatively confident in both teams in his team. There should be no problem in entering the next round. To Wang Hao's surprise, there was actually a team in the reserve team that passed yesterday's team competition and successfully advanced. Chapter 390. The refugees are coming. You guys played well. Wang Hao praised. In this way, in the name of Captain, I will reward each of you with 100 redemption points. Thank you, Captain. Renming and others quickly thanked each other, with smiles on their faces. Among the promoted teams is Renming, whom Wang Hao is more optimistic about. Moreover, Renming is still the commander of this team, which surprised Wang Hao. In his joy, it would be okay to give him some rewards. Captain, actually we only advanced by luck. We are far behind you, Renming said. Renming still knows how much he weighs. Although their team has successfully advanced like the other two teams in the team, it cannot be said that their strength is almost the same as the other two teams. In fact, they are worse. They have gone through a lot, and their path to promotion is quite thrilling. Renming and the others were actually quite surprised to be able to advance in the end. You don't have to be too modest. There are tens of millions of teams, and you can advance among them. You can't do it without some skills. Wang Hao said, however, the competition has just begun, and you still need to continue to work hard. If you can still advance today, I will give each of you 300 points as rewards. Wang Hao's promise made Renming and others breathe a little faster. And the other reserve team members also looked at Renming and others with envy. Wang Hao doesn't really care about the 1,000 or so exchange points now. He wants to encourage these players to strive for more honors for the team. And at the same time, they also have a sense of belonging to the team. This is the most important thing. Giving certain rewards can also stimulate their enthusiasm and determination to train. Even if they don't get the reward this time, they will have motivation in their hearts, knowing that as long as they perform well, they will not lack rewards here. Captain, we must fight hard, Renming said to Wang Hao. Passion and determination alone are not enough. On the battlefield, strength is king. Everyone knows this. With the stimulation of Wang Hao's reward, Renming and others do not lack motivation. But they also know that their strength is not enough. It is very difficult to advance. Therefore, Renming cannot guarantee that he and others will advance. Wang Hao nodded. As long as you can play seriously. As for whether you can advance, it depends on your strength and luck. In addition to the situation in the team competition, Zhuang Xuer and others also brought other news. You said that many survivors from other cities have arrived in Silver Light City? Wang Hao said in surprise. In fact, if it were in the past, people from other cities should have arrived in Silver Light City long ago. After all, the distance between several big cities is not too far. After so many days, even without driving, it would be difficult to walk. Got there. However, after the last turmoil, there seemed to be more mutant beasts and zombies in the wild, and their strength seemed to have increased. This made it much more difficult for survivors from other cities to reach cities such as Silver Light City. In addition, many survivors are not very rich in supplies, which will also affect their journey. Wang Hao thought that it would take a few days before survivors from other cities arrived in Silver Light City, but he did not expect that someone had already arrived. And it seems that there are quite a lot of people. Yes. Zhuang Xuer nodded. This morning alone, thousands of survivors from other cities have entered the city. Now, there are still a steady stream of survivors from other cities entering the city. I believe that by night, at least tens of thousands of people have to arrive here. After the survivors from other cities entered the city, they immediately went to the Exchange Mall building and other streets selling supplies. Yu Qianing said, it can be seen that they are extremely short of supplies because of the arrival of these survivors. Nowadays, prices in Silver Light City have also increased, and even the most common items, such as food and bullets, have increased in price. It is certain that they are short of supplies. Wang Hao said, they could just leave their own city. They were in a hurry and had no time to purchase supplies. They could only rely on the supplies stored in their backpacks to survive. On the way to Silver Light City, they must have consumed a lot of supplies. If they could hold on to this point with the few supplies they had, it's not easy. Everyone nodded. This is indeed the case. The turmoil happened so suddenly that almost no survivors had time to purchase supplies before escaping from the city. On the way, the roads were not easy to walk, and there were mutant beasts and zombies blocking the way. In addition, most of the survivors did not have the vehicles cause them to consume a lot of time and materials on the road. Now that they entered the city, they naturally had to make a large purchase. The merchants in Silver Light City should be happy. These fleeing survivors all have exchange points, some of which they have accumulated before, and some of which they earned from hunting mutant beasts and zombies along the way. Their arrival has greatly increased their purchasing power, and some have foresight. Merchants have been stocking up for a long time. Now that survivors from other cities have arrived, They will naturally be happy to sell goods, which can make them make a lot of money. Sun Yinfeng should be one of them. This guy didn't call Wang Hao today, nor did he say he was going to the slums. He probably was targeting the foreign survivors. Their consumption potential is greater than those in the slums. Being able to pass through the siege of zombies and mutant beasts and reach Silver Light City is somewhat powerful. Moreover, they will definitely hunt mutant beasts and zombies to earn exchange points along the way. Their purchasing power is much stronger than that of the survivors in the slums. Quite a few. In addition, a total of 6 cities were destroyed or occupied this time. So there must be many refugees coming to Silver Light City, with strong purchasing power and a large number of people. How big must this market be? In short, the merchants in Silver Light City should all take action. Wang Hao was not prepared to get a share of the pie. He had followed Sun Yinfeng to transport supplies to the slums for sale. It was just a way to go to the slums. He was asked to do business specifically, but he was not willing. Do those refugees know our Silver Light City's policy? Wang Hao asked. I understand. City Lord Wu had people post notices at several city gates. Everyone who enters the city should have seen them. Yu Qianing said. How did they react? Wang Hao asked. They are dissatisfied. Qi Charan said angrily. They came to Yingguang City with great expectations and hoped to get help here. Now that City Lord Wu does not allow them to live in the city at night, everyone will naturally be very dissatisfied. Now the rebels, mutated beasts and zombies are very powerful. But City Lord Wu issued such an order, which is obviously not conducive to everyone's unity. Many people have resentment in their hearts. From Qi Charan's words, it can be heard that he is angry with Wu Haomu. Dissatisfaction with the policy that was enacted not long ago. This is normal. After all, she is not from Yingguang City. She has many relatives and friends who will come to Yingguang City to escape. She will naturally look at the problem from the perspective of an outsider. Chapter 391 The Rebel Camp is expanding. Wang Hao looked at Zhuang Shuer. Qi Charan is an outsider, so she naturally considers issues from the perspective of an outsider. She is now a student at University A. And she also bought a house when she came to Yingguang City before, so she can continue to stay in this city. But her relatives and friends are not qualified for this, so it is normal for her to be dissatisfied. This matter has indeed made a fuss in the city. Zhuang Shuer said, this is still a situation where there are not too many foreign survivors. When survivors from other cities arrive in large numbers, this matter will become even more fussy, fierce. Qi Charan is paying attention to this matter, and Zhuang Shuer is also paying attention. Their positions are different. Qi Charan is an outsider, while Zhuang Shuer is a local resident. Therefore, their views on this matter are naturally it will not be the same. What did the official say? Wang Hao asked. The matter is causing quite a stir. It is impossible for the officials not to know about this matter. They just don't know what they will do, whether they will continue this policy or change it. The decision-making power on this matter lies in the hands of Wu Haomu and a few other senior executives of Silver Light City. Their attitude determines the direction of this matter. Zhuang Shuer did not answer immediately. She glanced at Qi Charan first, and then said, Uncle Wu's attitude remains unchanged. As far as I know, the top management of Silver Light City basically has this attitude. They will not let the foreign survivors they objected and change the decision. Originally, this decision was made unanimously by Wu Haomu and other senior officials of Silver Light City. They also thought that this decision would definitely be dissatisfied by survivors from other cities. But they still, if you implement the OK policy, you will naturally not change your mind at this time. Wang Hao frowned slightly. In fact, when he first learned about the decision of Wu Haomu and others, Wang Hao knew that this matter would definitely be opposed by refugees from other cities. Now, this is indeed the case. Wang Hao originally thought that he should oppose this decision. If the number of survivors decided is large, then Wu Haomu and others may change their decision. After all, everyone's common enemies are rebels, zombies and mutant beasts, and they are very powerful. If the remaining survivors do not, if they can work together, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. It's a pity that Wu Haomu and others don't seem to give in. They still don't allow survivors from other cities to stay in Silver Light City at night. Even real estate transactions are now strictly controlled. How could you do this? Qi Charan complained. We are all survivors. Shouldn't we help each other? Yingguang City will help you build the camp, Yu Qianing said. That's it? Qi Charan was still dissatisfied. Indeed. How can a camp built in the wild be as safe as a big city like Silver Light City? Moreover, the camp cannot be repaired in a day or two. During the construction period, If they are attacked by mutant beasts and zombies, they will have no fortifications to resist, and the situation will be very unfavorable for them. Yu Qianing, who usually liked to choke Qi Charan, was embarrassed to speak again at this time, and Zhuang Shuer also did not refute. Although Zhuang Shuer and Yu Qianing are both from Silver Light City, they don't really support this decision in their hearts. However, although the two of them were born extraordinary, they have no idea about this kind of thing, any right to speak and decide. City Master Wu and the others may also have their own worries. Rosen said, Yingguang City is not small. But if all the refugees from other cities are allowed to flow in, it will be very crowded. Moreover, the cities of several cities if people suddenly gather together, there may be a lot of conflicts. Stability is the most important thing at the moment. Yingguang City is one of the 9 largest cities in China. Even if survivors from other cities flock in, they can still pretend it's okay. Qi Charan obviously disagreed with Rosen's statement. What's more, it's impossible for all the refugees from the other 6 cities to come to Yingguang City. There are 2 other big cities that can go. The refugees will be diverted. Yingguang City, it is completely possible to accept all the refugees who come. Qi Charan's words make sense. If forced to do so, Silver Light City is fully capable of digesting the survivors who come to flee. At most, the city will become crowded and the population density will increase. But correspondingly, with more people, the city's defense capabilities will also decrease. Will increase. However, the senior officials of Yingguang City, including Wu Haomu, did not intend to accept all the refugees. In the final analysis, their decision was not because Yingguang City could not accept so many people, but because of interests. The survivors who fled cannot be all ordinary people. Among them are members of big families and armies from other cities. If they are allowed to enter the city and wait for them to establish a foothold in the city, who will have the final say in the future of Silver Light City? Silver Light City is likely to change hands. This is the real worry of Wu Haomiao and others. As for the sake of the local residents of Silver Light City, this may indeed be a factor, but it does not account for the majority. Everyone was a little silent. Everyone was not stupid. If you think about it for a moment, you can understand the relationship. However, they have no say or decision-making power in Silver Light City, so they can't change anything. Qi Charan naturally knew this, so she was not dissatisfied with Wang Hao and others in her heart. She was dissatisfied with the senior officials of Silver Light City. Tell me about other news. Wang Hao said, these things are not what we need to worry about. There is also news. Zhuang Shuer did not continue to talk about this matter. People from the rebel camp are recruiting people through various channels. People of the 6 major cities that are currently occupied and breached. 3 are occupied by rebels, and the other 3 are occupied by mutant beasts and zombies. The city occupied by the rebels also has an exchange mall building. Not only did they not destroy that, the building is also protected, which makes them more attractive to other survivors. I heard that many survivors have joined the rebel camp, and the power of the rebel camp is growing rapidly. Rebels, that is, regarding the distinction between each other's identities. From the perspective of Wang Hao and Zhuang Shuer, those survivors who cooperate with mutant beasts and zombies are traitors compared to other survivors. When they gather together, they naturally form a rebel camp. But in fact, many of them only cooperated with mutant beasts and zombies for a better survival. Even if they identified the original camp, they did not massacre other survivors. They had their own interests to pursue. Of course, there are also people who are blinded by power. They judge the survivor camp to pursue greater rights. There are some differences between the two, and the former may become the latter at any time. After all, it's easy to become addicted to power. Chapter 392 Potential Threat. This is not good news. Wang Hao frowned. Mutated beasts and zombies are already difficult to deal with. And now there is another rebel camp, which is completely opposite to the original survivors. This is not a good thing for the human survivors. But this rebel camp is in rapid expansion is even more troublesome. In fact, if the rebel camp can expand, if you think about it a little, you can figure out that there must be many survivors from the slums of major cities who have gone to join them. The survivors of the slums in major cities, who already live at the bottom, now have an opportunity to change their destiny, and they will naturally not miss it. The rebel camp needs to expand and needs people. Therefore, they will definitely welcome the survivors of the slums and even promise a lot of benefits. It is precisely because of this that there is a rebel camp. Rapid expansion? Yes. Zhuang Shuer nodded, however. I heard that the high-level people don't seem to take the rebel forces seriously. Why? Feng Gaoyuan asked. The rebel camp is expanding rapidly. It's not a good thing for those of us in the original camp. Aren't the city lords and the people from the major legions worried about people from the rebel camp coming? Because the main force of the rebel camp is the original army of the major cities. Although the strength is not weak, but the number is limited, and the vast majority of the army has not rebelled. Zhuang Shuer said, the people that the rebel camp can recruit now are basically ordinary survivors. And even most of them come from a few people. The residents of the urban slums. The people above think that these people are of average strength. Even if they are large in number, they do not pose a threat to the original camp, no matter how large the number is. It is useless if they are not strong enough. That's not true, Wang Hao said, as the saying goes. The ants kill the elephant. The survivors in the slums are indeed relatively weak, but when their number is large enough, they still pose a great threat. Moreover, a person's strength can be accumulated in battles. The strength of the survivors in the slums was not high before. On the one hand, it was related to their talent, and on the other hand, it was also related to the lack of training. Wang Hao looked at everyone and continued, zombies and mutant beasts were not such a big threat in the slums before. The survivors rarely fight mutant beasts and zombies. As for the virtual battlefield, because of their weak strength, they cannot earn many exchange points. Therefore, many people are reluctant to invest too much in the virtual battlefield. Many people only fight once a day, and after a long period of accumulation, they naturally lack actual combat experience. But the situation is different now. There are mutant beasts and zombies everywhere. The survivors in the slums have more opportunities to fight against mutant beasts and zombies. Although it is dangerous, it also brings them opportunities. Not only can they increase their combat experience, but they can also earn more exchange points. With the exchange points, they can exchange supplies. Think about it. Being 100 when the residents of the slums all hold relatively high-end firearms. Even if their shooting skills are not high, it is not possible for a single master to fight against them. At this time, the numerical advantage can make up for their shortcomings in shooting skills. Therefore, once the rebel camp, if there are many survivors in the slums, their threat is also great. Wang Hao's words silenced Zhuang Shuer and others. Although they didn't say it clearly before, they also believed in their hearts that the survivors from the slums were average in strength. And even if they were more numerous, they would not pose much of a threat. This was also what the senior officials of several big cities thought. And Zhuang Shuer and the others also didn't feel anything was wrong. But now after Wang Hao said this, they realized the potential threat. For a long time, the people in power in major cities have not paid much attention to the residents of the slums, and even disrespected them. The living conditions of the residents of the slums have always been very poor. In the hearts of the people in power, the backbone of protecting the city is life. The survivors in civilian areas and wealthy areas are stronger and more talented, and they are the backbone of the defense against mutant beasts and zombies. This has been the consensus of those in power for many years. However, now after the turmoil, everything seems to have changed. The slum residents, who were not taken seriously before, can also play a big role. As for whether it is a positive role or not, the negative effects will depend on the decisions of those in power. Judging from the attitude of Wu Haomiao and others towards slum residents, it is obvious that they have not yet realized the potential role of slum residents. I'll go back and talk to my dad, Zhuang Shuer said. Wang Hao nodded. He is a member of the original survivor camp. Naturally, he hopes that the original survivor camp can become stronger and gain an advantage on the battlefield. If he wants to gain an advantage, he cannot lose the support of too many survivors, even if these survivors only come from poverty. Slums. Afterwards, a few people briefly chatted about other information before driving to the slums. Wang Hao's team now has 4 vehicles, 2 Bangbang and 2 cars. If it only contains formal members, it will naturally be enough. But now there are many reserve team members in the team. So these 4 vehicles, the car just doesn't look good enough. So, through Sun Yanfeng's relationship, Wang Hao rented a truck to load the reserve team members. At the same time, he also brought some supplies in the truck to sell in the slums. After all, Wang Hao is a professional businessman. He does not have many sources of information in the slums. Therefore, there are not many places where he can sell supplies. There are many air raid shelters in the slums. There are survivors in these air raid shelters now. But these air raid shelters, Wang Hao is not clear about the detailed distribution of the air raid shelters. He can only find out a small part of them through inquiries. Basically, these air raid shelters already have businessmen who cooperate with them. Therefore, it is not easy for Wang Hao to intervene, lest he interfere with other caravans. There was a dispute between them, so he didn't carry a lot of supplies. With Wang Hao leading the team, the convoy drove smoothly. Although some survivors on the road were very concerned about them, they seemed to know that they did not have much supplies on the car, so they had no intention of attacking their convoy. In the next 3 days, Wang Hao and others' activities were very regular. In the morning, we played 3 single-row, double-row and 4-row games. In the afternoon, we went to the slums to hunt mutant beasts and zombies. In the evening, of course, we participated in team competitions. After 4 days of competition in the team competition, the final 25 teams were selected. These 25 teams will compete for the championship and the top 10 on the last day. When the team competition began, more than 10 million teams signed up to participate. After 4 days, only 25 teams were left. You can imagine how intense it was. In the early days, only 90% of the teams were eliminated every day. In the next 2 days, the rules became more cruel and the elimination rate was higher. This ensured that only 25 teams were left on the last day. It is worth mentioning that Wang Hao's Qingfeng team, 2 teams composed of official members, both entered the finals. Chapter 393, Become Famous in One Battle. Among the last 25 teams that advanced to the finals, only the Qingfeng team entered 2 teams, while the other teams only had 1 team. When other survivors saw the names of 8 survivors starting with Qingfeng in the exchange mall and the virtual battlefield, they were all shocked. Does anyone know the origin of this Qingfeng team? Why is it so strong? I've never heard of it. It seems to be a team from Silver Light City. I guess it's probably an elite team belonging to a certain legion in Silver Light City. I have heard of the Qingfeng team. They are indeed a team belonging to Silver Light City and are also under the 4th Army. However, they are not directly affiliated with the 4th Army. They are just a name. They can be under the 4th Army, under the Legion. The origin of this team should not be simple. What's not simple? If their origins are really unfathomable, why would they go out and make a name for themselves? This Qingfeng team has become famous in one battle. Among the top 25, their team actually occupies 2 positions. Now all the survivors in China are probably aware of the existence of such a team. That's because they are strong. If they don't have the strength, they won't be able to make it today. That's true. Does anyone know the recruitment criteria for the Qingfeng team? I want to join the Qingfeng team. With the announcement of the final competition list, the Qingfeng team has become famous throughout China. Rise up. Before, even in Yingguang City, the reputation of the Qingfeng team was not very great, because Wang Hao acted relatively low-key and did not publicize his team to the outside world. Therefore, in Yingguang City, everyone who knew about the Qingfeng team, there weren't many people. And now, as the first team competition enters the finals, the name of the Qingfeng team has resounded throughout China. As long as you are paying attention to the survivors of the team competition, there is no one who does not know the name of the Qingfeng team. Qingfeng the team is definitely the team that has received the most attention and the most discussion among all the teams in the finals. Many people are inquiring about the Qingfeng team. Some of them are simply curious. Some want to win over the Qingfeng team, and some want to join the Qingfeng team. No matter what reason they are asking about Qingfeng the team, and the Qingfeng team have become the focus of discussion among many survivors after dinner. Even the people in power in several major cities are talking about the Qingfeng team. After all, it is not easy to stand out from tens of millions of teams and enter the finals. What's more, the Qingfeng team is actually so successful all of a sudden. After joining 2 teams, this is even more incredible. I really didn't expect that the Qingfeng team could fight to this level. This Wang Hao is incredible. In the palace of the Lord of Silver Light City, many high-level officials gathered together. The reason why they gathered together was not because of the Qingfeng team. Team competition is something that all the survivors are paying attention to now. It is normal for them to get together and talk about the team competition before talking about business. As long as we talk about team competitions, we can't avoid the Qingfeng team. When Wu Haomiao learned that 2 teams from the Qingfeng team entered the finals, he didn't realize that it was Wang Hao's team. He was quite surprised at the time and asked someone to check the information about this team. Only then did they realize that the Qingfeng team was actually the team formed by Wang Hao, which surprised and delighted Wu Haomiao. Although Wu Haomiao and Wang Hao have not had much contact recently, Wu Haomiao, as the city lord of Silver Light City, naturally has a lot of things and people to care about in his daily life. Wang Hao is just one of them. However, Wu Haomu is very interested in Wang Hao. There was still some impression, especially after people investigated the information about the Qifeng team this time. He was even more impressed with Wang Hao. Yes, there are so many teams participating across the country, but only the Qifeng team has managed to have 2 teams advance to the finals at the same time. It is truly amazing to be able to do this, Ningtai said. Lao Zhuang, this is a team under your 4th army, and your daughter has also entered the finals. What do you think? Huang Nai looked at Zhuang Jian with a smile and asked. To be honest, I didn't expect them to achieve this level. Zhuang Jian said with a smile. It's embarrassing to say that none of the teams directly under our 4th army have entered the finals. But I didn't expect that one of them was just a name. Our team can actually enter 2 teams. This is something that no one could have imagined before. Moreover, Wang Hao rarely comes to the Legion, and we don't have much material support for him and his team. Even my daughter. There are not many things to support the team, including firearms, bullets, and even vehicles. Wang Hao has to find a way to raise them himself. This Wang Hao is really capable. You have found a treasure, Su Biao said. We have only 3 teams in Silver City that have entered the finals, and the Qifeng team has 2. No matter what the final result is, the Qifeng team is now famous all over the country. Everyone nodded. In this team competition, the Qifeng team must be among the winners, even if their final results are not very satisfactory. Just because 2 of their teams can advance to the finals, it is enough to become famous throughout the country. You may not know yet, but the Qifeng team is the first and only level 5 team in our Silver Light City, Wu Haomu said while looking at everyone. This is also the news he only learned when he asked someone to check the Qifeng team's information. Wu Haomu was very shocked when he heard the news. You know, after the Exchange Mall and Virtual Battlefield encouraged the formation of battle teams, the City Lord's Palace and the major legions in the city have formed directly affiliated battle teams, many of which are composed of selected elites. As a result, none of these teams has reached level 5 yet. But a private team is the first to reach level 5. How can Wu Haomu not be surprised by this? What? The Qifeng team is already at level 5? So awesome? Among all the teams under our 3rd Legion, the highest level is only level 4. How did the Qifeng team do it? Upgraded so quickly. Incredible. Others at the scene were also surprised when they heard Wu Haomu's words. Each of them has a team, so they know how difficult it is to upgrade a team. The higher the level, the more experience points are needed to upgrade. Currently, among their teams, there are some 4th level teams, but there are no 5th level teams. Not even one. Therefore, everyone was so surprised when they heard that the Qifeng team had reached level 5. Chapter 394 Attitude towards the Qifeng team. Yes, I was quite unbelievable when I heard about this before, Wu Haomu said with emotion. Moreover, they had already reached level 5 2 days ago. Everyone looked surprised. Lord City Lord, I think such a team must be controlled by us. At this moment, Jia Quan suddenly said. Jia Quanai is the commander of the 10th Legion of Silver Light City. He is relatively low-key, even if everyone is discussing matters together. He rarely takes the initiative to speak. Although he rarely speaks actively, no one will ignore his presence. There are 10 legions in Silver Light City, and any legion commander is not an easy person. The same goes for Jia Quan. Jia Quan's words made everyone's hearts condense, and many people's expressions changed slightly. They had all tried to win over Wang Hao before, but they were all rejected by Wang Hao. Wang Hao formed his own team. Although everyone felt pity for this, they actually didn't take it too seriously. They didn't think Wang Hao's team could to develop. Although Wang Hao himself is not weak and has high talent, personal strength and team strength are 2 different things. High personal strength does not mean that he can develop the team. If the team wants to develop, it needs to consider many factors. The team captain is just one of them. What's more, Wang Hao only affiliated the team under the 4th Army, rather than directly under the 4th Army. In the final analysis, Wang Hao's Qifeng team is no different from those private teams. Without official resource support, Wang Hao it is more difficult for teams to develop. No one expected that Wang Hao could actually develop the team to this level in a short period of time. The first level 5 team in Silver Light City. In the first team competition, the Qifeng team actually had 2 teams enter the finals, the only one in China. With such dazzling results, everyone can no longer look at the Qifeng team with the same eyes as before. They could ignore the Qifeng team before, but they definitely can't do it now. How to treat the Qifeng team is a question they must consider. After all, The Qifeng team is now famous all over the country. From a certain perspective, the Qifeng team is their business card to Silver Light City. Whether to let it go as before, or to take it into one's own hands as Jia Quan said. This is something that must be considered. I agree with what Commander Jia Jun said. Lin Yu said, today's Qifeng battle team is no longer an ordinary team. They are very strong and have high potential. We should control such a team in our own hands, and then train it heavily. With the full support of our official team, the Qifeng team can go further, and perform better on the battlefield. I don't agree with what Commander Lin said. Lin Yu just finished speaking. Yang Lai spoke immediately. He looked at Lin Yu and said, we didn't care about the Qifeng team before. The Qifeng team has developed very well under the command and leadership of Wang Hao. Their development momentum is very strong. I believe that Wang Hao must have a long-term plan for this team in his heart. If we intervene rashly, we may ruin Wang Hao's opportunity and make the Qifeng team mediocre. What Commander Yang said is wrong. Biased? Lin Yu said, we control the Qifeng team for their own good. The team leader is still Wang Hao. We only give opinions on certain things and decisions. How does this affect their development? Moreover, Wang Hao. After all, Hao was born in a slum and has limited resources and connections, which is not conducive to the development of the team. With the resources, information and connections we officially provide, the Qifeng team will only develop better. I also think that the Qifeng team should be classified as directly under the official government. Ningtai said, for such a team, they should make more contributions to the stability of our Silver City and even China, instead of just being satisfied with it. Killing a few mutant beasts and zombies is such a waste of these talented young people. The Qifeng team is officially under the direct control, so that we can better guide and command them. And we can also maximize their value. Let them make greater contributions to the human survivors. Several Legion commanders are expressing their opinions on this matter. If anyone from the outside world sees this scene, they will probably. I was shocked that a civilian team could actually make the people in power in Silver Light City pay so much attention to it, and even debate about it. I am afraid that the only team is the Qifeng team. Wu Haomiao did not speak in a hurry, but listened silently to everyone's opinions. This was his habit. As the top leader of Silver Light City, he often spoke last, and his speech was enough for this person. The matter has been finalized, and will not change. Therefore, he cannot express his opinions easily. Commander Zhuang. What do you think? Wu Haomiao looked at Zhuang Jian, and everyone else also looked at Zhuang Jian. The commanders and deputy commanders of several major legions expressed their opinions on this matter, and even the heads of some big families spoke up. On the contrary, Zhuang Jian, who had the closest contact with Wang Hao, did not say anything from the beginning to the end. When he opened his mouth, everyone naturally wanted to know his opinion on this matter. In any case, Wang Hao's Qifeng team is also affiliated with the 4th Army. It is nominally a team belonging to the 4th Army. Zhuang Jian naturally has a great say in this matter. Feeling the eyes of everyone, Zhuang Jian felt a little numb. To be honest, he didn't want to speak. Everyone else at the scene could express their opinions at will. After all, they didn't have too close contact or deep contacts with Wang Hao and the Qifeng team. But he was different. He didn't, however. Wang Hao's nominal leader. His own daughter is also a member of the Qifeng team. Among all the people present, he is the one who has the closest connection with Qifeng and Wang Hao. His words can easily be interpreted as think deeply. In his heart, Zhuang Jian is actually unwilling to forcefully obtain the command and control of the Qifeng team. The Qifeng team has developed very well under the leadership of Wang Hao. If they take over now, it is not necessarily a good thing for the team. As for resources, information, and connections, Wang Hao is lacking. But this is not irreparable. He was weak in these aspects before. But Wang Hao can't develop the Qifeng team well. Jia Quan and others suggested that the Qifeng team should be under official control and become a team directly under the official government. This may indeed be for the sake of the development of the team. But more importantly, they want to pick peaches. After all, the foundation of the Qifeng team has been laid. From now on, it only needs to develop step by step. Once developed, the Qifeng team will become one of their most dazzling business cards in Silver City. As for not replacing Wang Hao, that's fine. It's just temporary. After taking over the team, they will definitely add people to the team. Once they completely control the Qifeng team, Wang Hao will probably not be the captain. Even if he is still the captain, he is just a puppet. Chapter 395 Final Decision. Zhuang Jian has been the commander of the army for many years, so he can still figure this out. Classifying the Qingfeng team as directly under the official government is indeed a good thing for their officials in Silver Light City. But for Wang Hao and the Qingfeng team, it may not be a good thing. What should I say? Zhuang Jian did not answer immediately. He secretly looked at Wu Haomiao, wanting to know what Wu Haomiao was thinking. However, Wu Haomiao's face was expressionless at this time, and Zhuang Jian could not see through his thoughts. Commander Zhuang, what do you think? Among us, you are the one who has the closest relationship with the Qingfeng team. You should know them best. Seeing that Zhuang Jian hesitated to speak, someone had already I couldn't help but urge him. Zhuang Jian knew that it would be okay if he didn't say it. He could only bite the bullet and said, in my personal opinion, we should not interfere too much in the development of the Qingfeng team. Wang Hao is a capable and thoughtful person. He has his own ideas about the development of the team, and our excessive interference will only affect the development of the team. Zhuang Jian's words changed the expressions of many people at the scene. Wu Haomiao was sitting in the first place. He took a deep look at Zhuang Jian and said nothing. Commander Zhuang is wrong, Jia Quan said. When it comes to planning for team development, we are more experienced than Wang Hao. Which of our legions does not have a team? Are the teams in the legion poorly developed? It is admitted that Wang Hao is talented. His ability to develop the Qingfeng team to this level is a reflection of his ability. However, he was born in a slum after all. His birth affected his vision, and his vision is destined not to be too broad. And this will also limit the development of the Qingfeng team. If there is no more far-sighted person to guide him, the development of the Qingfeng team will probably be greatly affected, and may even stop moving forward. We will take over at this time. Team Qingfeng is the best opportunity. Otherwise, Team Qingfeng will become mediocre before long. Jia Quan's words made many people subconsciously nod in approval. And even Wu Haomiao's eyes changed slightly. Change. After all, there are still many people here who look down on Wang Hao. Although Wang Hao has shown good talent and strength, his status as a slum-born person makes many people look down on him. Which one of these people here does not come from a wealthy family? Human area? Which one doesn't come from a famous family? In their eyes, the survivors of the slums are the lowest level of society. Cannon fodder that can be discarded at any time if a war breaks out. Wang Hao comes from such a place, and it is difficult for them to truly identify with him. Zhuang Jian, Yang Lai, and Lu Yuan frowned slightly. They also saw the distrust and even disapproval of Wang Hao by others. In their view, Wang Hao's vision was already destined to his birth. Even if the Qingfeng team is developing well now, this is already the limit of Wang Hao's ability. Wang Hao's vision will limit the development of the Qingfeng team. If the Qingfeng team continues to be commanded by Wang Hao, then doomed to mediocrity. Commander Jia Jun's words are too arbitrary. Yang Lai said dissatisfied, it is true that Wang Hao was born in a slum, but his talent is so high that even people from rich areas cannot compare. Don't forget Wang Hao was the top scorer in the college entrance examination not long ago. Moreover, his college entrance examination scores broke the record. I don't believe that his vision is so narrow. Wang Hao founded the Qingfeng team, and no one knows it better than him. This team, Team Qingfeng, can only develop better in his hands. Lao Yang, don't get angry. Talk it over. Ning Tai said, none of us deny Wang Hao's talent, but he comes from the slums after all, and this status will have great restrictions on him after we took over the team, and can guide Wang Hao better, which is a good thing for Wang Hao. A good thing? Lu Yuan sneered. Whether it is a good thing or not, everyone knows in their hearts that once the official takes over the Qingfeng team, even if Wang Hao is not replaced, the Qingfeng team will definitely not be decided by Wang Hao alone in the future, and there will be many more voices in the team. At that time, it is difficult to say whether the Qingfeng team can still develop well. Ning Tai looked a little embarrassed. He actually didn't have much bad intentions. He just felt that only by officially controlling the Qingfeng team could the team develop better. In the final analysis, he just didn't trust Wang Hao's ability. Okay. Wu Haomiao, who had been silent all this time, waved his hand, and the scene instantly became quiet. Wu Haomiao still has great authority in Silver Light City. Our starting point for discussing this matter is for the good of the team. Everyone's starting point is the same. There is no need to argue. Wu Haomiao said, as for whether the team will develop better under the leadership of Wang Hao, or under official control, it will develop better down the road. And it's normal for everyone to have different opinions. But everyone's minds froze, knowing that Wu Haomiao was going to express his point of view. However, I think that in terms of experience in developing teams, our official people have more experience than Wang Hao. Even before the Redemption Mall and the virtual battlefield encouraged the formation of teams, there were many teams under the major legions. We have rich experience in team development planning, which cannot be matched by a private survivor, Wu Haomu said slowly. When everyone heard Wu Haomu's words, they instantly understood what he meant. He was leaning towards the official recruitment of the Qingfeng team. Shuang Jian and Yan Lai's expressions changed, and they had some thoughts in their minds. But naturally it was difficult to speak at this time. Of course, I quite recognize Wang Hao's talent and strength, Wu Haomu said with a smile. I remember that I even went to his college entrance examination celebration party. I am quite optimistic about his future. He is an incredible person. He has a lot of talents. But just because he is a talent, we should guide him well, so that he can avoid detours and not go astray. What the City Lord said makes sense. Said, we are all optimistic about Wang Hao. The inclusion of the Qingfeng team is also for Wang Hao and the good of the team. Wang Hao has excellent talent. But after all, he is too young and has no parents. He lacks a good leader. Only with guidance can his development go more smoothly. Young people need to be taught by the older generation like us. City Lord. I think. Yan Lai wanted to put forward a different opinion. However, Wu Haomu waved his hand and said to Yan Lai, I know what you are going to say. Don't worry. We will not bury talents like Wang Hao. If they are buried, it will be a disaster for us in Silver Light City. It's a big loss. The integration of the Qingfeng team will not affect our training and attention to Wang Hao. On the contrary, after the integration, the Qingfeng team will be directly under the official team, and we will be able to better and more conveniently train Wang Hao. This matter is settled. Commander Zhuang, you are Wang Hao's nominal leader. You go and talk to him. Chapter 396. The Silver City is gradually becoming chaotic. Wu Haomu has already said this. What else can Zhuang Jian say? Even though he was not optimistic about this matter, he still had to do what Wu Haomu said. At the same time, the outside world is also inquiring about the situation of the Qingfeng team. In this team competition, the Qingfeng team truly became famous in one battle. Many people are paying attention and asking about the situation of the Qingfeng team. Wang Hao together with the Qingfeng team. His name has entered the field of vision of many interested people. These people include people from Silver Light City and people from other cities. The security situation in the city has not been very good recently. Everyone knows the reason. I hope that when the legions are on duty, they can strengthen their vigilance and not give the rebels an opportunity to take advantage. After talking about Wang Hao and the Qingfeng team, Wu Haomu changed the topic. And this topic is the real reason why they are gathered here today. As for the recruitment of the Qingfeng team, this is a matter of incidental. Wu Haomu and others will not gather together specifically because of a team. From their point of view, since they have a high position of authority, there will be no difficulty in recruiting the Qingfeng team. And it is not worth holding a special meeting for this purpose. The security of Silver Light City is what deserves their attention. As for why the public security in Silver Light City is not good, it is naturally due to the large influx of refugees from other cities. In the past few days, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of survivors from other cities have arrived in Silver Light City every day. Naturally, these survivors have come to flee. Their city has been occupied, and they are in urgent need of a new place to settle down. Silver Light City as one of the 3 surviving big cities, it is naturally their key target. Almost all the survivors not far from Silver Light City came to Silver Light City. The total number of these survivors is tens of millions. It can be said that although there are more than 2 million survivors who have arrived in the past few days, they are only a small part of them. Most of them will arrive in the next 2 or 3 days. The survivors from other cities were very happy when they arrived at Silver Light City. After all, arriving here meant that they were safe. Having a place to stay not only meant that they no longer had to worry, but also could develop with peace of mind, own strength and power. However, when they arrived at Yingguang City, they found that Yingguang City did not seem to welcome outsiders like them. Notices were posted at several city gates, reminding them that outsiders were not allowed to stay in the city at night. Yes, the major gates of Silver Light City will be closed every day after dark, and outside survivors need to leave the city before the gates are closed. If anyone stays illegally, they will be punished and expelled once discovered, and they will never be allowed to leave the city. Enter Silver Light City again. Such a notice naturally made the survivors, who came to flee, quite dissatisfied. They all had resentments in their hearts. At the same time, They also had complaints against the people in power in Silver Light City, and even the ordinary survivors. Naturally, there were also complaints in the city these days. It was not peaceful. There were frequent fights between foreign survivors and local residents over 1 or 2 quarrels. And some were so serious that they even drew guns. If there were 1 or 2 such things, Wu Haomiao and others would not pay so much attention to it. It was because there were too many such things that Wu Haomiao and others had to pay attention to them. Which is why today's meeting took place. You know, there are only more than 2 million refugees in Silver Light City now. And tens of millions may follow. If we don't pay attention to this matter at this time, then when other refugees arrive, things will only get worse. When the situation gets out of hand, no matter what they try to do, it may not have any effect. Yesterday alone, there were hundreds of fights in the city, and dozens of them escalated to the point of drawing guns. Wu Haomiao said with a cold face, and most of these fights happened among civilians. The district and the wealthy district have brought great instability to the 2 areas. We must pay attention to this matter. Everyone nodded and looked serious. In the past, there were not many fights in Silver Light City, but they mostly happened in the slums. Moreover, even if such things happened in the slums, the number was not as high as it is now, and the number of guns drawn was even rarer. And now, a large number of fights are happening in civilian areas and wealthy areas, and many of them even go so far as to draw guns. This is a very serious situation. If it is not controlled, it will have a negative impact on the security of the entire Silver Light City. Will have a great impact. I think we should increase the punishment for those who fight. Lin Yu said, no matter who the participants are or what their identities are, we must severely punish them, especially those outsiders. We cannot because of them. I feel pity for them if they lose their home. Laws are laws, and no one can violate them. Wu Haomiao nodded and said, I think the same thing as me. I think we should arrest a few examples and impose severe penalties. Post a notice to serve as a warning to others. City Lord. Su Biao hesitated and said, the reason why fights are happening frequently in the city now is related to our previous decision. Those survivors came to flee. They had lost their homes, and they were attacked. With such treatment in our Silver Light City, it is inevitable that there will be grievances that need to be vented, causing many people to be very angry. Severe punishment is necessary, but blindly severe punishment may not have much effect, and may even arouse their anger. Reverse psychology has caused things to worsen. Can our policy be a little more relaxed and allow them to stay in the city for a few days a week? We can even put out a batch of properties for sale. People who own properties can stay in the city. Of course, it is best that these properties come from slums and civilian areas and do not involve wealthy areas. No. As soon as Su Bing finished speaking, Jia Quan said with an expressionless face, you can't open this hole. How many days are allowed for them to stay in the city? Is it 1 day or 2 days? With this opening, they will not be satisfied. They will feel that if they continue to make trouble, we will continue to give in until they can forever. As for the property, we cannot let it go. Why do we refuse outsiders to stay in the city? No. Those people we are worried about are very capable and wealthy. If we are lax about real estate, I'm sure those people will be the first to get real estate once they come to the city in large numbers. What's the point of our policy? Su Biao's words made Su Bing, Shuang Jian, and others frown slightly. They didn't know why Jia Quan, who usually kept a low profile, suddenly became talkative today. However, Jia Quan's words also make sense. The reason why they made the decision not to allow survivors from other cities to stay overnight in the city was not to protect ordinary survivors, but to protect powerful people from other cities. If we cannot prevent them, then this policy will have no meaning. Chapter 397 Join Forces. What Commander Jia Quan said makes sense. This time, Wu Haomiao didn't wait for everyone to express their opinions before he spoke. Obviously, he agreed with Jia Quan's words. This gap must not be opened. Wu Haomiao looked at everyone and said, now that we have made a decision, we cannot give in midway. Otherwise, some people will definitely stir up trouble in the dark, make things worse, and force us to keep making concessions. So, at this time, we can only face it forcefully. I order, starting from today, all legions will strengthen patrols. If any fights are discovered, they must be dealt with quickly and strictly, especially those who draw guns. No matter who is involved in the situation, we will never tolerate it. Yes, no matter what everyone thinks. Wu Haomiao, as the city lord, has given an order, and they can only obey it. However, some people are inevitably worried. After this matter was concluded, everyone discussed some other minor matters and then dispersed. Commander Zhuang is leaving. Shall we come together? Huang Nai called to Zhuang Jian. Zhuang Jian looked at Huang Nai and nodded. On the way, Huang Nai said directly, Commander Zhuang, what do you think of the city lord's decision? My opinion is not important. Since the city lord has given the order, I will follow the order and follow it. Zhuang Jian said calmly. I think the city lord's decision is a bit inappropriate. Huang Nai said. Oh! Zhuang Jian looked at Huang Nai slightly surprised. Huang Nai was not panicked or guilty at all. He continued, now the rebel forces are constantly expanding. And they are still in contact with mutant beasts and zombies. This is a huge threat to us. In this case, we should unite together to fight against the enemy instead of spending too much energy internally. Our Silver City is not a small place. And we can accommodate all the refugees even if we accept them. Since Commander Huang has this idea, why didn't you mention it at the beginning? Zhuang Jian asked. It was a decision made by all of us to not allow refugees from other cities to stay in the city. Yes, Huang Nai said. I thought this decision was okay at the time. Problem. To be honest, this decision was also to protect our interests. But what I didn't expect was that the rebel forces would expand wildly. I thought that not many survivors would join their camp. And everyone should resist them. Yes, I underestimated the influence and attraction of the rebel forces on some survivors. Secondly, I did not expect that our previous decision would arouse so much resistance from the refugees in other cities. I thought that we opening the exchange mall building to them can appease them. But I didn't expect that their reaction would be so big. I admit that I lacked consideration for some situations before. To be precise, we all lack consideration for these situations. This is the fault of all of us. However, the initiative is still in our hands. And we still have the opportunity to make up for this mistake. Zhuang Jian looked at Huang Nai in surprise. But he did not expect Huang Nai to be so confident to him. However, what Huang Nai said was not wrong. Everyone had been too optimistic before, thinking that there were more than 10 million aborigines in Silver Light City. Refugees from other cities did not dare to be too dissatisfied. After all, the exchange mall was open to them. Yes, they can exchange supplies. But they are not allowed to stay overnight in the city. It shouldn't be a big deal. But this is not the case. In the eyes of the refugees, their decision is to make things difficult for them, or even to prevent them. This makes the refugees who finally arrived at Silver Light City feel quite uncomfortable. At the same time, because of this decision, some Aboriginal people in Silver Light City had an inexplicable sense of superiority when facing refugees from other cities. And their words were a little offensive. This led to the collapse of Silver Light City. Conflicts between the indigenous people and refugees from other cities are becoming increasingly fierce. Secondly, the expansion of the rebel forces was something that no one expected. Although they are currently only attractive to some slum residents. Once their number increases, the threat will also increase. Secondly, because of the policy implemented by the three major cities that does not allow refugees from other cities to stay overnight in the city will intensify the conflicts between the indigenous people of the three major cities and the refugees from other cities. In this case, it is difficult to guarantee that some other cities will not have refugees join the rebel camp. What Huang Nai said was also what worried Zhuang Jian. But in Silver Light City today, there are also undercurrents surging among the top management. With the turmoil, everyone's ideas seem to be slowly changing. Some people who usually stay close to each other have different opinions at this time. Due to the estrangement, Zhuang Jian didn't know who was trustworthy and who had the same views as him. Therefore, it was difficult to share his thoughts with others. He did not expect that Huang Nai would take the initiative to find him. Moreover, very fond of him. Speaking of which, although they were both army commanders, Zhuang Jian and Huang Nai were not very close before. Therefore, Huang Nai came to him on his own initiative and was so sincere, which surprised Zhuang Jian. However, besides being surprised, there was also joy. After all, Huang Nai's ideas were similar to his, and the two of them felt like-minded. Seeing Huang Nai speaking so simply, Zhuang Jian didn't hide it. He frowned and said, "But the city lord doesn't seem to think so." "Yes." Huang Nai nodded. "This is the most worrying thing. Now that most of the mutant beasts and zombies in the city have been eliminated, the remaining ones are not a concern. It is only a matter of time before the zombies and mutant beasts are eliminated. But even if all the zombies and mutant beasts are eliminated, it means that the crisis is gone. The real crisis seems to be it's not here yet. In the past few days, the army and various battle groups in Silver Light City have not stopped encircling zombies and mutated beasts. With the arrival of survivors from other cities, the power to encircle and suppress zombies and mutated beasts is increasing. Therefore, the speed of clearing out zombies and mutant beasts is accelerating. Most of the zombies and mutant beasts in Silver Square have been cleared away, and the remaining ones do not pose much of a threat. I feel the same way, Zhuang Jian said. Let's find an opportunity to talk to the city lord and try to persuade him. Huang Nai said. The weight of what I can say alone is limited. I don't know if Commander Zhuang is willing to go together. Of course. No problem. Zhuang Jian did not say anything. Said without hesitation. This is also his idea. There is no reason to refuse Huang Nai's invitation. He also understands why Huang Nai took the initiative to find him. This is to prepare to find allies and increase the weight of his words. Only with enough weight can we be able to how he changed his mind. Chapter 398. Check the tone. Seeing Zhuang Jian agree, Huang Nai smiled and felt relieved. Huang Nai had the same idea as Zhuang Jian. He actually wanted to persuade Wu Haomiao before. But he saw that most people at the scene had the same idea as Wu Haomiao, and knew that even if he spoke out, he would not be able to change anything. Therefore, he planned to recruit a few people to persuade him. After observation, he found that Zhuang Jian seemed to have similar attitudes to him. So he took the initiative to approach Zhuang Jian, and Zhuang Jian's reaction did not disappoint him. Are the two of us missing a little? Should we find someone else to join us? Huang Nai asked. Yan Lai and Lu Yuan don't seem to agree with the city lord's decision, Zhuang Jian said. Huang Nai nodded and said, I'm going to find out what they're talking about. And if possible, bring them together. Yan Lai and Lu Yuan are very close, and can even be said to be the closest among the 10 army commanders. The two people have a feeling of being inseparable from each other. Ming is inseparable from Focus. They usually have the same ideas. As long as one of them can be persuaded, the other one will probably be fine. Okay. Zhuang Jian nodded. I'm looking for an opportunity to talk about Commander Su's tone. If he can stand on our side, then our probability of convincing the lord of the city will be greatly increased, Zhuang Jian said. Captain Su is naturally Su Biao, the commander of the 1st Army of Silver Light City. The 1st Legion is the most comprehensive legion in Silver Light City. Correspondingly, Su Biao naturally has the greatest say among the legion commanders. If he can support Huang Nai and Zhuang Jian's views, it will be helpful for persuading Wu Haomiao. Nature helps a lot. Zhuang Jian usually gets closer to Su Biao, so there is no problem in letting him test Su Biao's tone. Huang Nai's eyes lit up and he said, Okay, let's work separately. Zhuang Jian nodded. After the two separated, Zhuang Jian did not rush to find Su Biao, but returned home first. Before testing Su Biao's mouth, he planned to test his daughter's mouth first. The purpose of Zhuang Jian's inquiry into his daughter's words was naturally not to persuade Wu Haomiao to change his mind, but to recruit the Qingfeng team. Zhuang Xuer was a member of the Qingfeng team. She was interested in the team and Wang Hao. He must be relatively familiar with it. So Zhuang Jian planned to explore the information from here first. When Zhuang Jian returned home, Zhuang Xuer was preparing to go out. Dad, are you back? Zhuang Xuer greeted Zhuang Jian and prepared to go out. Wait. Zhuang Jian called to his daughter. Is something wrong? Zhuang Xuer looked at his father in confusion. Come. Sit down and chat with Daddy for a while. Zhuang Jian smiled and motioned for his daughter to sit down. Zhuang Xuer looked at the time, walked to the sofa, and said, We can only chat for 10 minutes. The gathering time is coming soon. I am paying attention to the comparison of the teams now, Zhuang Jian said a little jealously. Of course Zhuang Jian knew what Zhuang Xuer was doing when he went out. During this period of time, Zhuang Xuer was almost never at home. He stayed with the people from the Qingfeng team, and would only come back when he wanted to go to bed at night. Zhuang Jian loves his daughter very much. He has also made life plans for Zhuang Xuer before. With him here, Zhuang Xuer will naturally not suffer hardships in this life, let alone be in any danger. Although Zhuang Xuer is very talented high, but Zhuang Jian doesn't actually require Zhuang Xuer to be very strong. He just hopes that his daughter can be happy and safe in this life. He doesn't care whether she is a master or famous. Of course, Zhuang Jian is also happy for Zhuang Xuer that Zhuang Xuer has the ability he has now. However, the better Zhuang Xuer is, the longer he spends time outside, and the shorter time he spends with him. This makes Zhuang Jian, he was a little unhappy. But he also knew that his daughter was very independent, and it was impossible to stop her. Dad. Zhuang Xuer hugged Zhuang Jian and said coquettishly. I am the most attentive to you. More attentive to Wang Hao than the team? Zhuang Jian asked with a smile. Zhuang Shuer felt guilty. Zhuang Jian smiled and didn't care. After all, his daughter had her own ideas when she was older, and he couldn't keep her by his side all his life. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. Zhuang Jian asked. How is your Qingfeng team doing lately? Very good. When talking about the Qingfeng team, Zhuang Shuer said with an air of pride, this team competition 2 teams from our Qingfeng team have entered the finals. And everyone is extremely excited. I also know this. And it is indeed worthy of happiness. Zhuang Jian said. This time, your team, the Qingfeng team, is really fighting. Now that you have become famous. There are not many of you in the Qingfeng team in China. Really? Zhuang Shuer said proudly. It's very strong. Zhuang Jian said. However, sometimes being too pushy is not necessarily a good thing. What do you mean? Zhuang Shuer instantly stopped smiling when he heard this. Someone is targeting your team. Zhuang Jian said. You have more contact with Wang Hao. What do you think he would think about this matter? Someone is targeting our team. Who? Zhuang Shuer asked. It's not just one person. There are many. Zhuang Jian said. Your Qingfeng team's performance this time was too dazzling. The team strength has also been recognized by everyone. It is normal for some people to be interested in the team. The problem now is what Wang Hao thinks. I don't know what he thinks. Zhuang Shuer shook his head and said. However, I guess he won't let go. After all, he founded the Qingfeng team. How could he? Maybe you are willing to give it to others? Moreover, the people in the team are basically here for Wang Hao and have a high degree of recognition for Wang Hao. If someone else is to lead the team, I am afraid that other members of the team will not agree. Including you? Of course. Zhuang Shuer answered decisively. The reason why Zhuang Shuer joined the Qingfeng team was because of Wang Hao. Most of the people in the team joined because of Wang Hao. Yu Qianing may be an exception. It was recommended by him. But after such a long time, Yu Qianing has long been convinced by Wang Hao. And Yu Qianing will not accept it if someone else becomes the captain. After all, she is also a master and has arrogance in her heart. Not everyone can convince her. As for others, let alone that. Wang Hao is the soul of the Qingfeng team. This is the consensus of all members of the team. Without Wang Hao, there would be no Qingfeng team. If Wang Hao leaves, I am afraid that no member of the team will be willing to stay in the team. She, Zhuang Shuer, must be the first. Chapter 399, he can't help it. I understand. Zhuang Jian nodded. Zhuang Jian also saw from his daughter's attitude how important Wang Hao was to this team. If Wang Hao left, this team would probably fall apart. However, even if he understands this truth, Zhuang Jian will still go to Wang Hao to talk. After all, this is the task assigned to him by Wu Haomiao, and he must carry it out. However, regarding this meeting and inquiry, Zhuang Jian no longer have high expectations. Dad? Is it Uncle Wu? Zhuang Shuer was very smart. She could see some clues from her father's face. Yes. Not entirely. Zhuang Jian did not hide his daughter. And there was no need to hide it. There are others. How could they do this? Zhuang Shuer said a little anxiously. They are harming the Qingfeng team. Without Wang Hao, the Qingfeng team will cease to exist. The birth of Zhuang Shuer determined that her vision was broader than that of ordinary people. And she understood it instantly the intentions of Wu Haomiao and others. If this matter was just the idea of some powerful people, there would be room for redemption. But now, even Wu Haomiao has the same idea. So it will be difficult. Zhuang Shuer can't be impatient. She is the first official member of the Qingfeng team. She has watched the Qingfeng team step by step until now. She has feelings for the Qingfeng team. Zhuang Shuer definitely didn't want to see the Qingfeng team destroyed. Dad, go and persuade Uncle Wu that Team Qingfeng cannot do without Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer said to his father. As long as Uncle Wu changes his mind, there will be no problem with the others. Wu Haomiao is from Silver Light City. The city lord is the most powerful person in Yingguang City. His words are the policy of Yingguang City. As long as Wu Haomiao does not have the idea of the Qingfeng team, then naturally others will not have the idea of the Qingfeng team. This matter is not that simple. Zhuang Jian said, the Qingfeng team is now too powerful and famous. Many people have ideas about it. You also know that our Silver City has not been among the big cities before. Not outstanding. But now that there is a team like the Qingfeng team, it is impossible for the city owner to have no ideas. And it is impossible for other people to have no ideas. Now everyone knows that the exchange mall and the virtual battlefield are encouraging the formation and development of teams. In the future, its importance will continue to increase. Now that the Qingfeng team is so dazzling, who doesn't want to take it into their hands? But they can't take it by force, Zhuang Shuer said loudly. The city lord just wants to recruit the Qingfeng team and gain direct command of the Qingfeng team. Zhuang Jian explained to his daughter. As for the team leader, he will still be Wang Hao, a person without command rights. What's the use of the title of captain? Zhuang Shuer is not stupid. What's more, City Master Wu is doing this just to smooth the transition. When they really take control of the Qingfeng team, Wang Hao, the puppet captain, well, you can't take it seriously, right? Zhuang Shuer was obviously very annoyed at this time, and her name for Wu Haomia changed. Zhuang Jian smiled bitterly and shook his head, not knowing what to say. His daughter's words made sense, and were what Wu Haomia and others thought. In the end, Zhuang Jian could only comfort him. The city lord is quite optimistic about Wang Hao. If he takes away his team this time, he will also be compensated. Compensation? Zhuang Shuer said coldly. I'm afraid even Wang Hao won't like it. Zhuang Shuer knew that Wang Hao was very capable, and good things came out in an endless stream. Wu Haomia could come up with some good things, but that what is a good thing in the eyes of ordinary people may not be considered a treasure to Wang Hao. I'm afraid it's not up to him. Zhuang Jian sighed softly. Now that Wu Haomia has made a decision in public, the matter has been concluded. Although Wang Hao has good talent, he is just an ordinary survivor. How can he disobey Wu Haomia's decision? If Wang Hao knows the situation, Wu Haomia will also make some compensation to Wang Hao. If Wang Hao directly breaks his face, I am afraid that Wang Hao will not end well. Wang Hao is talented, and Wu Haomia is indeed optimistic about Wang Hao. However, it has been more than 100 years since mankind entered the end of the world. During this period, there have been many geniuses, but these geniuses have not really become masters. Too many. Therefore, in Wu Haomia's heart, Wang Hao is definitely not as important as a team with a high reputation. And Wu Haomia cannot change his decision because of Wang Hao. Zhuang Shuer's face was ugly, because she also understood that since this decision was made by Wu Haomia, the room for maneuver was too small. Wu Haomia was considering the interests of the entire Yingguang city, so it was impossible for him to do so. Because Wang Hao is such an ordinary person, he changed his mind. I will talk to Wang Hao later, Zhuang Jian said, after I finish talking to him. You should also talk to him and persuade him that there is no need to confront the city lord head-on. He is a talent, and his future is limitless. There is no need to be too entangled in this matter. If he agrees happily, the city lord will definitely compensate him, and his future development will be smoother. Zhuang Shuer remained silent, and she also understood in her heart that Wang Hao actually has no choice now. Wu Haomia has already spoken. Can Wang Hao refuse? He couldn't refuse. The wisest thing for Wang Hao to do is to readily agree to this matter, and even cooperate with the official people to quickly control the Qingfeng team. Only in this way, Wu Haomia and others will feel that Wang Hao is obedient, and will not have any thoughts about Wang Hao. Otherwise, Wang Hao's future will be cast into a shadow. But Zhuang Shuer didn't know whether Wang Hao would compromise. After all, the Qingfeng team was founded by Wang Hao. She, Zhuang Shuer, also had feelings for the Qingfeng team. How could Wang Hao, the founder of the team, treat her no feelings? That doesn't mean you can just let go. Zhuang Jian looked at his silent daughter, patted her shoulder and said, You have grown up and are no longer a child. You should know how cruel this world is. Many times, things are not what you want. Anyway, taking a step back may lead to better results. Zhuang Shuer looked at his father, and still didn't speak. Zhuang Jian said nothing more, but picked up the smart bracelet and contacted Wang Hao. Wang Hao. It's me. Zhuang Jian. Do you have time? Come and sit at home? Wang Hao on the other end of the smart bracelet seemed a little surprised by Zhuang Jian's proactive contact, and was even more surprised that Zhuang Jian invited him to his residence. However, after all, Zhuang Jian was his nominal boss and Zhuang Shuer's father. Now that he was actively inviting him, Wang Hao had no reason to refuse. Okay, I'll go over now. I'll wait for you. Chapter 400 Optimistic Guess. What's wrong? After Wang Hao cut off the call, Su Guangyuan next to him looked at Wang Hao thoughtfully, and couldn't help but feel curious. Whose phone number? Commander of the 4th Army Corps. Zhuang Jian. Wang Hao said. Why did he contact you suddenly? Su Guangyuan asked, confused. Everyone in the Qingfeng team knows that their team is affiliated with the Fourth Army. But the relationship between the two parties is just an affiliation, not a real superior-subordinate relationship. Normally, the Fourth Army will not give any orders to the Qingfeng team. According to the combat order, the Qingfeng team did not receive much material support from the Fourth Army. As for Zhuang Jian, except for meeting Wang Hao once when the team was established, he had never summoned Wang Hao. Therefore, now Zhuang Jian suddenly called Wang Hao, which can't help but make people puzzled. Is it going to give our team a reward? Feng Gaoyuan next to him said with a smile, our team is the only one with 2 teams entering the team competition finals. This is not only the glory of our Qingfeng team, but also the fourth the glory of the Legion. After all, we are affiliated with their Legion. Now Commander Zhuang wants to see you. Probably because of this matter. He just doesn't know what reward he will give. It's best to get some treasures. Hee. I think this is very likely. Luosun continued, this time we have brought glory to the Fourth Army and Silver Light City. I guess that not only the commander of Zhuang Army wants to see you, but the city lord will also meet you soon. Our team has performed so well. It makes no sense not to give you some rewards. That's right. Yu Jianzhong said, however. The city lord will not come to you until after tonight's finals. Now, Commander Zhuang will come forward first. Captain, remember to get more benefits when the time comes. This is a great opportunity. Feng Gaoyuan and others were obviously very optimistic about Zhuang Jian summoning Wang Hao. In their opinion, they had just won glory for the Fourth Army. If Zhuang Jian wants to meet Wang Hao at this time, he must reward their team. Apart from this, there is basically no other possibility. Wang Hao heard what a few people said and felt that it made sense. Zhuang Jian came to him at this critical moment, most likely to encourage or even reward his team. At the same time, he would definitely urge his team to maintain their level and strive to achieve success in the finals in the evening. Good results? Don't worry. I won't be polite to your commander of the Zhuang army when I see him later. The reward I deserve will not be less. After all, we did perform well this time, Wang Hao said with a smile. As the captain of the Qingfeng team, Wang Hao is very satisfied with the team's performance in the team competition. A team can have 2 teams enter the finals. This is the only one in the country. He couldn't be more satisfied. As for the reserve team, after they luckily passed the first day of auditions, they were not able to perform better on the second day, and finally stopped in the second day's game. However, this was also what Wang Hao expected. He was not too disappointed. After all, most of the reserve team members were recruited from the slums. Compared with other survivors, their strength was weaker, and they could pass the first day. There was already a lot of luck involved in the audition, and it was expected that he failed to pass the competition on the second day. The elimination of the reserve team did not dismay Wang Hao and others. The 2 teams composed of full members made great progress in the competition, and finally broke out of the siege and entered the finals. Wang Hao was not too surprised that the team he led could reach the finals. After all, he now has many auxiliary functions. Just like cheating. If he can't reach the finals even with all these, then he is too incompetent. However, Zhuang Xuer's team actually made it to the finals, which brought Wang Hao a big surprise. Zhuang Xuer and others are not weak in strength and have high talents. But this is a national competition after all. Many domestic masters are gathered in the competition. Zhuang Xuer and others are not too conspicuous among these people, and their strength is not very high. They were not very outstanding. Wang Hao had not expected them to stand out from the top teams before. As a result, their performance exceeded Wang Hao's expectations, and they finally entered the finals. No matter how they performed in the finals, they have all performed very well and exceeded their goals. 2 teams from 1 team entered the finals, the only one in the country. The moment the results came out, Wang Hao was in a pretty good mood. In the past few days, in addition to being busy with team games, the hunting of zombies and mutant beasts has not stopped. Wang Hao not only wants to earn exchange points, but also inspects the members of the reserve team. After several days of observation and assessment, Qingfeng the team has added 5 more official members, including Renming, whom Wang Hao is quite optimistic about. The increase in official members has further enhanced the strength of the Qingfeng team. Wang Hao has also formulated a training plan for them. After the team competition is over, he is ready to focus on training these people and Duan Fei to train them into a real master. Once their strength improves, the overall strength of the Qingfeng team will also be greatly improved. The non-stop hunting these days has also made the Qingfeng team a 5th level team. After the team level reaches the 5th level, the members of the Qingfeng team no longer need to exchange materials in the mall building. Exchanges can be made over the air, which undoubtedly makes it a lot more convenient for team members. Of course, this convenience has little impact on Wang Hao. Wang Hao has rarely gone to the exchange mall building to exchange. There are indeed many good things there, but that is for ordinary survivors. For Wang Hao, generally speaking, what other people think of as a treasure may not necessarily be a treasure. Wang Hao has auxiliary functions such as repair and copy, and he can make better things by himself. However, air-to-air exchange is still relatively important for ordinary members of the team. Not everyone is not short of supplies like Wang Hao. More people like to go to the exchange mall building to replenish supplies when they have nothing to do. Buy some rare treasures on the market. Having this benefit can also make the team more attractive to other survivors. Therefore, Wang Hao is very satisfied with the emergence of this benefit. Of course, there are also things that I am not satisfied with these days. Several members of the reserve team were kicked out of the team by Wang Hao. It's not because of their poor strength, but because of some of their habits and behaviors. When Wang Hao was able to recruit people from the slums, he never thought about recruiting any natural masters. Duan phase was a complete accident. In Wang Hao's observation and assessment of reserve team members, strength has never been the focus, but behavior and habits.